Chapter 1. Indeed, you are not weak. Upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, there sailed a ship. The sails of the vessel billowed high, adorned with a prominent skull emblem, and within the skull's dark eye sockets flickered a hint of crimson, presenting a fearsome visage. This was unmistakably a pirate ship. On the deck, Monki, feeling somewhat bored, sheathed his katana and observed the bustling pirates around him, his expression a mixture of complexity. Monki was not originally from this world. He had traversed into it over 2 weeks ago. As a newcomer, it was no surprise that he possessed a system, albeit one rather underwhelming. This was an ability acquisition system, allowing him to randomly obtain powers from others. However, the most frustrating aspect was that the acquisition was not guaranteed. To succeed at 2 was left to chance. The abilities could be categorized into speed, strength, and so forth. According to the system's descriptions, Monki understood that these abilities were stratified based on the strength of the source, ranging from white, blue, purple, red, to the highest tier, gold. Regrettably, after more than 2 weeks in this world, Monki had not managed to acquire a single gold-level ability, nor even a red-level one. His highest achievement, thus far, was a purple-level skill. Consequently, in pursuit of higher-tier abilities, he had, after much deliberation, mustered the courage to board the pirate ship of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates, thus becoming the lowest-ranking intern pirate aboard. Indeed, the deck on which Monki stood belonged to the renowned vessel, Red Force. Initially hoping to casually glean some abilities from the red-haired Shanks himself, he found that after all this time, not a single ability had been acquired from him. Instead, it was the other pirates who had contributed significantly to Monki's collection of powers, with his sole purple-level ability stemming from the vice-captain, Ben Beckman, which granted him a measure of strength. This left Monki feeling quite despondent. He hadn't anticipated that even in a new world, fortune would play such a pivotal role. His luck was decidedly dismal. This capricious system was indeed a source of frustration. Thus, Monki adopted a lethargic demeanor aboard the ship, contenting himself with menial tasks. After all, mingling with the red-haired crew, he faced little danger. Even if peril arose, it was unlikely that an intern pirate like him would bear the brunt of it. As one of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirates navigated the seas of this new world with relative safety. Most ordinary pirate crews lacked the audacity to challenge them, and any encounters with other emperors were typically minor skirmishes. The reputation of the 4 emperors was not to be taken lightly. "Monki, how are you finding it?" A tall, lanky man approached, his face marked by a long scar. A flintlock pistol hung at his waist, and a cigarette was perched between his fingers. This was Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, renowned for his strength that could rival even Shanks himself. "Not too bad," Monki replied, his tone subdued as he spread his arms to embrace the briny sea breeze. It was in fact Ben Beckman who had played a pivotal role in Monki's ascent to the Red Force, having extended the invitation that allowed him to join the crew. "I find it curious that a mere lad like you, perhaps still in the throes of youth, aspires to be a pirate. Yet, if I recall correctly, your name is absent from the Navy's bounty list. Child, the sea is fraught with peril. Even aboard the ship of a 4 emperor, a fragile boy like you is perpetually at risk. Are you truly prepared to face death?" Beckman said, taking a drag from his cigarette. To Beckman, Monki's prowess could scarcely be deemed formidable. Although, after 2 weeks of ability collection, Monki's combat skills had improved significantly, rendering him comparable to a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. His capabilities still appeared insignificant amidst the ranks of the red-haired crew. In the context of the red-haired pirates, a bounty of 100 million was merely the baseline for a rookie. The overall strength of the crew was indeed formidable. "Vice-captain, while I may not be exceptionally strong, I am hardly weak," Monki retorted, attempting to defend himself. "Indeed, you are not weak. But who was it that nearly got swallowed by a sea beast during our last encounter?" Nevertheless, Beckman did not solely mock Monki. "Monki, keep honing your skills. Though I cannot fathom why you chose the life of a pirate, I have observed your progress over these 2 weeks, and it is substantial. Your talent is quite remarkable." With that, Beckman turned and made his way toward the stern of the ship. Indeed, 2 weeks prior, When Monki first boarded the Red Force, his combat abilities were pitiable, he could barely wield a katana, and his stances were filled with flaws. However, now, after 2 weeks of diligent ability collection, Monki's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Yet, surrounded by the formidable members of the red-haired pirates, his achievements appeared less dazzling. Still, one individual was quite aware of Monki's growth, Ben Beckman, who had been instrumental in bringing him aboard. This understanding is what led Beckman to regard Monki's talent as extraordinary, noting his rapid advancement. After Beckman completed his inspection of the stern, he entered the cabin to meet with Shanks. "Have you been chatting with that lad again?" "Captain, you won't believe it's a genius. Just 2 weeks ago, he struggled to steady a katana, but now he could likely face a sea beast alone. His progress is nothing short of astonishing. At this rate, if he continues to grow, I can imagine that you might even find yourself bested by him, Shanks." Shanks chuckled, defeated by him. "Now you've piqued my interest. Who is he?" "He is none other than Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, the sovereign of these seas. In these waters, no one has yet emerged who could best him. Yet a lad who has garnered such esteem from his discerning vice-captain certainly possesses some merit. Monki? He seems to be of similar age to Luffy. If what Beckman says holds true, his talent might even surpass Luffy's. I wonder what kind of sparks would fly should these 2 young men cross paths." A glimmer of anticipation shone in Shanks' eyes. It seems the tides of this sea are about to shift. How intriguing. Chapter 2. What kind of pirate are you if you're not on the bounty list? Unbeknownst to Monki, the conversation between Beckman and Shanks transpired as he gazed contemplatively at Beckman's retreating figure. As the other pirates noticed Beckman's departure, they rushed over to tease Monki. "Hey Monki, what did the vice-captain say to you? Surely he isn't planning to throw you overboard, right?" "Ha ha ha. Of course not. The vice-captain said I'm a rare talent, and that I should be nurtured," Monki replied, laughing along. "That lad must have a fever and lost his mind, dreaming in broad daylight." "Exactly. Next time we face a sea beast, make sure to stay close to us. We wouldn't want you to become its dinner by accident." The group erupted into laughter. Although each pirate wore a carefree facade, the concern woven into their banter warmed Monki's heart. Despite having only been aboard for 2 weeks, they treated him as one of their own, never belittling him for his inexperience or perceived weakness. It was this camaraderie that led Monki to embrace his identity as a true crew member. "You lot should be getting back to work instead of wasting time chatting. Be careful the vice-captain doesn't catch you slacking." Monki chided with a smile. "All right, we wouldn't want to irritate him any further. Let's get to it, boys." The pirates dispersed to attend to their duties around the ship. At that moment, a spiky-haired man with crimson locks approached Monki, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Why does the vice-captain place such importance on you?" "Krasta, you might not know this, but geniuses always attract more attention," Monki replied with a grin. The red-haired youth, Krasta, was also an intern pirate aboard the ship. He often boasted about his bounty of 94 million berries, a claim he relished sharing with Monki. Yet, to Monki, that figure held little significance on this vessel. 94 million was merely the bottom rung. However, Krasta seemed blissfully unaware of this, regaling everyone with tales of his bounty as if he were a grand pirate. "Impossible. Just 2 weeks ago, you were a mere novice. No matter how hard you try, you could never have garnered the vice-captain's favor," Krasta insisted, incredulous. "People grow at different paces. Do you think I'm still the same person I was 2 weeks ago?" "Everyone is evolving," Monki replied patiently, treating the conversation as a way to pass the time. With the abilities acquired from the pirate over the past fortnight, he felt confident that defeating Krasta would require no more than 20 moves. Although he had not obtained any exceptionally advanced powers, the crew of the red-haired pirates possessed formidable abilities, collectively constituting a considerable force. "Let us engage in a duel. I am eager to see how much you have grown in these 2 weeks," Krasta exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Certainly," replied Monki, who had been battling sea beasts during this fortnight. These creatures lacked intelligence and were driven solely by combat instincts. Thus Monki yearned for a sparring match against an opponent of comparable strength. The crew aboard the ship consisted of formidable individuals, making it impractical to challenge them. So Klasta's eagerness for a fight provided the perfect opportunity for Monki to test his prowess. Come, the deck offers ample space for us to showcase our skills, Klosta urged, brimming with anticipation. Observing Klosta's eagerness, Monki smiled wryly and drew his katana, assuming a combat stance. At that moment, the crowd of pirates, having just dispersed, gathered around them once more, and several individuals emerged from the cabin. As they gazed at the two combatants readying themselves for battle, they began to cheer, reveling in the spectacle. You two better give it your all if we find your performance lacking. We'll personally teach you a lesson afterward. What are their strengths? Inquired a few pirates who had been lurking in the depths of the ship and had never encountered the duo. The red-haired lad is named Klosta. His bounty is over 90 million berries, and his strength is quite commendable, one pirate responded. As for the lad in white, he just boarded the ship 2 weeks ago and appears to be absent from the Navy's bounty list. He seems to have been recruited by the first mate last time we docked. As for his capabilities, you'll see for yourself, another pirate chimed in. Not on the bounty list. Then why would he choose the life of a pirate? The deck was alive with chatter, yet it did not disturb the impending duel between the two. Standing amidst the crowd, both men were as calm as still water. Monki, katana in hand, gazed steadily at Klosta across from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ding! A white-level energy appeared beside the host. Would you like to acquire it? Acquire. Energy has been obtained. White-level power energy grants the host an increase of 1 in strength. Monki had grown indifferent to such white-level energy, considering it a mere trifle. Monki closed his eyes and accessed his physical attributes panel to review his abilities. Strength, 105. Speed, 103. Stamina, 101. Agility, 87. Skills, basic swordsmanship level 11, basic fist fighting level 2. After reviewing his attributes, Monki's confidence surged once more. As the two were about to clash, a group emerged from the cabin, including Shanks, Ben Beckman, and other high-ranking members of the Red Hair Pirates. Captain, are you interested in the duel between these two newcomers as well? Shanks regarded the two adversaries on the deck and turned to Ben Beckman. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Without hesitation, Ben Beckman replied, Monki. Nearby stood the sharpshooter Yasopp and the rotund Lacroix. Lacroix, holding a piece of roasted meat, had grease glistening on his lips. Wearing sunglasses, he squinted at Monki, curious about what made him so special, baffled by Beckman's unwavering confidence in newcomer. He shrugged and said, let us wait and see. At that moment, the system issued another prompt, revealing the presence of golden level energy. Golden level. This was the highest tier of energy available. Monki felt that this moment marked the pinnacle of his journey in this world. After 2 weeks of anticipation, he had finally obtained golden level energy from Shanks. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away in that instant. Monki's eyes sparkled with fervor as he focused intently on Shanks, almost overwhelmed with the desire to embrace him. Chapter 3. Fortune arrives. Golden level. After 2 weeks of waiting, it had finally come. Now, a golden aura enveloped Shanks. In comparison to every color Monki had ever witnessed, the brilliance of the gold before him rendered them all dull. It felt as though the world had been reduced to this singular hue. For reasons unknown, sensing Monki's fervent gaze, Shanks felt an involuntary shiver down his spine, as if something was amiss. Do you all feel that Monki's gaze is rather peculiar? It's making me uneasy, Shanks asked his companions. Peculiar? Perhaps the lad is simply overwhelmed with admiration for you, Captain. Now that he sees you in person, his excitement may be a bit uncontrollable. It's only natural, Yasopp remarked, wearing an odd expression. Admiration? Shanks was taken aback, as he could hardly reconcile the look of a lovesick fool with the notion of admiration, feeling as though his worldview was on the verge of collapse. Are you prepared to take a beating? Klosta inquired, fixing his gaze on Monki. Seeing Monki's seemingly distracted demeanor, Klosta felt a surge of irritation. This was a grave insult. To treat their impending battle with such nonchalance was intolerable, and Monki dared to entertain other thoughts. Klosta was consumed with a fierce determination to teach that arrogant little brat a lesson. After all, he could not let his bounty of 94 million be taken lightly. Meanwhile, Monki was entirely indifferent to Klosta's thoughts, lost in the euphoric rapture of acquiring golden level energy. The presence of golden level energy around him prompted the question, Should he absorb it? The answer was unequivocal. He must absorb it. Success followed, and the golden level energy was identified as the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, which he was now absorbing. Monki could hardly believe how effortlessly he had attained this formidable power. It felt as though he were still in a dream. It seemed the 2 weeks of waiting had not been in vain. Indeed, the red-haired Shanks had the ability to provide golden level energy. Conqueror's Haki was a rarity, possessed by only 1 in 100,000. To have acquired it so easily was nothing short of extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Monki felt a warm current coursing through his body as the golden energy began to meld with his very essence. Each cell seemed to dance joyfully, revealing the might of Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, Monki sensed an innate instinct awakening within him, akin to a newborn's first utterance. He began to grasp the nuances of wielding Conqueror's Haki and its various capabilities, flooding his mind with newfound knowledge. It was an indescribable sensation. Once again, he summoned his attribute panel to assess his newfound prowess: Strength 105, Speed 103, Stamina 101, Agility 87, Skills, Basic Swordsmanship Level 11, Basic Fist Techniques Level 2. Conqueror's Haki Level 1. It appeared that golden level energy did not merely enhance his physical attributes, but endowed him with a skill. Surprisingly, the first form of Haki he learned was not observation or armament, but the rare Conqueror's Haki. Monki's spirits soared at this stroke of luck. He inhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and focused on Krosta, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. Conversely, Krosta felt an unsettling change in the air, a vague sense of pressure emanating from Monki. Surely, it must be a mere figment of his imagination. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 94 million, after all, and could not possibly feel threatened by an inexperienced pirate. Krosta reassured himself, refusing to concede inferiority to a novice. With a firm grip on his katana, Krosta charged at Monki, slashing horizontally. Monki deftly sidestepped, lightly tapping the deck before drawing his own katana, striking at Krosta from an astonishing angle. Krosta barely managed to evade the attack, feeling a chilling breeze sweep past his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. The onlookers, including red-haired Shanks and his crew, were captivated by the duel, particularly impressed by Monki's extraordinary technique and notable progress. Shanks mused to himself about Monki's apparent awakening of a new ability and wondered what would unfold next. Krosta, brimming with confidence, declared, "Captain, swords are merciless. I don't wish to harm Monki, so please be prepared to intervene if I cannot restrain myself." Shanks nodded in affirmation, assuring Krosta that he would protect his crew. With Shanks' reassurance, Krosta felt a wave of calm wash over him. As he reversed his grip on his katana, he announced, "Monki, I shall now fight seriously." Monki, momentarily taken aback by Krosta's change in stance, steadied his own grip and replied earnestly, "Let us engage. I intend to take this contest seriously as well." The youthful bravado of the two combatants was palpable, each believing that their duel warranted the captain's oversight. Ben Beckman, standing beside Shanks, took a drag from his cigarette and remarked slowly. The surrounding crew members, including Jesus Burgess and Lucky Roo, chuckled heartily, their faces alight with amusement. Monki, eager to gauge the vast gulf between himself and the renowned pirate, felt emboldened. Yet, Monki had no intention of initiating the attack first. He held his katana aloft, prepared to wait, knowing that striking first could reveal his vulnerabilities, an error he would not commit. "You wish for me to strike first? Monki, you are overly arrogant. Be wary, for I shall make you acutely aware of our disparity," Krosta declared, lunging forward with his blade drawn. As Monki defended himself, he retorted, "Arrogance? No. I simply fear that if I strike, the battle may end too soon, and that would be exceedingly dull. Moreover, I wish to observe your techniques and learn from them." Chapter 4. A shocking display in the battle with a single strike? Are you implying you could defeat me in an instant? Krosta, rather than being incensed, burst into laughter at the absurdity of the claim. How could a novice, especially one with a bounty of 94 million, believe he could so easily best him? The other members of Shanks' crew exchanged bemused glances, questioning whether Monki typically displayed such bravado. Ben Beckman felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he believed Monki to be stronger than Krosta, it was improbable that he could achieve victory in a single blow. Despite Krosta's near 100 million bounty, he was merely an inexperienced recruit and no match for Monki's current capabilities. Shanks, a wry smile hinting at the corners of his mouth, hoped Monki would surprise them. Unable to contain himself, Krosta initiated a second wave of attacks, raising his katana overhead for a powerful downward strike. This time, Monki chose not to evade but to meet the blow head-on. He raised his arms, positioning his katana above his head to deflect the strike. The sheer force reverberated through him, nearly forcing him to relinquish his grip as he staggered back 2 steps. Seeing Monki retreat, Costa pressed the advantage, slashing at Monchi's midsection. Although pushed back, Monki maintained his composure. He raised his blade to parry the blow. Fighting against a human opponent proved far more challenging than battling sea beasts. Strength alone was insufficient. One required agility and skill. It was through such combat that Monki recognized the potential for greater growth. With his current strength, he realized that defeating Costa would be a formidable challenge. Despite his confident words, Monki was acutely aware of his limitations. Ultimately, it was clear his strength was still lacking. In his mind, Monki pondered the situation. Although Costa's strength was among the lower ranks on the ship, it still amounted to a formidable 94 million berries. If he were to encounter someone with a strength exceeding 100 million berries, he would stand no chance whatsoever. However, what Monki failed to realize was that his power had been amassed over a mere fortnight, while Costa had honed his abilities over a span of more than a decade. Fundamentally, there existed a stark contrast between the two. It was astonishing that a rookie who had only been aboard for 2 weeks could contend with Costa's 94 million berries. Perhaps, as Ben Beckman suggested, defeating me was not an impossibility after all. Such a prospect was indeed thrilling. Shanks also expressed his admiration. Ben Beckman remarked, "To have made such significant progress in just 2 weeks is genuinely terrifying." Both Yasu and Lakiru nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the remarkable growth of this young man, his transformation from a feeble novice to a formidable adversary in such a brief period was nothing short of monstrous. Just 2 weeks prior, he had merely boarded the ship, and now he possessed strength that rivaled Costa's. This rapid advancement seemed almost excessive. Some pirates watching were left utterly astonished. Nevertheless, the notion that he could effortlessly dispatch Costa was somewhat exaggerated. The surrounding pirates engaged in animated discussions. After parting ways, both Monki and Costa took a moment to catch their breaths. Costa's expression was unusually grave. He had not anticipated that Monki would prove to be such a formidable opponent. Despite exerting 90 of his strength, he still could not secure a victory. Was he truly compelled to unleash his full power? Yet, doing so could lead to uncontrollable consequences. What if he inadvertently harmed Monki? "I am about to make my move. You should be prepared," Monki interjected, interrupting Costa's contemplation. Costa's muscles tensed as he assumed a defensive stance. However, Monki did not advance with his blade. Instead, he slowly sheathed it. Costa's face was a mask of confusion. Was Monki truly intent on engaging him unarmed? Impossible. Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the others were equally perplexed, unable to discern Monki's intentions. Was he surrendering? Surely not. Their strengths were closely matched, and the battle had only just begun. Monki's unexpected action reignited the previously hushed crowd of pirates. "Monki, what are you planning?" Costa voiced the collective bewilderment. Yet, Monki remained silent, his gaze fixed on Costa. Then, as if instinctively, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. A wave of overwhelming power radiated from Monki, expanding outward with increasing intensity. In an instant, the formidable aura enveloped the ship, affecting every one of the hundreds present. Especially Costa, who turned pale, devoid of color. Costa struggled to comprehend the situation, feeling a tremendous pressure bearing down on him, instilling a profound sense of dread that extinguished any thought of resistance. What sorcery was this? Costa's mind roared with confusion, yet his body was compelled to collapse sideways. And in the next moment, he fell to the deck. How could this be? Supporting himself with his hands to prevent collapsing entirely, Costa gasped for breath, feeling as though death loomed imminent. He could not fathom how a newcomer possessed such capabilities. Yet, despite this, Costa refused to concede. His inability to surrender was not due to a lack of will, but rather an overwhelming mental fog that rendered him incapable of coherent thought. Around him, the clamor and chatter faded into silence. The onlooking crew members stood agape, staring at Monki, clad in white and standing tall. No one dared to voice their thoughts any longer, bewildered by the abrupt shift in Monki's demeanor from an equal match with Costa to an overwhelming force. Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the senior members of the red-haired pirates were equally taken aback, frozen in place, while their minds churned with tumultuous emotions. Their expressions were remarkably uniform, all reflecting astonishment, indeed, sheer astonishment. They were seasoned and knowledgeable, yet they struggled to grasp the reality before them. The atmosphere grew increasingly surreal. After a prolonged silence, Shanks finally managed to articulate. "What is this?" Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 5. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki, a gentle breeze swept across the sea, stirring the waves that crashed against the ship, producing a rhythmic sound. The water shimmered in deep blue, with occasional glimpses of sea creatures beneath the surface. Yet, on the deck of the Red Force, everyone remained frozen in place. What had once been a lively and boisterous scene was now enveloped in silence, an eerie, deathly stillness, as all were engulfed in a stupor. Is this truly Conqueror's Haki? Captain, you must be certain. It cannot be. Beckman was the first to regain his composure. Upon hearing Shanks' declaration, he immediately inquired further. The overwhelming pressure they had just experienced was unmistakable. With Beckman's discernment, it was evident that this was indeed Conqueror's Haki. However, what truly bewildered him was the fact that this formidable Haki emanated from Monki, a young recruit he had brought aboard merely 2 weeks prior. In such a short time, Monki had grown remarkably. Beckman had thought it commendable if he could hold his own against Krosta, yet now he was capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki. Captain, could we have misinterpreted? Jezeb and Lakiru ventured to ask. It seems unlikely. It cannot be that we all sensed it incorrectly, Shanks replied, his voice steady. With those words, the atmosphere was once again charged with astonishment. Conqueror's Haki, a talent said to appear once in a million, signified the potential to become a ruler. This gift was exceedingly rare. Shanks himself possessed the highest caliber of Conqueror's Haki, which had enabled him to achieve his formidable status among the 4 emperors. While possessing any form of Conqueror's Haki was already an extraordinary feat, to now sense it from a newcomer who had only just boarded 2 weeks prior was astonishing. Could it truly be that Monki had awakened Conqueror's Haki? How could this be possible? Jezeb was incredulous. Not only he, but also Shanks, Lakiru, and Beckman, who had brought Monki aboard, found it utterly unfathomable. Such talent was indeed rare. In that moment, Monki's presence eclipsed even Shanks, making him the focal point of the gathering. The overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the ship, compelling the gaze of every crew member upon him. Although no one had yet succumbed to unconsciousness, some less experienced crew members were already showing signs of distress. Conqueror's Haki? Krosta was momentarily dazed, though he had never witnessed it firsthand. He had certainly heard of its legendary status. How could such a rare phenomenon awaken in Monki? Particularly during their confrontation, he could hardly fathom that aboard this vessel, which accommodated hundreds, there existed not one, but 2 individuals awakened with the Conqueror's Haki. This revelation was utterly astonishing. At this moment, Krosta found himself thoroughly subdued. Although Monki was merely an apprentice pirate, his prowess had already surpassed Krosta's own. Within the realm of pirates, strength reigns supreme. Those who possess formidable power earn the respect of others. Reflecting on Monki's capabilities from merely 2 weeks prior, Krosta lamented that he might never again have the opportunity to catch up to him. This realization filled Krosta with profound dismay. In just 2 weeks, Monki had achieved a level of strength comparable to, if not entirely eclipsing, Krosta's decade-long efforts. Was this the essence of genius? Is innate talent truly more significant than relentless toil? I concede. Krosta remained braced against the deck. Though his heart brimmed with frustration, he uttered his surrender. The position he found himself in was too humiliating. To persist would only lead to further disgrace. It was only now that Krosta recognized his own insignificance. What did a bounty of 94 million berries signify? Without strength, everything is rendered meaningless. Even an apprentice pirate could outmatch him, rendering his bounty a cruel jest. Monki, having regained his composure, remarked, a stroke of luck. Krosta resolved that even if he could not match Monki's pace, he would steadfastly follow in his footsteps. As long as he continued to evolve, he too could become a formidable warrior. With Monki ahead as a benchmark, he would have a tangible goal to strive for. Turning around, he noted that the gazes of those around him, previously fixated on the spectacle, were now directed squarely at him. When did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? Red-haired Shanks approached, unable to contain his curiosity. It was not long ago, Monki replied, and indeed, it had been brief. In fact, when Shanks arrived, Monki's awakening was partially attributed to him, though such sentiments would remain unspoken. Recognizing Monki's reluctance to elaborate, Shanks nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the implication. It has been ages since I witnessed a new Conqueror's Haki, Shanks exclaimed, then fixed his gaze intently on Monki, pondering if this young man truly harbored the potential of a king. He sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. Then Beckman entered and inquired, "So, can you wield the Conqueror's Haki at any time?" Theoretically, it was indeed possible, though it would deplete one's stamina, necessitating replenishment. Monki nodded in acknowledgement. After all, The methods of unleashing the Conqueror's Haki were etched in his mind. Could one truly master it immediately upon awakening? Shanks regarded Monki with an expression of bewilderment, as if he were gazing upon a peculiar creature. He had never heard of anyone who could effortlessly wield the Conqueror's Haki immediately upon awakening it. If this were true, then Monki would indeed be an extraordinary anomaly. Even he himself, when he awakened the Conqueror's Haki years ago, had to endure a prolonged period of cultivation and practice before he could master it. Monki's astonishing encounter only deepened the mysteries swirling in the mind of red-haired Shanks. This Monki was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Well done, kid. I knew I was right about you. Your talent is truly exceptional. Even awakening the Conqueror's Haki, Ben Beckman chuckled. Not overthinking the matter, merely recognizing Monki's formidable talent and good fortune. It's just luck, Monki said, feeling somewhat bashful. Luck? The others nearby exchanged glances. Incredulous, if this was luck, why had they not experienced such fortune themselves? Were they all afflicted with some kind of misfortune? Let us all return to our duties, Shanks ordered, not wishing to let this matter disrupt the ship's operations. Upon hearing Shanks' command, the crew dispersed, though clusters of them continued to discuss the day's battle, which had left a profound impression. They had not only witnessed the growth of a newcomer, but had also felt the presence of the Conqueror's Haki emanating from him. Now, their ship boasted 2 individuals who possessed this rare power. Chapter 6. The little monster on board this battle concluded with Monki's victory. Yet the shock it delivered lingered long after. The entire encounter was filled with dramatic twists and turns, leaving an indelible mark that would not soon fade. Red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Lucky Roo, and the other senior members of the red-haired pirates were all astounded by Monki's extraordinary talent and resolved to nurture him diligently. The Conqueror's Haki is no trivial matter. Without substantial innate ability, one cannot even awaken it, let alone master it immediately upon awakening. The fact that a newcomer on their ship could awaken the Conqueror's Haki was indeed astonishing. Who could have believed it? Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it incredible. Just 2 weeks prior, this boy had stepped aboard as a frail fledgling, yet now, merely a fortnight later, he had grown to such heights. While it is said that only 1 in a million possesses the talent for the Conqueror's Haki, having talent and being able to awaken and utilize it are 2 entirely different matters. Many possess the talent but cannot harness it. The rarity of the Conqueror's Haki is almost unimaginable, yet now, a newcomer has surpassed even the seasoned veterans among them. I can almost foresee this lad's future. He may well become one of the 4 emperors, and our ship would then have 2 sovereigns aboard. Alas, it is truly the era of the youth. We are aging. On the ship, discussions about Monki continued unabated. He even acquired a new title, the Haki Kid, signifying a novice endowed with the Conqueror's Haki. In their eyes, the only aspect of Monki worthy of attention was that Haki, as his own strength still required significant development and training. On the deck, Shanks, Beckman, Burgess, Roo, and the other senior members of the red-haired pirates remained stationary, not moving an inch. Roxas stood nervously before the group of formidable figures, with Monki beside him. However, Monki was unfazed, gazing leisurely at the sea. Being surrounded by such powerful individuals did not intimidate him. He felt relaxed instead. Captain, is there something you need? Roxas asked anxiously. You still have considerable room for improvement. Calm your mind and do not let this defeat frustrate you, Shanks replied. Rest assured, Captain. I will put in the effort. I must go train now, Roxas said hurriedly, dashing into his cabin. Shanks nodded, choosing not to add anything further. Once Roxas departed, the group once again encircled Monki, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Feeling their gaze, Monki felt like a small, vulnerable rabbit, isolated, diminutive, and helpless. Monki, you had better confess honestly. How did you awaken your Conqueror's Haki? The cadre collectively inquired. It just awakened like that. Is there some special method to assist in awakening it? Monki responded innocently. It seemed there was no known special method. Shanks found himself somewhat inclined to believe Monki's words. The awakening of the Conqueror's Haki is indeed a mysterious phenomenon, elusive and inscrutable. Some may suddenly awaken it due to certain experiences, while others might naturally awaken it through training. Each person's awakening process is unique, and thus, no one has been able to distill a common thread from it. Very well, you may go train, Shanks concluded, not pressing for further answers, waving his hand dismissively at Monki. Upon hearing this, Monki swiftly exited the deck, eager to conceal his secrets. The more he spoke, the greater the risk of exposure. So it was best to retreat. Once Monki had retreated into the cabin, the others began their discussion. Ben Beckman expressed his astonishment. I truly did not expect this. This boy's talent is astonishingly formidable. Thankfully, we brought him aboard. Are you certain he was a novice when he joined us? Shanks remained skeptical. Absolutely certain. When he first boarded, he could barely hold a sword. His steps and breathing were erratic. This was no act. This seemed credible, for before he had unleashed the Conqueror's Haki, his battle with Roxas had been rather conventional. Even his swordplay appeared to be that of someone who had only recently begun training. Jesus Burgess concurred. So, he really did transform from a weakling to this level in just 2 weeks, successfully awakening and mastering the Conqueror's Haki. Shanks sighed. 2 weeks is but a fleeting moment for warriors of their caliber. Yet for Monki, it had been a period of remarkable growth, propelling him toward the potential of a king. While it was incredible, the reality appeared to align with this notion, as Ben Beckman remarked. Another little monster indeed. I wonder how he has developed so rapidly. Vice Captain, haven't you been monitoring his training? Please share your insights. Jesus Burgess chimed in. Ben Beckman pondered before responding. He seems rather carefree, engaging in menial tasks daily, then practicing swordsmanship on the deck. There is nothing else remarkable about him. Surely, he isn't having extraordinary adventures while sleeping in his cabin. Lucky Roo, munching on roasted meat, interjected, this kid's growth rate is astonishing. Awakening the Conqueror's Haki, his talent is simply unparalleled. Just think, if we devote ourselves to nurturing him, it would be merely a matter of time before he becomes an unparalleled powerhouse. Fortunately, Ben Beckman brought him aboard. Otherwise, if the other 4 emperors had gotten their hands on him, it would have been a catastrophe for us. Indeed, this is the most significant news. If Monki were to join forces with those 3, it would spell our doom, undoubtedly making him a formidable adversary. Shanks concurs with this sentiment. All the officers are well aware of this fact. Moreover, Monki's rapid growth is truly astonishing, akin to riding a rocket. Should such a person become our enemy, it would render us restless in our slumber. Shanks gazed at Ben Beckman with admiration, exclaiming, You have truly rendered a great service. Chapter 7. Instructing the young monster in observation Haki and armament Haki on the deck. After a brief conversation, everyone dispersed, leaving only Shanks and Ben Beckman to enjoy the sea breeze. What are your plans? Ben Beckman inquired, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. After a moment of contemplation, Shanks replied, It's rather surprising that Monki has suddenly awakened the Conqueror's Haki. In light of this, we should arrange for someone to teach him both observation Haki and armament Haki, equipping him with more means of survival to prevent an untimely demise. A slight smile graced Shanks's lips. For a young lad with such potential to have appeared in the Red-Haired Pirates, it is imperative that we safeguard him. The notion of an untimely end is something Shanks would never allow. Allow me to handle the instruction of observation and armament Haki, Ben Beckman volunteered. Oh, that sounds quite agreeable. It's rare to find something that piques your interest so much. This lad is in for a tough time. Shanks laughed heartily, already envisioning Monki being put through the paces by Ben Beckman, who was known for his seriousness and unwavering dedication in teaching others. Should Monki show even a hint of negligence in his training, he would undoubtedly face a tempestuous reckoning. By the way, Captain, weren't you supposed to send a message to Whitebeard? Ben Beckman casually remarked. Hearing this, Shanks understood his intent. You wish for the lad to undertake a journey for some training, don't you? That could work well. Ben Beckman admitted without a hint of embarrassment. Shanks, in deep thought, said, Let's not rush into that just yet. Focus on teaching Monki observation and armament Haki for now. I am starting to feel a bit of anticipation. The following day, a gentle breeze graced the deck. Monki stood on the deck with his katana, facing the serious expression of Ben Beckman, who stood before him. Today marks the first day of your training with me. However, I will not start you off with the basics. Instead, I will directly teach you the application of observation Haki and armament Haki. First, tell me, do you understand the essence, characteristics, and applications of observation Haki and armament Haki? Monki, unaware of these concepts, shook his head. Ben Beckman continued. Observation Haki is the ability to foresee danger by observing the expressions and movements of others, allowing you to evade many threats. As for armament Haki, it enhances both your offensive and defensive capabilities. When your fists are imbued with armament Haki, you can directly strike the essence of a Logia-type user. Additionally, armament Haki can be applied to your weapons or even your body, forming a protective shell. However, remember that the larger the area you protect, the weaker the protection becomes. Drawing his katana, Ben Beckman declared, Merely speaking is of little use. Let me demonstrate observation Haki. Attack me with all your might. As long as I do not call for a halt, continue your assault. Understood, Monki replied, raising his katana and striking down fiercely. Yet, Ben Beckman, as if foreseeing the attack, deftly shifted to the left. As Monki's strikes quickened, a curtain of blades began to form, relentlessly targeting Ben Beckman. However, he seemed to anticipate everything, evading each of Monki's attacks effortlessly. Observation Haki. Monki recognized that Ben Beckman was currently demonstrating observation Haki, which allowed him to predict the enemy's attack patterns and trajectories. Such an ability in combat is terrifying. No matter how many times the enemy strikes or how powerful each attack may be, if they cannot land a blow, then they are merely exhausting their energy in vain. Every assault becomes utterly futile. That's enough. Stop. Upon hearing this, Monki ceased his attacks. Ben Beckman smiled slightly, observing Monki before asking, "Do you understand?" "This is observation Haki." "I understand." Monki nodded affirmatively. Ding. A purple level ability has dropped nearby. Do you wish to acquire the purple level ability? Seeing Ben Beckman emanating a purple glow once more, Monki felt a surge of joy. Acquire. The purple level ability is the skill Observation Haki. Do you wish to absorb it? Monki was taken aback. Could today truly be his lucky day? To awaken both Observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki in a single day is remarkable. Absorb. A warm current flowed through his body. However, due to the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, Monki did not find it particularly surprising. Observation Haki awakened. Now, I will commence your training in Observation Haki. Ben Beckman announced, retrieving a wooden stick and weighing it in his hand. You will sit with your eyes closed, using the pores of your body to perceive. But remember, do not open your eyes. I will attack you from various angles, and you must evade my strikes solely based on your bodily awareness. Only through this method can you truly cultivate Observation Haki. Monki obediently sat cross-legged on the deck, his eyes tightly shut. Monki, even though you have awakened Conqueror's Haki, do not let impatience cloud your mind. Training requires calmness. Observation Haki must be earned through relentless practice, unlike Conqueror's Haki. Remember to abandon your sense of hearing. Do not attempt to listen for the sound of the wind. Ben Beckman raised the wooden stick and struck towards Monki's shoulder. In the next moment, Monki slightly twisted his shoulder, evading the blow. To have avoided the first strike, was it mere coincidence? Soon after, he also evaded the second strike. And the subsequent third and fourth blows followed suit, each effortlessly dodged. Ben Beckman was astonished. The first was a fluke, the second luck. But to evade every single attack, this was skill. Skepticism arose within him as he continued to launch numerous strikes, yet each one missed its mark. Monki's extraordinary performance left Ben Beckman at a loss for words, as all his prepared admonitions became unnecessary in that moment. Red-haired heard a knock on the door and opened it to find Ben Beckman standing outside, his face alight with excitement. Did I not instruct you to teach Monki D? Luffy the art of observation Haki and armament Haki? What brings you here? Ben Beckman laughed heartily. Have you ever witnessed what true genius looks like? Suddenly, a brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 8. The terrifying learning ability of a genius. Are you referring to Monki? Red-haired asked, bewildered. What has happened to him? A multitude of questions flooded Red-haired's mind, leaving him utterly confused by Ben's unexpected visit and his cryptic statements. I followed your orders to teach that boy Luffy both observation Haki and armament Haki. But do you know what transpired? Ben Beckman's expression shifted to one of peculiar strangeness. The two settled onto the sofa, enjoying a glass of rum, and Red-haired inquired, what occurred? As you suggested, I went to train Monki in observation Haki and armament Haki, only to discover that some geniuses are truly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. I have encountered numerous so-called geniuses in my time, yet I have never seen anyone like Monki. I dare say, no genius can rival him. Ben Beckman stated with grave seriousness, his tone leaving no room for debate. Wait. Explain what you mean. What could have led to such a high appraisal of Monki? Red-haired still struggled to comprehend. On this ship, everyone knew that Ben Beckman was renowned for his stern and serious demeanor, so one would expect Luffy to be reduced to tears under such rigorous trainings. Yet the events seemed to have unfolded contrary to his expectations. Let me ask you, how long did it take you to master observation Haki back in the day? Red-haired fell into contemplation at the question, recalling events from many years ago. After a moment's reflection, he remembered that it took him about 4 or 5 days to transition from complete novice to a rudimentary understanding of observation Haki, during which he had hardly slept, tirelessly honing his skills just to barely cross the threshold of mastery. 4 or 5 days, why do you ask? He replied, in the eyes of others. Such a time frame was already considered exceptional. Even Ben Beckman used to believe the same. Many could not grasp the concepts even after a month or a year of effort, let alone achieve mastery. Now, can you guess how long it took Monki to go from zero to mastering observation Haki? Ben Beckman teased, building suspense. Half a day? No, you couldn't have taught him in that short a time. Perhaps just a few hours? Red-haired ventured cautiously. Ben Beckman shook his head and raised a finger. An hour? That seems utterly terrifying, Red-haired gasped in shock. But then, to his astonishment, Ben Beckman continued to shake his head, saying, You're mistaken. Initially, Red-haired thought an hour was a challenging feat, but it seemed that it was even less. Could it be merely a quarter of an hour? He recalled how he had labored for 4 days to achieve what he thought was remarkable, but here was Monki, potentially accomplishing the same in a mere 15 minutes. This was beyond what one could label as genius. No genius could achieve such a feat unless Monki had already possessed the skill of observation Haki. But if he had, why was he devoid of combat prowess? Was this an awakening from the past few days? Yet no one had taught him. Red-haired was left hanging on Ben Beckman's every word. How long did it actually take? Please, do tell, he urged, growing increasingly impatient. Captain, how can you lack a sense of humor? Ben Beckman sighed, recognizing that he had no choice but to slowly reveal the truth. It wasn't half a day, nor a few hours, nor even a quarter of an hour. He mastered it after just one demonstration. What? He learned it in one go? Red-haired exclaimed. Indeed. I merely explained the characteristics of observation Haki and demonstrated it once, and he was able to grasp it, Ben Beckman confirmed. Are you certain he had no prior knowledge? Red-haired pressed. Absolutely. Everyone knows how weak he was when he first boarded the ship, Ben Beckman insisted. Do you comprehend how frightening it is for someone to learn observation Haki after merely one demonstration? And to learn it under my guidance, can you fathom my astonishment? He exclaimed excitedly. One demonstration. Even for Red-haired, one of the 4 emperors, this was unfathomable. It was so shocking that even someone as seasoned as he was left speechless. Mouth agape. Are you serious? Red-haired finally managed to ask after a long silence. Ben Beckman rolled his eyes. Would I just about something like this? So you're saying he had never encountered observation Haki before today? He had no prior exposure? That seems to be the case, after all. His weak demeanor 2 weeks ago could not have been an act. We would have noticed otherwise. When I asked him about the basics of both observation Haki and armament Haki, he claimed to know nothing. I observed his expression closely. It did not seem like he was lying. This revelation astonished Red-haired even further. Such remarkable talent? If he could learn observation Haki with just one demonstration, what else could he not master? This was terrifying. Many would not dare to dream of such an ability. Had it not been for Ben Beckman's words, Red-haired would have thought it a jest. Yet everything felt surreal. This young man seemed destined for cultivation. Every challenge before him appeared trivial, easily surmountable. His talent was indeed terrifying. Ben Beckman continued to murmur in excitement. However, this reaction was entirely normal. Anyone witnessing such a phenomenon would find it hard to regain their composure swiftly. Red-haired's worldview shifted again. Was observation Haki truly so easy to learn? Reflecting on the 4 or 5 grueling days he had spent just to grasp the basics of observation Haki, he had worked day and night, barely achieving entry-level proficiency. While others praised him as a genius, yet in comparison to Monki's talent, his efforts seemed utterly insignificant. Never before had Red-haired questioned his own abilities as he did today. By comparison, his talent seemed woefully inadequate. Such a terrifying learning aptitude. Was it truly something a mere human could possess? Red-haired stared at Ben Beckman in disbelief. Is this boy truly human? He asked again. Perhaps he is not. He may be a monster, Ben Beckman replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Ben Beckman's feelings were equally complex. Chapter 9. I truly believe that Monki is a genius on the deck. Luffy sensed Ben Beckman's departure and felt perplexed. He opened his eyes to see Ben hastily retreating to the cabin, his expression somewhat peculiar. What is going on? Were you not supposed to teach me observation Haki and armament Haki? Why did you only teach me about observation Haki and then leave? The armament Haki has yet to be taught. Filled with profound confusion, Monki chose to remain seated on the deck, awaiting Ben Beckman. Before long, Ben Beckman returned, accompanied by Captain Shanks. Shanks regarded Monki with a peculiar expression, as if he had encountered a strange creature. Have you mastered observation Haki? Indeed, Captain, Monki replied without hesitation. Though still in the introductory phase, he had indeed grasped the basics of observation Haki. All that remained was to become thoroughly familiar with it. Now, he had already mastered both observation and Conqueror's Haki, leaving only the untried armament Haki. However, he believed that armament Haki would not prove too challenging. What a monster! Shanks murmured. Ben Beckman regarded Monki seriously. Since you have entered the realm of observation Haki, I shall not squander time on it any further. During your free time, ensure you practice diligently. I will now begin instructing you in armament Haki, which requires your utmost concentration. It is significantly more difficult than observation Haki. Understood, Monki replied earnestly. Ben Beckman then began to channel his energy, drawing forth a katana, and Monki observed a surge of black energy emanating from Beckman's body, enveloping the sword. Following this, a layer of pitch-black armor manifested upon the blade, extending not only to the sword's body, but also to the hilt, and even covering Beckman's right hand in a layer of darkness, transforming his once fleshy hand into one that gleamed with a metallic luster. As I previously mentioned, armament Haki can be applied to any part of your body or your weapon, creating a protective layer that significantly enhances your defense. This is the utility of armament Haki. Do you comprehend? Beckman resumed his serious demeanor as he began his instruction. As Beckman wielded his katana, Monki noticed that not only did his defensive capabilities increase, but the power of his strikes seemed to escalate as well, each swing accompanied by a sound reminiscent of slicing through the air. The strength of a pirate can often be gauged by their mastery of observation and armament Haki. In the New World, these two forms of Haki are essential prerequisites for any pirate aspiring to be formidable. Ding! A purple-grade ability has been detected nearby. Would you like to acquire it? Monki observed a violet glow emanating from Ben Beckman, stifling a chuckle. It seemed the captain was on the verge of becoming entirely purple. Acquire. However, he was determined to claim any benefits that came his way. Acquisition successful. The purple-grade ability is armament Haki. Would you like to absorb it? Although Monki had his suspicions, the reality of the situation still filled him with delight. His fortune today was remarkably favorable. If he had previously been a misfortunate soul, today he was undeniably a person of immense luck. Within a single day, he had not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but had also mastered both observation and armament Haki. His luck today was truly extraordinary. He called forth his attributes panel: strength, 105 speed, 103 stamina, 101 agility, 87 skills, basic swordsmanship level 11, basic arithmetic level 2, Conqueror's Haki level 1, observation Haki level 1, armament Haki level 1. He had mastered all three forms of Haki. Indeed, joining the red-haired pirates had proven to be a fortuitous choice. A smile graced Monki's face. Despite the previous 2 weeks of misfortune, today a stroke of luck made him want to laugh. Do you require another demonstration? Ben Beckman inquired, noticing Monki's dazed expression and the faint smile upon his lips. Mistakenly thinking he had yet to comprehend the lesson, he reassured himself. It is fortunate that this lad has not reached the point of mastering armament Haki after a single viewing. Beckman felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, how would they, who had spent months or even half a year learning armament Haki, reconcile their efforts with someone who could learn it in an instant? Shanks harbored similar thoughts in his mind. He recalled that when he first awakened his armament Haki, he had practiced for approximately half a month. That period was nothing short of grueling. He trained relentlessly from dawn till dusk, often neglecting even the most basic necessity of nourishment. It was through tireless and unwavering dedication that he finally mastered the armament Haki. The two of them were lost in their reflections, oblivious to the transformation occurring within Monki. Slowly, Monki drew forth his katana, aiming it steadily ahead, and began to tentatively coalesce the armament Haki around the blade. Although it was a strenuous endeavor and the energy felt thin, he managed to accomplish it. A faint layer of black coating materialized around the katana, rendering it a fearsome sight. At last, he had grasped the essence of armament Haki. Is this the power of armament Haki? Truly, it is a remarkable force. Holding the katana, Monki gazed at the two with a smile. When the two finally snapped back to reality and beheld this scene, they were instantly petrified. Is it really possible to learn it like this? Beckman was somewhat unfazed, having witnessed Monki's rapid acquisition of observation Haki. However, Shanks was utterly astonished, left trembling in disbelief. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Just a single viewing allowed him to grasp the fundamentals of observation Haki and armament Haki. Not only did he comprehend the basics, but he was also able to wield them with remarkable proficiency. Was this child truly human? Was it really so difficult? It seemed to him that anyone could master it with just a little practice. It couldn't be that challenging. Red-haired Shanks felt an overwhelming urge to strangle this insufferable brat. With such talent and rapid learning ability, the boy feigned innocence to provoke others. If mastering observation Haki and armament Haki were indeed so effortless, wouldn't everyone aspire to become a pirate? Suddenly, Red-haired recalled a conversation he had with Ben Beckman, who had remarked that Monki possessed exceptional talent and stood a chance of surpassing him in the future. At that moment, Shanks had dismissed it as mere jest, not taking it seriously. However, now he believed it was no joke, and that reality might come to pass sooner than anticipated. This boy was truly a genius. No, a prodigy. No ordinary human could possess such extraordinary talent. The future for this child was boundless. After a while, Ben Beckman, with a smirk of mischief, inquired of Shanks, "How long did it take you to awaken your armament Haki?" Shanks' face flushed with embarrassment, and he coughed lightly, saying, "Let us not discuss it. Oh, come now. Don't be shy. Let us talk about it." Beckman teased, leaving Shanks at a loss for words. "I think we should delve into how long it took you to awaken your armament Haki. I'm quite curious." Shanks retorted, "Let us drop it. There is no point in discussing such matters." Beckman shrugged, unwilling to delve further. Shanks, too, preferred not to revisit the topic, as it was a source of embarrassment that seemed unnecessary to share. "Shanks, I have a proposal," Beckman said with a playful grin. "Why not have you guide Monki's training? I believe only you possess the capability to instruct him." No, you are far more suited to teach him." "My temperament is not suited for instruction," Shanks replied. "Who says so? You, the captain, are the master of swordsmanship. And who in this world could claim to surpass you in that art? It's not that exaggerated. It's merely courtesy and a touch of reputation," Shanks countered. Neither was willing to take on the role of instructing Monki, playfully deflecting the responsibility onto one another, creating a rather comical scene. Monki watched in amusement as the captain and vice-captain bickered like children. It was a surprise to see the usually serious Ben Beckman display such a playful side. Perhaps it was only in the presence of those he cared for that this side emerged. "Boy, you ought to express your gratitude to the captain. His willingness to guide you in swordsmanship is a rare privilege that few in the New World can claim. After all, the captain's swordsmanship is unparalleled." Beckman winked at Monki. Monki's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. "Thank you, Captain, for your guidance in swordsmanship. I shall endeavor to learn humbly." To receive instruction from a master like Red-haired was a dream for countless swordsmen. Drawing his sword, a layer of armament Haki enveloped it instantly. Without hesitation, Monki propelled himself forward. As he charged, he activated his observation Haki. In the presence of Red-haired, Monki dared not show any signs of complacency and entered his strongest state. "There is no need to be so tense. I'm merely offering guidance," Red-haired said, though internally, he regarded Monki with even greater respect. The principle of using full strength even against a rabbit was indeed a commendable habit. As Monki rushed towards him, Red-haired casually unsheathed his sword, Griffin, to block the attack. The clash echoed, and Monki felt as if he were facing a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, the captain remained immovable. Regardless of Monki's attempts and variations in his strikes, Red-haired did not budge an inch. It was as if he were rooted to the spot. His feet fused with the deck like iron to a magnet. Standing firm with Griffin in hand, Red-haired regarded Monki with a smile, yet his movements were unrelenting, each swing perfectly countering Monki's assaults. Monki marveled at Red-haired's astonishing reflexes. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of observation Haki. The sheer power was terrifying. Even his mightiest strikes failed to make an impact on Red-haired's sword. Monki was taken aback. This was overwhelming strength. Yes, every blow he delivered was executed with all his might, for he faced one of the four emperors. How could he afford to hold back? Yet, despite unleashing his full power and pushing his armament Haki to its limits, he could not shake Red-haired even slightly. Not a single inch. This was the chasm of disparity. For the first time, Monki genuinely felt the terror of a four-emperor's strength. A sword possesses life. One cannot wield it like a machine, merely cutting or stabbing without an independent strategy. Red-haired began to impart his wisdom. While blocking Monki's attacks, he also provided guidance with ease. Ding! A white-level ability has appeared nearby. Would you like to acquire it? Acquire it, Monki sighed. It seemed his luck for the day had run out. Success. The white-level ability is basic swordsmanship level 1. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb it. Absorption successful. Current basic swordsmanship level is 12. Monki felt an exhilarating sensation, as if his swordsmanship had reached new heights. It became clear that he could not overlook white-level abilities in the future. Every energy source held its significance. With the absorption of basic swordsmanship, Monki's technique grew more fluid and unpredictable, each strike now possessing a myriad of deceptive angles. What is this? Red-haired noticed, astonished that the boy was improving in his understanding of swordsmanship amidst their sparring. This realization stirred something profound within Red-Haired. Indeed, Monki was an anomaly. Improving one's swordsmanship through combat, thereby elevating one's skills, such individuals are not entirely absent from the seas but are exceedingly rare. Red-Haired had not anticipated that Monki's talent in swordsmanship could be so formidable. Observing from the sidelines, Ben Beckman also recognized this development. Has this boy made further progress? Beckman's expression shifted dramatically. Achieving growth in swordsmanship through battle, Monki truly accomplished feats that defied belief, each an extraordinary achievement. His talent was astonishingly formidable. In the midst of the flickering lights, Beckman observed the struggle of Monki, whose relentless offensive had begun to disrupt his breathing and rhythm. In stark contrast, Red-Haired remained effortlessly composed, skillfully parrying Monki's strikes without a hint of difficulty. Monki narrowed his eyes, invoking his meticulously studied sword technique, the Swallow's Return, with a sweeping arc. His katana sliced through the air, launching a faint purple blade of energy towards Red-Haired. Yet, with a mere flick of his griffin, Red-Haired effortlessly dispelled the attack. Impressive swordsmanship, he remarked with genuine admiration. However, the very blade that had just been thwarted reappeared, surging from behind Red-Haired. Startled, he deftly shifted his footing just in time to narrowly evade the strike, though the edge of his garment was nonetheless grazed. The purple energy collided with a barrel at the ship's edge, puncturing it and sending water spilling everywhere. Red-Haired could not help but be moved by Monki's formidable skill. Truly potent swordplay, he conceded, acknowledging the close call. Next time, it won't just be a matter of shifting your stance. Monki had never harbored the illusion of defeating Red-Haired. A member of the Four Emperors, the pinnacle of power in this world. I believe you can do it. Red-Haired did not dismiss Monki's words, recognizing that he had indeed earned the right to express such confidence. Chapter 11. A single strike to victory. Have you made new progress during the battle? Beckman inquired, seeking confirmation. Monki nodded, revealing that his greatest achievement was acquiring a foundational sword technique, elevating his skills to a new level. Furthermore, he had gained a clearer understanding of the terrifying strength possessed by the Four Emperors, explaining their prolonged dominion over the seas. Yet, in Red-Haired's eyes, Monki was a formidable individual, not in strength, but in terrifying potential. Your swordsmanship requires further refinement. That one technique is commendable, but the rest needs work, Red-Haired advised, patting Monki on the shoulder before departing. Young man, it's time to enhance your training. Your practical experience is lacking, and your swordplay is too rigid. Lacking the flexibility and adaptability required for real combat, Beckman imparted with earnestness before leaving. Alone on the deserted deck, Monki remained as night enveloped the surroundings. With only a scattering of stars twinkling above, he silently digested the recent battle and then opened the system's attribute panel in his mind. Strength, 105, Speed, 103, Stamina, 101, Agility, 87, Skills, Basic Swordsmanship, Level 12, Basic Fist Technique, Level 2, Advanced Sword Technique, Swallow Return, Level 4, Conqueror's Haki, Level 1, Observation Haki, Level 1, Armament Haki, Level 1. The gains from the past few days had been substantial. Not only had his swordsmanship level increased by 1, but all 3 types of Haki had also awakened. When fortune comes, it truly cannot be hindered. After adjusting his breathing, Monki prepared to return to his cabin for rest, only to encounter Roxas as he entered the ship's hold. Following the previous day's defeat, Roxas had become considerably more humble, at least refraining from boasting about his identity as a great pirate. I wish to challenge you once more, Roxas declared. Monki did not refuse. He too was curious to ascertain how long it would take him to defeat Roxas without relying on Conqueror's Haki. Tomorrow then, it is already late, and I am weary from the day, Monki replied. Very well, I shall await you on the deck in the morning, Roxas acknowledged, understanding the hour was late. If Roxas were to realize that Monki viewed him as a standard for growth, he would likely be taken aback. The following morning, the deck was alive with voices. All eyes fixed on the two standing face to face, wondering what they intended to do. The atmosphere suggested a sparring match was imminent. Surely not. Did they not just spar a couple of days ago? After some discussion, it became clear that Roxas was challenging Monki yet again. Is Roxas not intimidated by Conqueror's Haki after the last encounter? Upon hearing this, Roxas's face flushed with embarrassment. Let us negotiate. This time, could you refrain from using Conqueror's Haki? Roxas felt a bit bashful, as that was indeed Monki's own technique. No problem, Monki replied, having no intention of employing Conqueror's Haki. He aimed to test the power of Observation Haki and Armament Haki. Using Conqueror's Haki would defeat the purpose of their duel. Are you ready? I shall commence my attack. Roxas shouted, charging forward with his sword. Monki retorted, "Are you not going to use armament Haki?" Roxas hesitated. "I fear using armament Haki might injure you." "Then I shall not hold back," Monki responded, leaving Roxas speechless, suspecting that Monki had been feigning weakness since boarding 2 weeks prior. Suddenly, a layer of black enveloped Monki's blade as it clashed with Roxas's. A resounding crack echoed as Roxas's sword shattered. The crew members watching were taken aback. Roxas stood holding the hilt, the blade having fallen aside, while Monki's sword was poised at Roxas's neck, rendering him motionless, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had Monki not moderated his strength at the last moment, the outcome could have been dire. The result of the duel was unmistakably clear. "I concede," Roxas uttered, his spirit seemingly drained in an instant. Yet, his surrender was genuine. In the previous encounter, they had exchanged blows until Monki unleashed Conqueror's Haki, but today, without that advantage, Monki had defeated Roxas in a single strike. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, transitioning from chaotic noise to profound stillness in mere moments. After a pause, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. "My heavens, just one strike. Roxas has been defeated by Monki. He truly accomplished it. Indeed, I thought Monki was boasting 2 days ago. But it appears to be true. It seems none of us can match Monki anymore. His growth is astonishing." Just then, a voice broke through. "That must be armament Haki on Monki's blade, right?" The lively atmosphere fell silent again as the onlookers scrutinized Monki's sword, confirming it indeed bore the mark of armament Haki. The crowd remained in shock. If memory served correctly, Monki had not been able to wield armament Haki just 2 days prior. His rapid advancement was nothing short of terrifying. As crew members of the red-haired pirates, they understood the significance of armament Haki. But how could it be? Had he truly mastered its use in just 2 days? He seemed to have only just begun, yet that alone was remarkable. Of course, it is impressive. Consider how he was when he boarded 2 weeks ago. To become this powerful in such a short time is undoubtedly the result of his effort, but his talent seems to surpass even that of the captain. The captain had taken half a month to awaken armament Haki, yet this lad had achieved it in merely 2 days. Unbelievable. Chapter 12. Delivering a letter to Whitebeard on the deck of the Red Force, surrounded by hundreds of crew members, all eyes were wide with astonishment, their faces betraying shock and disbelief. The atmosphere was electric, fixated on the armament Haki enveloping Monki's sword. Indeed, it was armament Haki. Jesus Burgess emerged from the crowd, confirming their suspicions with a bewildered expression directed at Monki. Just 2 days prior, this youth had been incapable of wielding armament Haki, yet now had seemingly mastered its fundamentals. Was the transition from novice to adept truly so simple? At a loss for words, Jesus Burgess pondered. Lakiru, holding skewers of grilled meat, peered out from beneath his sunglasses. His small eyes filled with astonishment, the fat on his face quivering uncontrollably, clearly emotionally unstable. Apart from red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman, the other officers had all gathered, their expressions reflecting disbelief. As for Shanks and Beckman, they had anticipated such an outcome, fearing comparisons that might lead to embarrassment, thus opting to rest in their quarters. Who could explain to them where Monki had acquired his knowledge of armament Haki? Their own feelings were a tumult of curiosity, envy, and other indescribable emotions. Roxas, who had already surrendered, stood in a daze. As a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million, he understood the implications of armament Haki. Though he had feigned concern for Monki's safety, he was aware he could not wield it perfectly himself. "Have you truly mastered armament Haki?" Roxas's lips quivered as he glanced at the hilt of his broken sword, feeling utterly defeated. Just 2 weeks prior, Monki had been beneath his notice. He had assumed he was merely slightly weaker, but the reality now revealed that Monki had ascended to a height he could only look up to. He has now become an insurmountable figure. The entire process has only spanned a fortnight. Your growth over these 2 weeks has been remarkable. I am no longer your match. Yet, do not dwell on such thoughts. Every individual possesses unique talents. As long as the belief in becoming a strong person remains unwavering in your heart, no one can genuinely defeat you. Monki, unwilling to witness Loxta's flagging spirits, spoke up to untangle his inner turmoil. Monki sheathed his sword, and his Haki gradually receded. At this moment, Monki began to comprehend the formidable nature of Haki. Even at the beginner level, it had significantly enhanced his prowess. Had he mastered it completely, the results would be extraordinary. Previously, he would have to engage in prolonged battles to secure victory without using Haki. However, now, with Haki, a single strike was sufficient for triumph. You've truly impressed me, lad. Well done. Such strength is precisely what our crew needs. I apologize for previously dubbing you weak. Someone like you deserves respect. Cheers erupted from the crew, everyone rejoicing for Machi. Shortly thereafter, the red-haired captain and Ben Beckman strolled leisurely onto the deck. Upon learning the details, they were not overly surprised, for they had already witnessed the astonishment the day before. After all, Machi's mastery of Haki unfolded right before their eyes. It would have been peculiar had Machi failed to dispatch Locksta with a single blow after acquiring Haki. Captain, what exactly is this Haki of Machi's? Rakairu could not suppress his curiosity. He just learned it yesterday. What of it? The red-haired captain replied. In just a day, he grasped the fundamentals of Haki. What do you think? You all witnessed his battle with Locksta the day before. He could not utilize Haki then. If it wasn't he learned in a day. How long did it take? The red-haired captain refrained from divulging the fact that Monchi had mastered it on the first attempt. Such news could be disheartening, as it might invite unfavorable comparisons. A collective gasp echoed among the crew. He truly learned it in just one day. What a prodigy he is. Such aptitude is simply beyond our reach. Not only Haki, but the lad also mastered observation Haki yesterday, Ben Beckman remarked, unfazed by the astonishment in the room. What? He learned both observation and armament Haki in a single day? Jizusbu and Rakairu were once again taken aback by the overwhelming surprises Machi continued to deliver. I have long asserted that this lad has a promising future, worthy of cultivation, commented a crew member clad in a blue shirt, sporting a bald head adorned with a monkey. Isn't it ironic that you were the most critical of Machi from the start? You opposed the vice captain's decision to allow him aboard, someone retorted. You misunderstand. I was merely motivating him. How else would he progress so swiftly? Without pressure. There is no drive. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. The bald man laughed heartily. All right, enough of this. Everyone disperse. The red-haired captain instructed as the battle concluded, allowing the crew to return to their respective duties. Approaching Locksta, he patted him on the shoulder, saying, do not be disheartened. Put in the effort, and you too can grow stronger. Captain, rest assured, I will strive diligently, Locksta replied, his pride thoroughly shattered by these two defeats. Leaving him with only thoughts of improvement, he may no longer be the boastful pirate he once was. Now, you all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Machi. The red-haired captain waved to disperse the remaining few. I will follow closely behind and work hard, Locksta declared before departing. Ben Beckman regarded the red-haired captain with a complex expression. Are you sure this is necessary? This matter is of great significance. Mishandling it could lead to complications. The red-haired captain chuckled. Fear not. I am well aware. Monchi is the most suitable choice for this task. Observing the two converse in a language he did not comprehend, Monchi felt curious yet refrained from questioning further, confident that the red-haired captain would eventually enlighten him. The captain turned, producing a red envelope from his pocket and placing it in Monchi's hands. I am entrusting you with an exceptionally important task. Do you have the confidence to accomplish it? Captain, what is this task? Monchi inquired, feeling uncertain. Deliver this letter to Whitebeard. I believe you should have no trouble with it. Chapter 13. Departing for the Whitebeard pirates, delivering a letter to Whitebeard? Monchi was taken aback, pondering why such an important task had fallen to him. Yet he did not dwell on it further. He was now solely focused on securing a place aboard Whitebeard's pirate ship. For Whitebeard was renowned as the most formidable man in the New World. It was believed that any energy he might relinquish would undoubtedly possess extraordinary potency. Furthermore, the opportunity to engage closely with Whitebeard himself was a matter of great honor. Thus, Monki did not resist too vehemently. Are you willing to go? Red-haired, concerned that Monki might decline, inquired specifically. Of course, Captain's orders must be obeyed, Monki replied with a smile. Monki, keep the letter safe and ensure it is delivered personally into Whitebeard's hands. This journey will serve as a valuable experience for you, as you lack not only practical combat experience, but also social insight. I believe that interacting closely with Whitebeard will greatly benefit your mindset and broaden your horizons. This expedition will bring you nothing but advantages, Red-haired emphasized earnestly. Captain, no need to elaborate. I understand all that. I just want to know if the ship and map are ready, Monki asked again, tucking the letter into his breast pocket. The ship is prepared and waiting behind us, and the map is aboard. The weather in the New World is unpredictable, and given that you are on a small vessel, you must exercise caution throughout your journey. The New World has its own rules that cannot be fully learned while aboard. Many lessons must be experienced firsthand. The differences between knowledge acquired from others and that gained through personal experience are substantial, Red-haired cautioned once more. With the letter in hand, Monki retreated to the cabin to gather his belongings, disappearing from the gaze of Red-haired and Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman remarked, "It is necessary for this lad to undergo training." "But do you think Whitebeard will accept a mere apprentice pirate delivering a letter?" Red-haired chuckled. "We cannot dwell on the affairs of the youth. We can only hope he does not meet his demise at sea." Ben Beckman squinted in concern, as long as he does not encounter Kaido or Charlotte. With the mastery of his 3 types of Haki, other pirate crews should pose no threat to him. While 1 billion berry bounty pirates are prevalent in the New World, Monki, with his mastery of Haki, could easily dispatch a 94 million bounty pirate like Rocksta. Thus, those with a bounty of 1 billion are not as threatening as they may seem. Even if he does cross paths with them, the outcome remains uncertain. As for elemental users, with his mastery of armament Haki, Monki can hold his own. Overall, as long as he avoids provoking the Yonko's ships, given his current abilities, he should be able to navigate the seas with confidence. There is no need to overly worry about this lad. His character does not suggest he would fall victim to the depths. If he does not face challenges, he will never grow. Furthermore, his rapid progress necessitates some trials to temper his disposition. Red-haired spoke slowly. "Perhaps," Ben Beckman replied, still harboring concerns. As for Monki, armed with a katana and a few articles of clothing, he set off alone. His small boat was adequately stocked with fresh water and provisions sufficient for 2 months at sea. However, the vastness of the New World posed a significant challenge in locating Whitebeard's ship. Success would heavily rely on Monki's luck. The crew of the red-haired pirates were astonished to learn of Monki's mission to deliver a letter to Whitebeard and gathered to bid him farewell. "Be careful out there. The Whitebeard crew may not grant you easy passage," they cautioned. As they spoke, their gazes toward Monki shifted, imbued with a newfound respect. "There is no need to see me off. I'll be on my way," Monki waved as he departed. Just before leaving, amidst the farewell, the system notifications chimed incessantly. "Ding, white-level energy detected nearby. Do you wish to acquire it?" "Ding, white-level energy detected nearby. Do you wish to acquire it?" "Ding, blue-level energy detected nearby. Do you wish to acquire it?" Monki, fully aware of the perils ahead, unhesitatingly chose to acquire all, for augmenting his strength was of utmost importance. These energies were his lifeline in the treacherous waters of the New World. White-level energy acquired. Speed attribute increased by 1. Do you wish to absorb? White-level energy acquired. Armament Haki level increased by 1. Do you wish to absorb? Blue-level energy acquired. Stamina attribute increased by 3. Do you wish to absorb? Absorb all. Monki felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, distinctly sensing his physical capabilities strengthening. He accessed his attribute panel. Strength 105, Speed 104, Stamina 104, Agility 87. Skills: Basic Swordsmanship Level 12, Basic Fisticuffs Level 2, Advanced Sword Technique, Swallow Return. Level 4, Armament Haki Level 2, 20, Observation Haki Level 1, Conqueror's Haki Level 1. The level of his armament Haki not only increased by 1, but also gained an additional 20%. It seemed he would soon reach Level 3. It became evident that this level up was not merely a 1-point increase, but could potentially include additional percentages. Before long, Monki reached the ship's edge. Surrounded by a throng of crew members whose faces bore smiles laced with lingering concern, though they wished to conceal it from him. "Haki kid, don't perish out there. I'm looking forward to sharing a rum with you upon your return," one called out. "Who knows, by the time you return, you might overshadow us all," another added. "Indeed, with such talent, you will undoubtedly return even stronger," a third chimed in. "Haha, perhaps when you return, we will have yet another conqueror among us." With the crew's encouraging gazes upon him, Monki leaped onto the small boat. He gazed upward, his eyes sweeping over Red-haired, Ben Beckman, Yasopp, and Lucky Roo. Feeling a swell of emotion, he understood that he could no longer linger. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to part. I set off. With a loud shout, Machi turned around, resolutely rowing his small boat away. Without a trace of hesitation, Machi rowed further and further, gradually distancing himself from the Red Fist, until he became a mere speck in the gaze of the crowd, eventually vanishing from sight. He was heading towards the goal of this voyage, the Whitebeard pirates, even though he was unaware of the destination's location. Chapter 14. Is his head worth that price? A single-masted sailboat glided slowly across the sea. A gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Standing on the deck, Machi meticulously examined the map in his hands before lifting his gaze to the vast expanse of the ocean. His expression was one of helplessness, and his mind was a blank canvas devoid of any thoughts. The captain actually expected me to venture alone in search of the Whitebeard pirates. But where could they possibly be? Moreover, this map was woefully incomplete. Not to mention, I had forgotten to request the berries from him. Monki, in his exasperation, set down the map in his hands, and let out a deep sigh. He indeed forgot this most crucial matter. The gentle breeze continued to caress the sails, causing the entire vessel to sway with the rhythm of the sea wind. This ship meandered aimlessly through the treacherous waters of the New World. Occasionally, one could glimpse massive, shadowy figures darting across the ocean's surface. Those were the Sea Kings. Without dwelling too much on the situation, he pondered what to do next. After all, it was merely a matter of delivering a letter, which should not be of urgent concern. Moreover, if it were truly pressing, the captain would not have entrusted such a task to a novice like him. Monki contemplated this, yet he needed to devise a plan moving forward. The immediate priority was to locate a suitable landing spot, preferably an island, where they could replenish their supplies. Additionally, he needed to find a means to acquire some berries, for without any on hand, continuing their voyage would prove challenging. Although berries were not a panacea for all problems in these vast seas, they could alleviate many of Monki's worries without consuming too much time. The final step was to locate the Whitebeard pirates and determine their whereabouts, a task Monki deemed the most daunting of all. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates were one of the 4 emperors. No one could ascertain their current location, and given their formidable reputation on the seas, few possessed the courage to surveil them consistently. After sailing for approximately half a day, Monki finally spotted an island in the distance. Following the direction of his gaze, the ship slowly approached the coastline of the small isle. Vaguely, he could discern numerous pirate ships anchored along the shore, alongside several merchant vessels coming and going. They all docked beside the shore, rendering the small island exceedingly lively. Monki retracted the flag adorned with the skull emblem that hung from the mast. As the sailboat gradually approached the coastline, he leapt directly from the deck, landing effortlessly upon the shore of the small island. Around him, the vibrant sounds of merchants hawking their wares filled the air, indicating the island's remarkable prosperity. Monki pondered that perhaps here he could glean some information regarding the Whitebeard pirates. With this thought in mind, he strolled leisurely from the coast towards the heart of the island. Upon reaching the center, he discovered a scene even more bustling than the shoreline. Various transactions unfolded before him as people moved about, engaging in lively conversations. Monki observed an array of shops, with vendors lining the streets, including taverns and clothing stores, resembling a miniature city. Despite the island's modest size, it boasted an abundance of establishments, catering to every conceivable need. He surmised that taverns were often the favored venues for discussion and gossip, and perhaps therein he might uncover the information he sought. With this notion lingering in his mind, he gazed at a particularly opulent tavern situated beside the street. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way towards it. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, an intoxicating aroma of fine spirits enveloped him. The entire tavern was infused with the scent of exquisite wines, and one could imagine that even those with a low tolerance for alcohol would feel a slight intoxication merely from inhaling such a fragrant atmosphere. He approached the reception desk, where a statuesque woman sat, draped in a flowing purple robe that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding an air of sensuality. "Young man, would you care for a drink?" she inquired, her voice laced with a soft laughter as she gazed at Monki. "I seek to inquire about certain matters," Monki replied candidly. "Is that so?" Her eyes flickered with intrigue. "What is your name?" "Call me Longxi." "Monki, is it? You are likely familiar with our customs," Longxi said, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Could you elaborate?" Monki asked, unperturbed by his lack of knowledge regarding this establishment. This was his first visit to such an island, seeking information in a place like this. Longxi appeared surprised by his admission, quickly casting a glance at him. "Information can indeed be procured, but depending on the significance of your inquiry, a fee in berries is required. Furthermore, regardless of the veracity of the information provided, we bear no responsibility for any subsequent consequences. Thus, it is incumbent upon you to discern the truth of the information. Even if the information is false, we will still collect the same fee. Should you find the information you receive to be misleading and feel deceived, we will not refund your payment. Now that you are aware of these rules, do you still wish to pursue this information, Monki?" In essence, once information is disclosed, it severs any ties to the informant, regardless of its truth or falsehood. No one here bears the corresponding repercussions. While this may seem unfair, it is simply the way things operate here. Moreover, even if the information is untrue, the fee remains unchanged. Isn't this a form of deception? I never expected such regulations to exist here, Monki remarked, his lips twitching slightly. Do you still wish to know? Longxi did not elaborate further, instead taking a cigarette between her fingers and exhaling a plume of smoke. Naturally, Monki nodded without hesitation. What is it that you wish to uncover, Monki? Longxi inquired, her interest piqued. I wish to know the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. What? Longxi's surprise was palpable. She straightened her posture, scrutinizing Monki with a discerning gaze. Information regarding the movements of a Yonko crew commands a considerable fee, especially given your reasons for wanting to know. Can I obtain this information from you? Monki pressed on. Certainly, Longxi replied, nodding thoughtfully. However, the cost is quite steep. I shall not haggle with you. It is 80 million berries. 80 million berries to learn the location of the Whitebeard pirates? That is not exorbitant, Monki stated, meeting Longxi's gaze. However, I do not possess such berries at present. Then why waste my time? Longxi's patience was waning. Perhaps there are alternative means of compensation, Monki suggested. His eyes darting around the tavern. What could possibly serve as a substitute? Longxi asked, intrigued. Consider that man's head. Does it hold such value? Monki gestured towards a raucous corner of the tavern. Following his, they beheld a burly middle-aged man with striking purple hair, adorned with numerous tattoos. His boisterous voice echoing throughout the establishment. Chapter 15. Let us negotiate. May I borrow your head for a moment? From the instant Monki entered the tavern, his observation Haki sensed the presence of numerous pirates within. Among them, the most notable was the purple-haired man, whose imposing physique and fierce demeanor made him appear quite fearsome. Throughout Monki's conversation with Longxi, he intermittently overheard snippets of dialogue from other patrons, further enriching the atmosphere of the tavern. They all mentioned, to varying degrees, information regarding the middle-aged man with purple hair. Thus, Monki quickly became aware. This purple-haired individual is none other than Bansai, who is referred to as Hunan among pirates. He is the captain of a notorious pirate crew. Simultaneously, he is featured on a bounty poster with a staggering reward of 112 million. However, these details are not of paramount importance. What truly matters is what Monki knows. This individual, known as Bansai, is, in fact, a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Thus, he is not merely the captain of the hyena pirate crew. His other identity is that of a subordinate within the Beast's pirates. Consequently, the pirate crew assimilated by the Beast's pirates is governed and controlled by this formidable organization, thereby categorizing them as part of the Beast's pirates' influence. I trust you are aware of what you are articulating? Longxi's eyes were fixed intently on Monki, nearly petrified by his words. As she followed the direction of Monki's finger, she beheld a middle-aged man with violet hair. Being a member of the intelligence network, Longxi was naturally cognizant of the identity of this middle-aged man, Wolfbane. He is indeed one of the subordinates of the Beast Pirates. Longxi could scarcely fathom this. She believed the young man standing before her must be somewhat deranged. Otherwise, how could he utter such outrageous words? The audacity to claim he could kill Bansai was nothing short of delusional. I have no desire to engage in frivolous discourse with you, but I simply wish to inquire whether his head is worth such a price. Monki's demeanor grew increasingly impatient. Throughout their conversation, Longxi's hands trembled ever so slightly, causing the cigarette held between her fingers to fall to the ground with a soft thud. Her gaze was fixed intently on Monki, her heart racing with a sense of trepidation. He discovered that the young man before him was not jesting, but was earnestly engaging him in a discussion about a transaction. Are you serious? The fear in Longxi's eyes deepened. Is there any need to jest about such matters? Mingxi chuckled. At that moment, Longxi felt a sense of confusion. Despite having encountered numerous individuals, she found herself unable to fathom what this young man was thinking, although he appeared youthful and his demeanor resembled that of a novice pirate. For some inexplicable reason, she sensed a profound dread within her. Why did he dare to utter such words, claiming he could eliminate the pirate Bansai? He was nothing short of a madman. Even at night, as she attempted to sleep, she could not shake the image of the scene unfolding before her. His head bore a bounty of 120 million berries, a price so exorbitant that, despite being in the New World, one could easily dispatch someone to exchange it for berries in the Grand Line. Frankly, this transaction would not only be devoid of losses but would also yield considerable profit. Hence, I trust you would not disagree, would you? Mingxi smiled as he regarded her. He must certainly be a lunatic. Longxi clenched her fists tightly beneath the table, her knuckles visibly white, her countenance no longer languid but rather fraught with tension. After a considerable pause, she found it exceedingly difficult to articulate. What you speak of bears no relation to me, nor to any of the patrons within this tavern. You can only represent yourself. Should any situation arise, we shall not bear responsibility, nor can we. I agree, Mingxi continued to smile at her. Upon receiving Longxi's affirmative response, he turned his back to the counter. One hand grasped a katana as he proceeded step by step toward the position occupied by the hyena Bansai. Longxi watched Mingqi's figure, trembling all over. Her heart filled with fear and trepidation. Although this tavern had been operating for many years, it was her first encounter with such an event. The audacity of someone challenging the beast pirates was unprecedented. For centuries, few had dared to do so, making it an exceedingly rare occurrence. Is he truly prepared to eliminate the Jackal Bansai here? Longxi dared not contemplate further. He harbored a vague premonition that the events about to unfold would be indelibly etched in his memory for all his days. Seated within this gathering were none other than the pirate crews under the command of the four emperors. It was unlikely that anyone in the entire sea would dare to challenge the formidable pirate crews of the four emperors. The thought was utterly terrifying. Longxi found himself in a daze, his gaze fixed ahead, lost in a labyrinth of his own thoughts. This young man was truly marching toward his demise, though one could hardly blame him for it. Meanwhile, Monki settled himself beside Bansai. The noise surrounding Bansai began to ebb as the revelry momentarily paused. Bansai, thoroughly engrossed in his libations, raised his cup in anticipation, but his actions halted as he cast a sidelong glance at the individual beside him. He cast a frigid glance at Monki, while many of the pirates beside Bansai glared at him with palpable anger. Who is this insolent brat daring to interrupt our revelry? Does he seek death? I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. Monki, maintaining a faint smile, regarded Bansai. The boss has allowed me to approach. This individual is exceedingly arrogant, indeed. The surrounding pirates erupted in furious shouts. Young man, you truly possess no fear of death. Bansai's voice was ice-cold. His gaze locked onto Monki, the scars on his face contorting ominously. I regret to inform you that you have now become my next target. Hence the desire for a conversation. Might I borrow your head for a moment? I trust you won't refuse, will you? Monki continued to smile as he regarded Bansai. As he had yet to articulate his thoughts, the moment his words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the tavern. A peculiar atmosphere shrouded the entire establishment. Stillness, quietude, an utter lack of sound. Chapter 16. A lone individual vanquishes the entire hyena pirate crew. Inside the tavern, what had once been a cacophony of revelry was abruptly transformed into a hushed stillness. All fell silent. Not a whisper could be heard. Everyone ceased their movements. How could this man dare to act so boldly? Longxi was momentarily taken aback. Her enchanting eyes were fixed upon the silhouette of Mingqi, her lips quivering as her alluring visage turned ashen. Her gaze widened in sheer terror, revealing a profound sense of dread. Simultaneously, Bansai stood beside Mingqi, his towering stature instilling fear in all. It was not only Longxi who was startled. The other patrons of the tavern, too, were transfixed, their eyes wide with horror as they glanced from Mingqi to Bansai. Not a single soul uttered a word. They all understand the terrifying prowess of this crew. The Wolf Pirate Group, led by Bansai, is affiliated with the notorious Beast Pirates, one of the four emperors. Due to this affiliation, many pirates regard them with trepidation, fearful to entertain any thoughts of confrontation. However, at this very moment, someone dares to act so brazenly in the presence of Bansai's crew. Care to lend a head? This individual is simply jesting. A wave of fear washes over everyone, prompting a hasty retreat from the tavern. Yet, there are a few audacious souls who, driven by curiosity, suppress their inner dread and remain inside, eager to witness what unfolds next. Bansai is seething with rage. He has never been this enraged in his entire life. He could hardly bear being provoked by such an impudent young lad. Within him, a seething flame of anger was igniting. You insolent wretch, are you so impatient with life? Bansai's expression twisted as he glared at Mingqi. How dare this impudent youth openly challenge him in front of so many, even claiming to borrow his head for a moment? This was utterly audacious. Who could possibly endure such insolence? He immediately raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, preparing to strike Monki, while shouting, "Prepare to meet your end, you ungrateful brat." The boss was furious, and it seemed this lad was destined for a dire fate. I had never witnessed the boss in such a rage. This young man truly seemed to be courting disaster, daring to be so audacious before him. His audacity was astonishing. Meanwhile, the other pirates regarded the unfolding scene with a sense of morbid curiosity, gathering around to watch. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bansai's swinging fist was intercepted by Monki's sword, which stood firm like a mountain. Although Monki was not as towering as Bansai, his defense was remarkably stable. He did not budge an inch despite the force of Bansai's attack, remaining steadfast in his position. Were they truly blocked? The surrounding pirates exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Someone had managed to withstand the boss's punch, and it appeared effortless. Monki gazed at the seething Bansai, shook his head, and sighed. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries is hardly impressive. You insolent brat, you're courting death. Bansai bellowed in rage. His body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The once 3-meter-tall human gradually ascended in stature, ultimately morphing into a fearsome wolf towering at 6 meters. This is the Bansai devil fruit in its Ulang form. When he transitions into wolf form, his defense, attack, and speed capabilities soar far beyond those of his human state. It appears that the boss is truly serious this time. I have seldom witnessed the boss transform into Hulang. It seems he is genuinely infuriated this time. With a thunderous roar, Bansai exerted his strength, propelling himself backward. His force struck the ground, leaving behind a massive crater as surrounding debris cascaded down. The devil fruit? Monki squinted his eyes. He maintained an air of remarkable composure. Yet his katana began to gather a palpable aura. The blade gradually became enshrouded in a layer of dark armor, poised to confront the impending assault from Bansai. Then, with a swift and decisive motion, Lu En brought the armored sword down. Bang! Blood erupted in a crimson spray. Bansai let out a heart-wrenching wail as he gazed at his left hand, where a deep gash marred his arm, mingling with the steady drip of blood. He was momentarily unable to believe his own eyes. This lad had actually managed to breach his defenses after he had transformed into a jackal. This was inconceivable. Around him, the pirates who had gathered to watch were equally astonished, staring blankly at the scene before them. It was hard to fathom that their own leader had been injured by the adversary. Wait. A glint of cold light flickered in Bansai's eyes as he fixated on the katana wielded by Monki. This is Haki. At that moment, Monki grasped the sword and executed a swift roll, positioning himself behind Bansai. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Another strike came down. No. Bansai's expression darkened as he attempted to evade, but Monki's speed was truly astonishing. He had no time to evade. Bang! Another slash struck him, the blade nearly piercing through the left side of Bansai's waist. The wound was deep. Blood gushed forth like a spring, dyeing his purple wolf for a vivid crimson. The air was thick with the terrifying scent of rust, the unmistakable aroma of blood. Die. Bansai was utterly enraged, launching a counterattack. His massive fist descended from the air. Bang! Machi staggered back a few steps, his right hand, which clutched the katana, numbed by the impact. It must be said, this pirate, with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, indeed possessed formidable strength. At the very least, Machi was not yet capable of dispatching him in an instant. Perish. Bansai struck again. However, Machi remained unruffled, intoning secret technique, swordsmanship. Swallow return. The katana in Machi's grasp emanated a violet glow, hurtling towards Bansai with astonishing speed. The swallow return was incredibly swift. Bansai had no chance to evade. He watched in helpless horror as the beam of light surged toward him. Bang! The light pierced through his body, crashing into the wall behind him, reducing it to a state of utter ruin in an instant. The tavern itself trembled as if it were caught in an earthquake. At that moment, the light in Bansai's eyes flickered and faded. Blood enveloped him, saturating the ground around him. Soon after, he collapsed weakly onto the floor. His head and body were severed. The wolf's head rolled twice on the ground before coming to a standstill. However, its eyes remained wide open, filled with sheer terror. Everyone bore witness to this harrowing scene. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The notorious bounty of 112 million berries on the wolfish Bansai had met its end. At that moment, Machi turned to glance at the pirates who had been watching the spectacle with rapt attention, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Did one require an excuse to take a life? For Machi, as a pirate, murder needed no justification. Am I seeing things? Our captain has been slain just like that? This is no man, but a monster. We must flee. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A few minutes later, the tavern was strewn with the bodies of pirates. Their dismembered limbs scattered about. The ground was slick with blood, and the air reeked of a nauseating metallic scent. Machi surveyed the corpses on the floor, shook his katana to rid it of the blood, and stepped purposefully toward the corner where Longxi sat. At that moment, Longxi's legs trembled uncontrollably beneath her chair. She yearned to escape, yet found herself paralyzed, helplessly watching Machi approach her step by step. Her alluring figure quivered slightly, while her beautiful face twisted in fear. The wolf pirate crew had been annihilated by a single individual. Chapter 17. Angering Kaido? What of it? The leader of the wolf pirate crew, the ferocious Bansai, had been instantly dispatched. His crew met the same fate, none spared. In a mere few minutes, Machi effortlessly eradicated the illustrious wolf pirate crew. He single-handedly slaughtered a band of over 100 pirates. Within the vast tavern, the ground lay littered with corpses, thick blood pooling beneath them. The air heavy with the stench of death. Only a handful of individuals remained in the establishment. They witnessed the entire demise of the pirate crew. Moreover, this crew was a faction under the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of 112 million berries on the notorious Wolfbane. Is it truly the end? The remaining patrons of the tavern stared blankly at Wolfbane's lifeless body, their mouths moving yet failing to utter a single word. The shock they felt was beyond expression. Wolfbane's head lay motionless on the ground, his eyes, filled with terror, fixated on the tavern's ceiling, perpetually unclosed, instilling a profound sense of dread. The metallic scent of blood in the air only intensified this fear. In a corner, Longxi trembled, desperately bracing herself against the chair beneath her, attempting to rise. But to no avail. She could only gaze in shock at the corpse of Wolfbane. He had spoken the truth. Wolfbane was not his match at all. The battle had been so one-sided that resistance was futile, leading to his swift demise. He was a pirate with a bounty of 112 million berries. Yet he was vanquished by a mere young man with such overwhelming force. Furthermore, the entirety of the Wolfbane pirates had been obliterated in an instant. It was utterly inconceivable. She never imagined his strength could be so formidable. Longxi lifted her gaze towards Monki, focusing intently on the young man. He stood amidst the pile of corpses, wielding a katana in his grasp. With each deliberate step, he advanced towards Longxi. His silhouette, backlit by the surrounding light, appeared utterly terrifying. Not only Longxi, but also the remaining onlookers fixated their gaze upon Mengqi, their eyes brimming with fear and trepidation. He seemed almost like a specter. Was he truly that formidable? A single individual capable of annihilating the entire wolf pirate crew. How dreadfully alarming. Was this man a deity descended from the heavens? Moreover, he was so remarkably young. Each person felt a shiver run through their core, ensnared in contemplation of this very question. However, regardless of the circumstances, they found it hard to believe that this monkey was associated with the formidable monsters they had envisioned. In their minds, Monki's visage was utterly unfamiliar, a face they had never encountered before. They had never seen such a countenance on any wanted poster. Consequently, Monki was both terrifying and enigmatic to them as he drew closer, step by step. They all lowered their heads, their hearts filled with trepidation, lacking the courage to meet Monchi's gaze. Monchi made his way to a corner of the tavern, where he observed the visibly frightened Longxi and said, regarding our previous agreement, to exchange his head for secrets of the Whitebeard pirates. I trust you will uphold your end of the bargain. Blood dripped from the katana, sliding down the blade to the ground. The sound was faint, yet Longxi heard it distinctly. She quickly lifted her head, her eyes wide with terror as she replied, absolutely. She dared not defy Monchi's command unless she truly wished to forfeit her life. Now, tell me, where is the Whitebeard pirates currently located? Monchi shook the blade in his hand, ensuring the blood was flung off. In a fluster, Longxi hastily responded, 3 days ago. Someone informed me that he had spotted the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates in the region of the Azure Sea. The Azure Sea? Monchi's eyes sharpened. Specifically, where in the Azure Sea? I'm not entirely sure, but I have a map of that area. Longxi urgently pulled a roll of parchment from beneath the table and handed it to Monchi. A map? Excellent. This will simplify matters, Monchi remarked with a smile. He swiftly glanced at the map before contentedly stowing it away in his bosom. Then he extended his hand, pointing towards the lifeless body of Bansai. These corpses of the pirates are all yours, as per our prior agreement. You receive Bansai's remains, while I acquire the information I seek. Thus, we remain even. However, there is one more thing. I have eliminated every member of the Jackal pirate crew. Among the more than 100 pirates, aside from Bansai, many surely have bounties on their heads. At the very least, a rough estimate would suggest they are worth several tens of millions of berries. Upon finishing his words, Longxi's expression transformed into one of astonishment and bewilderment. So, do you mean? Having just witnessed the terrifying scene, she could not help but develop a newfound respect for Monchi, addressing him with the utmost formality. I require 10 million berries. And then these hyena pirates shall all belong to you, Monchi declared with hearty laughter. Perfect. This will alleviate my concerns regarding the lack of berries. Longxi involuntarily let out a soft gasp. Yet, Monchi fixed his gaze upon her intently. She bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before slowly nodding in agreement. Turning, she gestured for one of her subordinates to approach and issued a few instructions. In no time, the subordinate returned, jogging eagerly while clutching a package. Longxi handed the parcel to Monchi, stating, within this is 15 million berries. 15 million berries? Monki remarked with keen interest as he regarded Longxi. Very well. You are quite perceptive. He no longer maintained his courtesy. With a katana, he lifted the package and hoisted it upon his shoulder. He raised his foot, poised to depart from the tavern. Suddenly, he halted once more. The collective breath of the onlookers also ceased in tandem with his movement. They held their breath, uncertain whether this formidable monster would suddenly erupt in fury and annihilate them all to conceal the reason behind the demise of the Hulang pirate crew. However, he merely turned his head and smiled at Longxi, saying, "If I venture to the Azure Sea and fail to find the person I seek, rest assured, I shall certainly return here." He spoke and then departed the tavern without a glance back, leaving behind the trembling and terrified Longxi. She was engulfed in despair and fear. If he went there and found no trace of the Whitebeard pirates, would he vent his anger upon her? Longxi longed to utter something, yet no sound escaped her lips. Her eyes reflected an abyss of hopelessness. The entire tavern was once again shrouded in a silence akin to death. The entire wolf pirates had been eradicated. Without a shadow of a doubt, Monki was acutely aware that this operation would undoubtedly infuriate Kaido of the 100 Beasts. However, there was little that could be done about it. He is indifferent to these matters. To him, they were merely insignificant pests that could be dispatched with a mere wave of his hand. Should Kaido choose to confront him over these minions, he would do well to consider the presence of red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, and the entirety of the red-haired pirates, and whether they would lend their support. Let us not forget, Monki is backed by a formidable ally, the Four Emperors pirate crew. Chapter 18. He is one of the red-haired pirates. As Monki departed from the tavern, the atmosphere within began to lighten somewhat. However, the scattered corpses of pirates left the patrons in a state of palpable dread. As if they were ensnared in an icy grip, the harrowing events of the day would linger in their memories for a considerable time. A young man, unfamiliar to them, had single-handedly annihilated the entire wolf pirate crew. Has he truly left? Longxi finally rose, her legs still trembling slightly. She dragged a chair towards her and collapsed into it, releasing a sigh of relief. You all follow him and observe his next moves, but be sure he remains unaware of your presence. She instructed her subordinates as she watched them exit the tavern. Taking a deep breath, she surveyed the tavern's grim scene, overwhelmed by astonishment. Had it not been the wolf pirate crew that had been slain, her fear may have been less intense. Yet therein lay the crux of the matter, after all. The wolf pirate crew was a subordinate faction of the beast pirates. If word of this incident were to spread, the place where the wolf pirate crew met their demise would be her tavern, and it was uncertain whether the beast pirates might hold her accountable. Impossible. Longxi vigorously shook her head, as if to dispel such thoughts. Those who commit murder must face the consequences. I am merely a humble tavern owner. They cannot hold me responsible for this. I can reveal the truth to them. By then, that young man will surely be unable to escape. With this thought, she gazed towards the entrance. In truth, the wolf pirate crew was not particularly fearsome. It was their powerful benefactor, the beast pirates, that instilled terror. The audacity of that young man to provoke the beast pirates was astonishing, bordering on reckless. Moreover, the most significant aspect remained. The fact that he had indeed eradicated the entire wolf pirate crew single-handedly was nothing short of remarkable. Nevertheless, Longxi believed that Monki would inevitably become the target of the beast pirates' retribution. His demise was all but assured, for in her understanding, inciting the wrath of the beast pirates' leader was a most perilous endeavor. He is undoubtedly the most formidable force in the New World. Provoking such a terrifying monster, Monki has no chance of survival in this perilous realm. It is utterly absurd to think he could possibly escape after inciting the wrath of the beast pirates. Even if he were to follow the map and ultimately fail to locate the Whitebeard pirates, the knowledge of his transgression against the beast pirates would surely reach their members. He is entirely preoccupied with his own fate and has no capacity to return and seek me out. With these thoughts in mind, she ceased to dwell on the words Monki had uttered upon his departure. In fact, she had already resolved to inform the members of the beast pirates about the events that transpired in her tavern that day. As she contemplated this, she became oblivious to the conversations around her. I glanced at the bounty poster and noted that this young man was not listed among those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Given his strength, he clearly overshadowed the likes of the jackal pirates. His bounty must be far beyond a mere 100 million berries. However, he was absent from the bounty list. Why was that? He seemed to have materialized from thin air, leaving no trace of information regarding him. Furthermore, with such formidable strength, how had he never been mentioned before? To speak candidly, although this young man was relatively youthful, his prowess was astonishingly formidable. I believe that soon the entire new world will come to recognize his name. Longxi could no longer contain herself and let out a cold laugh. He's as good as dead. There is no need to waste time discussing him. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to her in confusion, following her gaze to the lifeless body on the ground. Suddenly, they grasped the meaning behind her words. Indeed, to anger the beast pirates was to court death. Ultimately, no matter how powerful one may be, they cannot surpass the might of that entity in the new world. It's impossible. He has been sentenced to death. The beast pirates will not spare him. The remaining patrons in the tavern began to murmur amongst themselves. One individual, glancing at Longxi, inquired, "Boss, what do you plan to do with all these bodies? If these corpses were handed over to the Navy, a substantial bounty could be earned." However, Longxi lacked the courage to take such a step. She could not risk exchanging the heads of the beast pirates' subordinates for berries. For if the beast pirates were to discover this, she could scarcely imagine the consequences. She was not so reckless as to disregard her own safety in pursuit of wealth. "I intend to inform the members of the beast pirates about the subsequent events and let them handle it from there. I do not wish to become entangled in this matter," Longxi stated with a return to rationality, her voice cold. For her, this was perhaps the most prudent course of action. The mention of the beast pirates cast a heavy pall over the guests' faces. Merely uttering his name filled everyone with a sense of dread. Once he departs from the island, I will immediately set about addressing this issue. His demise is as certain as the sun rising. He dares to seek out the Whitebeard pirates, regardless of whether what I tell you is true or false. You will never return to settle the score with me." Longxi recalled Monki's words, her heart brimming with indignation. Monki carried 15 million berries in his bag as he strolled down the street. After about 10 minutes, he had gathered all the necessary items. His mission here was thus deemed a success, having also learned the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates and eliminated the Jackal pirates to acquire the required berries. Yet, the authenticity of this information remained uncertain. Nonetheless, progress had been made. Still being watched? As Monki exited the tavern, he sensed that someone was covertly observing him from behind. However, he discerned that this individual was of no significant consequence and chose not to act. After he had prepared all the necessary items, he proceeded towards the shore. A few minutes later, Monki arrived at the water's edge, placing all his belongings upon the deck of the sailboat. With a swift motion, he leapt onto the deck and unfurled the sails. Gradually, a crimson skull flag ascended into the air, gently fluttering in the sea breeze, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the water. The sailboat drifted further from the small island until it vanished from Monki's sight. At that moment, in a secluded corner by the sea, a middle-aged man was intently gazing in the direction of Monki's departure. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared into the distance. Trembling uncontrollably, he beheld it with utmost certainty, the flag upon the sailboat. It appeared to blaze like an inferno within his eyes. Having lingered in the new world for such an extended period and frequently engaging in exchanges of intelligence, he naturally understood in his heart that the flag, adorned with a skull bearing 2 distinct gashes on the left eye, signified something profound. There was no room for error in this recognition. That was the emblem of the red-haired pirates. Consequently, did this imply that the young man was affiliated with the red-haired pirates? As the middle-aged man pondered this, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Despite the bright sunlight, he felt an overwhelming chill. Chapter 19. Clash of Titans. Innocents caught in the crossfire within the tavern. Chaos reigned supreme. The floor was strewn with debris, lifeless bodies, and shattered remnants of furniture. Several dismembered limbs lay grotesquely upon the tables. The tavern had lost its former vibrancy, now exuding a palpable aura of death. The remaining patrons remained ensnared in the haunting echoes of the recent nightmarish scene. Thus far, they were still engulfed in the aftermath. None of them emerged from the terrifying emotions. The Jackal pirate crew is indeed a subordinate of the Beast pirate crew. It is inconceivable that the Beast pirate crew would remain oblivious to this matter. Therefore, every witness present could potentially fall victim to the pursuit of the Beast pirates. You have chosen to remain. Thus, let us together arrange these corpses. I trust none among you will object, will you? Longxi cast a glance at those around her. Exuding an undeniable aura of authority, no one dared to contradict her. After all, her tavern holds considerable influence throughout the island, and Longxi herself possesses a notable reputation. Though she may not be significant in the New World, she is indeed a prominent figure on this island. Before long, the bodies were organized and stacked in a corner. The corpse of Hulong Bansai, shortly after his demise, saw the energy of his devil fruit gradually dissipate, and his wolf head reverted to that of a human. Though his eyes remained fixed in an unblinking stare. Everyone, leave at once. Longxi waved her hand in exasperation. Today has been nothing short of disastrous. Her beloved tavern lay in shambles, a sight of devastation. It would be days before she could resume operations, resulting in a significant loss of berries. Longxi, are you certain you wish to inform the beast's pirates of this incident? One of the patrons inquired cautiously. Do you have an alternative? Longxi replied impatiently. She perceived this as her sole means of survival, a way to absolve herself of any suspicion and to convey that the events of today bore no relation to her. After all, facing her was one of the 4 emperors, the beast pirates. Any one of them posed a threat she could not contend with. They are demons who kill mercilessly, treating murder as casually as one would partake in daily meals. Should she conceal this matter? The members of the beast pirates would undoubtedly seek her out at her tavern to settle the score. At that point, escape would be an impossibility. In this part of the New World, any sensible person would refrain from provoking the notorious 4 emperors, particularly the beast pirates, known for their foul tempers and propensity to kill when things do not go their way. Consequently, Longxi is entirely convinced that this young man named Monki will surely meet a grave fate. In her heart, she has already drawn a definitive line over Monki's life. To anger an emperor signifies not only the end of one's existence in the New World, but also the onset of relentless torment, with relentless pursuers on the hunt. The only option left is to flee the New World. Otherwise, his fate is singular, a tragic demise at the hands of the beast pirates. This is, after all, the notorious beast pirates. The crowd cannot help but exclaim, "Do not even mention my humble tavern." Provoking the beast pirates would lead to our island being reduced to rubble, and that would be no surprise at all. Thus, one must never oppose the Yonko. Longxi stated with an impassive demeanor, yet within her heart, a profound dread lingered. The island now faces immense peril. Should the Yonko truly seek retribution, death would be the only outcome. In the New World, the Yonko are akin to deities. They wield absolute authority. Indeed, within the oceanic expanse of the New World, pirates are as abundant as grains of sand, and those of formidable strength are countless. Nevertheless, even amidst such fierce competition, the Yonko remain unparalleled, reigning as the sole overlords. It is evident that each crew within the Yonko possesses terrifying power. Thud, thud. Longxi turned her gaze towards the sound. The tavern's door swung open. A subordinate sent by Longxi to keep watch on Monki stumbled into the tavern, his face a mask of terror. Did he see you? Longxi's expression darkened. No, he left. The man's hands trembled slightly. He recalled the scene he had witnessed by the shore. The image of the flag adorned with a red-scarred skull was indelibly etched in his mind. He has gone, which is for the best. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Longxi's eyes. He prepared to inform the beast's pirates, intending to relay every detail of the tavern incident to them. Once the members of the beast's pirates became aware of today's events, that individual named Monki would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by countless members of their crew. Thus, his demise was inevitable. I believe only a naive young fool would dare to provoke the 4 emperors' pirate crews in such a manner, Longxi asserted. Soon, he would come to regret his actions today. As she concluded, the surrounding patrons nodded in agreement. If he had any understanding of the rules, how could he have slaughtered the entire wolf pirates crew? That's not the case. Boss, he won't die, a middle-aged man finally interjected. What did you say? Longxi's brow furrowed deeply. Even if he has angered the beast pirates, he might still have a chance to survive in the New World, the man replied. Longxi struggled to grasp his meaning. What exactly did you see? I saw his flag. He belongs to another crew. A member of one of the 4 emperors' pirate crews. He is from the red-haired pirates. As soon as the middle-aged man uttered those words, an eerie silence fell over the room, everyone exchanging bewildered glances. They stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at the man. Is that true? Longxi could scarcely believe her ears, her chest heaving with anxiety, her beautiful visage reflecting her panic. Indeed, when he left the island, he boarded a sailboat. The billowing flag displayed a red-scarred skull. I saw it clearly. It must be the insignia of the red-haired pirates. This young man undoubtedly belongs to them. As the middle-aged man spoke, he trembled with fear. That youth is actually a member of the red-haired pirates? This implies that the downfall of the wolf pirates was, in fact, a struggle between 2 formidable crews of the 4 emperors. At that moment, Longxi's mind ceased to function. Consumed by the sheer magnitude of the conflict between such powerful factions, as mere mortals, we are drawn into this turmoil. Both of these titans are formidable foes, renowned throughout the New World. As mere mortals, they cannot escape the fate of death, regardless of whom they anger. Alas, it is astonishing to discover that the young man belongs to the red-haired pirates. Everyone was left in utter disbelief, having previously assumed otherwise. He is merely an inexperienced youth, utterly oblivious to the world. However, now, their worldview has been entirely transformed. It is not merely a simple task. Opposite her stands a member of the red-haired pirates, a backdrop that none could have anticipated. Indeed, it is significantly more formidable than the deceased wolf pirates. After all, the beast pirates command numerous crews, and the wolf pirates are but one among them. However, that young man is undeniably a genuine crew member of the red-haired pirates. This raises a question. Would it be prudent to inform the beast pirates? Should I tell them, or pretend this incident never occurred? Longxi found herself in a quandary, realizing that the unfolding events were slipping beyond her control and deteriorating. A chill enveloped her. Chapter 20. A single effort elevates the red-haired pirates. Longxi now stood at a crossroads, her predicament proving intolerable. How might one describe it? It was as though one were adrift at sea, confronted by sea kings ahead, while merciless pirate ships pursued from behind, regardless of whether she advanced or retreated. Self-preservation seemed unattainable. To her left loomed the beast pirates, to her right, the red-haired pirates. Both formidable crews were subordinate to the four emperors, representing the most powerful forces in the New World. Longxi found herself ensnared between these two pirate factions. In truth, any action she took would inevitably provoke hostility and pursuit from the opposing crew. As this realization dawned upon her, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her. After all, she was merely a minor chief responsible for intelligence. She could not comprehend why fate had thrust her into such a precarious dilemma. Faced with these two mighty emperors of the sea, any slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. There was no room for error. Furthermore, she struggled to fathom that the seemingly oblivious young man was, in fact, from the ranks of the red-haired pirates among the four emperors. Despair consumed her. Unable to bear the weight of her thoughts, she collapsed to the ground, her countenance reflecting her dismay. Was her life truly destined to conclude in such a manner? The remaining patrons in the tavern, witnessing Longxi's expression, could not help but feel a twinge of concern for their own fates. None of them anticipated such a situation. Confronted with the clash between these two formidable pirate crews, as mere mortals, they could scarcely fathom the unimaginable consequences of becoming embroiled in their conflict. Faced with such terrifying powers, they found themselves utterly defenseless. I truly did not expect that young man to be a member of the red-haired pirates. The expressions on everyone's faces soured. Suddenly, Longxi stood up, her hands clenched tightly, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged man as she inquired, "Are you seeing things? Or is he merely attempting to flaunt the name of the red-haired pirates? If he truly belongs to the red-haired pirates, I would have certainly encountered his name on the relevant bounty posters," she asserted. "I suspect he is an imposter. The red-haired pirates cannot possibly have such a crew member." As soon as she finished speaking, the patrons of the tavern appeared enlightened. Perhaps there was indeed some plausibility to this. Otherwise, why did no one have even the slightest recollection of his appearance? If he were genuinely a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, they would surely have crossed paths. "Fetch the bounty posters pertaining to the red-haired pirates," Longxi commanded the middle-aged man. Shortly thereafter, a stack of bounty posters was handed to her. Longxi's expression was a mix of tension and seriousness as she meticulously examined each poster. After confirming that none belonged to Monki, she set them aside on a nearby table. The crowd gathered around Longxi, equally curious about the young man's potential connection to the red-haired pirates. Could it be that he was merely masquerading as a member of the crew? If that were the case, his audacity was truly remarkable. They genuinely admired him. For impersonating a subordinate of the red-haired pirates would undoubtedly cross a line, and once the crew learned of this, they would surely retaliate. Moreover, he had slain Bansei, inciting the wrath of the beast pirates. This indicated that he had simultaneously angered two of the four emperors. And it was only a matter of time before both pirate crews unleashed brutal retribution upon him. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Such a scenario was unfathomable. It was inconceivable that anyone could survive the combined pursuit of two four emperor pirate crews. Longxi anxiously flipped through every bounty poster, and suddenly, her fingers grasped a somewhat tattered one. Her lips trembled, eyes wide with terror and shock. She held the bounty poster aloft for the patrons to see. Name, Monki. Bounty, 10,000 berries. Status, intern of the red-haired pirates. Noteworthy achievements, none. All eyes were riveted on the bounty poster in Longxi's hand, and the tavern fell into an eerie silence. After what felt like an eternity, one patron swallowed hard, breaking the stillness. It was then that they began to comprehend how the situation had escalated. A gust of wind swept through the tavern, causing the bounty poster to flutter from Longxi's grasp and land atop one patron's head. He picked it up, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed. He is a subordinate of the red-haired pirates. The man's expression shifted from disbelief to reluctant acceptance, his hands trembling. This bounty of only 10,000 berries? I cannot fathom it. A pirate with a bounty of merely 10,000 berries has managed to kill someone with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries? Has the Navy lost its mind? Is this bounty poster intended to mislead? I have never encountered a pirate with a bounty of 10,000 berries capable of slaying one valued at over 100 million. How terrifying. Why would the Navy assign such a low bounty to someone so formidable? Are they mocking us? For a pirate of his caliber, the Navy is only willing to offer a bounty of 10,000 berries? If any bounty hunter dares to pursue him for the reward, he would be utterly doomed. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Do you not think that the current threshold for joining the red-haired pirates is excessively high? Goodness, he is merely an intern in the crew. Yet, he had annihilated an entire pirate crew in a remarkably short span. Not to mention the fact that he had killed Bansett, whose bounty stood at an astonishing 111 million berries. The reality, however, was not as they imagined. Within the red-haired pirates, only Monki possessed such strength. The other interns aboard the ship were not nearly as formidable. Lost in thought, Longxi concentrated intently on a singular matter, the surrounding conversations gradually fading into the background. She replayed the details of Monki's introduction on the bounty poster in her mind, intern of the red-haired pirates. This confirmed his affiliation with the crew, but what was to be done now? How was she to proceed? Longxi found herself engulfed in profound despair. If despair had a flavor, she was now intimately acquainted with it. Sandwiched between two Emperor pirate crews, how could she possibly avoid succumbing to hopelessness? One misstep could cost her life. Chapter 21. Disturbance of the Drought. Response from the beast pirates inside the tavern. Longxi disregarded her outward appearance, trembling uncontrollably as she collapsed onto the floor. Her face, undeniably alluring, was overshadowed by deep resignation and despair. Witnessing her state, the patrons gradually fell silent, each finding an excuse to leave the tavern. After all, the unfolding events were beyond their capacity to discuss. This was a conflict between four Emperor pirate crews. As ordinary individuals, if they become excessively entangled in this matter, they are bound to meet a tragic fate. They profoundly understood this truth within their hearts, and thus chose to leave the tavern, unwilling to be embroiled in this conflict any longer. Gradually, the tavern was left with only Longxi and a middle-aged man standing beside him. Both of their gazes were fixed upon the numerous corpses in the corner, the air still thick with the nauseating stench of blood, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. An inescapable fear gripped their hearts. What shall we do next, boss? The middle-aged man's voice quivered. What do we do? Longxi too yearned for an answer, pondering their next course of action. Her mind had ceased to function, entirely consumed by despair. No one could have imagined that two individuals with close ties to the four emperors of the pirate world had come to her tavern. One was affiliated with the Beast Pirates, a faction under the four emperors, while the other was an intern serving the red-haired pirates. Moreover, this intern possessed formidable strength, almost monstrous in nature. Yet his bounty was a mere 10,000 berries, and he had astonishingly accomplished this deed. He single-handedly annihilated an entire pirate crew, earning a bounty exceeding 200 million berries. Even now, the events that transpired in the tavern with Monki replay incessantly in Longxi's mind. For a considerable time to come, she would perpetually reminisce about the occurrences of this day. After nearly half an hour of silence, a wild gleam ignited in her eyes. Her gaze slowly shifted, ultimately resting upon a snail phone. In the New World, on a small island controlled by the Beast Pirates, the sound of the snail phone resonated through the air, gradually drifting into the distance. A deep, resonant sound echoed from afar. Were it not for witnessing the scene firsthand, one could hardly fathom that such a heavy yet thunderous noise stemmed solely from the footsteps of a solitary individual. With each step, the ground quivered slightly. From the sound alone, one could envision the imposing stature of the person approaching. A remarkably tall man advanced, his physique impressively robust. He sported a single ponytail atop his head, complemented by two braided locks resembling wheat. A metallic mask adorned his face, while his head and shoulders were embellished with ivory ornaments. He lifted the telephone receiver with his exceedingly large hand. Lord Jack, the hyena pirates have been utterly annihilated. A voice filled with profound panic resonated from the other end. What? Drought Jack slightly raised his brow. Under the sunlight, his visage appeared exceedingly ferocious. Indeed, he was one of the infamous three calamities, Drought Jack. His bounty amounts to an astonishing 1 billion berries, which serves as a testament to his formidable strength. It is said that wherever the drought passes, the land loses its vitality, and all living beings emit mournful cries in its wake. This is the essence of drought, and the reason for its ominous name. At this moment, upon receiving this news from his subordinate, Drought Jack maintains an air of calmness. What does it matter if they are all exterminated? If one's strength is insufficient, being eliminated by others is simply the way of the world. Such occurrences are commonplace in the New World, as this is the nature of existence therein. It is a survival principle. If one lacks the requisite power, they shall inevitably fall prey to the mightier. Moreover, this reality is hardly surprising to Drought Jack. My Lord Jack, the truth is that the strength of the wolf pirate crew was indeed inadequate, which led to their total annihilation by a single individual. However, the one responsible for the demise of the wolf pirate crew was none other than a member of the red-haired pirates, and this individual was merely an intern among them. Upon hearing this revelation through the phone, Jack's eyes began to glow with a crimson hue, a clear indication of his mounting fury. Red-haired Drought Jack suddenly radiated an aura of sheer terror. The news shattered the tranquility of his expression, transforming it into one of wrath. Had any other pirates been responsible for the destruction of the wolf pirate crew, he would not have been overly concerned, for he was far too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. However, if it were the subordinates of the red-haired pirates who had eliminated his beast pirates, that was an entirely different scenario. After all, they were all under the command of the Yonko. Such a situation, where one is powerless against an attack, had never before occurred. Furthermore, the adversaries had initiated the assault, thus retaliation was a certainty. Not only would they seek vengeance, but they would also demand recompense for the previous affronts as a means of preserving their dignity. Being entirely eradicated by an intern was utterly disgraceful. In a fit of rage, Drought Jack shouted into the phone, "If the red-haired pirates have already made their move, then are you suggesting that I must instruct you on what to do next? Immediately, go and eliminate that individual, regardless of his affiliation with the red-haired pirates. Since he has launched an attack on our beast pirates, he must understand the consequences of his actions. It matters not who it is. Even Red-haired himself cannot thwart our retaliation." He angrily hung up the phone, and the eyes of Drought Jack were still ablaze with fury as he forced a grin. His visage twisted in a grotesque manner. The entire island seemed to be engulfed in his wrath. The red-haired pirates. It appeared that he had not engaged in a direct confrontation with them for quite some time. Thus, this indeed presented a rare opportunity. He can engage in a formidable contest with several exceptionally strong members of the red-haired pirates. This confrontation exists within the vast expanse of the New World, where all are aware that it mirrors the prowess of Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, as one of the three calamities, the drought personified by Jack. He indulges in self-inflicted torment while simultaneously exhibiting a fierce combative spirit. No one dares to meet his gaze, for he is indeed a fearsome figure, instilling dread among all who cross his path. Chapter 22. The one they seek is himself. Days later, at the shores of Fossa, a sailboat gently approached the coastline. After furrowing the sails and tidying up the vessel, Monki leapt down from the deck. He had finally set foot on this land. Standing at the water's edge and surveying his surroundings, it had been several days since he vanquished the hyena pirates. Nevertheless, guided by the map handed to him by Longsi, he navigated his course towards the Azure Sea. However, the Azure Sea was still quite a distance away, as it belonged to the strait territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, traversing from the domain of the red-haired pirates to the waters controlled by the Whitebeard pirates would require a considerable passage of time. Upon careful calculation, he departed from the Red Force, and as of today, 3 days have elapsed. According to the distance indicated on the map, Monki must voyage for an additional 3 days to reach the Blue Sky Sea, where the Whitebeard pirates are purported to be located. Currently, he finds himself at the midpoint of this protracted journey. However, Monki remains uncertain whether the Whitebeard pirates still reside in that vicinity. Since he received this information from Ron's 3 days ago, and factoring in the 2 days required for navigation, a total of 5 days has passed. The presence of the Whitebeard pirates in the Blue Sky Sea remains an enigma. Yet, there is no alternative. This is the sole lead Monki possesses. Thus, he refrains from contemplating whether the Whitebeard pirates have vacated that location. Regardless, the only course of action is to investigate further. Monki resolves to set aside his concerns. Venturing alone for the first time at sea, he realizes that the task assigned to him by Captain Shanks is far from easily attainable. The Blue Sky Sea is still a considerable distance away from his current position, which is the Fossa coast. His next destination is Fullen Island, followed by Jella Island and 6 other islands. Only then will he truly enter the Blue Sky Sea. Monki stows the map in his pocket and then casts the anchor, securing the sailboat along the coastline. Although the vessel contains no particularly valuable items, the thought of it being swept away by the waves is quite troubling, as it would significantly delay his search for the Whitebeard pirates. First, he intends to procure some supplies on this island before embarking on the next leg of his journey. Having spent nearly 2 days at sea, the provisions he purchased on the last island have been nearly exhausted, especially the meat, necessitating replenishment. He secured the sailboat and then made his way directly to the central area of the island, walking for approximately a few minutes. He arrived at the heart of the island. This isle, while not as bustling as the previous one, sufficiently catered to Monki's needs. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air incessantly. Along the streets, numerous local citizens set up their stalls. Even though this small island lay amidst the perilous seas of the New World, its inhabitants were simple, honest folk, much like the ordinary people encountered in the Grand Line. They possess no remarkable strength, thus they require someone upon whom they can depend. It is imperative that this small island aligns itself with a formidable pirate crew. Otherwise, should a powerful and malevolent pirate cast their covetous gaze upon this place, the inhabitants of the island would inevitably face misfortune. At such a juncture, being taken under the wing of one of the 4 emperors would be an immeasurable blessing for them. As long as they are under the protection of the 4 emperors, no pirate daring to set foot on the island would dare to act with malice against them. After all, the 4 emperors are a terrifying presence throughout the New World. Monki strolled around the island, successfully selling all that he needed. Thanks to the 15 million berries bestowed upon him by Rongs, he was free from the worry of financial shortfall. To be candid, while many matters cannot be resolved with berries, they indeed afford him considerable convenience. With his hands laden with goods, he decided to hoist everything onto his back. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained remarkably relaxed, even though the items on his back were several times larger than his own frame. Yet, for him, this was hardly a burden. He strolled upon the island, catching snippets of conversation. The townsfolk were abuzz with chatter, and he leaned in to listen intently. Did you hear? 3 pirate crews arrived on our island yesterday, and they have yet to depart. One voice asserted, let me tell you, these 3 crews are all affiliated with the Beast Pirates, which means they belong to one of the 4 emperors. Is that true? Why would such formidable pirates come to our humble abode? The listeners' expressions turned grave. Fear etched upon their faces. After all, the renown of the 4 emperors was enough to instill dread in the hearts of common folk. In the New World, any matter linked to the 4 emperors sent shivers down the spines of ordinary people. And now, 3 crews under the Beast Pirates had made their presence known on their island. They had never witnessed such a scene, naturally feeling a twinge of fear within. It was rumored that their visit was to seek out a young man. Looking for someone, 3 pirate crews have landed on our island solely to find one young man. What manner of individual could possibly warrant such attention? Indeed, it is true. I have also heard that several nearby isles have been seized by the Beast Pirates, who were scouring the area in search of this person. It is utterly terrifying. What sort of individual are they pursuing? Look, this is the likeness of the man. Below it, the bounty is clearly inscribed. Anyone who can provide information regarding this individual will be rewarded with 10 million berries. Beside Monki, a bald, rotund man produced a bounty notice, his expression shrouded in mystery. This matter must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone, he cautioned. The Beast Pirates have gone to great lengths to find this young man. The reason being, not long ago, he single-handedly annihilated an entire crew under the Beast Pirates. Therefore, the Beast Pirates seek vengeance. The surrounding crowd gathered closely, scrutinizing the bounty notice. Whispers erupted. This young man possesses remarkable audacity. At such a young age, he managed to single-handedly defeat a crew of the Beast Pirates. His strength is astonishing. However, he has been exceedingly reckless. After all, in the New World, no one dares provoke the Yonko pirate crews. He has undoubtedly landed himself in dire straits. Indeed, anyone who incurs the wrath of the Beast's pirates is surely facing a dead end. Meanwhile, someone beside the rotund man spoke up. Could I take a look at that bounty notice? The man lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. Upon merely glancing, his eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. He looked at the likeness and then back at Monki. His hands began to tremble involuntarily. A profound silence enveloped the area. Everyone stared at Monki in astonishment. Monki said nothing. He simply seized the bounty notice from the bald man's hand. As he had anticipated, the portrait printed on the notice was indeed his own. This was no surprise. He had already suspected as much. He chuckled softly and returned the bounty notice to the bald, rotund man. He faced the panicked gazes of the crowd, and with a smile, Monki declared, I can answer all your questions. Indeed, I am the young man the Beast Pirates are seeking. Chapter 23. I am merely an ordinary intern, so do not be afraid. As soon as Monki finished speaking, the atmosphere around him grew even more eerie. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, with not a single soul daring to utter a word. The 10 or so individuals surrounding Monki stood in complete stillness, as if he had become a black hole of sound, starkly contrasting with the vibrant, bustling street just a few meters away. The bald, rotund man stared at Monki in a daze, an unsettling chill coursing through him, a palpable sense of fear. He could never have imagined that on their island, he would witness the legendary figure who single-handedly annihilated the entire hyena pirate crew. Moreover, the surrounding dozen or so individuals, who had also heard this news, shared the same incredulous sentiment as the bald, rotund man. They found it hard to believe the events unfolding before their eyes. You. The bald man uttered but a single word, rendered speechless and unable to articulate any further thoughts. He simply cannot fathom it. At this perilous moment, the 3 pirate crews of the beast pirates are scouring the land for him. Astonishingly, this young man dares to appear brazenly on their island. It is crucial to note that these crews are all under the aegis of the beast pirates. Furthermore, and of utmost importance, these pirate crews possess formidable strength. Yet, at this critical juncture, they unexpectedly discovered that Monki had come here alone. Do not be afraid. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Moreover, I seek your assistance in notifying the pirate crew on this island of my presence. After all, there is no need for me to hide away. If they wish to seek me out, they are most welcome to do so. There is no need for them to exert themselves in a futile search. However, they must act swiftly, for once I have completed my affairs, I shall take my leave. A subtle smile graced Monki's face as he spoke softly. Then, he departed from the neighborhood, burdened by his enormous package, while the crowd he left behind stood in a daze, gazing in the direction from which he had vanished. After a prolonged moment, as the echoes of his departure faded, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. As they regained their composure, they realized that each of them was slick with a layer of cold sweat on their backs. The sea breeze swept by, bringing with it a chill. Is this? One person dared to utter, shattering the previous silence. Is it really the one who vanquished the hyena pirate crew? How audacious of him to come here directly. Moreover, knowing that the beast pirates are seeking vengeance, he still chose to arrive. Surely, he must be aware that these 3 pirate crews are subordinates of the beast pirates. Right? My heavens, how can he possess such boldness? It appears he truly has a death wish. He even instructed us to inform the beast pirates of his whereabouts. The expressions of fear on everyone's faces had yet to dissipate, and they were all engaged in hushed discussions among themselves. They could never have anticipated the scene that unfolded today. This young man boldly stepped forward to confront the vengeful pursuit of the beast pirates. He is indeed audacious, having consumed the courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. However, I suspect he remains oblivious to the fact that he faces not merely these 3 individuals, but the formidable 4 Emperor's pirate crew lurking behind them. Yesterday, I took the opportunity to peruse the bounty notices of the pirate crews that arrived on our island. And each captain among those 3 boasts a bounty of no less than 100 million berries. Even if this young man were capable of single-handedly vanquishing the entire wolf pirate crew, he would still stand no chance against the members of the 4 Emperors Alliance. Yet, I am left pondering why he does not hastily flee, allowing us to reveal his whereabouts instead. The youth is undeniably impulsive, perhaps still grappling with the gravity of the situation. The tavern is abuzz with activity. The 3 pirate crews that have come to this island have converged here, with approximately 1,000 pirates clamoring and drinking raucously. The very roof of the tavern seems on the verge of being shattered by the cacophony. In the very heart of the tavern, 3 imposing figures sit with an air of undeniable authority. There is the captain of the Giant Eagle pirate crew, Green the Giant Eagle, the captain of the Sword Tiger pirate crew, Cook the Sword Tiger, and the captain of the Grey Mouse pirate crew, Rupert the Grey Mouse. Each of these captains commands a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, making them formidable adversaries in their own right. Moreover, the stakes are even higher. They all share the same identity, belonging to the beast pirates. Furthermore, these 3 individuals are all capable users of Zoan-type devil fruits. Perhaps it is precisely because they possess the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits that they are deemed worthy to join the beast pirates. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The 3 captains turned their gazes towards the source of the noise. A pirate was making his way towards them. Is there any news? Inquired Grey Rat Rupert, scrutinizing his subordinate. Boss, there is indeed new information from outside. Several individuals have spotted the lad we were instructed to search for by Lord Drought. The subordinate replied without delay. Is that so? The 3 captains' spirits lifted. They had not anticipated that they would truly await this moment. Such a splendid opportunity to achieve merit must not be squandered. Should we inform Captain Cypherhead? Asked Sword Tiger Cook. Cypherhead is one of the most favored aides of Drought Jack. His status far surpasses that of the three captains. The news of the pursuit of Monki was conveyed to these three individuals by Cypher. No need for that. A glint of brilliance flashed in the eyes of the gray rat, Rupert. He remarked, "Are you suggesting that you do not wish to monopolize this opportunity? If we succeed in this endeavor, the chief of the drought will undoubtedly reward us handsomely and regard us with newfound respect." The other two, upon hearing his words, began to feel a stirring of ambition. Indeed, their thoughts resonated with one another. After a moment, the giant eagle, Green, expressed his concern. "However, this individual possesses the capability to annihilate the entire Jackal pirate crew single-handedly. Should we not inform Cypher?" "Green, why do you lack faith in yourself? You are a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. How can you be so timid? Do you truly believe he can defeat all three of our crews alone?" retorted one of the captains. "If you are afraid, simply stand aside. Rupert and I can handle him ourselves." Faced with the mocking remarks of the two captains, Green's expression soured. "I am merely considering the situation thoroughly. It is not that I fear that brat. Since you are so adamant, let us confront him together. I certainly shall not stand idly by." Thus, it was agreed that the three of them would unite, confident in their ability to vanquish him. After all, he was merely a minor lackey of the red-haired pirates, posing no significant threat. Even if he did manage to eliminate the Jackal pirate crew, it would simply reflect poorly on their strength. We are indeed far superior to them. Consequently, the three pirate crews under the Beast Pirates began to conspire to take revenge on Monki. Chapter 24, Surrounded at Sea, Certain Death? By the shores of Fossa, Monki, burdened with a massive package, approached the ship. With a vigorous motion, he effortlessly tossed the package onto the deck. A resounding thud echoed as the package landed aboard. Monki glanced back at the shoreline, surveying his surroundings. There was a flicker of anticipation on his face, a spark in his eyes. He had kept the conversations with red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman etched in his memory. What he lacked now was not an upgrade in strength or speed, but rather the mastery of his own power. In other words, he must endure numerous battles to unlock the full potential of his abilities, and in doing so, he can elevate his swordsmanship to a higher level. Therefore, upon learning that the pirates under the 100 Beast Pirates had arrived on this island, he resolutely decided to come here and reveal his identity to the island's inhabitants. He pondered that the leaders of the Beast Pirates would soon come knocking at his door. This way, he would have the opportunity to hone his skills through combat, which was the very purpose of his arrival here. Little did he expect that by vanquishing the Jackal pirates, he would inadvertently offend the Beast Pirates, who had dispatched a multitude of foes to hunt him down. Yet, this turn of events was not entirely unfavorable. It granted him a chance to further refine his abilities. Monki glanced at the coastline, noting the absence of any commotion or sight of pirates. However, in the nearby corners of the shore, there lingered a certain tension. He could sense that a dozen or so life forms were silently observing him. They must be the inhabitants of the island, covertly watching his every move. This implies that the three members of the pirate crew would soon come seeking him. If my conjecture is accurate, these onlookers are the very ones relaying his whereabouts to the Beast Pirates. Monki did not regard them with any concern and had no intention of taking action against them. Not long ago, he had revealed his identity before the crowd, and thus he felt no resentment towards the islanders for their behavior. Minutes passed. Yet Monki still did not see the pirates pursuing him, which puzzled him. Could it be that they had heard of my defeat of the Wolf pirate crew and were too intimidated to pursue me? If that were indeed the case, he would feel quite disheartened. He has arrived here with the intent of engaging in battle. He turned and ascended the sailboat. With a swift motion, he raised the sail. The flag, emblazoned with the red scarred skull, fluttered in the sea breeze, strikingly visible under the sunlight. Among the onlookers lurking in the shadows, there was the bald, rotund figure. In their eyes, there was nothing but that crimson pirate flag, leaving them utterly astonished. They were all frozen in place. Despite being in the sunlight, a chilling sensation enveloped them. Am I not mistaken? Isn't that the emblem of the red-haired pirates? The bald, rotund man could no longer suppress the tremors in his legs. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the pirate flag fluttering in the air, fear gripping his heart. Could it be that the lad who had provoked the Beast Pirates was a subordinate of the red-haired pirates? Good heavens! This was indeed a clash between two of the four emperors. In that fleeting moment, they found themselves at a loss. Yet, even in such a dire situation, the bald, portly man attempted to reassure himself, wishing to quell his terror. This lad was still on a path to demise. Just look over there. Following the direction of his finger, one could faintly discern in the distance 3 colossal pirate ships approaching from 3 distinct directions towards the pirate. The flags on these ships were painfully familiar. These 3 ships belonged to the beast pirates, who had only just landed on their island the day prior. The conflict between the beast pirates and the red-haired pirates. A struggle among the 4 emperors. I surmised that even if that lad named Monki had the backing of the red-haired pirates, he could hardly escape death. These 3 pirate crews were indeed subordinates of the beast pirates, boasting thousands of reckless pirates among their ranks, each captain's bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Now, this lad was trapped with no way out. Truly, youth had clouded his judgment. I had thought to myself, how audacious he was to brazenly expose his position. Did he believe he could contend against all 3 crews from the beast pirates simultaneously? Such a notion was utterly fanciful, entirely impossible. Even with his affiliation to the red-haired pirates, that was an unattainable feat, all of them fixated anxiously on the distant shore, their tension palpable. They believed that this young man named Machi was doomed. The 3 pirate crews gradually approached the shore, effectively sealing off all possible escape routes for him at 3 distinct locations along the coast. If he felt fear at this moment and attempted to flee back to the island, it would only lead to his demise. Consequently, the local residents who were secretly observing concluded that this young man had nowhere left to turn. In the face of the formidable beast pirates, his fate seemed sealed. The inevitable outcome was clear. He would be besieged and annihilated by the 3 pirate crews. Perhaps this was what one might call a desperate situation. Although this young man was a fledgling and served under the red-haired pirates, how could he possibly evade the relentless pursuit of 3 pirate crews on his own? Moreover, the captains of these crews were ruthless demons, formidable beings with immense power. Even if he had single-handedly vanquished the entire wolf pirate crew previously, what difference would it make now? Regardless of his extraordinary abilities, today he would meet his end. The 3 pirate crews boasted a total of 1,000 men, while Machi stood alone. Thus, without any support, his fate was all but assured. He was as good as dead. Chapter 25, with a single stroke. The entire pirate ship shattered into pieces. On the shoreline, Machi beheld the 3 enormous pirate ships floating upon the waves, each blocking the gap to the island from different directions. At this moment, Machi found himself cornered against the coast of the island. The situation was abundantly clear. If he did not defeat at least 1 pirate ship, he would be unable to sail away from this place. They intend to encircle me? Machi's eyes narrowed into slits, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. He leaped into the air. He ascended to the deck, where Machi's gaze fixated on a distant expanse of sea, several hundred meters away. The positions of the 3 pirate ships were roughly equivalent to Machi's distance from them, all situated beyond a few hundred meters. Surrounding him on 3 sides, they completely obstructed the coastline. Behind Machi lay nothing but a small island. If he wished to escape, his only recourse would be to retreat to the island. Yet, even then, he would find no sanctuary. However, how could Machi possibly flee? He has come here solely for the purpose of battle. Did he not inform the islanders precisely to incite the events that are unfolding now? 3 formidable pirate crews, comprising perhaps over 1,000 members. The 3 crews, under the banner of the beast pirates, possess considerable strength. They surely cannot be inferior to the wolf pirates. Otherwise, they are well aware that Monki single-handedly annihilated an entire crew of hyena pirates. If their strength were insufficient, they certainly would not dare to confront Monki. Since they have come, let me witness the prowess of these pirates hailing from the beast pirates. Monki smiled with ease. He sailed his vessel toward the pirate ship directly ahead. The sound of tumultuous water surged across the surface of the sea. The onlookers from the coastal corner could hardly comprehend why this young man dared to approach the members of the beast pirates. Astonishingly, he even took the initiative. His audacity was notable, albeit somewhat reckless. It seemed evident that the outcome of this encounter was all but certain. The spectators murmured among themselves, their expressions filled with tension. At last, Monki's ship came to a halt just a few meters from the central pirate vessel. At such a close range, Monki could clearly see the deck of the formidable pirate ship, surrounded by a throng of menacing pirates, approximately 300 in number. Their expressions were filled with disdain as they gazed upon the small sailboat of Monki. Indeed, the disparity between friend and foe was overwhelmingly vast, both in terms of numbers and the size of the pirate ships. Moreover, Monki was alone in this endeavor. In stark contrast, the opposing pirate vessel boasted over 400 pirates. Their sheer numbers instilled a greater sense of confidence among them. While their audacity was notable, it did little to alter the inevitable fate that awaited him. I had heard from others that this young man was merely an intern in the red-haired pirate's crew. It was astonishing that he would so recklessly provoke the members of the Beast Pirates. The pirates on the deck were also engaged in discussions regarding this matter. They clamored loudly, completely disregarding Monki. Heavy footsteps approached from the deck. The formidable figure of the giant eagle, Green, emerged onto the deck, towering over Monki with piercing eyes. Lord Jack commanded that anyone who dared to provoke the Beast Pirates was courting death, an invitation to demise. The surrounding ruckus surged, nearly shattering the deck with its intensity. Jack. Monki's gaze flickered. Among the Beast Pirates, the title of Lord Jack could only belong to one individual, the Drought Incarnate, one of the three calamities. To think that merely vanquishing a small wolf pirate crew would catch the attention of such a formidable figure was beyond his expectations. Monki was taken aback. However, he lifted his gaze to survey the imposing silhouette of the pirate ship. The skull-shaped flag billowed high above. The vessel bore no unique characteristics, resembling countless others in the New World. Its sides bristled with cannons. A cacophony surrounded him. The pirates were shouting and bellowing incessantly. How irritating. If only they would silence themselves. Monki looked up at those aboard the ship, all the pirates casting scornful and furious glances in his direction. Slowly, Monki drew a katana from his waist. His hands gripped the hilt of the knife with unwavering determination. He fixed his gaze upon the colossal pirate ship, his expression one of unwavering focus. An aura of lethal intent emanated from his being. The blade of his katana gradually became enveloped in a dark, malevolent armor, transforming its once silver sheen into an ominous black, glistening coldly under the sun's rays. Let me give it a try, he mused, contemplating whether he could cleave the ship asunder with a single stroke. A playful smile danced upon Monki's lips as he continued to stare intently at the vessel. The more than 400 pirates aboard the ship erupted into laughter at Monki's audacity. Look at this fool. Does he truly believe he can make a move? One jeered. This is the most amusing joke I've ever heard. He dares to think he can resist us with his paltry strength against such overwhelming numbers? What a colossal farce. Their mocking laughter echoed, dismissing his efforts as futile, a mere struggle of a cornered beast. Yet, standing behind them, the imposing figure of the great eagle, Green, remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. That was Haki. He could discern it. Monki's strength was, in truth, not as feeble as many had presumed. However, upon further reflection, he reassured himself, for we possessed a full complement of 3 pirate ships. Thus, his unease dissipated. Standing on the deck of the sailboat, Monki brandished his katana, murmuring incantations, secret technique of swordsmanship, yin return. He forcefully struck the air with his blade. In an instant, a beam of violet light emanated from the edge of the sword, encircling Monki before swiftly darting towards the pirate ship ahead. It seemed as though the very air had been rent asunder. In a heartbeat, that blinding radiance reached the forefront of the pirate vessel. The speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the ship, who had been mocking Monki, remained utterly oblivious to the luminous phenomenon unleashed by Yen Fan. Yet, one individual witnessed it all, the colossal eagle, Green. He squinted his eyes in astonishment and immediately shouted, "Abandon ship." Before he could finish speaking, a beam of purple light struck the pirate ship. Boom. The resounding noise reverberated across the sea, generating colossal waves. This radiant beam rent the entire vessel asunder, leaving the pirates aboard no time to evade. The deck was cleaved in two, and the entire ship trembled violently. The cacophony ceased as onlookers were rendered speechless, gazing in disbelief at the spectacle before them. My heavens! They remained ensnared in a state of astonishment and incredulity. Crack! A series of fissures erupted upon the deck incessantly. Before long, the once mighty pirate ship lay in utter ruin. Chapter 26. All confidence shattered by the assault, the great pirate vessel lay fragmented, scattered upon the waters. Massive remnants of the ship plunged into the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. With but a single stroke, the grand ship had been dismembered into several pieces. At that moment, the pirate ship, now destabilized by its division, could no longer remain afloat. Water began to seep onto the deck. Jump overboard! The crew shouted in a frenzied rush. Moments later, Monki witnessed the pirates leaping into the sea like dumplings, their figures dotting the surface of the water. Their faces were etched with sheer panic, staring in disbelief at Monki, who stood resolute upon the sailboat, utterly devoid of the arrogance they had displayed moments prior. They can hardly believe the moment they have just experienced. A single stroke. Indeed, the young man they once regarded with disdain wielded a single stroke, effortlessly cleaving the massive pirate ship asunder. With remarkable ease, he reduced their vessel to mere splinters. This was truly astonishing. The pirate ship they inhabited was an immense vessel capable of accommodating thousands of individuals. Who could have imagined that it could be so effortlessly obliterated by a single strike from a young man? They found it hard to accept the reality before them. Is this truly the case? Did he really shatter our ship with a single strike? It seems impossible. This young man possesses extraordinary strength. He is a monster. As they floated upon the sea, they expressed their astonishment. How terrifying it is that he is but one individual, yet with such remarkable ease. He incapacitated them all with a mere move. Gradually, the once mighty pirate ship, which had ruled the waves, began its descent to the depths. As the water crept over the entire deck, the wreckage of the vessel slowly vanished beneath the horizon. At last, this battered pirate ship was consumed by the sea. To think it took only one blow to obliterate such a formidable ship. Those adrift in the ocean gazed toward the position of Monki, their eyes and hearts filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. He is nothing short of a terrifying fiend. Do we still stand a chance against him? The confidence they once held with great pride was shattered by the techniques of Monki. At the moment Monki unleashed his move, the pirate ship's captain, the great eagle Green, transformed into the form of a colossal eagle, soaring through these waters. His eyes were filled with hatred and fury, fixated intently on Monki. The sea gradually returned to its former tranquility. From a distance, the vast expanse of ocean, which had previously showcased 3 pirate ships, now revealed only 2. The third having succumbed to eternal slumber beneath the waves. Standing on the deck, Monki calmly sheathed his katana, lifting his gaze to the majestic eagle circling overhead. His expression devoid of emotion. He closed his eyes, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze against his face. A faint smile graced Monki's lips, at last. He could enjoy a moment of tranquility. He opened his eyes and gazed into the distance, locating the positions of the remaining 2 pirate ships. At that moment, those 2 vessels followed Monki's line of sight. The captains of the ships, Sword Tiger Cook and Grey Mouse Rupert, exchanged glances from a distance of approximately 100 meters apart, both displaying expressions of grave concern. At that moment, the scene unfolding before them had obliterated the pirate ship of the giant eagle, Green. It was only at this time that they comprehended the full extent of the devastation. They suddenly realized why the jackal pirates had been completely captured. This young man was no ordinary individual. Rupert and Cook privately pondered this revelation. Above them, the great eagle, Green, swooped down upon a pirate ship, transforming back into his original form. He appeared exceedingly furious, striding towards Rupert with a grave expression. His anger was palpable. "This person is nothing like you described," Rupert sighed and said solemnly. "I am well aware of that. If the 3 of us do not unite to confront him, we might indeed be defeated," Green retorted with ire. The moment when Monki swung his sword lingered in his mind, filling him with unease. At that instant, as this scene unfolded before their eyes, they witnessed Monki destroy the entire pirate ship with a single stroke. They could no longer underestimate Monki. The prowess of this individual far exceeded their expectations. "Have your men gather the ships with Cook," Green commanded, his expression dark. Rupert echoed the same directive to his crew. The 2 enormous pirate ships drew ever closer, enveloped in a heavy silence, their previous banter replaced by a palpable tension. Indeed, after witnessing Monki's strength and the destruction of Green's ship by Monki, their demeanor had transformed entirely. Their confidence wavered precariously at that moment. 3 captains stood side by side on the deck, their expressions grave. They all gazed towards Monki's position, acutely aware that, despite his youth, he was not to be trifled with. Defeating him would prove far more challenging than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the shore, the bald, portly man and the islanders around him were left astounded by the scene before them. Their faces were etched with fear as they stared in disbelief at the spot where the pirate ship had sunk, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. This spectacle had profoundly shocked them, resembling a nightmarish vision. It was accomplished with but a single strike. He merely employed one technique. The bald man muttered, utterly at a loss for words. To think such a colossal pirate ship could be annihilated by a solitary individual. What manner of creature is this? It seemed that the beast's pirates might indeed find it difficult to contend with this fellow. I never imagined that an intern from the red-haired pirates would possess such formidable strength, capable of obliterating an entire pirate ship with a single blow. It seems the 3 pirates from the beast's pirates ought to seriously reconsider their strategies for battle. I have underestimated this young man. Is he not a monster? His power is truly terrifying. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, both curious about what would transpire next and gripped by profound trepidation. Nonetheless, I still believe he cannot best these 3 pirate crews. The bald man, however, held a different opinion. He gazed intently at the distant pirate ship and remarked, "Their captain will surely unite to confront this young man. I doubt he can prevail," he observed quietly. Only when the three captains launched their assault would the battle truly commence. Chapter 27. Board the ship. His strength had been significantly enhanced. On board, Monki cast a glance at the remaining pirates on the sea. Their recent attack had sent their massive pirate ship plummeting to the ocean depths. Consequently, they had no choice but to leap into the water in a desperate bid for survival. Upon the surface of the water, the pirates floated, their eyes filled with terror as they swam towards the shore, while a few made their way towards the remaining two pirate vessels. Yet, none dared to approach Monki even a single step. His power was overwhelmingly formidable, and the memory of the earlier events lingered in their minds. Were they planning to unite? Monki had already anticipated the ensuing developments, thus he felt no surprise. Despite their previous audacity, these pirates were indeed capable. After witnessing Monki's might, they could no longer regard him as an inexperienced youth. This, in fact, made things considerably easier for him. There was no need to seek them out individually. The subsequent actions of Monki left everyone astonished. He altered his course, steering his sailboat gradually towards the remaining two pirate ships. This scene did not escape the notice of the pirates aboard, and naturally, the three captains of the pirate ships, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, were also keenly aware of it. They watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Monki's sailboat drew nearer to them. They stood resolutely on the deck, bracing themselves for the impending assault. "Steady now," Rupert the Grey Mouse stated calmly. At his command, the pirates aboard the vessel seized their weapons, their eyes fixated on the diminutive sailboat ahead. Their hearts a tempest of fear and anxiety. At last, Monki's small craft approached before them, and Monki lifted his gaze. He stood on the deck of his vessel, gazing at the two ships before him. Without overthinking, he leapt. Bang! He landed on the ground with remarkable grace at that moment. He has already arrived aboard the pirate ship. Before him stood three pirate captains who regarded Monki with icy stares, yet dared not act hastily. Surrounding the four of them were several hundred pirates, each wielding a weapon. They cast disdainful glances at Monki, yet beneath their scorn, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. They indeed had not anticipated this. The audacity of the young man to approach their vessel alone was remarkable. He dared to openly challenge them. However, recalling the recent events, the pirates were hesitant to rush forward recklessly. "You possess quite a bit of nerve, having seen us aboard this ship and yet still daring to come here," remarked Sword Tiger Cook coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, sending chills down one's spine. Now, however, three captains had united. Regardless of how formidable Monki might be, they firmly believed that as long as they joined forces, Monki was destined to perish. The mighty Eagle Green and the Grey Mouse Rupert stood behind the Sword Tiger Cook, surrounded by a throng of pirates with watchful eyes. Should an ordinary individual stumble upon this ship and witness such a scene, it would surely terrify them to the point of paralysis. If a battle were to ensue, it would be unwise to engage on his petite vessel, for it would be swiftly obliterated. Yet, fighting aboard their grand ship would yield a different outcome. At the very least, Monki would have the opportunity to strike several decisive blows. As a crew member of the red-haired pirates, you have audaciously vanquished the minions of the beast pirates. Surely, you comprehend the implications of such an act. Are you, esteemed gentlemen, implying that Captain Red-Haired is provoking our beast pirates? Cook remarked coldly. If the beast pirates were to hold grudges over these insignificant minions, I dare say our Captain Red-Haired would not shy away from a confrontation with you. Monki chuckled. Do you truly believe that the demise of these minor characters warrants vengeance? Would Kaido instigate a grand war over their deaths? It is utterly implausible. Furthermore, Monki is merely a lowly intern. To seek revenge for the defeat inflicted by an intern is a disgraceful notion. If Kaido were to learn that his subordinates were vanquished by an intern from the red-haired pirates, it would be a matter of profound embarrassment. He certainly would not strike first against Monki. Rather, he must first eliminate his incompetent subordinates, who are utterly useless if they cannot even handle an intern. How arrogant! Green was infuriated. The three pirate crews were already on high alert, prepared to launch a direct assault on Monki. Go ahead, let me witness your true abilities. Can you bring about my demise today? If you cannot slay me, then today shall mark your own demise. Monki slowly drew the katana from his waist. A voice resonated in his ear from the system. Ding. Green fragments detected nearby. Would you like to collect them? Ding. Green fragments detected nearby. Would you like to collect them? Ding. Black fragments detected nearby. Would you like to collect them? The multitude of sounds surrounded Monki. His eyes brightened. And without a moment's hesitation, he responded, collect. Collection successful. Green fragment grants 1 to swordsmanship. Yin return. Would you like to learn? Collection successful. Green fragment grants 1 to armament Haki color level. Would you like to learn? Collection successful. Black fragment grants 1 to attribute strength. Would you like to learn? Learn all. Monki felt a warm sensation enveloping him. Upon mastering the knowledge contained within the fragments, Monki's strength surged with remarkable intensity. Never had he anticipated such an immense reward before even commencing battle. Monki was in high spirits. I have grown even more powerful. This enhancement was not merely incremental. It was a significant elevation. Compared to before, this surge in strength was monumental. Monki deeply sensed the palpable changes within his body after absorbing so many fragments at once. Display attributes. Monki contemplated. Subject, Monki strength, 109-3 speed, 10-1 stamina, 106-3 instinctive reaction, 101 skills, swordsmanship basic LV12, swordsmanship, yin return LV51. Armament Haki LV2, 21, fist techniques LV2, Conqueror's Haki LV1, observation Haki LV1 attribute points. 1-1 Chapter 28. There are too many of you. Let us take a moment to rest. As expected, when Monki beheld the attribute interface, he had already anticipated the outcome within himself. All of his instance attributes have experienced significant enhancements. Therefore, upon observing the attribute interface, he felt a sense of calm rather than surprise this time. His prowess has experienced a remarkable enhancement, owing to his extensive study of numerous attribute fragments. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sight of approximately 1,000 pirates encircling him, all of whom had boarded the pirate ship. A broad smile adorned Monki's face, as he sensed that his ambitions were on the brink of realization. To him, the pirates surrounding him appeared almost endearing. After all, without them, he would not have acquired such a wealth of attribute fragments. Were it not for his arrival on this pirate vessel, he could scarcely fathom when he might attain his current level of strength. Thus, Monki resolved to make a significant decision. He contemplated that when the time for battle arrived, he should exhibit some degree of leniency towards them. At the very least, he ought to ensure that their demise was not excessively painful. Even the rarest of attributes had ascended by a level. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Monki's eyes. This was indeed an unexpected revelation. Moreover, it was not solely the attribute points that had surged. His Haki, along with his strength, level, and speed, had all experienced significant enhancement. Even the secret technique, the swordsmanship known as yin return, had risen by a level. One could only imagine the magnitude of devastation that awaited when he utilized this newfound power. It would undoubtedly surpass all previous levels. The sensation was exhilarating, as his strength had once again amplified. It was truly a delightful experience. Monki engaged every sense within his body to relish the feeling of his augmented prowess. This sensation was profoundly gratifying, akin to becoming an entirely different individual, one who is undeniably more formidable. His strength has transcended its previous limits, rapidly augmenting to a considerable degree. Even before the battle commenced, my own abilities have ascended to this level. Is this a divine blessing bestowed upon me? Or perhaps my recent fortunes have indeed taken a turn for the better? With this thought, Monki couldn't help but smile bashfully. He calmed the tumultuous thoughts in his mind. After all, he was facing 3 captains of the beast pirates and could not afford to underestimate them. Thus, Monki raised his gaze to the trio of pirate captains before him. At that moment, he felt that even alone, combating these 3 notorious pirates, each with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, would not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, had he not acquired those attribute fragments, he might have indeed needed to contemplate a strategy to confront this battle. Yet, it now appeared that the endeavor had become remarkably effortless. Monki brimmed with self-assurance. He believed that in terms of direct confrontation, he had no reason to fear the alliance of these 3 captains. After all, they were captains with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. This skirmish promised to be quite exhilarating. A glimmer of anticipation and excitement sparkled in Monki's eyes. It was the perfect opportunity to assess just how much his strength had truly augmented. After all, while the enhancement of his physical prowess was merely a numerical representation, its effectiveness in actual combat remained to be seen. The 3, Giant Eagle Green, Grey Mouse Rupert, and Sword Tiger Cook, exchanged glances, each harboring their own calculations. They stood approximately 5 meters away from Monki. What were they waiting for? Let the battle commence. The 3 individuals simultaneously unleashed the formidable powers of their devil fruits. In an instant, the 3 captains transformed into colossal beasts. The mighty eagle, Green, morphed into an enormous hawk, soaring through the sky with piercing, cold eyes fixed intently on Monki. Meanwhile, Rupert transformed into an enormous rat, his eyes ablaze with crimson. Standing at a towering height of 5 meters, he raised his sharp claws menacingly before Monki. Lastly, the sword tiger, Cook, assumed a humanoid tiger form, boasting a robust stature of approximately 4 meters. Any ordinary person standing before him would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed by his imposing presence. This was the manifestation of their devil fruit powers, reflecting their formidable titles: an eagle, a tiger, and a rat. It was astonishing that the adults had simultaneously invoked their devil fruit abilities. It was truly terrifying. I sensed that our elders had grown even more powerful. Were they finally about to engage in battle? With their transformations into devil fruit forms, their physical strength and speed had dramatically intensified. I believed that no matter how formidable this young one might be, escaping their clutches was impossible. We could only watch quietly as the final outcome unfolded. The expressions of the pirates were filled with excitement as they beheld their elders in their devil fruit states. Faced with such overwhelming strength, they gradually forgot the preceding events. Feeling their confidence restored, "Step back," bellowed the mighty eagle, Green, from the sky. Consequently, the pirates began to retreat. They cleared the entire space on the deck, leaving it remarkably vacant, an ideal arena for combat. Before Monki stood a mouse and a humanoid tiger, both exuding an intense aura of murderous intent. The sunlight gleamed upon the deck. The adults intended to eliminate them all. After dispatching this wretch, they would ensure his remains were utterly obliterated. A necessary act to assuage their fury, and such were the orders given by Lord Jack. Indeed, only by dismembering this individual could they demonstrate their might. Otherwise, the red-haired pirates would continue to regard them with disdain. The pirates around them stirred up a cacophony, their voices piercing the air. "You shall come to regret this. Provoking the beast pirates is a monumental blunder in your life. Furthermore, this error is poised to cost you your very existence." Sword Tiger Cook advanced step by step towards Monki. His footsteps were exceedingly heavy, each step resonating with a tremendous roar upon the deck, causing the entire ship to tremble beneath his weight, akin to the tremors of an earthquake. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and one might question the folly of believing that one's solitary strength could withstand the combined onslaught of 3 adversaries. I kindly caution you to abandon such dreams. The colossal rodent Rupert boomed with a thunderous voice, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Machi. In that moment, juxtaposed against the formidable creatures before him, Machi appeared remarkably diminutive. Around him, the expressions of the surrounding pirates were rife with excitement. Machi, however, remained remarkably composed. Casting a glance at the 2 beasts before him and then lifting his gaze to the enormous eagle soaring above, while his ears were inundated with a cacophony of noise, he turned his head and gazed. At last, his gaze was fixed upon the group of pirates surrounding him, prior to engaging in genuine combat. He resolved within himself that he must first address this issue. He slowly began to speak. "You are truly bothersome, and the presence of so many minions here is greatly hindering my ability to fight. Therefore, I suggest you take a moment to rest. This way, we can engage in a proper battle without any interruptions." He turned to the 3 of them and inquired, "What do you think of my proposal?" Chapter 29, The Astonishing Conqueror's Haki. As soon as Monki's words left his lips, Rupert and Cook, seated across from him, widened their eyes in disbelief. "What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, their hearts were filled with profound unease. All they desired was a restful slumber, free from worry. The enigmatic smile on Machi's face held deep significance. There was no need for excessive chatter. They should act swiftly to avoid prolonged uncertainties. In the sky, the mighty eagle, Green, grew increasingly impatient and declared loudly, "Proceed." With a fierce roar, Cook opened his jaws wide, revealing a mouthful of fangs, each tooth resembling a sharp blade. In that fleeting moment, both Rupert and Cook lunged towards Machi in unison. Their forms were remarkably colossal, and the immense pirate ship began to tremble due to their actions. As if an earthquake had occurred, the entire vessel rocked violently upon the surface of the sea. The great eagle, Green, soared above, surveying the scene as he sought the opportune moment to strike. He intends to end this young man's life with a single move. The captains, each with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, aim to bring Monki to his demise. I find myself quite curious about how you plan to ensure that my crew of pirates can rest easy. Rupert sneered dismissively, standing 3 meters away from Monki. This distance was sufficient for him to anticipate any of Monki's actions and respond swiftly. Thus, he harbored no concerns for the safety of his crew. "You may not withstand my power," Monki remarked with a faint smile, gazing at Rupert. For some inexplicable reason, an unsettling feeling crept into Rupert's mind. This young man's unwavering gaze irked him. Could there possibly be a flaw? No. This young man was already encircled by us. He believed that as long as the three of them united in their assault, even if Monki possessed unparalleled abilities, he would ultimately fall into their grasp. Yet, why did he appear utterly unfazed? Enough chatter. Let us swiftly eliminate him, dismember the corpse, and present it to Lord Jack as a report of our success. This is our ultimate objective, Cook declared loudly, advancing menacingly towards Monki as he spoke. His form resembles that of a humanoid tiger, exuding an immensely powerful aura that instills a profound sense of oppression. These three captains are all wielders of Zoan-type devil fruit powers. However, Monki had anticipated this long ago. Moreover, the beast pirates are indeed emblematic of beasts. Many of the pirates under their command are wielders of Zoan-type devil fruit powers. Their master, Kaido, appears to have a particular fondness for gathering those with such abilities. Let me slay him, Cook exclaimed as he waved his hand, his claws glinting ominously in the sunlight. His eyes were filled with ferocity. With astonishing speed, he lunged forward, aiming his sharp claws at the spot where Monki stood. However, Monki remained composed, leaping gracefully to evade the attack. At that moment, he cast a fleeting glance at the surrounding pirates, silently calculating the situation. It appeared that there were approximately 1,300 other pirates present. If they remained to spectate, he would indeed need to exercise caution during his impending confrontation with the three captains, wary of potential ambushes. Thus, he arrived at a rather brusque yet effective decision to allow these individuals a moment of respite. I have already stated this once. This power cannot be thwarted. Monki narrowed his eyes, surveying the colossal eagle above, as well as the rat and tiger before him, and spoke calmly. In the next instant, before the three individuals, he began to harness the latent power within his being. That power was the Conqueror's Haki. Boom. Although this aura was initially faint, it coursed through Monki's body. As he unleashed this force, it gradually intensified with each deliberate step, ultimately coalescing into a tremendous surge. In an instant, this awe-inspiring energy began to envelop all in its vicinity. The Conqueror's Haki radiated from Monki, spreading outward in all directions. Within mere moments, it enveloped the entire pirate ship, saturating every corner with its formidable presence. This extraordinary power was truly astonishing. At that moment, over 1,000 pirates, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding battle, found themselves ensnared by the Conqueror's Haki. Not a single pirate was able to escape its grasp. The three captains bore witness to this astonishing spectacle, a scene they would never forget throughout their lives. They observed as one by one, pirates collapsed, blood spilling from their mouths. Their eyes glazed over, all falling lifelessly onto the deck. In the blink of an eye, the raucous clamor of over 1,000 pirates had been silenced. The atmosphere shifted abruptly to one of eerie stillness. So many pirates succumbed to Monki's Conqueror's Haki, rendered senseless and plunged into unconsciousness. Remarkably, this transpired in just a matter of seconds. Monki had managed to incapacitate these pirates in such a brief span of time. Every pirate within the reach of the Conqueror's aura lay sprawled on the ship. The scene became profoundly quiet and oppressive. Now, only the three captains remained aboard the ship. They alone could withstand Monki's Conqueror's Haki. Not a single one of the 1,000 pirates could escape. At this moment, the three captains, transformed into their animal forms, stood motionless on the deck, lost in a daze. They were indeed taken aback by the scene before them, their hearts filled with profound fear, uncontrollably trembling. The eyes of the three individuals were also brimming with terror, a mix of fear and confusion overwhelming them as they gazed upon the thousands of pirates surrounding them. Unable to comprehend the unfolding events, what could this possibly mean? Why was it happening? Chapter 30. What just happened? The once bustling pirate ship had fallen into an eerie silence. Not a sound could be heard. On the deck, Grey Mouse Rupert and Sword Tiger Cook, transformed into their animal forms, stood frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment. They could scarcely believe the events transpiring before their eyes, merely staring at the multitude of pirate bodies scattered across the deck. Above them, a giant eagle circled, its eyes filled with dread. The three captains, each with a bounty of 100 million berries, found it hard to accept the surreal spectacle laid out before them. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, boasting their prowess as the surrounding pirates jeered at Monki. Yet now, within the span of mere seconds, all had fallen silent, creating an unsettling atmosphere. At this moment, Monki observed their bewildered and astonished expressions, and a joyful smile blossomed on his face. At last, it has quieted down. Now, shall we focus on our duel? The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki he unleashed rendered all the pirates aboard the ship unconscious, save for the three captains. Monki had long anticipated this very scene. By incapacitating these pirates, he could concentrate fully on confronting the trio before him, without the looming concern of being ambushed during the impending battle. Although Monki indeed possessed the ability of observation Haki, the risk of being outmaneuvered in the heat of combat remained a possibility. Thus, eliminating potential threats was the wisest course of action. Rupert's eyes reflected a profound mix of anger and panic. He was rendered speechless. Despite the extensive battles these three captains had endured and their vast experience, the current predicament left them feeling undeniably alarmed. He secretly speculated within himself. The techniques employed by that young man moments ago were undoubtedly the Conqueror's Haki. As Cook contemplated this, he voiced his thoughts aloud. This cannot possibly be true. Rupert's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, his heart still gripped by panic. The Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Monki enveloped the three of them, instilling a profound sense of fear, despite their ability to withstand it. They certainly would not succumb to unconsciousness like the pirates under their command, however. The sheer magnitude of his power instilled in them the realization that matters were far more complex than they had initially presumed. Conqueror's Haki. The mighty eagle, green, lingered in the air, repeatedly murmuring this term, his gaze vacant as he observed the unconscious pirates sprawled upon the deck. His eyes were searching, ultimately fixating on Monki. A profound sense of terror enveloped his heart. It was undeniable that the technique he had just executed was indeed the Conqueror's Haki. This revelation was something they had never contemplated before. Merely an intern from the red-haired pirates, yet possessing the astonishing power to wield Conqueror's Haki? No one could fathom such an occurrence. After all, among a million pirates, only one might possess such an extraordinary talent. Moreover, even if such a gift existed, it did not guarantee that one could awaken it and apply it in combat. However, at this moment, the three captains stood by, their eyes wide with disbelief. As Monki indeed executed such a feat with remarkable ease, he rendered every pirate aboard the ship unconscious, demonstrating a mastery of skill that was truly extraordinary. The captains found themselves momentarily unable to fathom this reality. In a million individuals, one might encounter a talent of such magnitude. Yet, this fellow possessed that very gift. They all gazed intently at Monki. They felt an even greater sense of fear upon realizing this. To their astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous intern possessed such formidable strength. Moreover, through the events that had transpired earlier, they have already come to a firm conclusion within themselves. This individual possesses the ability to wield the Conqueror's Haki at will. To their astonishment, you actually know how to utilize the Conqueror's Haki. Rupert gazed at Monki, the words spilling from his sharp teeth. I have long asserted that you cannot obstruct my power. Monki chuckled nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three captains turned exceptionally grim. Indeed, how could one possibly guard against the might of the Conqueror's Haki, unless they simultaneously unleash their own to counter it? The stark reality was that none of the three possessed such capability. Now then, let us commence the final battle. Monki drew a katana from his waist, the black armor upon the blade gradually enveloping its entire length. The sword transformed into an entity of pure ebony. Exuding a chilling aura, the armament Haki began to converge slowly at the tip of the blade. In a distant corner of the coast, the islanders watched intently as the pirate ship loomed in the distance. To their surprise, this young man had the audacity to board the vessel? What could possibly drive him to such a reckless decision? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Before they could finish their thoughts, they were met with a breathtaking spectacle. They faintly heard the shouts of thousands of pirates in the distance, but shortly thereafter, an exceedingly peculiar event transpired. They all collapsed in an instant, rendered utterly silent. The entire pirate ship fell into a profound stillness. The bald, portly man within the crowd could scarcely believe the scene before him. His countenance began to reflect a profound sense of panic, mirrored by the expressions of the remaining townsfolk surrounding him. They were all enveloped in a chilling fear. What on earth was happening? The bald, portly man turned to survey the expressions of those around him, only to find bewilderment and terror etched upon their faces. They struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. What had just transpired? Why had the raucous pirate, who had been shouting moments ago, suddenly collapsed? This scene was beyond their understanding. Yet it instilled profound dread. Perhaps this image would linger in their minds for an extended period. Could it be that young man? One person whispered faintly. I have heard rumors of terrifying creatures lurking in the sea, possessing the innate talent of Conqueror's Haki. Once wielded, this power could render a vast number of individuals unconscious. Anyone within its reach would be nearly helpless. Could this young man be one endowed with such formidable abilities? Indeed, the earlier scene seemed to corroborate this notion. As soon as the words were uttered, they could not help but swallow hard, their fear intensifying. If that were the case, then this young man not only possessed the Conqueror's Haki, but also wielded it with remarkable proficiency in battle. It appeared that he was truly a formidable creature, raising uncertainties regarding the outcome of this confrontation. Chapter 31. 1 against 3, yet they were powerless to resist. On the deck, Monki raised the katana in his grasp, its blade clad in ominous black armor, emanating an eerie chill that sent shivers down the spine. The armament Haki he unleashed was indeed several times more potent than before. It seemed that the acquisition of the drop card had elevated his level, resulting in this enhanced effect. Furthermore, in terms of strength, it surpassed his previous encounter with the hyena pirates. Armament Haki. Rupert and Cook's expressions darkened significantly. They stood before Monki, reflecting upon the events that had just transpired. They have genuinely come to fear this individual, despite his mere status as an intern. Yet, he possesses the innate talent of a conqueror's aura. It is solely on this account that this battle will undoubtedly require their utmost strength. Fight, Cook proclaimed. His words conveyed both determination and a hint of panic. Cook and Rupert immediately assumed a combative stance. With a surge of energy in their legs, the entire pirate ship trembled violently in response to their movement. Their bodies were immense, launching the first wave of assault with ferocity. They surrounded Monki from both the left and right, confining him in the center. Moreover, their claws gradually became enveloped in a dark armor, a manifestation of armament Haki. It turned out that these three captains possessed the innate talent for this formidable power. Although their levels could not be compared to that of Monki, they were nevertheless three formidable opponents. Charge. The colossal claws of Cook launched an assault towards Monki. With a resounding thud, Monki lazily raised his katana, effortlessly deflecting Cook's strike. At that moment, Rupert on the right also lunged forward. His sharp claws swooped down from the air with remarkable speed. Monki leaped gracefully, landing lightly on the railing of the deck. Standing atop the railing, Monki appeared to be nearly at the same height as the two individuals below. With a thunderous sound, Monki exerted power through his legs. He raised the katana in his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, swung it towards Cook. Oh no! Cook's face paled in shock as he lifted his palm to fend off Monki's attack. However, he immediately sensed an overwhelming force that was difficult to resist. A surge of alarm coursed through Cook. Could it be that his Haki was about to falter? Had it not been for his Haki, perhaps his palm would have been severed from his body. What manner of creature is this? It is exceedingly formidable. Cook hastily retreated, his eyes fixated on Monki's every movement, fear gripping his heart. He turned to Rupert and cautioned, "Do not confront him head-on, otherwise it will indeed be quite challenging to resist. Enough of the chatter. I am well aware of what I must do." Rupert felt a tumult of fear and irritation within him. He observed with clarity that the strike was indeed infused with remarkable power. Even with the application of Haki, each assault imparted an overwhelming force upon him. It is worth noting that Haki is categorized by levels. Thus possessing the talent for Haki does not render one invulnerable to blades and bullets. In comparison to Monki D. Luffy, their mastery of Haki pales significantly. They wield their bodies to employ armament Haki, while Monki utilizes weapons to harness the same power. Green, descend quickly. We are on the brink of collapse. Rupert exclaimed in frustration, directing his voice towards the colossal eagle soaring in the sky. A couple of useless fools. The majestic eagle, Green, flapped its wings and charged steadfastly towards Monki. His claws were poised to strike at Monki's head. Should he succeed, there would be no doubt that Monki would meet a tragic end beneath his lethal grip. Bang! Monki swiftly raised his katana, deftly parrying Green's assault. Not only that, but with a flick of his wrist, Monki altered his angle. Pooh! Damn it! Green let out a pained howl, vigorously flapping his wings as he ascended into the sky. His claws were severed at 2 digits by the sword of the merciless warrior. Blood splattered across the deck of the pirate ship. Again, Cook and Rupert exchanged glances, their expressions filled with distress. Thunderous! Their bodies were exceedingly massive, causing the ship to sway violently as they moved upon the deck. Monki observed as both of them launched their assaults simultaneously. Yet, Monki remained perfectly still, brandishing his katana before him. In an instant, he swung the sword in his hand, and the blade began to coalesce into a beam of violet light. He swung down with great force. Whoosh! A radiant purple light surged swiftly towards the two colossal beasts before them. There was no escaping it. They united to withstand the onslaught. Cook and Rupert stood side by side, simultaneously raising their palms, the color of armor enveloping their hands. Boom! The beam of purple light struck directly against their palms. This formidable force spread relentlessly through their hands. Their expressions were filled with anguish, yet they continued to resist with great determination. Crack. Beneath their feet. The deck began to fissure incessantly, spreading further into the distance. Despite their reluctance to accept the reality, the truth was starkly laid before them. Since the onset of this battle, up to the present moment, although they were all captains with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, they found themselves utterly overpowered by the apprentice of the red-haired pirates. Not merely outmatched, but thoroughly crushed. Meanwhile, the islanders who had been observing from the shore looked on in astonishment. They are diligently observing every move aboard the vessel. At last, the bald, portly man, guided by his observations, began to deduce. He uncovered an astonishing conclusion. The young man from the red-haired pirates seemed to be engaging in combat against the three captains single-handedly. It appeared that even when united, the three captains of the beast pirates struggled to withstand the prowess of this young individual. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. The surrounding islanders were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Their legs wobbled, trembling involuntarily. One person against three? Moreover, with a crushing advantage? Yet, his adversary is none other than the captain of the beast pirates, and the bounties of these three captains exceed 100 million berries. Yet, they are still subjected to the overwhelming onslaught of Monki's attacks. Moreover, one can easily imagine that the young man from the red-haired pirates possesses formidable strength. Chapter 32. How could such a monster merely be an intern? Whoosh. A blinding flash of light, ephemeral in nature. Crack. The deck was utterly shattered. Under this fierce slash, the deck was cleaved open, and the previously minute fissures rapidly widened. The entire deck of the pirate ship lay in ruin. Boom. Rupert and Cook braced against the immense pressure, successfully fending off this assault. However, even with the protection of armament Haki, their palms struggled immensely. Their hands were left numbed, sustaining damage, and the armament Haki itself appeared battered. I can't go on. Cook's expression was one of deep anguish. He lowered his palms, allowing them to hang at his sides. His hands trembled incessantly. Even with the protection of his armed color, he could still sense that profoundly terrifying force. He reflected on the recent attack, feeling a twinge of despair. Furthermore, his expression was notably grave. This young man possessed extraordinary strength. Rupert took 2 steps back. He stood his ground with unwavering fortune, forcefully stamping his foot upon the ground. The deck trembled beneath him, yielding a massive gaping hole. They gazed upward at the colossal eagle, Green, soaring in the sky. The sight was unmistakable. Green's body was marred with numerous gashes, his feathers drenched in blood, presenting a harrowing spectacle. We united our efforts, yet still found ourselves struggling against him. Cook felt an overwhelming sense of resentment within. He roared in anger, never anticipating such a scene would unfold. Despite being pirates with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, they found themselves outmatched by this mere intern before them. After all, compared to the Wolf pirate crew, they were undeniably formidable. For the Wolf-class bandside did not wield the dual-color Haki. Yet any one of them can skillfully wield the dual-colored prowess. Yet, even so, in the face of Monki's relentless assaults, they still find it difficult to withstand the pressure. It is exceedingly strenuous. Engage. An irate voice of Green echoed from the skies. He swiftly descended. His claws were enveloped in black armor, lunging towards Monchi's head. In the next moment, Monchi had already raised the samurai sword in his hand. The clash of his katana and Green's claws produced a jarring sound, accompanied by sparks erupting from the point of contact between the blade and the claws. With a resounding thud, Monki managed to repel Green momentarily. At that moment, Green swiftly evaded, retreating behind the two. The eyes of the 3 individuals were fixed intently on Machi. At that moment, Machi emanated an aura of death that instilled a profound sense of pressure within them, causing their movements to slow considerably. After all, they were bearing an immense weight of anxiety. If this continued, not only would we fail to subdue this fellow, but it was highly likely that all 3 of us would meet our demise here. Cook uttered these words with great difficulty. He clenched his fist tightly. Even though it was enveloped in Haki, his hand was still riddled with scars, blood seeping out continuously. At this moment, his body is also covered in scars from wounds. The 3 formidable captains appeared utterly disheveled. Each of them bore grievous wounds. Although this battle had not lasted long, they had consistently found themselves at a disadvantage, perpetually fending off Monki and never once launching a successful counterattack. They could only remain in a passive state. I do not wish to continue any further, Green remarked coldly. At that moment, Rupert and Cook turned to look at Green, their expressions filled with disbelief. What did you say? Green replied nonchalantly, if I wish to leave. There is nothing he can do about it. After all, he possesses wings, and whenever he desires, he can effortlessly extricate himself from this battle. Thus, no one can impede his escape. Rupert and Cook were taken aback by Green's audacity. If the three of them collaborated, perhaps they could achieve a stalemate. However, should Green choose to depart, only the two of them would remain. Would that not guarantee their demise? I wish you the best of luck, Green said succinctly as he departed. He unfalteringly flapped his wings and soared into the sky. However, at that very moment, a purple beam of light trailed closely behind him. Green beheld it, his eyes filled with terror. It was a blade rushing towards him with alarming speed. There was no escaping it. No. Green cried out in despair. With a thunderous roar, he was ultimately struck in midair. His body fell helplessly from the sky, landing directly on the pirate ship. The impact resonated with a deafening boom, penetrating Green's very being. When he finally landed on the deck, the residual force shattered the planks beneath him. The entire deck began to collapse, becoming exceedingly fragile, surrounded by splintered wood and debris swirling in the air. With just a single strike, merely one strike, Green found himself grievously wounded. Below the deck, in the storeroom where he had fallen, he yearned to move, yet his entire body was engulfed in excruciating pain. Summoning all his strength, he ultimately managed to crawl up from the storeroom to the deck. He lowered his gaze to himself, his body marred with splotches of blood. The very blade that had been his undoing had pierced his abdomen, and blood flowed incessantly from the wound. His lower half was drenched in crimson. It was a horrifying sight. That single strike was devastating. Observing Green in such a disheveled state sent chills down Rupert and Cook's spines. It was a scene of utter brutality. With just one move, it nearly claimed the life of the formidable giant eagle, Green, a pirate whose bounty exceeded 100 million berries. Yet, in the face of Monkey's assault, he appeared so fragile, utterly defenseless. The two could not help but turn their gazes towards Monki. Their gaze was fixated on the katana held by Monki, their lips quivering incessantly, their bodies feeling utterly immobilized. How could such an extraordinary individual merely be an intern? The red-haired pirates, how could a being of such caliber exist among them? And to think they referred to such a creature as an intern? At that moment, they felt their entire worldview irrevocably altered by Monki. They had never encountered a scene like this before. Chapter 33. One person annihilated 3 pirate crews. It was unbearable. Green limped out from the hold beneath the deck. The wound on his abdomen left him grievously injured, his body drenched in blood. Slowly, he transformed from the formidable visage of the giant eagle back into his human form. The grievous wound that pierced through his abdomen left Green gasping for breath. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, his complexion appearing exceedingly pallid. It was merely a single strike that had inflicted such dire injuries upon him. The illustrious giant eagle with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. Furthermore, he was a formidable pirate adept in the use of duel Haki. Moreover, the circumstances were far from favorable. He is now unable to maintain his devil fruit form and has reverted to his human appearance. This clearly indicates that Green has indeed suffered significant damage. Even his devil fruit form has been utterly obliterated. Has he been forced back to his original state? Rupert and Cook were left speechless, a chill creeping from their feet to the crown of their heads. At this point, the once grand and opulent pirate ship has been reduced to a state of disrepair. The vessel is riddled with signs of battle, and the deck lies shattered and fragmented. From the outset until now, seawater has begun to seep into the ship, signaling that it may soon sink. Furthermore, the sturdy mast that stands tall has been struck by Monkey's attack, teetering precariously in midair. This creature, could it truly be merely an intern? Green fixated his gaze on Monki, pondering this question in his mind. Who initially spread the word that this youth was an intern from the red-haired pirates? How could an intern possess such terrifying power? Could it be that the interns of the red-haired pirates have all become this formidable? For the first time in his life, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Having nearly been slain by an intern, there was no time to squander. It was now their turn. Monki shifted the katana to his other hand, his gaze fixed upon the 2 colossal beasts before him. He intended to bring Green crashing down from the skies, forcing him to revert to his human form. This signified that during this period, he could no longer transform into a giant eagle to escape. Thus, he needed to concentrate solely on confronting these 2 formidable creatures ahead of him. Rupert and Cook regarded Monki with a palpable sense of dread, instinctively retreating 2 steps the moment their eyes met his. Their physiques are exceedingly immense, presenting a stark contrast to Monki. However, the scene unfolding before my eyes appears rather comical. Meanwhile, in their hearts, Monki is no longer the underestimated intern they once perceived. He has transformed into a formidable monster, one so powerful that even their united forces are incapable of vanquishing him. With the secret sword technique, Swallow's Return, Monki raises his katana. The blade shimmering with a purplish luminescence, radiating brilliance from its obsidian tip. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at the two colossal beasts before him. Bang! A brilliant purple light transformed into a semicircular arc, surging forth from his hand. In an instant, this radiant beam raced toward Rupert and Cook with astonishing speed. Oh no! Fear filled the eyes of the two men. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the air. Both individuals were propelled back to the edge of the deck's railing. The railing, unable to withstand their weight, snapped under the pressure. With a splatter, Rupert and Cook both expelled blood. They reverted from their devil fruit forms back to their human selves, appearing profoundly weakened. Their heavy bodies collapsed onto the deck, rendering them immobile. In this moment, the shock they had just endured still reverberated within them. Waves of excruciating pain becoming nearly unbearable. They weakly propped themselves against the ground, spitting blood while gazing intently at Monki. The scene appeared exceedingly tragic. In their eyes, there was an unmistakable terror. At last, they came to this realization. Even if the three of them united, it would be utterly impossible to triumph over Monki D. Luffy, because their strength is no longer on the same tier. It is utterly unexpected that we have suffered defeat. Even if the three of us join forces, we cannot triumph over an intern. Cook felt a profound sense of sorrow as he let out a heavy sigh. Had I known it would end this way, they ought not to be so arrogant. We should heed the orders of Chief Hyde and await his return. We should not. Rupert felt a profound sense of regret within. Hyde. The mention of that name stirred something within Monki. He approached Rupert and Cook, casting a downward glance at their disheveled appearances. His expression inscrutable as he listened to their exchange. He heard a name. So, does that mean there are even more formidable individuals behind the two of them? Have I encountered the name Hyde before? As Monki stroked his chin, he pondered in his mind. Before long, he cast a glance at the two captains struggling at his feet, leaders of pirate crews worth over 100 million Bailey. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his katana, severing their heads with precision. Rupert fell lifeless in an instant. His head rolled across the deck, blood splattered everywhere. The mingling scent of blood and sea breeze was overwhelmingly foul. Captain Hyde will surely come looking for you. Cook observed Monki's actions, his voice filled with reluctant fury. Witnessing Rupert's demise filled him with dread. As you suggested, I shall wait. Indifferently, Monki shook the katana in his hand, flicking off the blood that clung to it. It was remarkably effortless to dispatch the captains of these two pirate crews. Thus, only one remains. Monki turned to face the battered Green, who was still at the railing. He watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Monki advanced towards him step by deliberate step. He forced a smile, but his face was etched with profound despair. He had already foreseen the inevitable conclusion. With both Rupert and Cook now deceased, it was his turn next. Green struggled to grip the railing, exerting his last ounce of strength to prop himself up, facing Monki. His expression, once filled with panic and dread, had transformed into a serene calmness, though the pain caused his lips to twitch incessantly. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Monki, having chosen the path of a pirate. He was fully aware of the perils lurking beneath the sea. I shall never submit to you. It is absolutely impossible, Green gasped, each word a Herculean effort. I do not expect you to spare my life either, Monki replied coolly, his eyes steady on Green. With that, he swung his katana, and Green's head fell, plummeting from the railing into the depths of the ocean. Splash! The surface erupted in a crimson spray, ripples spreading outward before tranquility gradually returned. Thus far, Monki had single-handedly dispatched 3 pirate captains, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, even against formidable foes wielding dual Haki. This signified the obliteration of 3 pirate crews. Indeed, with their captains slain, the crews were certain to disband. Monki had not merely boasted, he had truly accomplished this feat as an intern of the red-haired pirates. He had eradicated 3 crews belonging to the beast pirates solely through his own prowess. Astonishing. Terrifying. Chapter 34. Escaping from desperation with utter ease. On the expansive deck of the formidable pirate ship, Monki surveyed the 3 lifeless bodies sprawled before him and lamented, these are the heads of 3 pirates, each worth over 100 million berries. What a pity. Such words rang true. He cannot possibly carry the heads of these 3 pirates to the Grand Line to present them to the Navy. Moreover, that is not all. He himself is a pirate. Is he not? No one would act in such a manner. Where is the instance of a pirate claiming the heads of fellow pirates and exchanging them for a bounty with the Navy? Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. The Navy would undoubtedly imprison Monki. Having emerged victorious from this battle, Monki has gained a profound understanding of his current level of strength. Should this trend continue, one could conservatively estimate his worth to be over 200 million berries. This estimation is rather modest, considering he effortlessly triumphed over 3 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Thus, even in the face of such formidable adversaries, Monki's prowess far surpasses theirs. It is astonishing that these 3 notorious pirate crews sought to take my life, only to meet their own demise instead. I can only surmise that they must have regretted their actions in their final moments. Monki couldn't help but chuckle. He turned his head to survey the surroundings. Now, only 1,000 pirates remained aboard the ship, all lying unconscious. Moreover, having just been enveloped by Monki's Conqueror's Haki, it would likely be a considerable time before they regained their senses. How should I deal with these individuals? Monki pondered while stroking his chin. Ultimately, he resolved that if action was to be taken, it would be best to let them perish without hesitation. With that, Monki drew forth his katana, the black armor upon the blade gradually fading away. He approached the fence, and with a graceful leap, returned to his little sailboat. He raised his gaze to the colossal pirate ship, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his katana towards it. Instantly, the blade emitted 2 sharp beams of light, hurtling towards the vessel, accompanied by 2 resounding booms. The pirate ship was cleaved open, a vast gash appearing in its midst, and then it began to slowly part to either side. The force unleashed was undeniably formidable, causing the ship to gradually disintegrate. The surface of the sea was stirred into tumultuous waves. One of the pirate ships could no longer maintain its balance as the hull gradually succumbed to the encroaching seawater. It began to sink slowly into the depths. The descent quickened, and soon the entire vessel was completely engulfed by the ocean. In mere minutes, the sea returned to its former tranquility. The once mighty pirate ship that had roamed the waters with such audacity had vanished without a trace. The other ship was also sinking gradually, making it evident that it too would soon find its resting place at the ocean's floor. Consequently, the pirates aboard that vessel would similarly disappear into the vastness of the sea along with their ship. They indeed passed away without suffering. After all, they were still in a state of unconsciousness as they gradually sank into the depths of the sea, which could be considered a dignified demise. Monki contemplated that the majority of pirates would likely be unable to escape the clutches of death. However, there might be a fortunate few who could awaken before submerging, thus grasping a slender thread of hope. Yet, there was no doubt that most of the over 1,000 pirates would lose their lives, buried beneath the vast ocean. As Monki gazed from a distance at the second pirate ship succumbing to the waves, he stood upon the sailboat, casting a glance back toward the island shore, where the villagers had previously gathered in curiosity. Then he unfurled the sails of the vessel. The remaining task was to venture into the azure expanse of the sea in search of the Whitebeard pirates. I had squandered considerable time here, and I could not afford to delay the captain's letter any longer. The sea gently rippled as Monki set the small sailboat in motion. It gradually departed from this maritime region. The islanders watched as the little boat slowly vanished from their sight. Meanwhile, the islanders along the coast began to emerge from their recent hiding places. They stood upon the shore, their eyes filled with astonishment, gazing intently at the horizon. Unable to calm their tumultuous thoughts, silence enveloped them. Not a word was spoken. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil, with not even a whisper to disrupt it. Only the rhythmic crashing of the waves against the coast persisted. After an extended moment, the bald, portly man swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Did you witness what just transpired?" Indeed, they had witnessed the unimaginable. Not only had that formidable young man vanquished several renowned captains, but he had also obliterated their pirate vessels, all at the hands of the red-haired pirates. It was utterly inconceivable. These were captains of the illustrious beast pirates, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Astonishingly, 3 of them had united in their efforts, yet could not overcome this single youth, who departed unscathed from the fray. However, the situation was far from straightforward. He had decisively annihilated 3 entire pirate crews, a feat that must have been remarkably simple for him. Initially, they had presumed that this young man would surely meet his demise under the onslaught of the 3 pirate crews, as he was ensnared within an inescapable trap. To their astonishment, he had not only escaped but had turned the tide against them. His prowess was astounding. This young member of the red-haired pirates had single-handedly dismantled 3 formidable crews under the beast pirates' command. With the ship now lost to the depths of the ocean, it was evident that the pirates aboard could not have survived. Even if some managed to flee, it would likely be a mere handful. No one had anticipated that a single individual could eradicate 3 crews of the beast pirates. The islanders who had witnessed the entire ordeal were left profoundly shaken. This was a spectacle unlike anything they had ever encountered, a scene that would surely linger in their memories for years to come. What they had assumed to be a fatal impasse had been deftly unraveled by a mere trainee. Although they had cast a vast net, it had been ruthlessly torn asunder by this young man. The deadlock was not directed at those ensnared within the net, but rather at those who had woven it. Such was the nature of this battle. They believed it to be a conflict between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates. Judging by the outcome, it is evident that the red-haired pirates emerged victorious. Not merely victorious, but rather with a crushing triumph in battle. From the very onset of the clash, everyone presumed that the beast pirates would undoubtedly prevail. After all, this young lad was facing a coalition of 3 pirate crews. Moreover, the captains of these 3 crews were no ordinary adversaries, and they commanded numerous formidable subordinates. It was only natural for people to assume that the side with greater numbers would triumph. However, no one anticipated such an outcome. It is truly astonishing that the humble intern from the red-haired pirates secured the ultimate victory. His strength is truly formidable, relying solely on his own abilities. He vanquished 3 entire pirate crews. Such a shocking spectacle is something that no one has ever witnessed before. Chapter 35, a dazzling display, featuring the young man named Monki. In the New World, the dissemination of information occurs with remarkable swiftness. Thus, if this trend continues, it is likely that within less than an hour after Monki annihilated the crew of the beast's pirates, the news spread to various corners. Moreover, the public engaged in lively discussions about it, transforming it into a topic of conversation. The more people debated, the more rapidly the news proliferated, resulting in an increasing number of individuals becoming aware of it. Monki's name began to circulate throughout the New World, marking the first time his name gained recognition. Prior to this, Monki had never ventured away from the red-haired pirates, and thus remained an obscure intern. However, this time, he single-handedly vanquished an entire 4 subordinate pirate crews of the 100 beast pirates. His reputation has spread to every corner of the New World. To speak frankly, no one dares to provoke the pirate crews under the 4 emperors. Such audacity is unparalleled. Yet, Monki has not only incited their wrath, but has also annihilated 4 teams affiliated with the beast pirates. This is indeed a historical anomaly in the New World. Consequently, this event has garnered immense attention. Although warfare is nearly a daily occurrence in the New World, it typically involves skirmishes among minor players, as no one would dare to confront the pirate crews of the 4 emperors. Everyone is acutely aware of the 4 emperors' elevated status in this realm. It is not merely a matter of provoking them. Even discussions surrounding them are scarce. People tread cautiously regarding such matters. Thus, Monki's audacious actions have left everyone astonished, quickly spreading throughout the New World. Gradually, curiosity about Monki's background began to unfurl. When they discovered that Monki was associated with the red-haired pirates, a current of intrigue swept through the New World, even though the surface remained deceptively tranquil. Dressrosa, renowned as the island of love and flowers, is governed by the illustrious Don Quixote family. The family's leader is none other than the notorious warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. It is well known that the Don Quixote family resides atop the King's Plateau in Dressrosa. At this moment, in a secluded corner of the plateau, Da Flamingo reclines leisurely in a chair, his legs propped upon the table, basking in the afternoon sun. Nearby, members of the Don Quixote family frolic in a pool, splashing water as they playfully engage with one another. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approaches, accompanied by an unpleasant odor carried by the wind. Da Flamingo, catching a whiff of the stench, is visibly displeased and rises from his seat, his face etched with impatience and anger as he glares at Toribol, a senior member of the Don Quixote family. Toribol appears disheveled, emanating a foul odor that provokes a sense of nausea. Step back, Da Flamingo barks, his anger palpable. My lord. Toribol, seemingly anxious, inches closer, disregarding Da Flamingo's command. Speak quickly. Da Flamingo urges, suppressing his annoyance. My lord, a message has arrived from Jack the Drought, indicating that the trading team dispatched 2 weeks ago requires adjustments. Is that so? Why? Da Flamingo raises an eyebrow, perplexed. Why the sudden change in the previously agreed-upon team? What has transpired? Does Jack the Drought not understand such simple protocols? For Da Flamingo, this matter is not of significant concern, merely a curiosity about the necessity for an impromptu alteration in the trading team. I've heard that the group sent to trade with us was slaughtered while carrying out Jack's orders. Toribol replies, panic evident in his voice. Slaughtered? Doflamingo is momentarily taken aback. This is a reason he had never contemplated. How dare someone provoke those under the beast pirates? Such an occurrence has never been recorded. Thus, Doflamingo, now thoroughly intrigued, inquires, who is this person who dares to challenge the beast pirates so audaciously, going so far as to eliminate his subordinates? He is deeply curious about the kind of strength required to annihilate an entire crew of the beast pirates. Since he dares to provoke the beast pirates, he must certainly be no insignificant figure. He contemplated several potential names in his mind. It is said that he is an intern under the red-haired pirates. As Toripole finished speaking, Doflamingo's expression froze. An intern? Is this a jest? Even if he hails from the red-haired pirates, how could an intern possibly eliminate the nefarious members of the beast pirates? Doflamingo felt a sense of mockery after hearing those words. What is his name? Doflamingo inquired coldly. Monki, he is an intern under the red-haired pirates, Toripole replied nervously. How amusing. Jack must be furious, haha. He truly is foolish beyond measure. To have been slain by an intern from his own crew. The mere thought of it fills me with uncontainable delight. Doflamingo chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was lively, with the intoxicating scent of alcohol wafting through the air. At the bar, the enchanting Longxi gazed upon her tavern. Now bustling with energy once more, feeling a sense of comfort and joy. A smile graced her lips. Days had passed since Monki wreaked havoc in her establishment, and she had gradually emerged from her initial panic. Moreover, after she conveyed the news to the beast pirates, they did not trouble her excessively but instead sought out Monki. Even if he is from the red-haired pirates, what difference does it make? He is merely an intern. Can he truly traverse the new world with impunity? Longxi harbored a sense of disdain. However, at that moment, snippets of conversation from the tavern reached her ears. Have you heard the rumors? Several pirate crews under the beast pirates have been annihilated. Impossible. How could anyone be so audacious? Who would dare provoke the subordinates of the beast pirates? Indeed, it is true. A small figure has taken down these 3 pirate crews. They say he is from the red-haired pirates, but he is merely an intern named Monki. Clang. Longxi, upon hearing these words, lost grip of her cup, which shattered upon the floor. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, her eyes widened in shock, reflecting sheer terror that surpassed her previous fears in the tavern. Is it true? He truly annihilated 3 crews of the beast pirates? This is utterly impossible. Despair engulfed Longxi's heart. She wished fervently for time to rewind. If only she had not informed the beast pirates about Monki, perhaps none of this would have transpired. But it was too late. Time could not be reversed. She silently prayed that her earlier information about the Whitebeard pirates to Monki had been accurate. Otherwise, she feared a most dreadful fate awaited her. Chapter 36. CYP's head is a prized individual of the Drought Jack. On this day, along the coast of Fassa, the sea lay in tranquil serenity. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, leaving ripples in its wake. Waves lapped the shore, depositing an array of shells. Under the sun's radiant glow, the beach appeared resplendent, as if gilded in gold. A colossal pirate ship emerged on the horizon, steadily approaching the coast. Eventually, the ship anchored at the shore. On the deck, a remarkably robust man descended from the vessel. He donned dark sunglasses and a fur coat, with 2 black horns protruding from his head. Any seasoned pirate who beheld these horns would recognize them as the hallmark of one who has consumed an artificial devil fruit. This signified that the man in dark sunglasses was indeed a wielder of artificial devil fruit powers. He gradually made his way from the shore to the heart of the small island. His destination was unmistakable, the tavern situated on the isle. He pushed open the door to the tavern and strode straight inside. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses as patrons reveled in their drinks and conversations. Among them were numerous pirates, and it was quite astonishing to witness such audacity, someone daring to provoke the beast pirates. Remarkably, he had already vanquished 4 members of the beast pirates, despite being merely an intern. Could it be that interns possess such formidable strength nowadays? I have heard his name is Monki, merely an intern under the red-haired pirates. Yet, it seems that his status as an intern does not do justice to his prowess. Indeed, it is quite apparent. However, considering the significant losses incurred by the beast pirates, how could they possibly remain passive? I foresee an imminent clash between the 2 great emperors. I doubt it will escalate to that level. After all, this is merely a skirmish among subordinates. It would be rather petty for 2 colossal factions to engage in conflict over such trivial matters. You make a compelling point. Nonetheless, the beast pirates have suffered a decisive defeat. While both factions are under the banner of the emperors, the disparity in strength between them and the red-haired pirates is astonishing. While they were conversing, they remained oblivious to the presence of the man in sunglasses standing beside them. He stood quietly beside them, listening intently to their conversation without uttering a word. It was only when the two individuals became aware of his presence that they were taken aback. "How did you appear out of nowhere?" "Get lost. You startled me," one of the pirates exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Move aside. Do not obstruct our conversation." In a fit of anger, the pirate attempted to shove him away. In an instant, the sunglasses-clad man firmly grasped the pirate's hand. A wave of excruciating pain surged through the pirate's wrist, eliciting a harrowing scream from him. Snap! His entire arm was shattered. Ah! The pirate's face contorted in agony. In an instant, the tavern fell silent, all eyes fixed on the scene. They all turned their gaze towards the source of the anguished screams, curiously fixated on the man in sunglasses. In an instant, one individual, filled with trepidation, exclaimed loudly, "This man is Syphus' head." As soon as he finished speaking, those around him were struck with fear. Some could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Their expressions were filled with sheer terror, rendering them utterly speechless. They all fixated intently on the man known as Sip's head. Some, unaware of the gravity of the situation, curiously inquired, "Who is Sip's head? Is he truly formidable?" "Not merely formidable. Sip's head is the individual of utmost significance to the notorious Jack the Drought. He is a subordinate of the Beast's pirates, under the direct management of Captain Kaido. His bounty exceeds 300 million berries." In an instant, the tavern's atmosphere grew exceedingly heavy, as if the very air had solidified. The presence of such a renowned figure from the Beast's pirates in this establishment left the patrons devoid of their desire to drink. They were not only gripped by fear, but also steeped in bewilderment. "Could you elaborate on the conversation we just had? I am exceedingly curious and intrigued." Sip's head's voice betrayed no emotion, emanating an icy demeanor. The crowd trembled, their eyes wide with terror, too frightened to utter another word. "Lord Head," came a few astonished yet joyous exclamations from a corner. A group of pirates approached Sip's head, exclaiming, "Lord Head, we never expected to encounter you here." Lord Rupert and Lord Cook met their gruesome fate at the hands of that wretched boy. Furthermore, our pirate ship was annihilated by him. Had it not been for our serendipitous revival while sinking into the depths of the sea, we would have perished long ago. You must advocate for us, and for our brothers who are no longer among the living." These three pirates were evidently fortunate survivors who had managed to escape. As they plunged into the depths of the ocean, they suddenly awakened, thus evading the grim fate of death. Otherwise, they too would have perished like those pirates, lost to the abyss of the sea. However, although they survived, they did not dare to speak of the matter. They feared retribution from above. Thus, it was only upon encountering Sip's head that they mustered the courage to confide in him. "Is that so? You are indeed quite fortunate," Sip's head remarked nonchalantly. "My Lord Hyde." "That is merely—" One of the pirates had not finished his sentence when suddenly, bang! He was struck with such force by Sip's head that his head exploded. Sip's head slowly retracted his fist and cast his gaze upon the remaining two pirates. The two individuals were engulfed in profound trepidation. A band of ineptitude. "You all deserve to perish in the depths of the sea, just as they did. What purpose do you serve for me? You cannot even best an intern. Furthermore, I had explicitly instructed you to inform me immediately upon acquiring any information regarding him. Let me take matters into my own hands." "And what transpired? Did you heed my commands? Had it not been for your reckless actions, that wretch would have already met his demise at my hands. I could have reported to Lord Jack much sooner." Cyprian's temper escalated with each word, his furious roars resonating throughout the tavern. Sensing the discord in the atmosphere, two pirates stood by, their heads bowed in submission, desperately seeking an opportunity to escape. Yet, this could not alter the inevitable outcome. They were ruthlessly slain by the exceedingly furious Sea Head of Cyprus. The lifeless bodies of the two individuals lay sprawled upon the tavern floor, a pool of blood staining the ground. The fragrant aroma of alcohol mingled unsettlingly with the metallic scent of blood, creating a distinctly eerie atmosphere. Gazing upon the remains of the two, Cyphershed felt a surge of anger swell within him. "Rest assured, I shall not allow your deaths to be in vain. That intern named Monki will meet a gruesome fate at my hands, a fitting retribution to assuage my wrath, after which I shall report to Boss Jack." Cyphershed cast a meaningful glance around the tavern, his cold gaze instilling a palpable sense of dread among the pirates present. Before long, he turned and departed from the tavern, leaving the onlookers filled with trepidation as they watched him slowly exit through the door. Gazing at his receding silhouette, an air of fear lingered among them. Chapter 37. Upon arriving at the Azure Sea, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates appeared. Several days later, the sky had transformed into a pristine expanse, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily above. A gentle breeze rustled across the surface of the sea, creating ripples that danced upon the water. A small vessel glided gracefully through the waves. On the deck, Monki unfurled the map he held in his hands. He scrutinized the chart before casting his gaze towards the vast ocean ahead. According to the coordinates indicated on the map, his journey had been remarkably smooth since departing from the Fossa coast. His speed had significantly increased. And apart from encountering two obscure pirate crews who underestimated him and attempted to rob him, only to meet their inevitable defeat at his hands, there was little of note to recount. Though Monki had vanquished an entire pirate crew, the subordinates of the formidable beast pirates, he had yet to encounter any members from that crew seeking vengeance. This puzzled him somewhat. However, he contemplated the enormity of the new world. Even the immensely powerful beast pirates would find it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack to locate him in such an expansive realm. Monki vividly recalled the three pirate captains uttering their leader's name, Lord Hater, in their final moments. It wouldn't be long before he would cross paths with this legendary figure. Ultimately, in his relentless search, Monki discovered the true identity of Hater. His name is Sipshead. He is also one of the most valued subordinates of Drought Jack, one of the three great disasters. Moreover, his bounty exceeds 300 million berries, a testament to his formidable strength. Monki narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not possess the confidence to believe that he could effortlessly defeat such a formidable opponent. However, the future remained uncertain. Monki meticulously examined the map in his hand once more. This map, bestowed upon him by Longxi, contained numerous crucial locations, all clearly marked. Thus, Monki could ascertain his current position solely based on the map. After advancing for a short distance, he arrived at the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors. Monki felt a surge of excitement as he gazed intently at the vast ocean before him. After all, this was the domain of the Whitebeard pirates. If all went according to plan, this area would be patrolled by pirates loyal to Whitebeard, ensuring the integrity of their waters. With periodic patrols to prevent encroachment by rival pirate crews, especially those of the other emperors. Nevertheless, under normal circumstances, the other emperors would not recklessly invade another pirate crew's territory, as each held dominion over their respective realms. Once Monki confirmed his accurate location, he tucked the map back into his possession. He navigated the sailboat, the waves whispering in a gentle chorus as ripples danced across the surface, rolling behind the vessel. Monki's ship sailed resolutely into the vast expanse of the sea. Before long, the entire craft was enveloped within the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Standing upon the deck, Monki surveyed the surroundings. The boundless ocean lay serenely calm, devoid of any other vessels. He pondered silently, recognizing that while this was indeed the domain of the Whitebeard pirates, a considerable distance still separated him from the Azure Sea. After all, the territories governed by the four emperors spanned vast expanses of ocean, with only a fraction of the New World not under their dominion. Thus, despite the constant patrols by pirates, it remained exceedingly difficult to prevent intrusions into their territories. Unless an ostentatious and grand procession entered, it would be quite challenging to detect any trespassers. Consequently, in ordinary circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for an invasion to go unnoticed. I shall simply continue forth, he resolved, considering that having already delayed for so long, the Whitebeard pirates might well have departed from the Azure Sea. However, if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he might still encounter them along the way. Monki mused. Acknowledging that since he had come this far, it was only fitting to seek them out. He continued to sail towards the azure expanse of the sea for approximately half a day. Ultimately, he finally caught sight of the azure sky and the sea in the distance. A few sailboats were anchored upon the surface of the water. Vaguely, he could discern large, dark shadows drifting on the sea, which were none other than the marine royalty. They merely need to open their enormous mouths to swallow both Monki and his vessel whole. However, Monki remained remarkably composed, feeling no trace of fear. He stood quietly on the deck, allowing the ship to drift gently with the waves. Before long, those enormous shadows vanished from the ocean's surface. Perhaps they held no interest in a target as insignificant as Monki. He watched as the sea creatures disappeared before him, and the ship resumed its forward journey. In a short time, the sailboat entered the azure expanse of the sea, the very realm said to be ruled by the Whitebeard pirates. This territory was under their dominion. Throughout the voyage, I encountered no sign of the Whitebeard pirates. Not even a single vessel belonging to their crew. Had they truly departed from this area long ago? Monki surveyed the surroundings, the vast ocean stretching infinitely and serenely. In this immense world, it was only Monki and his sailboat that remained. After a prolonged journey, he finally arrived at the Sky Ocean. However, Monki found himself engulfed in uncertainty. He had no inkling as to whether the Whitebeard pirates had lingered in the Sky Ocean for an extended period or if they had ventured elsewhere. Resolute in his thoughts, he decided to press forward and observe the horizon. Just then, a diminutive black silhouette emerged on the distant sea surface, gradually expanding in size. Monki, possessing keen eyesight, scrutinized the shadow intently for an extended duration. At last, he discerned its true nature, a pirate ship. Moreover, it was sailing directly toward his position, its flag proudly displaying the emblem of Whitebeard. If his vision did not deceive him, that vessel belonged to the crew under Whitebeard's command. A wave of relief washed over Monki, and a smile broke across his face. Chapter 38. Red-haired. I merely dispatched him to deliver a letter. Shortly thereafter, Monki vanquished 4 pirate crews affiliated with the Beast Pirates, and the news began to spread throughout the far reaches of the New World. For the first time, the name Monki entered the collective consciousness of the people. Almost simultaneously, news of Monki's provocation of the Beast's pirates reached many members of the red-haired pirates, a development that was hardly surprising. The Dreyfus ship sailed under the fluttering pirate flag, swaying gracefully in the sea breeze, adorned with 2 prominent red scars. On the deck, red-haired, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Lykiru, and several other officers congregated together. Beside them stood an individual dedicated to intelligence gathering, whose demeanor appeared distinctly unnatural. He scrutinized the captain and the first mate intently, as if he harbored something urgent to convey. What news has surfaced in the New World recently? Red-haired Shanks inquired straightforwardly. He placed great emphasis on the occurrences transpiring in that realm. Despite being the captain of a pirate crew beneath one of the 4 emperors, he was particularly keen on the activities of figures such as Kaido and Charlotte. Nothing of particular note has unfolded on Captain Charlotte's side. However, there has been considerable upheaval concerning Captain Kaido lately, and these events bear significant relevance to our situation. The intelligence officer, Rajeff, was known for his adeptness in gathering critical information, marking him as a formidable presence rather than a mere subordinate. What could Kaido be involved in that pertains to us? Ben Beckman inquired, taken aback. He indeed could not fathom the connection between Kaido and his own red-haired pirates. Could it be that Kaido intends to take action against them? Please elaborate, Rajeff said, somewhat nervously. What transpired with Kaido is a result of our provocation, he continued. What exactly do you mean? Red-haired inquired, confused. Indeed. How could we have instigated the Beast Pirates? There is absolutely no rationale for that. My lord, did you not send an intern to deliver a message to the Whitebeard pirates? Rajeff timidly asked. Red-haired nodded, remaining silent. It was he who had commanded Monki to set sail. Moreover, Ben Beckman, Yasopp, and Lucky Roo had all witnessed Monki's departure. This was common knowledge within the entire red-haired crew. Are you suggesting that this situation is due to Monki? Ben Beckman questioned Rajeff, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yes, Rajeff replied, his expression quite peculiar. Red-haired was taken aback as well. It was merely sending a letter with Monki. Could it be? Has something truly occurred? But why would it involve the Beast Pirates? Immediately, Red-haired asked, did Monki commit any wrongdoing? As he posed the question, an unsettling feeling began to creep into his mind. Nearby, Yasopp, Lucky Roo, and several others looked on with keen curiosity. Under the weight of their inquisitive gazes, Rajeff recounted the events in full. After setting sail, Monki had obliterated all 4 pirate crews under the Beast Pirates. When he finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the entire pirate ship. After a prolonged pause, Lakiru, still in disbelief, exclaimed, how is that possible? He went out alone. Indeed, he single-handedly vanquished 4 pirate crews under the Beast Pirates. Rajeff asserted with unwavering conviction. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, including red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman, and several others. What? Are the crews under the Beast Pirates so feeble that they were defeated by an intern from our ship? Monki first obliterated the Wolf Pirates on a remote island. And then, while pursued by the other 3 crews, he managed to turn the tide against them all. Upon hearing Rajeff's words, he too gasped in astonishment. Just as the last syllable left his lips, the fury that had been simmering within Ben Beckman dissipated in an instant. As he was listening to Rajeff's words, he couldn't help but wonder if the Beast Pirates were truly under the impression that they could intimidate others simply because no one dared to confront them. How audacious of them to send 3 pirate crews to eliminate their interns. However, just as Rajeff finished speaking, his wrath dissipated in an instant. This truly came as an unexpected turn of events. One must now regard Monki with newfound respect. However, this battle was undeniably executed with finesse. A single individual triumphantly vanquished 3 pirate crews, all of whom were affiliated with the formidable Beast's pirates. Jesus Burgess had words poised on the tip of his tongue. Yet ultimately, he refrained from uttering a single syllable. To think that such an extraordinary intern resides aboard his vessel. His mind instantly went blank. Therefore, was it Monki who took the initiative to engage in battle with the Beast pirates? Red-haired inquired. Indeed, it was so. Rajef nodded while supporting his forehead. It was indeed Monki who stirred the pot first. This is quite contrary to the usual style of the red-haired pirates, who are known to be the most laid-back among the 4 emperors. As long as they are not provoked, they would never initiate conflict. Who would have thought that Monki would directly provoke 4 pirate crews? This fellow, red-haired, was at a loss for words. It was unimaginable that one day the red-haired pirates would actively challenge other pirate crews, something that had rarely occurred before. I now harbor significant doubts. Over this period, this fellow's strength has increased considerably. Otherwise, at the time of his departure, it would have been difficult for him to eliminate 3 pirate crews given his abilities. Ben Beckman pondered aloud. Truly a monstrous existence. Yesub and Lakalu, along with a few others nearby, were at a loss for words. Who could have anticipated that within just a few days, Monki's capabilities would have grown? Such a rate of enhancement is rare even on their ship. It leaves no room for others to breathe. Boss, could it be that under the pretense of delivering a message, you sent Monki to seek revenge? We did suffer some losses under Kaido's command before. Yesub asked with a hint of skepticism. Previously, there was indeed some conflict between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates, during which the red-haired pirates found themselves at a disadvantage. This is a tremendous injustice. Red-haired was suddenly at a loss for words. I did indeed send him to deliver a message. I never anticipated that this little rascal would create such a significant incident. Red-haired truly did not foresee it escalating to this extent. It was merely. He paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. He stated, since he has taken such actions, should the beast pirates make any moves, such as dispatching the 3 calamities for vengeance, we will undoubtedly not stand idly by. Even if it leads to a fierce confrontation with them, we shall see it through to the end. Upon hearing this, those nearby, Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Rakairu, and several others, including Rajef, exchanged knowing smiles. If Kaido truly possesses such pettiness, exerting such effort to contend with Monki, then we can indeed seize this opportunity to engage them in battle and demonstrate our might. Furthermore, this confrontation presents the perfect chance to reclaim everything lost from our previous struggle. They are the illustrious red-haired pirates, since they are all pirate crews under the Yonko. The notion of superiority or inferiority does not hold. After all, the red-haired pirates have adhered to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them throughout their journey in the New World. This does not imply that they are cowardly, on the contrary. They are willing to confront even the most formidable challenges should the need arise. They do not mind what comes next. If the beast pirates seek to engage them in battle, they will undoubtedly stand their ground. Chapter 39, Captain Atmos of the 13th Division. Upon confirming that the insignia aboard the ship was indeed that of the Whitebeard pirates, Monki finally breathed a sigh of relief. After days of relentless pursuit, he had finally gleaned valuable information regarding the Whitebeard pirates. Regardless of the circumstances, he had at last discovered something pertinent. Although the approaching pirate ship drew nearer, Monki discerned that this vessel, flying the Whitebeard flag, was not the Moby Dick, the ship of the legendary Captain Whitebeard. Nevertheless, it was still a formidable pirate ship. Even if it did not belong to Whitebeard himself, Monki could extract crucial information from the pirates aboard, aiding him in his quest to track down Captain Whitebeard's whereabouts. Gradually, the colossal pirate ship, adorned with the Whitebeard pirate's banner, drew closer to Monki's position. It was evident that the pirates aboard had also noticed Monki's presence. This territory, belonging to the Whitebeard pirates, was being encroached upon by outsiders. After 4 long days, Monki felt a sense of accomplishment in fulfilling the mission entrusted to him by his captain. Although there had been unexpected challenges along the way, he had managed to complete his task within the allotted time, without significant delays. Monki's gaze remained fixed on the approaching pirate vessel. The once tranquil sea began to stir, erupting into a cacophony of crashing waves. Occasionally, the shadowy forms of sea kings could be glimpsed beneath the surface. In the New World, the most fearsome adversaries were not merely the merciless pirates, but also the capricious weather and the elusive sea kings. Furthermore, The Sea Kings here were far more formidable than those encountered on the other side of the Grand Line, thriving in a more hostile environment. Consequently, tales of pirate ships meeting their doom at the hands of these Sea Kings were not uncommon, leaving them with no recourse. Before long, the two ships converged. Monki stood resolutely upon the deck of his sailboat. He gazed at the colossal pirate ship as it gradually approached the adjacent waters. He tilted his head back to behold the entirety of the ship's magnificent visage. This pirate vessel was truly colossal, even though it was not the legendary Pequod. It dwarfed the pirate ships he had previously vanquished by several magnitudes. The Whitebeard pirates, it appeared, boasted an impressive roster. Monki contemplated this in silence. No, to rephrase. It was not solely the Whitebeard pirates. There were also the Charlotte and Kaido crews. Their ranks undoubtedly swelled with numerous pirates. In stark contrast, the red-haired pirates appeared remarkably distinct. Compared to other pirate crews, their ranks are significantly fewer, and they seldom recruit sailors from outside. However, the strength of their personnel is remarkably formidable. Therefore, when it comes to average combat prowess, the red-haired pirates undoubtedly surpass the other prominent pirate factions. Even their trainees, such as Rox D, Zebek, though somewhat inferior to Monkey D, Luffy, are still vastly superior when compared to the trainees of other pirate crews. Standing upon the expansive deck of a grand pirate ship, a throng of pirates gathered behind the railings, gazing down at Luffy in the sailing vessel below. Is this truly a subordinate of the red-haired pirates? He has audaciously ventured into the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. I have never witnessed such a scene before. Among them, one voice resonated powerfully, belonging to an individual of considerable stature. His facial hair extends from his ears down to his neck, while his hair cascades long to his waist. At the corners of his mouth, two pronounced canine teeth reminiscent of a seal have emerged. Adorned with a horned helmet, he presents an appearance that is decidedly peculiar. He held in his hands two seemingly hefty swords, each adorned with intricate tattoos on his arms. These tattoos bore the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, this individual must be none other than Atmos, the captain of the 13th Division under Whitebeard's command. His nickname is Water Buffalo. It is said that he possesses formidable strength and is renowned as a pirate far and wide. Prior to this, Monki had never acquainted himself with the members under the Whitebeard pirates. He merely thought that Atmos seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall who he was. Hey, you seem to hail from the red-haired pirates, don't you? Yet, I don't believe we've ever met. Are you a newcomer? Atmos stood on the deck, his expression tinged with confusion as he gazed at Monki aboard the sailboat. The Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates maintained frequent interactions, much like the Beast pirates and Big Mom's crew. In the New World, the relationship between red-haired and Whitebeard is exceedingly close, while on the other hand, Kaido and Charlotte Lin share a camaraderie. Consequently, the strengths of these two factions are quite comparable, and at times, they even unite to confront common adversaries. It is for this reason that Atmos is relatively familiar with most members of the red-haired pirates. However, he had never encountered the young man before him. I joined the red-haired pirates just 3 weeks ago. Monki candidly revealed his origins to Atmos, also informing him that he was merely an intern at present. An intern? What is the meaning of this? Why would the old man from the red-haired pirates send an intern here? What is he up to? Atmos was even more perplexed. Our captain instructed me to personally deliver a letter to Whitebeard, so I kindly ask you to assist me in meeting Captain Whitebeard, so that I may fulfill my duty. Monki earnestly explained the situation to Atmos. A confidential letter? Atmos's expression turned grave, and he appeared somewhat displeased. So, the old man from the red-haired pirates has sent you, and in turn, to deliver a letter? It seems that he has become rather arrogant, delegating such an important task to someone else instead of attending to it himself. Chapter 40, an intern so formidable? Upon hearing this news, Atmos felt a surge of anger welling within him. His countenance darkened significantly, and the pirates surrounding him sensed the tension in the air. They braced for what they anticipated might be a significant confrontation with Monki. The atmosphere was thick with unease. Monki stood on the deck of the sailboat, scratching the back of his head, utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why is he suddenly angry? Did I say something wrong? I am simply here to deliver a message. Monki pondered, feeling utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. They appeared to become exceedingly enraged after uttering their words. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Monki, their eyes intensely fixated upon him, brimming with fury. You truly have some audacity, exclaimed Atmos. His physique stood out remarkably in the crowd, radiating an aura of immense power that emanated from him. This formidable presence enveloped Monki entirely. "You may insult us, but you shall not defile our Whitebeard pirates, nor dare to tarnish the honor of our beloved Whitebeard. Such affronts are utterly intolerable." Atmos regarded Monki with a chilling gaze, stating, "Approach, I wish to speak with you." Monki, albeit perplexed, felt no fear within his heart. He leapt gracefully and landed softly upon the deck of their pirate ship. As he stepped into the vicinity of the pirate ship, he sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. "I merely come bearing a message on orders. There's no need for such hostility towards me," he lamented. Monki, feeling quite helpless, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Casting a glance at Atmos and the other pirates, he vaguely sensed the truth of certain matters within his heart. However, he genuinely could not comprehend the significance of something as trivial as face. "You little rascal, let us engage in a contest. If you manage to defeat me, I shall grant you an audience with the old man with the white beard. But if you lose, you shall return and convey this letter to your red-haired captain yourself. Do not send some random intern to take care of this task." Atmos brandished his sword, proclaiming loudly. Monki pondered for a moment, squinting as he contemplated, before drawing forth the katana entrusted to him by the red-haired one. "The mission given to me must be accomplished. If I were to return and merely report back, I would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule among the crew aboard. Thus, it appears I have no other choice but to proceed in this manner." He had barely finished speaking when Atmos commanded his subordinates, "Stand aside." "As you wish, Captain." A throng of people swiftly retreated, clearing a substantial space on the deck for their leader to engage in combat. "You little rascal, let me see just how much weight your red-haired pirate's apprentice can carry. Do not make me look down upon you." Excitement gleamed in Atmos's eyes as he rubbed his two large swords together. "If you wish to fight, I shall certainly oblige." Monki smiled. What a coincidence. He was eager to ascertain the prowess of the captain of the 13th Division, for he had never before engaged in combat with a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, he raised his katana, assuming a stance of confrontation. The blade of the katana was enveloped in a layer of obsidian armor, shrouding the entire weapon and exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. "Oh." Atmos expressed a hint of surprise. "Armament Haki?" He truly did not anticipate that a mere intern, having joined the red-haired pirates for only a few weeks, would possess the formidable power of Haki. Yet, he was merely momentarily astonished. He gazed at the katana in Monki's hand, enveloped in a shroud of armament Haki. And the disdainful expression on Atmos's face diminished slightly. His expression began to take on a serious demeanor, his hands gripping the two large swords with great intensity. The blades of his weapons began to emanate a hue of armament Haki. Judging by the level of their Haki, the two individuals were fairly matched. The surrounding pirates, however, were taken aback. "Captain, you are actually unleashing your armament Haki. Is this for real?" They were incredulous that a mere intern could provoke such earnestness from the captain in battle. "Haven't you all realized? Although he is merely an intern, his strength vastly surpasses ours. Just look at the Haki on his blades. This individual is certainly no ordinary foe." They were chattering among themselves, while Atmos took the initiative to launch an assault. He grounded his legs and leapt directly towards Monki with remarkable force. His imposing physique created an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, despite his colossal stature, he exhibited remarkable speed, appearing exceptionally swift. Monki's expression remained unchanged as he grasped his katana, positioning the blade defensively before him. He swung the katana in his hand with great vigor, decisively delivering a downward strike. Boom! Atmos halted his actions, raising his great sword to counter Monki's assault. When the two weapons clashed, a tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by sparks. A flicker of astonishment passed through Monki's eyes as an overwhelming force coursed through his arm. Atmos's strength was not to be underestimated. At the very least, he realized that in his current state, he could not engage him in a direct confrontation. Thus, Monki relinquished a portion of his power, stepping back 2 paces with agility, executing a swift turn to position himself behind Atmos. He raised his weapon once more, striking down with force. Yet in the next instant, Monki's left fist was also enveloped in Haki, black armor encasing his fist, and it descended swiftly towards Atmos's lower body. What? Atmos narrowed his eyes. Boom. With an incredibly loud rumble, the impact resonated. He was forcefully propelled several meters back by the punch enveloped in the Haki of Monki, his imposing figure colliding against the column behind him. The entire pirate ship rocked violently upon the surface of the sea due to the intensity of the impact. "Captain, how could he be attacked?" The surrounding pirates, in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them, could only watch in stunned silence as their leader was driven back by an opponent. They turned their heads to look. They beheld Monki still standing in his original position, resolute and unmoving. At that moment, they were astonished as they exclaimed, "Is it truly possible for an intern to possess such formidable strength? It is utterly terrifying. To think that he could even repel his own captain. After all, this young man. He is merely an intern under the red-haired pirates. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous intern, who has never commanded any notable presence, managed to launch an assault on their captain. It is utterly terrifying. They had never anticipated that such an event would transpire." Chapter 41. I can hardly believe you are an intern, left in utter astonishment. On the deck, all the pirates from the Whitebeard pirates' crew, particularly those from the 13th Division, were incredulous at the unfolding spectacle. Was there anyone who could elucidate the situation for them? How could an intern possess such formidable strength? Good heavens, is there any hope left for them? The interns are astonishingly powerful. They, as official members of the Whitebeard pirates. How could they dare to call themselves true crew members? I believe the captain must have overlooked this. One pirate, filled with resentment, voiced his discontent. I share the same sentiment. They each persuaded themselves, subsequently regaining their confidence. All that could be seen was Atmos laboriously crawling out from behind the shattered pillar, coughing painfully. With both hands firmly braced against the ground, he rose to his feet, still gripping the two weapons. A fierce determination illuminated his face as he fixed his gaze directly upon Monki. His body, however, did not suffer any significant injuries from the impact, merely some minor wounds. For Atmos, this was hardly of any consequence. He could continue to battle with this insufferable brat. "Brat, you indeed possess some talent. I rather admire that," Atmos remarked with a hint of approval. He gradually approached Monki. His footsteps were exceedingly heavy, causing the deck to tremble. He raised the two large swords in his hands. Reactivating his armament, a new wave of assault commenced. This time, he would not falter. It had not crossed his mind that this young man would engage him in a game of hide and seek, even resorting to striking him with his fists. Once more, Atmos bellowed as he advanced towards Monki. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung down two formidable blades upon Monki. This time, he exerted every ounce of his strength, which was already considerable. The force of the weapons created a powerful gust of wind. Bang! Monki raised his katana, successfully blocking the strike. Sparks flew at the point of contact between the two weapons. Monki felt an even greater force than before surging through his arm and spreading throughout his body, leaving him numb. Indeed, this man's strength was overwhelming. He realized he was no match for him. Monki gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, though his arm felt increasingly numb. Had he not clutched the hilt with such determination moments ago, his weapon would likely have been sent flying. Fortunately, he had employed Haki. Yet, a lingering worry gnawed at him. Would his katana withstand the impact of such tremendous power? Monki gazed at his weapon, contemplating silently. Although he had eradicated the 4 pirate crews under the 100 Beasts pirate crew, he had never encountered such formidable power. He took a few steps back, distancing himself from Atmos. "Kid, your abilities are impressive." Atmos was even more astonished as he gazed at Monki. He had initially believed that Monki would evade his attack. To his astonishment, however, he audaciously dared to directly withstand his assault. Is he merely an intern? I never imagined that the red-haired old man would have such an extraordinary intern under his command. Atmos was filled with doubt as he fixed his gaze intently on Monki. He suspected that Monki concealed his true identity, deliberately toying with him. Once more, Atmos shouted in frustration. The clash of his broadsword and Monki's katana resonated with a crackling intensity, igniting sparks that danced through the air, mesmerizing the onlookers. Aside from the sounds of their fierce combat, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The spectators stood transfixed, unable to intervene as they witnessed the relentless exchange between the two. Had it not been for their prior knowledge of Monki's true identity, they would have found it utterly implausible that this spirited young man, engaging in such a vigorous duel with Atmos, was merely an intern under the red-haired pirates. They feel that the new world is no longer the realm they had envisioned. The captain and Monki are locked in a fierce confrontation, with Monki not appearing to be at a disadvantage. Can an intern truly possess such remarkable abilities? I suspect this young man is deceiving us. I refuse to believe that his prowess is merely that of an intern. Indeed, this lad seems rather cunning. The crowd buzzes with speculation. Yet one thing remains certain, even if they are official members of the Whitebeard pirates. They are acutely aware that, in terms of strength, they cannot match this young man. Therefore, they were eager to uncover the identity of this individual, questioning whether he was indeed a genuine intern, and if so, How he possessed such formidable strength. Everything they witnessed before them utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Just as they were deep in contemplation, a tremendous noise interrupted their thoughts. The entire pirate ship began to sway violently. The crew hastily turned their gazes, astonishment and terror etched upon their faces. Following their line of sight, they beheld Atmos and Monki engaged in a fierce battle. They each took a few steps back. I believe that even if this continued until dusk, there would be no resolution. I could never have imagined that one day I would find myself at a standstill with an intern. As Atmos sighed, he sheathed his weapon. Yet his expression was laden with meaning, as if he had something to convey. So, according to your words, am I permitted to deliver a message to the white-bearded one? Through this battle, he had a general understanding of the current strength of Atmos, which seemed to be comparable to his own abilities. However, upon closer reflection, he realized that he fell slightly short in comparison to Atmos during their recent confrontation. This discrepancy was predominantly evident in the realm of power. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that this gap was bridgeable, and he was confident that, given a little more time, he would be able to close it. He was utterly confident that he could crush Atmos with his own strength. There was no doubt in his mind. Absolutely, I stand by my word. However, before I introduce you to Whitebeard, I must pose a question to you, and you must respond with utmost honesty. Deception is strictly forbidden. Atmos gazed at Monki and sighed, inquiring, "Are you truly an intern of the red-haired pirates?" "Indeed I am," Monki replied with a smile. There was no need to deceive them on this matter, and there was ample evidence to support his claim. If they remained skeptical, they could simply verify the bounty poster, which would confirm that he was not lying. On that poster, his bounty amounted to a staggering 10,000 berries. As this thought crossed his mind, Monki couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem. Atmos coughed to mask his astonishment and discomfort. He scrutinized Monki with a gaze full of skepticism, pondering internally. Could this truly be just an intern? Yet, I find it hard to believe. After all, I am the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. How could an intern possibly possess strength comparable to his? It is utterly perplexing. Chapter 42. One individual altered the perception of the red-haired pirates. Monki returned to his small sailboat from the pirate ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. He stood on the deck, tilting his head upwards to gaze at the pirate ship drifting on the horizon, along with the enormous silhouette standing behind the railing. The reflection upon the water revealed a shadow adorned with black horns. "Stay close, you little rascal, don't wander off," Atmos remarked to Monki, his expression devoid of emotion. After this, he did not cast another glance at Monki, instead directing the entire crew to commence the next leg of their voyage. He clutched the ship's wheel, steering their course towards the anchored Moby Dick. In the distance lay the boundless expanse of the ocean, as their vessel gradually sailed towards the horizon. The surface of the sea shimmered like a myriad of diamonds, with sunlight cascading upon the waters, creating a mesmerizing brilliance. Monki skillfully navigated his small sailboat, closely trailing the path of the massive pirate ship. A gentle breeze caressed his face, akin to tender hands caressing his skin. The pirate flag on his boat fluttered gracefully in the air, while the formidable white-bearded flag of the larger pirate ship billowed vigorously ahead. Together, these two vessels, one grand and one diminutive, glided across the ocean, with no other ships in sight. They all belonged to the pirate ships under the command of the four emperors. This opportunity arose because Monki managed to reach a stalemate against Atmos, which allowed him the chance to have Atmos lead the team to meet the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that this opportunity was seized through his own efforts. Their next destination is the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Whitebeard must be aboard this vessel. Thus, Monki can fulfill the task entrusted to him by his captain, delivering this letter personally to Whitebeard. Consequently, Monki feels an immense sense of joy, as the final step is now within reach. He is on the verge of completing the mission assigned to him by the captain of the red-haired pirates. Although he has faced many challenges along the way, the ultimate outcome is favorable. He is now eagerly anticipating his meeting with Whitebeard, ready to personally deliver this letter, thus fulfilling the purpose of this voyage. Captain Atmos of the 13th Division does not appear to be as invulnerable as he seems. As Monki navigates his small vessel, he contemplates the situation. He realizes that he can hold his own against him. Although Monki has always believed that his strength within the red-haired pirates is not the weakest, it certainly does not rank among the best. Yet, astonishingly, he has managed to reach a stalemate with the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates through his own capabilities. He never imagined it would come to this. Although during the battle, he gradually comprehended the disparity in strength between himself and Atmos. Monki couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, The Whitebeard pirates maintained their position among the four emperors solely due to Whitebeard's formidable abilities. However, if one were to assess the average strength of their crew realistically, Monki was quite certain that they would rank in the lower middle tier among the emperors. Apart from Whitebeard, there was also the formidable 1st Division Captain Marco. As far as I recall, the immortal Marco boasts a bounty that reaches as high as 1.5 billion berries. Yet, the 2nd Division Captain, Portgas Diaz, has a bounty that barely reaches 500 million berries. The disparity in strength between the 1st and 2nd divisions is indeed staggering. In conclusion, the only notable strengths within the Whitebeard pirates appear to be Whitebeard and Marco. The abilities of the remaining crew members can largely be inferred from Ace's prowess. Moreover, compared to the overall strength of the other crew members, Whitebeard's level must surely be the lowest among the four emperors. For the Whitebeard pirates, it could be said that Whitebeard single-handedly shoulders the entire crew's burden. The fear that others have of the Whitebeard pirates is predominantly rooted in their apprehension of Whitebeard himself. The anticipation of meeting the legendary Whitebeard is truly exhilarating. I wonder if this encounter might allow me the fortune of acquiring some attribute fragments. That would be simply marvelous. All my exhausting travels over the past few days would finally yield a reward, especially since I have traversed numerous locations in the New World. Monki pondered as he diligently followed closely behind the massive pirate ship, determined not to fall behind. As time passed, they drew ever nearer to the location of Captain Whitebeard. With this thought, Monki's spirits began to lift. He skillfully navigated his small vessel while gently whistling a tune. At that moment, on the deck of the colossal pirate ship, the other pirates gazed in astonishment at their captain, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. One timidly inquired, "Captain, is this young man truly an intern under the red-haired pirates?" As soon as he finished speaking, an even deeper silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was profoundly astonished, yet filled with bewilderment. Not a single soul uttered a word. All were awaiting a response from their captain, Atmos. It was utterly inconceivable that this young man, who had engaged in such a spirited exchange with the captain, was merely an intern. How could anyone accept such a notion? Yet, it was indeed the case, as Atmos candidly acknowledged. After much contemplation and speculation, he ultimately chose to believe Monki's words. Indeed, Monki must truly be an intern from the red-haired pirates. It is undoubtedly the case. His abilities were insufficient to defeat the young man, despite the fact that he was merely an intern. A profound, indescribable sensation surged within Atmos, akin to an overturned bottle of mixed flavors, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and numbing, all flooding his heart. Goodness! The young man he battled against was merely an intern under the red-haired pirates? And yet, they fought to a standstill? It is truly astonishing that even the interns under the white-haired elder possess such formidable prowess. Perhaps I have harbored too many misconceptions about interns. Or could it be that today's interns are indeed so extraordinarily powerful? Truly, the youth are to be feared. The crowd was left in utter astonishment at Atmos' revelation. Some expressed skepticism, questioning whether the interns they had previously encountered were merely placeholders. Why? They had never heard of it before. Could an intern possess such formidable strength? Indeed, Atmos nodded in agreement. He was filled with profound doubt. Simultaneously, although Atmos was not particularly astute, he endeavored to comprehend certain matters. For he was now utterly convinced that Monki was indeed merely an intern. This realization only deepened his confusion. He pondered how it was possible for an intern under the red-haired pirates to possess such formidable abilities. What then must be the strength of the entire red-haired pirates crew? Since Monki was part of the red-haired pirates, did this imply that, during this time, the crew had undergone a significant leap in power? The fact that an intern could hold his own against him suggested that the true strength of the red-haired pirates' elite members was likely even more terrifying. Therefore, despite the absence of any particularly momentous events in recent years, it was conceivable that they were concealing their true capabilities. Atmos was certain that the red-haired pirates were immensely powerful, especially considering the formidable prowess of their intern. This matter must be communicated to Captain Whitebeard. We cannot simply stand by and witness our pirate crew become the weakest among the four emperors. With this thought, Atmos was suddenly beset by unease. He was filled with trepidation, for Monki was alone. This solitary circumstance led Atmos to alter his previous perception of the red-haired pirates. He believes that the red-haired pirates are truly formidable individuals, and indeed, they are. It is entirely understandable for him to harbor such thoughts. However, what Atmos failed to recognize was that Monki's peers among the interns could not be compared to him. After all, within the red-haired pirates, he is a being of monstrous caliber. Such matters are simply not comparable. Chapter 43. Aboard the Moby Dick. A man worth billions. An hour passed in this manner. Monki navigated his small sailboat, trailing behind the colossal pirate ship, continuing onward in their direction. Behind their navigational trajectory, the sea surface was stirred into ripples and splashes. Under the sunlight's embrace, the waves shimmered like scattered gold. On the deck, Monki retrieved the confidential letter entrusted to him by the red-haired captain. He held the letter in his hands, examining it closely, yet he refrained from unsealing it. After all, this was a missive penned personally by the captain, and it was imperative that Whitebeard himself opened it. The task assigned to him by the captain was nearing completion. Monki stretched luxuriously, experiencing a sense of relief wash over him. After several days of endeavor, he was finally able to draw this chapter to a close. This mission could be deemed a success. Even though he had not acquired any attribute fragments during his meeting with Whitebeard, his horizons had certainly broadened. Nonetheless, numerous troublesome events had transpired. Yet, were it not for these challenges, Monki would not have achieved such rapid progress in such a brief span of time. His strength had surged significantly. Overall, he mused, it had been a rather gratifying journey. The confrontations with the beast pirates had exponentially enhanced his abilities. If this encounter with Whitebeard could grant him further breakthrough, it would be splendid. With this trajectory, even if the formidable Captain Jack's subordinate, Cypher's head, sought him out, he would not be intimidated. Monki recalled this matter, and a preliminary strategy had already begun to form in his mind. After all, having vanquished 4 crews of the beast pirates, they were undoubtedly still scouring for his whereabouts, biding their time for revenge. The next adversary Monki would face was likely to be Cypher's head. This individual was exceptionally formidable, incomparable to the small fry he had previously dispatched. In the New World, he was indeed a significant figure. Otherwise, his bounty would not be an impressive 300 million berries. Gradually scanning the horizon, Monki stood on the deck and discerned a small dark spot far off on the sea's surface. As he drew closer, the shadowy figure loomed larger, revealing itself to be a vessel. Despite the several kilometers that separated them, Monki could ascertain that this pirate ship was certainly substantial. "You little rascal, we're almost there. Get ready. I'll take you to meet our captain," called out Atmos from across the railing. Was he about to meet the most formidable figure in the entire New World? As the rumors suggested, Monki silently anticipated the encounter. There was nothing to prepare, for he was merely tasked with delivering a letter. He gradually approached, drawing nearer to the formidable shadow. As he advanced, the visage of the ship slowly came into focus within his sight. This vessel resembled a colossal whale, its massive form imposing, with a bow that was elegantly rounded, akin to the head of a whale. High above, a flag fluttered vigorously in the air, exuding an aura of grandeur. It was the banner of the Whitebeard pirates, adorned with a skull emblem. Here lay the Moby Dick, the very ship of Whitebeard himself. To sail alongside the Moby Dick in the New World was the highest aspiration of all its crew members, who willingly followed Captain Whitebeard into countless fierce battles. As Monki drew ever closer to the Moby Dick, he became increasingly aware of the vessel's age, a testament to its storied past. "Come with me," beckoned Atmos. Thus, he commanded his subordinates to lower the wooden ladder from the colossal pirate ship, as they were situated alongside the Moby Dick. Subsequently, Atmos ascended the ladder and reached the Moby Dick. Upon witnessing this, Monki felt an immense sense of joy and leaped onto the deck of Moby Dick. "Follow me," he urged. Atmos, with emotions difficult to articulate, cast a silent glance at Monki. Until now, he is still preoccupied with this question. Just how formidable is the red-haired pirate's strength at present? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have truly fallen from grace? He dared not delve any further into his thoughts. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart became, sinking deeper into despair. Monki trailed behind Atmos, step by step. He finally boarded the vessel named Moby Dick, surrounded by the vastness of the sea. He observed that many pirates aboard the ship were gazing at them, some even enthusiastically greeting Atmos. At this moment, everyone also took note of the young Monki, who was following closely behind Atmos. They were utterly perplexed and intrigued. "Have you ever seen that lad behind Atmos?" "No, but he appears quite young." Many scrutinized Monki, their curiosity palpable. Although Monki sensed their intrigue, he remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of being flustered. Witnessing his calm demeanor, Atmos felt a tumult of emotions, his heart sinking deeper. He had not anticipated such poise from the young man. Could it be that interns have become so seasoned now? It seemed my assumptions were correct. The red-haired pirates had indeed grown significantly stronger than before. After a brief while, Atmos came to a halt. He bent at the waist and performed a deep bow, his expression remarkably grave. He called out, "Father." He stepped aside, allowing Monki to come into the view of the individual before him. Simultaneously, Monki could discern the features of that person. The deck had become remarkably desolate, with onlookers maintaining their distance. Yet, none ventured towards the center of the deck, for there sat an imposing figure. He was seated in an enormous chair, numerous syringes protruding from his body, and along those tubes, one could glimpse the vials above. Nevertheless, despite this, the man's aura was formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation in all those around him. The atmosphere was profoundly solemn and authoritative. Suddenly, a resounding laughter erupted from him, echoing throughout the ship. His laughter caused the entire vessel to sway gently. Who was this Atmos? A voice, resonant and commanding, inquired of him. He donned a black scarf upon his head, while his form was clad in a white pirate ensemble. His exposed skin revealed robust muscles, adorned with numerous scars, likely remnants from past battles. Yet, what captivated the attention most was the beard upon his face bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He is the most powerful man in the New World, a legend spoken of by all. His bounty amounts to a staggering 5 billion berries. In Chapter 44, the red-haired elder surprisingly dispatched an intern to deliver a message to me. Aboard the Moby Dick, on the deck, the crew members of the white-haired pirate crew gathered around, their eyes fixed curiously upon Monki, who stood beside Atmos. "Father, he is an intern from the red-haired pirates," Atmos replied with utmost reverence. An intern from the red-haired pirates? The captain, seated in his chair, wore an inscrutable expression, slightly raising an eyebrow to glance at Monki. The name of the red-haired pirates, and particularly that of Shanks, had not crossed my ears in quite some time. In an instant, he seemed to be transported back a decade. Although 10 years had elapsed, it felt as though it had transpired merely yesterday. At that time, 2 interns aboard Roger's ship had unexpectedly stood before him. Yet now, one of those individuals, a red-haired boy, had astonishingly ascended to the ranks of the 4 emperors, establishing himself as a formidable sovereign in the New World. Moreover, his title bore a striking resemblance to his own. No one could have anticipated that the once insufferable lad, merely an intern on Roger's vessel, would now command the most powerful pirate crew in the New World. Whitebeard fell into deep contemplation, his eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the past. Then, he cast another glance at Monki. Meanwhile, Monki felt the immense power emanating from Whitebeard's gaze. He is undoubtedly one of the foremost rulers of the New World, and the weight of his oppression and intimidation rendered him somewhat breathless. "Boy, tell me your name," Whitebeard said, gazing at Monki with a calm demeanor. Monki raised his head to meet Whitebeard's gaze. "So, the red-haired captain has sent you to seek me for what purpose?" Whitebeard inquired, quite straightforwardly. He is skeptical that there is nothing that would prompt someone to seek him out. After all, he has always been elusive, making it no easy task to locate him. It is often said that one does not visit the 3 treasures hall without reason. Surely, this young man has exerted considerable effort to find him. Those around cast curious glances at Monki, intrigued by the purpose of his visit to Whitebeard. Monki's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his surroundings. He sensed a palpable pressure, and this was not solely due to Whitebeard himself, but also the multitude of pirates surrounding him, including the formidable captain, Marco the Phoenix. He leaned against a colossal pillar, his expression somewhat sardonic, with a languid demeanor evident in his eyes. He appeared utterly indolent. No one would suspect that he was a formidable pirate of great renown. This stark contrast stirred a sense of unease within Monki, for his aura and the charisma he exuded were gravely misaligned with his true prowess. It was unfathomable that such an ostensibly ordinary individual could be the captain of the 1st Division under the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, he possessed the rare ability of a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit user, an even rarer power than that of the Logia type. Aside from Marco, there was also the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu. He perched upon the railing, his hands resting upon his knees, supporting his chin, his gaze remarkably composed. He regarded Monki with an expression devoid of emotion, yet his presence exuded an undeniable aura of strength. In addition to these 2, there was the captain of the 5th Squad, Flower Swordbista, and the captain of the 6th Squad, Bramik. Monki surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the majority of Whitebeard's commanders were aboard the Moby Dick. They were filled with curiosity as Monki arrived on their vessel, their gazes fixed upon him. Whatever actions he took, he felt the weight of countless eyes upon him. Had anyone else found themselves in this situation, they might have succumbed to the lethal stares of the onlookers. Yet, Monki remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the scrutiny. After all, he had not come here to engage in conflict, leaving little room for fear. With an air of tranquility, he regarded Whitebeard seated before him. He scrutinized closely, observing the myriad scars that marred Whitebeard's body, some of which were perilously deep, wounds that had nearly cost him his life. In this new world, the most formidable individual stood before Monki, mere meters apart. The closer Monki drew to Whitebeard, the more he felt the palpable pressure and the undeniable aura that surrounded him. This man commanded a bounty of 50 billion berries. Whitebeard, indeed, was a sight that surpassed mere hearsay. A glimmer shone in Monki's eyes. He could sense that if Whitebeard were to strike him, he would possess no means of retaliation whatsoever. He had already discerned the overwhelming aura emanating from Whitebeard. This individual was indeed the most formidable person in the new world. Truly, he is mightier than a monster, even in the presence of his own captain. Monki has never felt such a sensation. After all, the red-haired captain appears to be an ordinary pirate, compared to Whitebeard. The latter embodies the quintessential image of a formidable warrior that one often envisions. He paused, meeting the gaze of Whitebeard. He only saw Monki retrieving a letter from his embrace, which he then handed to Atmos. Our red-haired captain has commanded me to deliver this to you personally. Atmos took the letter and approached Whitebeard, presenting it to him. Whitebeard held the letter in his hands but did not hasten to open it. Instead, he turned his attention back to Monki. Is this a letter personally penned by Shanks? Indeed, Monki replied. However, for reasons unknown, Monki noticed a subtle shift in Whitebeard's expression after his response. His gaze towards Monki had shifted significantly. Indeed, it seems you have endured quite a hardship. Whitebeard chuckled softly. Yet his eyes began to sharpen with intensity. That red-haired brat has become exceedingly arrogant, sending a mere intern to deliver a letter to me. Chapter 45. Whitebeard tore the letter to shreds on the spot. There is nothing to be concerned about. It's hardly worth mentioning. Although we encountered numerous challenges along the way, we ultimately fulfilled the task entrusted to us by our captain, Monki replied, displaying no sign of anxiety. However, was this journey truly smooth sailing? Only he was privy to that truth. After all, achieving this goal required considerable effort. He vanquished 4 pirate crews under the Beast Pirates before finally arriving at the Azure Sea. Along the way, he also engaged in a contest with Atmos, which enabled him to reach the Moby Dick smoothly. It is evident that this endeavor consumed a significant amount of time and effort, approximately 5 days, perhaps. Moreover, during the confrontations with the Beast Pirates, Monki's abilities saw considerable enhancement. Should the opportunity arise again, Monki would indeed welcome the prospect of such battles, as they would likely facilitate his rapid advancement. This was the thought that lingered in Monki's mind. In fact, he now perceived the pirates under the Beast Pirates as rather endearing, akin to a vast expanse of verdant leaks ripe for the taking. Old man. Although he was merely an intern under the red-haired pirates, his prowess was undeniably formidable, nearly on par with the official members. Atmos approached Whitebeard and whispered softly in his ear. Is that so? Whitebeard appeared to be intrigued. Ahem. Atmos cleared his throat awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment evident as he said, when I encountered him, I challenged him, stating that only if he defeated me would I allow him to meet you. And then? Whitebeard inquired nonchalantly. He is indifferent to the reasons behind their conflict. To him, such matters hold no significance. He was solely focused on the ultimate outcome. A tie. Atmos replied with great difficulty, his voice barely above a whisper. Upon finishing his statement, he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. Indeed, the situation was quite mortifying. It was rather awkward to admit this in front of the other captains. After all, he was a captain of the 13th Division. Yet, it remained a fact that he had reached a stalemate with an intern from the red-haired pirates. In his heart, this was undoubtedly a source of great shame. Nevertheless, it was the truth. Although Monki was merely an intern, his strength was undoubtedly far superior to that of those Atmos had encountered previously. A tie? Whitebeard expressed a hint of surprise. Indeed, he had never anticipated such an outcome. As an intern, how could he possibly match his captain from the 13th team? This occurrence is indeed rare. Yet, even if it were true, an intern remains merely an intern, their status is unequivocal. It is rather conspicuous that Red-Haired would send an intern to deliver a message to him. Has this young man begun to believe that his standing surpasses mine? Whitebeard felt a surge of indignation that almost compelled him to laugh aloud. Just a few years prior, Red-Haired had shown him respect. Who would have thought that in such a short span, he would arrogantly dispatch an intern to convey messages? Does he think my days are numbered? That my body is no longer obedient? Or perhaps he perceives the Whitebeard pirates as an outdated force in the New World, no longer a threat to him? This notion infuriates me. Red-haired. A faint redness tinged Whitebeard's eyes, signaling the tempest of his anger. Sending an intern as a messenger may not signify much. But Whitebeard found it intolerable to be disregarded. Thus, he was deeply displeased, for he was a leader of the Grand Line era. He is the formidable Whitebeard of the New World. In his prime, he battled alongside Roger for decades without ever tasting defeat. Yet, the red-haired one, who once served as an apprentice on Roger's ship, has now completely disregarded his former standing. Reflecting on the past, Red-Haired was once an inexperienced youth. But now he dares to treat him with such disdain. Whitebeard finds it intolerable to endure this kind of treatment. A handwritten letter? As he caressed the letter in his hand, he gazed at it for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Without a hint of hesitation, he tore the letter into shreds. The sound echoed sharply aboard the pirate ship, resonating in the ears of all present. Whitebeard did not even glance at it as he reduced the letter to fragments. Then with a wave of his hand, he sent paper fragments swirling into the air. Countless pieces, resembling delicate snowflakes, drifted down onto the deck of the Moby Dick. Upon landing, one could discern faint traces of handwriting in red ink, though at this moment, they formed no coherent phrases. A gentle breeze wafted through the crowd. The fragments of these letters were lifted and lowered by the wind, creating a scene steeped in silence. Old man Automos stood beside the white-bearded figure, casting a helpless glance at Lewin. He shrugged his shoulders and then turned his gaze to the white-bearded man, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, he had long anticipated the emergence of such a scenario, for he knew his white-bearded father all too well. Being underestimated was the one thing he could not endure. At that moment, Monki stared blankly at the letter he had handed over, now torn to shreds by Whitebeard. He lowered his head and sighed, reflecting on the tremendous time and effort he had expended crossing the straits of the New World and provoking the beast pirates, only to ultimately ascertain the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. He had finally arrived in the Azure Sea and painstakingly located Whitebeard. Yet, to his dismay, the task entrusted to him by the captain remained unfulfilled. To fail at the final hurdle rendered all his previous efforts utterly meaningless. In that moment, he could not comprehend the reason behind it. A profound sense of dissatisfaction welled up within him. Chapter 46. Let Whitebeard witness my conqueror's Haki. Upon the deck of the Moby Dick, all eyes were drawn to Monki, their expressions brimming with curiosity about what would transpire next. Father remained unchanged. His temper as volatile as ever. Captain Red-Haired had surprisingly sent an intern to deliver a message to our captain. It was no wonder our father was irate. For this red-haired captain clearly held our father in contempt. Under normal circumstances, he should have personally attended to this matter. Such arrogance was simply intolerable. Indeed, it was the case that this intern was sent in vain, becoming an outlet for our father's frustrations. In his presence, tearing up the letter pinned by his captain must have ignited a deep indignation within the young man. Yet, what could he do? After all, this was our territory. Even if he harbored resentment, he could not unleash it here. Did he truly wish to retaliate on behalf of Red-Haired? Among those present, aside from the immortal Marco, Diamond Jozu, and the swordsman Vista, everyone eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. As events continued to progress, they are quite intrigued by the subsequent actions of Ming-Chi. No matter how formidable he may be, he is merely an intern, lacking any means to effect change. The audacity of the red-haired one is truly excessive, daring to act so recklessly. Whitebeard sat in his chair, casting a fleeting glance at Monkey D. Luffy. I am, after all, the legendary Whitebeard. His voice resonated incessantly in Monkey's ears. Thump, thump. Whitebeard casually seized a nearby barrel of red wine and poured it directly down his throat. A few female doctors nearby intervened, stating, Captain, your body can no longer endure such copious amounts of alcohol. Nonsense. I am merely indulging in a modest amount. What harm could it possibly bring? Whitebeard set down the barrel and glanced at Monkey once more. Red-haired brat, I can surmise the contents of his letter. Is it not simply an inquiry regarding Ace and Blackbird? Convey a message to the red-haired one for me. Tell him that if he wishes to discuss this matter, he should personally come to visit me with his finest companions, rather than sending you with a mere note as a trivial formality. I believe I have made myself quite clear. You may take your leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a disdainful glance at Machi, exuding an air of haughty superiority. His gaze wandered back and forth over Machi, and once again, that overwhelming sense of pressure slowly enveloped him, as if he were ensnared within it. This undeniable sensation was the weight of Whitebeard's imposing presence. Even in his languid repose upon his chair, with an four drip still administering to him, the aura surrounding him remained unyieldingly potent. His abilities should not be inferior to those of his earlier years. He is none other than the renowned pirate of the New World, Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard. The atmosphere around is profoundly oppressive and silent. The surrounding pirates gaze intently at Monki. The waning light of sunset bathes the Moby Dick in a golden hue. Whitebeard's colossal figure casts an imposing shadow over Monki, and although he merely sits in his chair, the weight of his presence is undeniably terrifying. Monki's diminutive form is entirely engulfed in Whitebeard's shadow. "Hey kid, what are you dawdling for? Hurry back and report. Tell Shanks not to come at me with this nonsense. If he wishes to discuss matters, he should come find me himself. Writing to me is utterly pointless." "Monki, our old man has spoken," Marco proclaimed with a sense of satisfaction from behind Monki. Atmos also regarded Monki, shaking his hand in a gesture of dismissal. In that moment, under the watchful eyes of all, Monki remained motionless, simply lifting his gaze back to Whitebeard. Not a trace of extraneous emotion graced his face, he merely regarded him. Even in such an awkward and uncomfortable situation, Monki's heart remained unperturbed. He felt an unwavering calm, even managing a faint smile, though my task remains unfulfilled. I can bear it. However, I traversed the strait of the New World for 5 whole days bearing this letter, only to have you tear it apart without even glancing at it. You have truly shown me a lack of respect. I confess, I am quite indignant. As soon as he finished speaking, those around him were taken aback. Atmos, standing nearby, earnestly remarked, "Monki, do not lose your composure. I am entirely lucid. Only a fool would provoke the Whitebeard pirates within their territory. However, for me, it is a different matter." Monki chuckled once more. "You little brat. You are merely an intern. What pride do you possess?" It seemed Whitebeard had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. "So, you mean to say that your captain, red-haired Shanks, has sent an intern to handle this matter, which is equally disrespectful to me?" He paused, his eyes fixed intently on Monki. "You claim to be angry, but what does that truly amount to? Surely, you do not intend to engage in combat here. On Whitebeard's territory, all around us, the onlookers are eagerly anticipating your next move. Among them are several formidable pirates. Listen to my advice, lad." Marco approached Monki, his expression remaining inscrutable. "As our father has advised, inform your captain. Should you cause trouble here, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. It would be wise to return and report back. What holds more importance to you, your pride or your life? If you truly act recklessly aboard our ship, it would be akin to a death wish. I urge you to consider your actions carefully." As Marco spoke, he drew closer to Monki. "Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to act against you here. However, before I depart, I must present you with a small token, a gesture to convey my inner fury." Monki smiled, his expression inscrutable. Gulping down another generous swig of rum, Whitebeard casually inquired, "A token? Your words have indeed piqued my curiosity. Reveal it to me, that I may witness the trickery you wish to employ." Upon finishing his words, he let out a hearty laugh that echoed towards the heavens. "In that case, keep your eyes wide open and observe closely." Monki's eyes narrowed into mere slits. He stood in front of Whitebeard, under the watchful eyes of all the pirates aboard the Moby Dick, including Captain Marco of the 1st Division, Captain Diamond Jozu of the 3rd Division, and a dozen others. As the focal point, Monki began to emanate an almost imperceptible current. Gradually, he manipulated this current, which swelled in intensity, resembling surging waves that flowed around him. At that moment, a powerful surge of energy radiated from Monki, permeating every corner of the Moby Dick. In mere moments, the entire vessel was enveloped by the aura he projected. This was Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 47, Reciprocity. This is what fairness entails. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the surface of the sea shimmered brilliantly, reflecting golden rays under the sun, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The enormous Moby Dick sailed, its skull flag fluttering in the wind. The colossal pirate ship rocked upon the waves, and on its deck, thousands of pirates gathered. This was indeed the stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates, teeming with a multitude of pirates. Yet, an eerie atmosphere prevailed aboard the ship. It was profoundly quiet, devoid of any sound. Monki stood calmly in the very center of the deck. Before him sat the venerable figure of Whitebeard, his formidable stature exuding an overwhelming pressure. Surrounding him were Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, and the swordsman Vista, along with other captains, all rendered speechless aboard the Moby Dick. They found themselves at a loss for words. Encircling Monki was a colossal wave of Conqueror's Haki, gradually enveloping the entire Moby Dick. His presence permeated every nook and cranny of the ship, creating an atmosphere of sheer magnitude. Almost everyone aboard was taken aback as the Haki spread throughout the vessel. It was not only the pirates standing on the deck who felt its weight. Even those in the cabins were not spared from its influence. In particular, Whitebeard, Marco, Josu, and Vista, the individuals closest to Monki, were among the first to succumb to the overwhelming force of his Conqueror's Haki. With a thunderous impact, the Haki surged outward in an instant, rendering the Moby Dick akin to a vacuum. Silence reigned supreme. In that moment, the only sound that pierced the stillness was the thud of bodies collapsing to the ground. Those pirates who had stood less than 10 meters from Monki, previously eager to observe the spectacle, simultaneously lost consciousness, their eyes glazing over and their thoughts dissipating. They collapsed onto the deck, rendered utterly insensible. The scene was eerily terrifying. A once densely packed throng of pirates now lay sprawled across the deck, a sea of bodies. Aside from Whitebeard and a handful of captains, nearly all the pirates were felled by the onslaught of Monki's Haki, unconscious and defenseless upon the deck. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed throughout the Moby Dick, filling every corner of the pirate ship. Those of lesser strength found themselves utterly incapable of resisting this formidable aura, and the rapidity of events left them no time to react. Within mere seconds, the deck transformed into an expanse of emptiness. The multitude of pirates that had encircled Monki dwindled to just over 100, while the remaining hundreds lay unconscious, victims of the overwhelming Haki. The atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence. Disbelief etched on the faces of those who remained, their gazes fixed in a mix of awe and terror upon the young man standing before Whitebeard. Marco's expression darkened considerably. The previously relaxed demeanor had vanished, replaced by a look of seriousness in his eyes. If my assumptions are correct, Vista attempted to articulate his thoughts, but words failed him as he surveyed the scene. Surrounding the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, it was starkly evident that the deck was littered with their subordinates, many of whom lay in a state of deep unconsciousness. As leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, they possessed a clear understanding of the gravity of the situation at hand. Having fought alongside their crew in the New World for so long, they were acutely aware of the implications. Yet, it was precisely because of this awareness that they were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before them. In unison, their gazes fixated intently on Machi. That little rascal, was all Diamond Jaw stated. The current scene was entirely unexpected, a development they had never anticipated since Monchi's arrival aboard the Moby Dick. They had never contemplated that Monchi would take such an action, claiming it to be a gift intended for them. The weight of this gift was indeed immense. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. In the distance, several visibly anxious individuals hurriedly ran to Whitebeard's side, exclaiming, "Father, what on earth is happening? Why have all the pirates on the ship collapsed?" Their voices resonated with remarkable clarity on the expansive deck. Yet, the old man with the white beard remained inscrutable, his expression unchanged as he scrutinized the figure of Monki before him with utmost seriousness. He did not directly respond to his subordinate's inquiry. Nearby, Malgo replied, "I am aware of this matter. You may return to your own tasks." Understood. Several pirates retreated while casting anxious glances at the unconscious crew members sprawled across the deck. They are bewildered by the unfolding events. What precisely is transpiring? Why are so many individuals aboard the vessel in a state of unconsciousness? They found it truly difficult to fathom the events unfolding before their eyes. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The surrounding pirates began to sweat profusely. The few who remained conscious continued to gaze at Machi, not even daring to blink. The gift that Machi spoke of was indeed beyond their wildest imaginings. If I am not mistaken, is this not the Conqueror's Haki? Atmos was equally astonished, unable to control his mouth as it uttered the surprise he felt within. As soon as he finished his statement, the captains turned their gazes towards Machi, their expressions revealing not only shock and astonishment, but also a hint of displeasure and hostility. They were well aware that Machi had just employed the Conqueror's Haki. However, what surprised them was the fact that an intern could wield such formidable power. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue. After all, everything had transpired so rapidly, and they had never anticipated that an intern could possess such immense strength. Instantly, a sense of embarrassment washed over them. How could an intern dare to act so boldly in their territory? It was utterly outrageous. This kind of talent was indeed both powerful and daunting. Marco spoke slowly, while Machi, under the gaze of the crowd, lifted his head. He cast a glance at the onlookers surrounding him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He gazed down upon the pirates who had been struck to the ground by his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Then, he turned his gaze back to Whitebeard, expressing a hope that this gift would bring you satisfaction. Thus, our relationship would be rendered equitable. Chapter 48. Brad, would you be willing to be my son? As Monki concluded his statement, an even deeper silence enveloped the surroundings. The captains who had gathered were fixated on Monki, their eyes never straying from him for even a moment. Throughout, they had never entertained the thought. In their hearts, they always believed that Monki was merely a lowly intern. Yet he possessed the regal talent that could only emerge from among millions. The Conqueror's Haki. What was even more astonishing was that Monki not only possessed this extraordinary gift, but from his recent performance, it was evident that he could adeptly wield it in battle. This was the most surprising aspect of all. It was truly remarkable. This little brat could actually utilize the Conqueror's Haki. Even Diamond Jaws was taken aback. Such a talent was one he himself had never possessed. This was not merely a result of diligent effort. Rather, it was an exceedingly rare gift. This was the Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding captains exchanged complex expressions as they gazed at Monki. This in turn was capable of executing techniques that even they struggled to master. Little brat, your gift is far too precious. Marco, standing beside Monki, revealed a glimmer of hostility in his eyes towards him. He stood in close proximity, thus perceiving the scene with utmost clarity. Surrounding him were hundreds of pirates, all succumbing to the overwhelming aura of Monchi's Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, aboard the colossal pirate ship, numerous individuals of lesser strength found themselves unable to escape the potency of Monchi's will, many of whom likely fell into unconsciousness. Remarkably, all of this transpired due to the presence of this intern from the red-haired pirates. To recount such an event to anyone would surely elicit disbelief. A token of sentiment, not meant as a gesture of respect. I hope everyone does not take this too seriously. Monchi chuckled softly. He gazed around at the crew members, both captains and ordinary sailors alike, who regarded him with expressions of complex emotions. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, washing away the unpleasantness caused by Whitebeard tearing up the letter. In the realm of give and take, Monki held fairness in the highest regard. Although he had employed the Conqueror's Haki, he never intended to inflict any substantial harm upon the Whitebeard pirates. At least he had salvaged a semblance of dignity for himself, and his anger began to dissipate. Moreover, he had demonstrated his prowess in front of Captain Whitebeard, incapacitating a significant portion of his crew with his Haki. Yet, they were powerless to retaliate, left merely to stare at him in disbelief. Monki reveled in this feeling of triumph, especially after wielding the Conqueror's Haki. He discovered a certain truth. The disparity in strength among the members of the Whitebeard pirates was strikingly evident. Whitebeard was undoubtedly the most formidable individual aboard the Moby Dick, followed closely by Marco. However, aside from these two, the prowess of the other captains was rather lackluster. Although Monki utilized his Conqueror's Haki, they managed to withstand it through their own abilities. Moreover, some individuals exhibited commendable strength, successfully resisting the onslaught of the Conqueror's Haki without losing consciousness. Yet, a significant portion of the pirates possessed no means of defense whatsoever. Over 200 had simply collapsed on the deck alone. Not to mention the multitude of pirates sprawled throughout the ship, undoubtedly filling every nook and cranny. Thus, it became apparent that the crew of the Whitebeard pirates exhibited a wide range of strengths, with many weaklings merely trying to take advantage of the situation. In terms of average combat capability, the Whitebeard pirates seemed to be the weakest among the four emperors. This experience further validated Monki's suspicions. Merely employing Conqueror's Haki had resulted in such a multitude unable to withstand it. This was, after all, the Moby Dick, the stronghold of the Whitebeard pirates. The fact that so many could not resist his Conqueror's Haki implied the overall weakness of their crew. Even those within their own stronghold were hardly impressive. Monki mused to himself. Marco, visibly displeased, stood beside Monki and remarked, "You little brat, how dare you run wild on our territory and use Conqueror's Haki? Do you not regard us at all? I merely offered you a gift. How is that disrespectful?" Monki replied with a cheerful smile. Marco, taken aback by his response, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He truly found himself at a loss when it came to countering Monchi. Could he possibly be blamed for incapacitating so many of his own crew with his Conqueror's Haki? Such a statement would be difficult to utter. If anyone were to be blamed, it would have to be them. This incident clearly illustrates that the members of the Whitebeard pirates possess a rather lackluster combat prowess. Furthermore, it is impossible to hold Monchi accountable for his overwhelming strength which rendered them unconscious through his Haki. After all, even a mere intern could not be subdued. Who would dare to shamelessly cast blame upon him? That would be utterly disgraceful. Regardless, Marco would certainly not stoop to such a level, let alone place blame upon Monchi. He let out a helpless sigh, casting a pleading glance towards the old man with the white beard. I had long suspected that this mischievous lad was no ordinary individual. Atmos gazed at Monki, expressing his astonishment with an exclamation. Conqueror's Haki. It is a rare gift possessed by only one in several million, truly exceptional. Who could have imagined that even an intern would bear such talent? What is even more astonishing is, though he is merely an intern, he adeptly wields his Conqueror's Haki with remarkable proficiency, readily invoking it in the heat of battle. This mastery astonished the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. "You little rascal," Whitebeard remarked slowly. His voice was remarkably soothing, yet resoundingly clear. Monki turned to face him. A faint smile still graced his face. And before the most formidable individual in this new world, he felt not a trace of panic within his heart. He believes that in the face of a formidable character like Whitebeard, such trivial matters would undoubtedly be of little concern to him, regardless of the circumstances. He merely sought to demonstrate his prowess, causing no substantial harm to anyone. After all, he was merely employing his Conqueror's Haki. If they cannot withstand even this gentle flow of energy, can they truly lay blame upon him? "It truly took me by surprise, your Conqueror's Haki. You impudent young lad. Your innate talent is indeed remarkable. However, aboard my Moby Dick, do you truly believe you can act with such impunity, thinking that Captain Shanks would come to your rescue?" Whitebeard regarded Monki with an overwhelming aura that enveloped him. "I believe you are being somewhat excessive in your assertions, for I have not genuinely harmed anyone. Have I?" Monki chuckled lightly. Despite the immense pressure exerted by Whitebeard, he felt no sense of panic within. "Ha ha." Whitebeard laughed heartily for an extended period, his laughter resonating throughout every corner of the Moby Dick. Instantly, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of admiration. Whitebeard glanced at Monki and sincerely remarked, "You impudent young lad, I truly admire you. Have you ever considered leaving the red-haired pirates to join my crew? I would be willing to adopt you as my son." Chapter 49, A Trainee Possessing Conqueror's Haki. On the deck, the captains surrounding them were left utterly astounded by this scene. Initially, they were disdainful, followed by astonishment, and then they felt an intense hostility towards Monki. After listening to Whitebeard's words, they were utterly bewildered. They never anticipated that the old man with the white beard would utter such words. Is he intending to recruit Monki into his own team? He is indeed a member of the red-haired pirates. Moreover, Monki is merely an intern under the command of the red-haired pirates. It's hard to believe. Marco could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his expression appeared somewhat dazed. Father Whitebeard, to utter such words is simply beyond comprehension. He is, after all, a person of considerable pride. He faced a multitude of captains aboard the ship and unexpectedly extended an olive branch to an intern from the red-haired pirates, seeking to recruit him into the Whitebeard pirates. This maneuver was utterly unforeseen, leaving everyone astounded. Diamond Jaws, who had been perched on the railing of the deck, listening to Father S. words, was momentarily taken aback, as if he could not comprehend what Father was articulating. The old man Whitebeard was capable of such actions, even if he intended to recruit. Why would he choose merely an intern? Moreover, he was affiliated with the red-haired pirates. He had never encountered such a scene in his lifetime. It was truly breathtaking. The proud Whitebeard had always maintained an air of superiority, rarely, if ever, resorting to undermining others since their arrival at the Whitebeard pirates. While there may have been a rare instance or two, such occurrences were exceedingly uncommon. Moreover, this was an event that had transpired long ago. In comparison to Captain Whitebeard, it was Roger who relished the art of recruitment the most. No one could have anticipated that such a day would come. They are fortunate to witness their captain engaging in the act of excavation. They deeply felt the inadequacy of their imagination. Some captains couldn't help but shake their heads, attempting to clear their minds. Some of them still believed they were in a dream. Surely, the old man must be jesting with him, thought Margal, who spoke without a moment's hesitation. "I am quite serious," Whitebeard replied with a smile, his gaze shifting back to Monki. "What do you think, you little rascal?" Upon his utterance, Marco, Diamond Jaws, and the other captains were rendered utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom that their father, Whitebeard, truly intended to recruit someone. What enchantment did this intern possess that could elicit such earnest consideration from their father? No, though he was merely an intern. He was an intern endowed with the formidable power of Conqueror's Haki. This indicated that Monki was far from an ordinary intern. Contemplating this, Marco felt a begrudging admiration. Yet his heart remained profoundly shaken. Were they genuinely poised to accept a member of the red-haired pirates? This was utterly unprecedented. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Whitebeard was indeed intent on welcoming this young man into the Whitebeard pirates. It seemed their father was resolute in his decision this time. At the same time, Atmos felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, gazing at Monki with a mixture of anticipation and astonishment. He was utterly convinced that Monki's capabilities extended far beyond what was evident. Should he choose to join the Whitebeard pirates, it would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration within the crew. Yet, the question lingered in Atmos's mind. Would he be willing? The surrounding pirates awaited Monki's response in hushed anticipation. Not only the captains, but also those who withstood Monki's Conqueror's Haki without succumbing bore expressions of astonishment. After all, the image of Monki unleashing his Conqueror's Haki replayed incessantly in their minds. The old man was notoriously proud. Who could have foreseen a day when he would extend an invitation to an intern to join their crew? However, reflecting on Monki's formidable strength, everyone found a sense of acceptance. Indeed, it was clear that Monki's prowess was extraordinary, and his potential for future growth was boundless. The question remained, would this young man accept? All eyes were fixed upon Monki. Such an occurrence was rare. An invitation to join the Whitebeard pirates was a remarkable honor, one that had not transpired in nearly a decade. Hence, it became evident. Their venerable Whitebeard indeed held a profound admiration for Monki. Facing the curious and expectant gazes of those around him, Monki felt a twinge of surprise upon hearing Whitebeard's words. However, he quickly responded with a smile, saying, "I appreciate your admiration, but I would prefer to remain with the red-haired pirates." "Such a choice would indeed be regrettable," Whitebeard remarked. Accepting Monki's reasoning without a hint of anger at the rejection, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. The old man had been turned down. They found the day's events utterly incredible. First, the old man had audaciously attempted to recruit him in front of such a large crowd. Then, this young lad had the audacity to decline the old man's invitation. Finally, the fact that Whitebeard showed no signs of anger at being rebuffed was truly astonishing. Their minds seemed to have exploded like a pot of mush, as this matter has transcended their comprehension from beginning to end. They indeed found it difficult to fathom such an outcome. It was utterly bizarre. That little rascal. Marco gazed at Monki with a complex expression. Having declined his father's invitation to join the pirate crew, this was entirely unexpected for him. However, Marco was acutely aware that, as an intern, possessing the Conqueror's Haki afforded him the confidence to refuse. In Chapter 50, a dazzling golden light shone forth. Looking at Monki, Marco felt a profound sense of astonishment. Monki had left an indelible impression on him. First, Monki was remarkably young, verging on the exceptionally youthful. Second, at such a tender age, to possess Conqueror's Haki and wield it skillfully in battle was a rarity, not only within the Whitebeard pirates but throughout the entire New World. At the very least, Marco had never encountered anyone like him before. He had just heard the news. In the previous contest between Atmos and Monki, the final result turned out to be a tie. Marco was deeply astonished. Monki possessed an extraordinary strength, capability, and talent that seemed beyond Marco's reach. Therefore, Marco could almost foresee that Monki would achieve significant accomplishments in the future. If all went smoothly, he would gain considerable prestige within the red-haired pirates, becoming one of its pillars. Thus, Marco did not perceive Monki's refusal of Whitebeard's invitation as a breach of decorum or arrogance. For Monki, he only needed to consider his own path, completely unconcerned with the opinions of others. He had the standing to decline. "Ha ha." Whitebeard laughed heartily. "You little rascal. You dare to refuse my invitation and even cause such a ruckus on my ship. Tell me, how should I handle this? What punishment would be fitting? If you agree to be my son, I shall overlook this matter and let today's events be forgotten. What do you think?" Upon finishing his words, Machi chuckled and remarked, "You are undoubtedly the most formidable person in the world. Your heart must be exceedingly vast. Surely, you would not be petty enough to quibble over such trivial matters." The old man with the white beard could only laugh in astonishment. His laughter echoed throughout the nooks and crannies of the Moby Dick, an aura of grandeur permeating the entire pirate ship. "I dare not," Monki replied with an air of composure. "To speak candidly, the more I observe you, the more I find you impressive. I hold a deep admiration for you. You possess audacity and remarkable courage. Though your strength may not be overwhelming, you are endowed with a talent that few can rival. Given some time and the experience gained through battle, I believe you could emerge as a significant figure in the New World. Red-haired Shanks is indeed fortunate having such a commendable crew member. I am certain that you will undoubtedly become a pillar of the red-haired pirates in the future." Whitebeard bestowed upon Monki the highest commendation. The surrounding pirates and other captains were left utterly astonished by this scene. They had never witnessed their venerable old father extolling someone with such fervor. If Monki could become the pillar of the red-haired pirates, there would be no doubt. His prowess has reached a level where he can command the winds and the rains in this new world. Will Monki ever attain such heights? Marco, Diamond Jozu, and others around them wore expressions of deep complexity as they fixed their gaze upon Monki. Thankfully, he is not our enemy. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to eliminate him on the spot. While his strength is still not overwhelming, it would be prudent to eradicate him before he becomes a formidable threat. Marco glanced at Monki before him. Truly, he is a young prodigy, endowed with remarkable strength and talent. It stands to reason that if one were to be his adversary, failing to eliminate him before his ascent would lead to profound regret once he reaches his peak. The only viable solution as an enemy is to extinguish him before his power burgeons. That would be a true means of preventing future calamities. This insolent brat, exhibiting such formidable strength, I have never witnessed my father extol anyone in such a manner. If my father's words hold true, his refusal to join the Whitebeard pirates indeed represents a significant loss for them. Insolent boy, step away. Your presence is quite vexing to me. Before I change my mind, quickly return to your red-haired pirates and leave my vicinity. Whitebeard waved his hand at him, his voice resounding. In that case, I shall not intrude further. Monki smiled and, without a hint of hesitation, turned and departed. He surveyed the surrounding pirates and smiled, saying, farewell for now. I believe we shall undoubtedly have the opportunity to meet again. We certainly do not wish to encounter you, came the reply. Indeed, for Marco and the other captains, evading Magellan was their foremost concern. The notion of wishing to meet him was far from their minds. If only it were possible. They were quite eager never to encounter him again in this lifetime. Indeed, the prowess of that young man was exceedingly formidable, leaving them feeling rather embarrassed. You little rascal, hurry back, Whitebeard urged, fearing that if Monki lingered any longer, he might genuinely reconsider his stance. The surrounding pirates cast intensely hostile glances at Monki. With a resigned shrug and a smile, Monki acknowledged their disdain. He turned to glance at Captain Whitebeard, then shifted his gaze to the scattered fragments of letters strewn across the deck, his mind replaying the events of not long ago. From the moment of his arrival until now, he mused, the pirates aboard must be reveling in delight. Although his captain's letter had been torn by Whitebeard, inciting considerable anger at the time, he had reciprocated with a formidable display of strength towards the Whitebeard pirates. This seemed the fairest course of action. Thus, should they have the chance to meet again, it would not be an awkward encounter. Yet at that moment, as he turned to depart, Monki caught a glimpse of his surroundings and was instantly taken aback. This was an occurrence he had never anticipated. His eyes were fixed intently upon the deck beside the white-bearded man. In but an instant, a blinding flash of golden light fell into Monki's gaze. It was exceedingly sudden, and this brilliance shone even more radiantly than the sunlight glimmering upon the sea, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. That beam of golden radiance, so dazzling it seemed almost blinding, instantly filled Monki's vision, leaving him unable to shift his focus. He stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with astonishment at the sight of the white-bearded man. Then, his astonishment transformed into fervent excitement, leaving him profoundly shaken. The flash occurred. Ultimately, the white-bearded figure flickered away. This golden radiance seemed to possess an enchanting magic, irresistibly captivating Monki D. Luffy. Within him, a deep conviction arose. This scene was, without a doubt, the most breathtaking spectacle he had ever witnessed in his life. At long last, he beheld the scene he had fervently wished for. Chapter 51 reveals the astonishing attributes of the Tremor's assault. It was truly breathtaking. In Monki's vision, golden rays illuminated his surroundings, more resplendent than the sun itself, resembling the most exquisite colors in existence. He stood transfixed upon the deck of the Pequod, enveloped in the radiant glow of the white-bearded figure. His expression was one of sheer ecstasy, unmistakably brimming with excitement and anticipation for the events to unfold. Ultimately, it did manifest, a resplendent golden attribute shard tumbled forth from the very essence of the white-bearded being. Such an extraordinary opportunity was indeed rare. He could scarcely believe that fortune had smiled upon him in such a remarkable manner. This golden attribute shard was unlike any that Monki had ever encountered, representing the pinnacle of excellence in shards. He vividly recalls the last occasion when he acquired a golden fragment from the red-haired captain, which has now manifested as his awakened Conqueror's Haki. He is filled with anticipation, pondering what new skills he might learn this time. What formidable abilities might he discover from Whitebeard? The eagerness within him is palpable. The previous golden fragment bestowed upon him the power of Haki. What capabilities might he gain this time? Monki's gaze is unwavering as he fixates on the ground beside Whitebeard. This moment is what he yearns for most fervently. Suddenly, another golden fragment falls from Whitebeard. Monki can scarcely believe his eyes. How extraordinarily fortunate he has been since embarking on his journey to seek out Whitebeard. An abundance of fortuitous events has unfolded, granting him numerous high-level attribute fragments. His luck has been nothing short of remarkable lately. With a satisfied smile, Monki listens as the system's voice resonates in his ears. Ding! A golden fragment has been discovered near the master. Would you like to acquire it? He spoke without hesitation. Acquired. Achieved success. The effect of the golden fragment is the shockwave attack. Would you like to learn it? What? Monki's pupils constricted as he began to ponder. He was contemplating a particular question. The effect of the shockwave attack? What purpose could it serve? However, Monki astutely recalled the formidable figure of Whitebeard himself, considering his abilities and strength. He surmised that the effects of the attack were likely closely linked to the powers of Whitebeard's devil fruit. Could it be that he possessed the strength of the fruit? The thought sent a surge of excitement through Monki. If his conjecture were indeed valid, then he had struck an extraordinary fortune. During his time in the New World, such occurrences had been exceedingly rare. In contrast to his previous awakening of Conqueror's Haki, this fragment's attributes were even more potent and elusive. The fruit was heralded in the New World as the mightiest of devil fruits. If he were to truly acquire Captain Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities, Monki was certain that with his own strength, he could command the winds and waves of the New World, rendering him virtually unstoppable. Hey, kid, what are you waiting for? Whitebeard regarded Monki with a hint of confusion. For some inexplicable reason, as he met Monki's gaze, a chill crept down his spine. I am immensely grateful. Monki's sudden expression of thanks caught Whitebeard off guard. Thank me? Why the unexpected declaration? Whitebeard's mind was a whirlwind of perplexity. Monki took a moment to steady his racing heart. Farewell, everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crew, he began to depart the Moby Dick. The crew watched as his figure gradually faded from view. Monki was eager to discover the nature of the abilities he had just acquired. However, since he had only recently learned them, he needed time to experiment. Moreover, this fragment's attributes were undoubtedly linked to the fruit, a certainty that resided deep within Monki's mind. Yet, the specifics of his abilities would only become clear through exploration. Comparatively, being a golden fragment, its inherent capabilities were bound to be exceptional. This was not the sort of white fragment that could casually drop from ordinary pirates. Before departing the Moby Dick, Monki's ears were filled with the echoing voice of the system. Ding. A white fragment has been discovered near the master. Would you like to acquire it? Ding. A white fragment has been discovered near the master. Would you like to acquire it? Ding. A blue fragment has been discovered near the master. Would you like to acquire it? Undoubtedly, Monki came to a profound realization. He had indeed struck an incredible deal. To his ears, these sounds were nothing short of the most exquisite symphony. His body trembled incessantly, as if he were ensconced in a dream. He could scarcely recall how he had returned to his small vessel from the Pequod. He truly had not anticipated this. Upon encountering the white-bearded man, he unexpectedly acquired 2 golden shards. Not only that, but he also obtained numerous white and blue fragments. It was a windfall beyond measure. This journey proved to be exceedingly worthwhile, justifying the considerable effort and time he had invested. Monki's heart brimmed with joy. At this moment, he was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, overwhelmed by countless reflections. He glanced up at the mighty Moby Dick before him. Sensing that it was more than a mere pirate ship, it resembled a colossal treasure chest, brimming with countless riches. He could not help but reflect that, although he had not successfully completed the task assigned to him by Captain Whitebeard, his personal gains were substantial. Thus, for Monki, this journey was not a loss, but rather a remarkable windfall, an unexpected turn of events. Moreover, prior to his departure, he had not only acquired golden shards, but had also obtained several white and blue fragments. It appeared that his attribute panel was poised for a significant enhancement once again. He stood on the deck, bidding farewell to the pirates of the Whitebeard crew, even though they might not see him. Then, he turned and piloted his small boat, slowly departing from the scene. Gradually, the silhouette of the Moby Dick vanished beyond the horizon. At that moment, Monki D began to concentrate on examining his attribute panel, which had gained an additional slot. He activated the attribute panel. Master, Monki D. Strength, 1124 speed, 107 stamina, 109 instinctive reaction, 89 skills. Basic swordsmanship LV 14-2, swordsmanship yin return, LV 6-2, armament Haki LV 4. 21. Observation Haki LV 2-1, fist technique LV 2 attribute points, 3-2 attack ability, tremor wave LV 1 as Monki D gazed at the figures displayed on his attribute panel. A sense of elation filled his heart. Indeed, This journey to seek out Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick had yielded substantial rewards, marking a significant enhancement to his strength. Both his abilities and inherent attributes had witnessed remarkable progress compared to before. Chapter 52. New Skills, Truly Terrifying. After Monkey D. departed from the Moby Dick, on the deck, Whitebeard, seated in his chair, no longer concealed his astonishment and admiration. He let out a deep sigh and remarked, "Red-haired Shanks is indeed exceptionally fortunate. This lad has an immeasurable future ahead of him. Where else could he find such a little prodigy? The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. It seems that the new world will ultimately be dominated by them. Judging by the current situation, that little rascal Monkey D. will undoubtedly experience rapid growth and strength. Ace, your power may surpass his for now, but given time, I foresee that he could very well eclipse you." As soon as he finished speaking, the several captains standing beside the white-bearded figure were filled with an array of emotions. Although Monkey was merely a humble intern, they harbored an undeniable premonition that this individual might one day achieve remarkable fame across the seas of the New World. This young lad indeed possessed an unsettling aura, a sentiment aptly expressed by Malfoy in his assessment of Monkey. Regardless, an undeniable truth lingered in everyone's mind. Lu In undeniably surpassed Ace. This assertion stemmed from the fact that Monkey wielded the Conqueror's Haki and adeptly employed this skill in battle. Moreover, Monkey was younger than Ace, which only amplified his potential for growth and strength. Indeed, Monkey profoundly sensed this transformation within himself. Every aspect of his body has undergone such transformations. Compared to the previous encounter, during the battle against the three major pirate crews of the Beast Pirates, the enhancement of his abilities is markedly more pronounced. This represents a significant leap in his strength, elevating it from a quantitative change to a qualitative one. Prior to this, his abilities could only warrant a bounty of 200 million. However, today is markedly different from before. To speak frankly, given Monkey's current capabilities, he surely surpasses the mere bounty of 200 million. Yet, what would be the outcome if he were to confront a pirate with a bounty of 300 million? Monkey is filled with curiosity and anticipation, should circumstances permit. He is indeed quite eager for the opportunity to engage in a battle against an opponent offering a bounty of 300 million berries. Who will ultimately emerge victorious remains uncertain. In the absence of genuine combat, Monkey cannot yet possess a clear understanding of his current abilities. He is currently uncertain about the true limits of his abilities. Not only has he experienced enhancements in his speed and strength, but his mastery of the three-color Haki has also significantly advanced. This was the thought that lingered in Monkey's mind, and indeed, it holds true. What has contributed to Monkey's considerable growth in power, aside from the elevation of his fundamental abilities, is the notable improvement in the levels of his three-color Haki. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. He stood behind the railing of his small boat, gazing at the distant horizon. He felt the changes within his body. At this moment, Mochi yearned for a formidable opponent to gauge his true capabilities, to ascertain the extent of improvement his enhanced strength could bring to combat. Although the elevation of the three-color Haki does not inherently alter one's fundamental attributes, it plays a crucial role in actual battles. Thus, he could only truly comprehend the magnitude of his newfound strength when confronted with the realities of combat. Furthermore, it is not solely about the three-color Haki. What holds greater significance is the additional segment in his attribute panel caught Monchi's particular attention. It was a golden fragment that had fallen from Whitebeard's body. Ultimately, my attribute panel acquired this new slot. Monchi's gaze followed the attribute panel, landing on the tremor attack effect. Could it be that when attacking an opponent, one could unleash tremor waves? If my conjecture holds true, then this skill is truly formidable. The inclusion of tremor oscillation within an offensive skill would undoubtedly leave opponents dumbfounded. As Monchi pondered this, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Although this implied that it was not Whitebeard's devil fruit ability, even so, this power was immensely potent among pirates. Regardless of how well opponents prepared, they would certainly not anticipate such a maneuver. The ability to incorporate tremor waves into an attacking skill was astonishing. Monchi continued to reflect on this, ultimately unable to contain his exhilaration any longer. He exhaled deeply, drawing the katana from his waist. Indeed, he was eager to test this new skill, to observe its real-world effect and ascertain whether it could indeed incorporate the tremor wave effect he envisioned. He summoned the armor of his inner will. As a dark sheen began to envelop his katana, he gazed at the distant sea, his heart no longer aflame with excitement. He needed to concentrate and focus his attention. Then, he swung the katana in his hand, invoking the secret technique of swordsmanship, Swallow's Return. A familiar purple radiance erupted from the blade, forming a vast purple semicircle before Monki. In an instant, it shot forth from the blade, hurtling towards the distant ocean. A resounding roar followed, echoing through the air. Moments later, the purple beam pierced the surface of the sea, more than 10 meters ahead of the sailing vessel, creating the illusion of a colossal fissure in the water. Moreover, Monki discerned a difference from his previous execution of the secret technique, Swallow's Return. The violet luminescence he emitted, after slicing through the ocean's surface, caused the edges of the fissure to vibrate incessantly. Though subtle, Monki nonetheless perceived it. Could this be the tremor of seismic waves? A glimmer of insight sparkled in Monki's eyes as he validated his hypothesis. Thus, at this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, within the realm of offensive skills, there exists the remarkable ability to imbue attacks with the effects of shock waves. Does this not imply that when employing such a skill against an adversary, the enemy must not only endure the onslaught of his secret sword technique, Swallow Return, but also bear the brunt of the shockwave assault? This formidable energy would permeate their bodies, even affecting the weapons they wield. It is truly terrifying. Surely no one could have anticipated that Monki would possess such a tactic. The ability to simultaneously unleash shock waves during an attack is astonishing. With this newfound technique, Monki felt he might have the capacity to confront pirates of even greater prowess than his own. The energy of the shock waves is indeed extraordinary. Gazing intently towards the horizon of the sea, a thunderous roar erupted as Monki unleashed another strike with his katana. The ocean surface roiled violently, conjuring towering waves that surged onto the deck, drenching even Monki's garments. The deck was now slick with seawater, and in an instant, Monki's gaze fixated on the ship's railing. He stepped forward, gradually approaching the fence. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the wooden posts of the fence were marred by numerous cracks, resembling a spider's web as it spread to more areas. He reached out and touched it. Crack! More fissures emerged, covering the entire fence. What is this? A glimmer flashed in Monki's eyes, and his face froze in astonishment. He pondered a possibility in his heart, yet hesitated to confirm it. The fissures that appeared on the railing were highly likely a consequence of the technique he had just employed. It was indeed his violet ray, infused with vibrational waves, that had precipitated such an occurrence. But could it truly affect such an extensive area? Monki vaguely recalled that the strike he unleashed was a good 2 meters away from the railing of his ship's deck. 2 meters of distance. Could vibrational waves genuinely exert influence over such a vast expanse? Moreover, this was merely the effect of a level 1 vibrational wave. It was difficult to fathom the magnitude of devastation that a higher-grade vibrational wave might unleash. At this moment, Monki came to a profound realization. The skill he had acquired possessed such formidable power. Chapter 53. Red-haired, do you swear you did nothing? Standing on the deck, Monki took considerable time to restrain his thoughts from wandering further, his gaze shifting from the railing to the distant sea. He is now fundamentally aware of the functions of the additional attribute bar. As of now, he has only acquired the first level of the Tremor ability. Yet, even this initial level of Tremor can inflict such extensive damage, affecting a fence situated 2 meters away. One can scarcely fathom the magnitude of destruction a higher level could unleash. Indeed, this has proven to be a considerable gain. Monki closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. Although he had provoked the beast pirates along the way, his capabilities had significantly expanded. Despite not fulfilling the task assigned to him by Captain Shanks, he had obtained a rare golden fragment from Whitebeard. It could be said that throughout this journey, Monki had incurred no losses. On the contrary, his gains far outweighed the effort he had exerted. Not only had his fundamental abilities increased, but his mastery of the 3 types of Haki had also improved. And he had even learned new skills. Remarkably, even the rarest of abilities had been enhanced. Monki felt elated. His attributes had ascended from level 1 to level 3. A full 2-level increase. This attribute could be applied to any ability, whether strength, speed, or even the 3 types of Haki, augmenting them all. However, this time, Monki was reluctant to utilize this boost to enhance these 3 skills. The attribute panel reappeared before his eyes. Owner, Monki Strength, 1124 Speed, 107.2 Stamina, 109.3 Instinctive Reaction, 89.1 Skills. Basic Swordsmanship LV 14.2, Swordsmanship Yat, LV 6.2, Armament Haki LV 4, 21. Kinbunchaku Haki LV 2.1, Martial Arts LV 2 Attribute Points, 3.2 Attack Ability, Tremor LV 1 at long last. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the newly emerged attribute bar. Blank and unadorned. A tremor of excitement coursed through him. Monki was now profoundly certain of the immense power and rarity of this newfound ability he possessed. Therefore, he resolved to allocate all attributes to enhance the level of his seismic fluctuations, and ultimately he acted upon this decision. His curiosity about the formidable power that would manifest upon reaching a high level was insatiable. The system acknowledged his intent to augment all attributes related to the seismic fluctuations. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded, employing 3 attribute points, and succeeded in the enhancement. The system's voice resonated in his ears. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if it were an innate instinct, suggesting he had possessed this ability since birth. Without hesitation, he seized the weapon in his hand and struck a nearby barrel. Boom! A brilliant radiance erupted from the blade, swiftly darting towards the barrel. Thunderous noise erupted. Although the barrel was 5 meters away from Monki, it was still struck by the sword's energy, instantly cleaved in two. Monki approached and gently touched the remnants of the barrel. Boom! It shattered into countless splinters, scattering around Monki's feet. The barrel stood approximately 1 meter tall and had a diameter of over half a meter, yet now lay in fragments. It was evident that mere sword energy could not have caused such destruction. The sole reason was that the sword energy was imbued with the effect of shockwaves. Not only the barrel, but Monki's eyes narrowed into slits. He observed that the floor surrounding the wine barrel had begun to develop numerous fissures, as if even a slight application of pressure could cause it to collapse and shatter. Indeed, compared to the previous effect, the power had significantly increased, and the area of impact had expanded considerably. His investment of 3 attribute points to enhance the tremor effect had proven worthwhile, and Monki felt a sense of satisfaction with this outcome. However, he soon became aware of a troubling predicament. He gazed helplessly at the deck marred by cracks. It seemed that now, Monki must navigate the ship with utmost caution. A moment's inattention could result in its shattering. I must further study the effects of the striving to master its application. Moreover, if I could compress these residual waves to a smaller scope, it should yield greater power, I surmised. Furthermore, I must control the range of my attacks, as I have no desire to harm the innocent. Only in this manner can I claim proficiency. Monki pondered. If in the future the level of could be elevated, yet Monki found himself unable to regulate the coverage of his attacks, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications. Monki was resolute in his intent not to cause harm to the unwary. Opening the attributes panel, Monki contemplated another matter. Master, Monki strength, 1124 speed, 107.2 stamina, 109.3 reflexes, 89.1 skills. Basic swordsmanship LV 14.2, swordsmanship. Yin return LV 6.2, armament Haki LV 4. 21. Observation Haki LV 2.1. Fist technique LV 2 attribute points. 3.2 attack capability. LV 3, 60. Indeed, it was as he suspected, had been upgraded to level 3. However, he had not anticipated the possibility of a 2-level upgrade at once. With just 40 more points, he could reach level 4. Any surplus attributes would be prioritized for upgrading this skill. Monki contemplated silently. Then, he withdrew the property bar from his line of sight. He suddenly realized a pressing issue. He had yet to inform the captain that he had not completed his mission. Consequently, he swiftly retrieved the transponder snail. The sound of the transponder echoed across the surface of the sea, drifting into the distance. After a while, Shanks's voice emerged from the transponder. Monki? Captain, I couldn't fulfill the task you assigned to me of delivering the letter to Whitebeard. However, he tore it up right in front of me and insisted that you come over with some fine wine yourself. Monki recounted every detail of the encounter with Whitebeard to Shanks. Haha, he certainly hasn't changed. I anticipated his reaction. Do not act impulsively. Return at once. I have my own plans for what comes next. Shanks's hearty laughter resonated through the transponder. Understood, Monki replied, preparing to hang up. Yet Shanks asked again. You didn't do anything reckless when Whitebeard destroyed my letter, did you? Shanks was a bit skeptical, as he knew Monki all too well. Nothing extraordinary. I merely responded to his act of tearing up your letter by unleashing my Conqueror's Haki, which incapacitated most of his crew aboard the Moby Dick. Monki candidly admitted to his actions on the ship, but before he could elaborate further, a distinct sound echoed from Shanks' end of the transponder, as if something had fallen to the ground with a sharp clatter. Chapter 54, Whitebeard truly delivers. On the deck of the Red Force, Shanks held the transponder in astonishment, utterly taken aback. What could be happening? Could it be that his ears were deceiving him? Originally grasping a cup, He let it slip from his fingers after hearing Monki's words, shattering it upon the deck with a crisp sound, scattering shards all around. This sound, neither too loud nor too soft, captured the attention of the surrounding crew. Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and Lucky Roo approached, puzzled, and inquired, "Captain, what is it? What news has left you so astonished? Is something amiss?" They were accustomed to Monki's penchant for causing trouble. Shanks sighed in resignation, his expression darkening. Then, he glanced towards Ben Beckman and several others, saying, "You may find it hard to believe, but that rascal, Monki, actually dared to cause such a commotion on Whitebeard's territory and committed this act." The listeners were filled with curiosity, eager to hear what Shanks would reveal next. Whitebeard, infuriated, chose not to send the message himself. Instead, he tore to shreds the letter I had pinned right before Monki. To everyone's astonishment, Monki, in a fit of rage, unleashed his Conqueror's Haki aboard the Moby Dick, stunning the crew into unconsciousness. As Shanks concluded his narration, an immediate hush fell over the atmosphere. Ben Beckman, along with Jesus Burgess, Raikaru, and others who had overheard the news, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, utterly taken aback. Is this true? Can it be? Monki's audacity knows no bounds. How dare he engage in such an act? To unleash his Haki in Whitebeard's domain and incapacitate his crew? How reckless! Ben Beckman cleared his throat and solemnly inquired, "Captain, are you certain of this? To use Conqueror's Haki before the mightiest man in the New World, Whitebeard? To incapacitate his crew? While it's likely that Marco and the others were not affected, many pirates must have been caught in the shockwave. If we consider the implications, isn't this a blatant provocation of Whitebeard? Monki's audacity is truly staggering." Ben Beckman could hardly fathom that Monki would act so impulsively. Even if he were aboard the Moby Dick at that moment, he wouldn't dare treat Whitebeard in such a manner. No, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not engage in such an act, especially when facing the most formidable man in the New World. His bounty amounts to an astounding 50 billion berries. Moreover, he has been battling in the New World for quite some time. "The thoughts of Monki are truly elusive to me," remarked Lakiru as he took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand. This is indeed the case. Among all present, perhaps only their captain, red-haired Shanks, possesses the audacity to undertake such actions. The other crew members scarcely dared to even entertain the thought. Yet, in reality, it was indeed Monki who accomplished this feat. Not only that, he is currently making his way back in good spirits. Did he truly disembark from the Pequod unscathed? They gazed at each other, indeed somewhat perplexed. Why did peculiar events consistently unfold around Monki? And these occurrences were things they had never encountered before. How audacious to wield Conqueror's Haki in the presence of Whitebeard. Upon reflecting on this, Red-Haired could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. This situation was truly amusing. At this moment, he deeply wishes he had been aboard the Pequod, for then he could have witnessed the scene firsthand. Surely Captain Ahab must have been quite furious. He pondered for a moment before picking up the phone worm to inquire of Monki regarding his inner turmoil. "After you did that to Whitebeard, did he not express anger or make things difficult for you?" Everyone was equally curious, and the entire ship fell silent, eagerly awaiting Monki's response. Then, from the other end of the phone worm, Monki's voice came through. "Indeed, he did not trouble me. Moreover, at that time, he even suggested that I leave the red-haired pirates to join his white-haired pirates. He even contemplated the idea of having me as his son." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired captain fell into a state of shock. Ben Beckman also stood frozen, as did the other crew members aboard the ship who had heard the news. A sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere, leaving naught but an eerie stillness. Could it be? Was this not an act of recruitment? The red-haired captain gazed at Ben Beckman and a few others, struggling to comprehend the words he had just heard. In his mind, Whitebeard had always been a figure of immense pride, yet he had resorted to actions he had long held in disdain, recruiting. And worse still, recruiting from among his own crew. It was utterly astounding. Something was amiss. This Whitebeard was far too unprincipled. The red-haired captain suddenly had an epiphany. Monki was a prized asset within the red-haired pirates, brimming with boundless talent and potential. Did Whitebeard's interest in Monki stem merely from the observation of his Conqueror's Haki? If Whitebeard were to discover that, in addition to this, Monki possessed an extraordinarily rapid growth ability, it would surely lead to chaos, while others might be oblivious. The red-haired captain and his crew were acutely aware of the fact that Monki's most formidable trait lay not in his possession of Haki, but in his unparalleled capacity for growth. How could such a powerful individual, with such immense potential, ever be allowed to be taken away? With a sense of urgency, the red-haired captain pressed, "So, have you agreed to his proposal?" "Impossible. How could I abandon my own crew to serve another? He replied, to be fair, I believe the red-haired pirates are a much better fit for me. Upon hearing this, the red-haired captain exhaled a sigh of relief, and Ben Beckman beside him displayed a smile of reassurance. Jesus Burgess, Lucky Roo, and several others also shared in the sentiment with appreciative smiles. That little rascal. When you return, I shall impart my swordsmanship to you. It's settled. I shall not retract my words. At that moment, the red-haired captain recalled another pressing matter. With a tone of seriousness, he stated, Monki, recently, Cypher Pole has been searching for your whereabouts. He is a subordinate of Kaido, specifically one of the three calamities. Jack the Drought, and one of Kaido's most valued confidants. His bounty exceeds 300 million berries, and given your current strength, you would find it difficult to contend with him. Thus, you must exercise caution while traveling, avoid unnecessary exposure, and return swiftly from Whitebeard. After receiving this news, the red-haired captain conducted a multitude of private investigations. During the days spent awaiting Monki's return, they had not been idle, and their concern for Monki's actions remained unwavering. On the opposite side of the ship, Monki held a transponder snail, having also heard the red-haired captain's admonitions. However, a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes as he eagerly spoke to the captain. Captain, I believe that with my current abilities, even if he were to truly find me, I would not necessarily be defeated. Moreover, I must admit, I am quite looking forward to it. I am very eager to witness the prowess of a pirate boasting over 300 million berries. He hung up the phone after finishing his words. However, on the side of the red-haired crew, everyone distinctly heard Monchi's statement, leaving them momentarily bewildered. After a brief pause, Ben Beckman could no longer contain himself and remarked, could it be that this fellow has significantly enhanced his strength within these few short days? It indeed seemed to be the case. Jesus Burgess and Lakira nodded in agreement from the side. This lad truly is a remarkable enigma. Chapter 55, A Pursuer as they depart from the Azure Sea. As the last rays of the setting sun sank into the ocean, the night gradually enveloped the entire sea, leaving only a few scattered stars quietly emitting their light. Subsequently, with the rise of the sun, the vast expanse of the ocean began to radiate brilliance. The round sun ascended slowly from the horizon, casting a gentle glow, while the surface of the sea shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a scattering of golden fragments, exceedingly dazzling and beautiful. A soft breeze caressed the waters, and a sailboat drifted upon the sea. Amidst the boundless ocean, this vessel appeared remarkably diminutive. It swayed gently in harmony with the ocean's breeze and the undulating waves, making its way forward at a leisurely pace. On the deck, Monchi surveyed his surroundings and noticed a dark spot gradually emerging on the distant horizon. His gaze sharpened, a playful smile gracing his face. He had found what he sought, a place to land at last. It had been a full half-day since he departed from the Azure Sea, and a day had passed since his last encounter with the Whitebeard pirates. A complete day had elapsed. Monchi navigated his small boat away from the Azure Sea, retracing the course he had initially taken to seek out Whitebeard. After one day, he had entirely exited the waters of the Azure Sea. In the interim, he encountered no further misfortunes. This journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, aside from the occasional shadow of a sea creature appearing beneath the surface. The voyage can be described as exceptionally uneventful. Obstacles were virtually non-existent. The sea breeze stirred up waves that crashed against the hull, producing a sound that was refreshingly invigorating. Monchi navigated his course, gradually steering towards the distant black speck. That minuscule dot steadily enlarged, eventually taking the form of an island, faintly emerging in the distance. Monchi piloted his small sailboat closer and closer to the shore, ultimately reaching the coastline. He docked the vessel, furled the sails, and cast the anchor. He leapt from the deck and landed upon the small island. What? Monki felt an inexplicable sense of unease and turned to glance into the distance, his expression shifting slightly. Could it be a mere figment of my imagination? For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him from behind. However, in a short while, he dismissed this thought, as he did not linger by the shore for long. He gradually made his way deeper into the small island. After approximately 10 minutes had elapsed, he arrived at the heart of the island, which was home to a remarkably flourishing town known as Predo. The town was populated by numerous residents, exuding an air of prosperity. Along both sides of the streets, a multitude of vendors had set up their stalls, energetically calling out to attract customers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Monchi strolled down the street, and after a brief while, he has procured everything he requires. He held a remarkably large backpack in his hand, and with a swift motion, he slung it over his shoulder. He does not wish to squander an excessive amount of time here. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, suddenly, he halted his footsteps. Monki narrowed his eyes into a mere slit, yet made no other movement. He cast a glance around his surroundings. However, this time, he distinctly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Was he being watched? He had only just arrived here, having been present for less than an hour. Was he already being covertly observed? Why? Furthermore, the Watcher was not alone. Monki felt that he held no reputation in this new world. How could it be possible that someone was monitoring him so soon after his arrival in an unfamiliar place? Thus, confronted with his current predicament, Monki found himself pondering the reasons behind it, reflecting on his journey since he set sail. The only entity that truly incited his ire was the beast pirates. This realization was glaringly evident. The individuals covertly surveilling me must be affiliated with the beast pirates. One possibility is that they are merely a local pirate crew, aware of my past actions, and have come to monitor me to safeguard their island from my potential encroachment. If that were the case, it would be rather trivial. However, there exists an alternative explanation. What if they are indeed subordinates of the beast pirates? The most alarming scenario is that they are not only minions of the beast pirates, but are strategically positioned on the island to observe me. And this arrangement is no mere coincidence. Everything has been orchestrated behind the scenes. This would suggest that perhaps from the very moment I provoked the beast pirates, I have been under their scrutiny. Or perhaps they began to trail me the instant I departed from the Azure Sea, following my course to this small island. After all, the waters ruled by Whitebeard are not accessible to just anyone. If this is indeed the case, they must have been exceedingly well prepared. I may have already fallen into their trap. Within Monki's mind, myriad possibilities raced through his thoughts, with the most terrifying being the notion that he had been followed since he left the Azure Sea, yet he had never realized it until now. Upon his arrival at this small island, he could distinctly sense the numerous watchful eyes lurking in the shadows, fixated intently on his every movement. However, these were merely conjectures swirling in Monki's mind, and their veracity remained uncertain. Lacking substantial evidence or any corroborative facts, these notions were solely products of Monki's imagination. Evidence that should not pose a significant challenge. A thought crossed Monki's mind. Acquiring the relevant proof was not particularly arduous. All that was needed was to extract those he suspected of surveilling him and interrogate them one by one. Brutal, yet straightforward. Resolutely, Monki decided to act upon his inclinations. After all, he merely sought to ascertain the accuracy of his assumptions. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and activated his observation Haki. Then hoisted the enormous backpack resting on his back, merging seamlessly into the bustling crowd. In no time at all, his figure vanished amidst the crowd, as if he had never existed. At that moment, just as Monki had disappeared, three men suddenly emerged from the throng. They stood where Monki had just been, glancing around with a sense of bewilderment, but their expressions were more marked by panic and urgency. They must be in search of something of great significance, just as they are preparing to disperse and scour the surroundings. Behind them, a voice, cold and stern, echoed, causing their hearts to constrict in an instant. Am I the one you seek? Chapter 56. At last, they encountered Cypher's head. Was this a predicament? Perhaps not. The streets on either side were bustling with noise. Yet at this moment, a profound silence enveloped the three men, as if the surrounding atmosphere had come to a standstill, devoid of any sound, resembling a complete vacuum. At that moment, the voice from behind them made every pore on their bodies tense up. They felt rigid, instinctively turning to locate the source of the sound. For reasons unknown, a man clad in white stood behind them, a faint smile gracing his face, quietly observing the three men before him. It seems you have been tailing me for quite some time, Monki remarked with a smile. Since his arrival on this island, he had sensed the subtle presence of watchful eyes monitoring his every move. Though this was merely a feeling yet unconfirmed, it intensified as he prepared to depart, compelling Monki to investigate further. Indeed, with a mere trick, he had unveiled those who had been following him. Monki suspected that these three were not merely coveting his possessions. They must harbor some deeper, more clandestine secrets. The three men appeared visibly alarmed, their faces betraying their unease in the face of Monki's inquiry. I must trouble you to accompany me to a certain location, Monki said amiably, giving one of them a gentle pat on the arm. And while we go, do enlighten me as to who has sent you to follow me. He exudes an overwhelming aura that is profoundly oppressive. The three of them possessed no capacity for resistance. Compelled to follow closely behind Monki, step by step, they arrived at a secluded corner. Now, you may reveal to me who sent you here. A chilling glimmer emanated from Monki's eyes. The three individuals felt an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping their entire beings. They trembled in terror, their backs drenched in cold sweat. They pleaded, "We are merely following orders. Our leader commanded us to follow you." They implored, "Please, have mercy and spare us. We are simply executing our duties." "And who, pray tell, is your leader?" Monki pressed relentlessly. "Our leader has instructed us to keep it a secret." The trio, now in a state of panic, could scarcely articulate their fears, their faces etched with dread. "If you do not speak, I shall kill you this very moment," Monki stated coolly. "Our leader is named Jess, known as the Lone Wolf. He is currently at a tavern in the town." Monki had acquired the information he sought. Smirking, he remarked, "Well, you are quite reasonable. Spare us." The three men fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly before Monki, their desperation palpable. In an instant, however, blood splattered across the surroundings. Monki had no expectation of gleaning any useful intelligence from these individuals. Simply knowing the identity of their leader was already a significant gain. And now he was aware of the man's whereabouts. Therefore, he mercilessly dispatched the three without hesitation. He turned and exited the corner, as if nothing had transpired. His expression unaffected while bearing the enormous backpack on his back. His steps were remarkably buoyant. He was making his way towards the tavern in the town. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming curiosity about the individual known as the Lone Wolf, who had dispatched someone to follow him. What could they possibly desire? A few minutes later, Monki arrived at the entrance of the tavern. Standing at the threshold, he could discern that this establishment was quite substantial, likely capable of accommodating thousands within its walls. He caught a whiff of an exquisitely delightful aroma at the entrance. It was the scent of wine. He approached the entrance. He was about to push open the door when suddenly his movement halted. With keen perception, he detected a faint scent of blood lingering in the air, aside from the intoxicating aroma wafting from the tavern. Even so, Monki felt no particular surprise at this discovery. He pushed open the heavy door of the tavern. Before even stepping inside, he beheld a gruesome sight. Numerous corpses lay strewn across the floor, their deaths marked by horrific brutality. Fragments of some bodies were scattered about, and the stench of blood assaulted his senses, provoking a wave of nausea. Besides the lifeless bodies on the ground, over 200 pirates occupied the tavern's chairs, their eyes fixed intently on Monki, revealing an unsettling curiosity about him. The atmosphere within the tavern was exceedingly macabre, enveloping Monki in an oppressive aura. Yet, at that moment, he found himself undeterred by the corpses beneath him or the pirates' unwavering gaze. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. Before him sat a man of formidable stature at a vast wooden table. Adorned with dark sunglasses and draped in fur, the man's gaze was obscured. Yet Monki was certain he was being scrutinized. The two locked eyes in a palpable silence that enveloped the room. Furthermore, Monki observed the emergence of two black horns atop the man's head. In that moment, Monki's mind began to grasp the identity of this individual and the significance of the horns. Although Monki was merely an intern, he was not entirely oblivious to certain matters concerning the new world. The presence of those black horns signified a profound truth in Monki's understanding. Such features only manifested in those who had consumed a synthetic devil fruit. Almost every pirate who had ingested a synthetic devil fruit exhibited this transformation. This indicated that the man before him was indeed a wielder of extraordinary abilities. Not only that, he is indeed a wielder of artificial devil fruit powers. Until now, Monki is aware that such individuals are exceedingly rare. However, the majority of these individuals are concentrated within the beast pirates. Therefore, this man must be one of their subordinates. "I have waited far too long. I have finally awaited your arrival," the man slowly articulated. Not only he, but also the pirates surrounding him, who had been watching intently, began to exhibit sinister smiles. Monki employed the technique of observation Haki. He sensed the formidable strength of those present. Is this a trap meticulously laid out for me? Monki pondered silently. It appeared to be quite evident. They had long awaited his arrival. Monki glanced around, fixing his gaze upon the man before him, and inquired, "Is the leader of those three who have been tailing me the Wild Wolf? You? Wild Wolf?" The man chuckled softly, gesturing towards a corpse on the ground. "The Wild Wolf you speak of should be this one, I presume." "He is dead?" Monki pondered, realizing that the Wild Wolf had been slain by this group, who had exploited his name to command his subordinates, deliberately luring Monki into this trap. Indeed, it was an unexpected turn of events. Monki found himself chuckling in disbelief at the irony of being ensnared. "I am not the Wild Wolf, but you must have heard of me. I am Sip's Head, a subordinate of Jack, the drought among the three calamities." To encounter him today was quite a surprise. You hail from the red-haired pirates, having annihilated for crews under the beast pirates. I trust you recall this matter. Sip's tone remained calm, yet one could sense the simmering fury beneath. Thus, you seek me for revenge? Monki remarked with a smile. Revenge? Not quite. They were mere scum. Their demise is inconsequential. I am merely following the orders of our leader, Jack, to dismantle you piece by piece. I believe you ought to pay for your actions. Sip's head leaped down from the table, his expression dripping with disdain as he regarded Monki. I did not expect you to walk into this trap willingly. Before you perish, remember this. Do not provoke the beast pirates lightly. Sip's head emanated an overwhelming aura. Monki could not help but acknowledge the difference. As a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries, he was indeed unlike any adversary Monki had previously faced. The pressure was palpable, and Monki understood that this might be the most formidable opponent he had encountered since his departure. The very atmosphere surrounding Sip's head hinted at his prowess. Moreover, it was not solely Sip's head. The pirates surrounding them were also eager to spring into action. The current situation was decidedly precarious for Monki. However, the notion of meeting his end here today was far from certain. Monki smiled, locking eyes with Sip's head. Chapter 57. Let us engage in a contest today. Inside the tavern, over 200 fierce-looking individuals were fixated on Monki, the weight of their stares imposing. This pressure was immense. Any ordinary person in Monki's position would have crumbled under such scrutiny. Yet, Monki was no ordinary individual. Although merely an intern, he possessed abilities that surpassed the average level. Even under this duress, he remained remarkably composed. His focus, rather than on the pirates leering at him, was entirely on Sip's head. As a subordinate of the formidable Drought Jack, his prowess is undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, his bounty has surpassed 300 million berries, further attesting to his formidable reputation. Up until now, aside from the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, this cipher head is the most powerful individual he has encountered thus far. The atmosphere around them is eerily silent and oppressive, with a palpable sense of murderous intent quietly brewing. Cipher head approaches Monki. He stood approximately 20 meters away from Machi, surveying his surroundings. With a smile, he remarked, "There are over 200 of my subordinates here. Among them, 30 possess the strength that commands a bounty of 100 million berries. While their power is not insignificant, I dare say that even your formidable skills would struggle to withstand such a multitude. Moreover, I am still here." Sip's head wore an expression of unwavering determination, adding, "You may not have encountered a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries before. Today, I shall fulfill your desire, but it will come at the cost of your life." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted around him. Over 200 pirates, having listened to Cipher's head's words, mocked Monki. "Lord Head, there is no need to waste words on him. Let us swiftly take action and return with this fool's head as proof. Indeed, this brat is a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, daring to be so audacious. He must be courting death. Let him experience firsthand that the beast pirates are not to be trifled with. Those who provoke the beast pirates will inevitably pay with their lives." The tavern was filled with clamorous taunts, creating an atmosphere of unrest. Monki felt the overwhelming aura of hostility emanating from his adversaries. "Did you hear that, you wretched brat?" Cipher's head remarked with a sinister grin. "It seems my subordinates can hardly contain their eagerness. They are undoubtedly looking forward to tearing you limb from limb. Surely you don't believe you can escape again? Wake up from your delusions. Even without my men, I alone could bring about your demise." This is the stark disparity between a 300 million berry pirate and an intern. To kill you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, this may very well be your only opportunity to witness my power. Once you do, you will surely regret your past actions. Poor intern, you possess no ability to contend with me. Thinking of fleeing? Alas, it is too late. You cannot escape my trap." As Cipher's head spoke, he erupted into maniacal laughter. He harnessed the energy within himself, and Monki could sense the intensifying aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Akin to the surging waves of a tempestuous sea, this was the formidable presence of a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, finally revealed before Monki. "Do you see it? Does the aura surrounding me instill a sense of despair within you? Alas, it matters not. Regardless of the circumstances, your demise today is inevitable, devoid of any suspense. As an intern, this illustrates the chasm that lies between us. You cannot fathom the sheer terror that someone with my capabilities can invoke." Cypress Hade extended his arms, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling, a look of sheer ecstasy adorning his face. "Lord Hade, indeed, remains formidable. Even if he is a member of the red-haired pirates, what does it matter? He is merely an intern. Unless, unless the red-haired himself comes to his rescue. Ha ha ha. Otherwise, he shall surely meet his end here today. Around 200 pirates fixated their attention on Monki, their curiosity piqued regarding the unfolding events. The tavern was suffused with the menacing and chilling aura exuded by Cypress Hade, creating a truly terrifying atmosphere. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Monki broke into a smile. This fellow, how is it that he can still smile? He must be oblivious to the gravity of his predicament. Cypress Hade scoffed coldly, his towering stature allowing him to look down upon Monki with disdain and a hint of pity. Laugh as much as you can. This is your final opportunity. Upon hearing Hade's words, Monki raised his gaze towards him and replied, 3 weeks ago. As he spoke, he drew forth his weapon, the katana. He fixed his gaze upon Sip's head, then turned to survey the surrounding pirates. The blade shimmered brilliantly under the tavern's illumination. He gradually approached Sip's head, conversing as he walked. At that time, I had just joined the red-haired pirates, utterly ignorant and lacking in strength, truly a novice in every sense. However, a week ago, I captured a sea king barehanded and even vanquished a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. 3 days prior, I single-handedly eradicated 3 of your subordinate pirate crews, dispatching 1,000 pirates in total, including a captain whose bounty exceeded 100 million berries. To me, these feats were merely trifles. Just a day ago, I fought to a standstill with Atmos, the captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. I can assert that with every passing moment, my strength has been on an upward trajectory. If you believe you can slay me today, then come and attempt it. Coincidentally, I too wish to ascertain how much my prowess has progressed over the past day. Initially, I had contemplated seeking out someone with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries to hone my skills. Yet, since you have come to me today, let us engage in a contest. Monki halted his steps, now only 5 meters away from Sip's head, choosing not to advance further. He raised his katana high, then slowly lowered it to rest before his chest, pointing directly at Cypher's head. A layer of black armor enveloped the blade, shimmering under the light like obsidian. He activated his Haki. In that same fleeting moment, a tremendous wave of energy radiated from Monki's body, surging forth like a torrent of the sea, expanding rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, this force surrounded everyone in the tavern. He unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 58. This terrifying sword pierced through the tavern. Monki stood at the center of the tavern, appearing remarkably feeble in the face of such a multitude. Yet, in an ephemeral moment, his entire aura erupted, releasing a magnificent wave of energy that surged outward like a tumultuous tide, enveloping the surroundings. This presence permeated every corner of the tavern, forming a semicircular shield that encompassed the entire establishment. No corner within the tavern could evade the might of his formidable aura. This was the Conqueror's Haki emitted by Monki. Boom. As the Conqueror's Haki expanded, every individual was struck by this forceful wave. Among them were even Cyphershed and his over 200 pirates. None could escape its grasp, unless they simultaneously wielded the Conqueror's Haki. Yet it appears that, apart from Monki himself, none of the individuals present possessed the innate talent or strength for such a formidable ability. Standing at the center of the tavern, Monki unleashed an attack that left the entire assembly in a state of astonishment. Over 200 pirates stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback by Monki's unexpected display of Conqueror's Haki. The disdainful expressions that had previously adorned their faces were replaced with a profound sense of shock and surprise. The atmosphere grew strikingly eerie and silent. Thud. What transpired next mirrored the earlier events aboard the Moby Dick. The pirates present witnessed their comrades collapsing one after another, as if it were an occurrence that transpired in the blink of an eye. Among them, a dozen individuals succumbed to the overwhelming force of the Conqueror's Haki, falling into unconsciousness. However, approximately 200 pirates remained standing, steadfast against the onslaught of this formidable power, refusing to collapse onto the ground. This clearly illustrates that the words of Cyphus' head were not unfounded. Indeed, the pirates they encountered possessed extraordinary strength. The more than 200 pirates stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they beheld their fallen comrades, their minds enveloped in confusion. What was happening? What on earth was going on? They did not witness anything extraordinary. It was merely the breath that had just been released, which struck us with a profound sense of awe. It was that overwhelming aura that caused them to collapse to the ground. They spoke, increasingly astonished. Was it truly the aura emanating from him that caused their companions to faint before they could even attempt to resist? How utterly astonishing. That little rascal. Sip's head stared intently at Monki, his mouth agape, utterly at a loss for words. He naturally comprehended what Monki did, Luffy had just done. His bounty exceeds 300 million berries, marking him as a fearsome pirate who instills dread in all. This is not the first time he has encountered such a scene, nor experienced the formidable power of the Conqueror's Haki. Previously, he confronted Kaido, the captain of his pirate crew, during that encounter. He had indeed experienced that profoundly shocking aura, the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. To think that you possess the innate talent for such a formidable power? A shadow fell over Sipshead's eyes, deeply provoking him. Prior to this moment, he had never considered it. As an intern of the red-haired pirates, how could he possibly possess such a rare gift? Conqueror's Haki is a capability that exists in only one individual among millions of pirates. This talent is undeniably terrifying. He had never imagined that this young man before him would wield Conqueror's Haki. Witnessing this scene, Sipshead's mindset began to shift. After all, he was merely an intern. This was inconceivable. A tempest raged within Sipshead's heart, rendering him restless. He had once thought of Monki as merely a reckless youth. Yet, he could actually harness Conqueror's Haki. This was absolutely intolerable. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands prominently visible. His complexion turned exceedingly grim, a perplexing amalgamation of jealousy, envy, and rage contorting his features into an unsettling expression. At this moment, his heart was truly a cacophony of emotions. It was evident that he could hardly believe that someone he deeply despised possessed such immense capabilities. This was something he had never anticipated. Cyprian's heart was already engulfed by the tide of jealousy. He has always believed that in terms of strength, he surpasses this obnoxious little brat by a great margin. But why? He possesses abilities that he himself lacks. He was unwilling to accept defeat, his eyes ablaze with a fiery rage. The expression on Cypher's face turned frigid, as though the very air around him had crystallized under the chill of his aura. An eerie coldness and an aura of menace emanated from him. Is this the legendary Conqueror's Haki? Indeed, witnessing it firsthand is far more impactful than mere hearsay. The more than 200 pirates surrounding him gazed at Monki with palpable terror. They also heard the words spoken by Seahead. Therefore, even if they were previously unaware, they now comprehend. The force that rendered their companions utterly defenseless, collapsing to the ground, is none other than the fabled Conqueror's Haki. Although each of them had heard tales of this extraordinary ability, they had never witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, the fact that such power manifested before them, emanating from a mere intern, was beyond their imagination. They have never contemplated that such an event would transpire in their lifetime. The intern, possessing such remarkable talent, must undoubtedly possess formidable strength. They were taken aback. Meanwhile, Sips had emerged, his gaze chilling as he fixed it upon Monchi. The two horns atop his head stood out distinctly amidst the crowd. You little brat, the Conqueror's Haki is utterly wasted on you. Even if you possess extraordinary talent and can wield the Conqueror's Haki, today you shall still meet your demise. Sips had stood before Monchi. The distance between them neither too far nor too close. A chilling and formidable aura emanated from him, intensifying with each step he took closer. If you possess the audacity, then come forth and test your mettle. Machi drew forth the katana in his hand, its blade enveloped in a shroud of Haki. His expression remained remarkably calm, even bearing a hint of a smile. Surrounded by such formidable pirates, even in the presence of the notorious Cyphus Head, whose bounty exceeded 300 million berries, Machi's heart held no trace of fear. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration coursing through his body, yearning for an exhilarating confrontation. Indeed, he indeed felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. He yearned to engage in a contest with this legendary pirate of formidable strength, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events that lay ahead. His hand gripped the hilt of the sword with unwavering intensity. The black armor enveloped the samurai blade seamlessly, extending all the way to Machi's arm. From his fingertips to his elbow, the armament was shrouded in a protective hue. The impending battle loomed ominously. Those around him held their breath in anticipation. Boom! Cyphus Head launched the initial assault. He leaped into the air, propelling himself towards Machi. In the place he departed from, a deep crater remained in the ground. Despite the imposing stature of Cypherhead, his speed was remarkable. In an instant, he reached Monchi's side, unleashing a barrage of punches enveloped in Haki. Bang! Monchi, unfazed, raised his katana to parry the onslaught. Boom! The clash of their confrontation ignited a flurry of sparks. Monchi took 2 steps back, his gaze devoid of superfluous emotion. He glanced at the towering Cypherhead before him and offered a faint smile. Continue. Then, waves of sword energy surged throughout the tavern, targeting Cypherhead's form. Bang! 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 Cypherhead raised his fist to withstand the relentless onslaught. You little brat. Is that all you've got? Show me your true skills. Otherwise, I fear you shall meet a grim fate here today. Cypherhead responded with a smirk, his voice ringing out loudly. Thunderous. He summoned the latent power within his body, concentrating this energy into his fists, fortifying the armament on his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a direct strike to the head of Monki. In an instant, Monki stepped back, deftly evading the assault. What followed was the sight of that fist crashing into the tavern's floor, creating a massive crater. Truly, he was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Monki mused to himself. Though their exchange had been brief, Monki could distinctly sense that this confrontation was markedly different from his previous encounters. Compared to the members of the beast pirates he had faced before, this individual was evidently of superior strength. One might even assert that CYP's head was not on the same tier as the previous captains he had encountered. He is indeed formidable, a fact I cannot deny. As Monki gazed at Cyphershed, he contemplated the individual standing before him, truly a worthy adversary. Yet, it is precisely this recognition that exhilarates Monki even further. He yearns to vanquish his opponent, to demonstrate that his prowess surpasses that of the other. Without such a confrontation, he would remain oblivious to the limits of his own capabilities. Monki shook his head and smiled, then turned his attention elsewhere. He raised the katana in his hand once more, channeling the armor-like color from within his body, concentrating it within the weapon he wielded. The blade emanated a chilling aura. He stood before the position of Sip's head, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "Perhaps this time, you will find it difficult to withstand." "Is that so? Then allow me to witness it." Sip's head scoffed, his demeanor betraying not an ounce of anxiety. The surrounding crowd of over 200 pirates stood in stunned silence. For the clash between these two formidable figures transpired in the blink of an eye. Even with their utmost concentration, it remained a formidable challenge for them to discern the shadows of the two individuals. The intern exhibited remarkable prowess, a sentiment echoed in the minds of nearly all present. Their eyes were fixated intently on Monki. At this very moment, the katana in Monki's grasp emanated a soft purple glow, swirling at its tip, exuding an aura of death. He slowly raised the katana, gazing at Seppo's head, and murmured, "Secret technique of swordsmanship, Swallow's return." Without the slightest hesitation, he swung down the katana in his hand with a decisive and fierce movement. A brilliant, dazzling beam of violet light erupted from the tip of the blade, encircling Monki in a half-circle before surging forward towards the direction of Sip's head station. Whoosh! A violet beam raced through the air with incredible speed, reaching the vicinity of Sip's head in an instant. His vision was enveloped in a violet haze. What? Sip's head's expression turned to one of shock. He could sense it. Though there remained a considerable distance between them, he distinctly felt the almost palpable force that could rend a person asunder. What is this? The calm demeanor of Sip's head was now shattered. In an instant, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a violet beam that grazed the tip of his nose. With a resounding crash, the beam sliced through the air, hurtling towards the tavern's wall. Yet, Cyphershed could not escape the overwhelming aura that accompanied it, causing his body to tense involuntarily. Hold on. A look of sheer horror etched across Cyphershed's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth is happening? He lowered his head in a daze, surveying his surroundings. The fur on his body had already been torn by beams of light, and the area around him was riddled with cracks. Not only that, his entire body was adorned with scars, and blood began to seep out. The surface of his skin was also coated in blood, presenting a most disheveled appearance. What on earth happened? Though merely superficial wounds, Cyphershed was nonetheless taken aback. He indeed evaded the assault. Yet, why did he still sustain injuries? Was it merely the aftershock? What manner of attack could inflict harm from such a distance? Sip's head felt his conviction shatter. This transcended the bounds of his comprehension. The attack whizzed past him, ultimately colliding with the tavern's wall. The wall crumbled thunderously, its surface riddled with fissures. With a resounding crash, the collapsed wall began to disintegrate. The tavern's floor trembled incessantly, as if the entire establishment were on the verge of succumbing to ruin. Monki's strike nearly perforated the tavern. A violet luminescence spread across the disintegrating walls, instantly casting the entire space in a purplish glow. It became painfully evident that the tavern was in utter disarray. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Not a soul uttered a word. Chapter 59. The tremors were overwhelming, and Sip's head was struck by the blade. Within the tavern, the violet beam emitted by Monki gradually illuminated the previously dim surroundings, revealing the chaotic state of the establishment. The floor was littered with bodies, sprawled haphazardly across the ground. The blood that flowed from their bodies had long been absorbed by the earth. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, wafting in the wind. Those who remained in the tavern, including the previous wild wolf, had fallen victim to the pirates under the command of Sip's head. It was not merely the corpses on the ground. A profound fissure marred the earth, and gazing upwards along this crack revealed a wall hundreds of meters away, now breached. The aftershocks had caused the wall to crumble, resulting in a substantial gaping hole through which light finally penetrated the tavern. The surroundings were eerily silent and stifling. Over 200 pirates instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene and the immense crack in the ground, hearts gripped by terror. Some could not suppress the urge to swallow, their gazes drawn to the young man wielding a katana. They opened their mouths, yet could not articulate a complete sentence. Fear saturated their hearts. It was evident that the scene before them was undeniably horrifying, and for an extended period in the future, they would be unable to forget the events of today. It was truly terrifying. Just a single strike had inflicted such profound damage upon the tavern. Not only the walls but also the floor bore significant cracks. The prowess of this young man was indeed formidable. Over 200 pirates found themselves rendered speechless. Monki's abilities had far surpassed their expectations. Initially, they had presumed him to be merely a minor underling, but the current circumstances revealed that he was, in fact, much more formidable than they had ever imagined. Monki's capabilities had eclipsed those of many pirates present. They were dealt a harsh slap in the face by reality. They witnessed firsthand the tremendous damage inflicted by Monki's maneuver. Lord Hyde, too, sustained injuries. At this moment, they seemed to realize that Sip's head was covered in scars. Blood saturated his body, and he appeared quite disheveled, no longer exuding the ease he once had. Though the damage was merely superficial, the emotional toll on Sip's head was profound. Because he has ascertained one thing. He evaded Monki's assault, yet still sustained injuries. Syphus Head found this perplexing. How could this mere intern of the crimson-haired pirate crew possess such formidable strength? His prowess was akin to that of a monstrous being. How could he merely be an intern? Not only Syphus Head, but the surrounding pirates shared this bewilderment. They found it hard to believe. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Machi grasped the weapon in his hand, the katana adorned with a dark armor, exuding an aura of formidable strength. He stood beside Sip's head. Monki smiled, gazing at his masterpiece on the distant wall. Although this attempt was somewhat askew, I shall surely be more attentive next time. Upon hearing these words, Sip's head's expression momentarily twisted. His body was drenched in blood, yet his gaze remained remarkably cold. He wiped the blood from his body, glaring furiously at Monki. Although his injuries were not severe, he was utterly bewildered as to how he had sustained them. This uncertainty was the source of the greatest terror for Sip's head. Moreover, he was merely facing an intern, someone he had previously held in disdain. The fact that this intern could inflict harm upon him was indeed a surprising turn of events. It was true, I had underestimated you. As an intern. To have caused me injury, should you perish at my hands today, it would be a fitting end. The remainder of your fate is sealed. Sip's head's expression was as frigid as ice, and around him, the air crackled with a murderous intent. Boom. He leapt forward with fervor, the gravel beneath him crumbling and scattering in all directions. The surrounding pirates hastily retreated, maintaining a safe distance. Giant horn transformation. With his fists imbued with fury, Syphus Head struck down like a hammer. At that moment, his fist morphed into a colossal ram's horn. Moreover, this horn was enveloped in the dark sheen of Haki, radiating an ominous glow. The artificial devil fruit, in its cotton-like form. Is this your devil fruit? Monki narrowed his eyes into a slit. He raised the katana in his hand, successfully parrying the impending assault. At the moment when the ram's horn met the blade, a piercing, shrill sound reverberated through the air. Buzz. The residual wave began to ripple outward, extending into the distance. Boom. Surrounding objects were swept away by this force, flung into more distant corners. Simultaneously, where they converged, brilliant and blinding sparks erupted, capturing everyone's attention. Astonishingly, he had managed to withstand the attack. They were utterly astonished. Lord Hyde's attack, fueled by the powers of the devil fruit, had been unexpectedly thwarted by this young man. Monki felt a tremor coursing through his wrist, and his arm was subjected to immense pressure. Had he not gripped his weapon tightly, it would have surely been sent flying. It was indeed unwise to confront head-on. Monki mused with a self-deprecating smile. He retreated, swiftly wielding the katana in his hand. Waves of purple light surged towards Sip's head. Bang! Sip's head effortlessly deflected these assaults with his massive horned hand. Die! He roared in a fit of rage. His hands had transformed into formidable weapons. lunging towards Monki with fierce intent. Thud! The piercing sound of Monki's defense reverberated through the air. Boom! The surrounding objects were violently displaced. Everyone around gazed intently at the fierce clash between the two combatants. The spectacle unfolded with such rapidity that it became impossible to distinguish between their figures. This in turn was indeed astonishingly powerful. Indeed, it appeared that their strengths were evenly matched. Such prowess is not typical of an intern. They gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. Astonishingly, an intern was able to engage in an intense clash with their esteemed Lord Hyde. It was indeed a frightful sight. Monki and Sips separated from Hyde, wielding their samurai swords, concentrating their energy at the tips of their blades. He swung his blade with precision, unleashing a violet beam that surged towards Cyphershed. The piercing radiance left Cyphershed in a state of astonishment. He raised his fists, successfully thwarting the assault. However, at that very moment, the ground beneath Cyphershed collapsed instantaneously, sending the surrounding floor soaring into the air with the force of the impact. Ultimately, he managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet, as he cast his gaze down upon his own body, a sudden wave of horror seized him, causing his heart to falter. He indeed thwarted the assault from Monki. However, why? His chest and abdomen were marred by a deep, gaping wound. Blood gushed forth, and the depth of the laceration nearly exposed his innards. He felt his body beginning to grow heavy. What could be the reason? A profound sense of panic enveloped Sip's head. This was utterly terrifying. How could he possibly withstand it? He could not comprehend why, despite having successfully blocked the attack, his body still sustained injuries. Monki gazed upon his creation and smiled. Although it was merely superficial damage, it was evident that the power of the shockwave was indeed formidable. In the future, as his level ascends even higher, perhaps even if his enemies manage to withstand his assaults, they will not be able to resist the effects of the shockwave, which could directly rend them asunder. Chapter 60. Power finally reaches the 300 million berry tier inside the tavern. The atmosphere was one of utter disarray. No one could utter a word. They alternated their glances between Monki and Cypher's head. They hesitated to confirm one particular matter. Their leader, Cypher's head, appeared to have remained in a position of passivity throughout this conflict. Upon witnessing Cypher's head covered in wounds, they found it hard to believe their own eyes. The fact that their superior could not prevail against an intern was simply unfathomable. What they could never have imagined is indeed unfolding before their eyes. It is utterly terrifying. Lord Hyde is being overpowered and beaten by an intern. Am I dreaming? They were filled with trepidation. Rays of light pierced through the holes in the walls, illuminating the tavern. The interior was in disarray, bearing witness to the recent conflict. The ground was marred with cracks and fissures. Holding a katana, Monki gazed intently at Cypherhead. He observed the scars on his opponent's body, contemplating the implications. Merely a level 3 tremor could wield such formidable power, although it posed no significant threat to them. Were the level to be elevated even slightly, a simple tremor could spell doom for Cypherhead. As Monki pondered these thoughts, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. Indeed, the effect of the tremor was most advantageous for Monki. He made a decision. From now on, whenever he acquired attributes, he would enhance them through the amplification of the tremor's fluctuations, for the effect was truly remarkable. He withdrew his thoughts and redirected his gaze towards Cyphershed, whose countenance was notably grim. Yet, Monki still wore a faint smile. On the surface, it appeared that Monki had the upper hand. However, the reality was far more complex. The damage Cyphershed had sustained was merely superficial. In fact, most of the assaults had either been evaded or successfully parried. Consequently, Cyphershed had not endured any significant detriment. His offensive capabilities remained intact. If this continued, there was a genuine possibility that Monki could lose this battle. Indeed, a foe with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries was not easily vanquished. Nevertheless, Monki was eager to discover the limits of his own abilities. Without hesitation, he launched another attack. Bang! In close combat, Monki was no match for Cyphershed. The massive, horned fist in Cyphershed's possession perpetually loomed as a threat to Monki's life. Before long, Monki had sustained some injuries, blood streaming from his wounds. Boom! Monki slashed with his blade, forcing Cyphershed to retreat momentarily, narrowing his eyes into slits. Monki wiped the blood from his face, revealing a scar that lent him a more mature appearance. You little brat, don't say I didn't warn you. Today, you shall surely perish. Cyphershed bellowed as he initiated the next wave of assault, his grip on the katana strained under immense pressure. Monki's expression shifted to one of intense focus as he scrutinized the openings in his opponent's attacks. On the periphery, the pirates rallied behind their lord, urging him on. My lord, Tear this brat to shreds. Eliminate him. He poses no real threat. Indeed, while this novice displayed commendable skills, he paled in comparison to their captain. All eyes were fixated on the unfolding confrontation. Monki found himself cornered against the tavern's wall. It was evident that a foe with a bounty over 300 million berries was formidable. Monki had never before experienced such pressure in battle. You little brat. I've already told you. I am a man with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. You must feel utterly hopeless right now. If Red-Haired himself were to come to your rescue today, you might stand a chance. Cypher Shed, emboldened, unleashed another ferocious onslaught. Thunderous echoes filled the air. He raised his colossal fists and struck towards Machi. Machi deftly evaded the blow. A thunderous sound erupted, reverberating through the air. The wall collapsed, its surface torn asunder. In an instant, the structure shattered into countless fragments, scattered everywhere. At this moment, Machi too felt an immense pressure. Yet, his mind remained composed, analyzing every movement of Cyphus' head, hoping to uncover a flaw that could alter the current predicament. However, the speed of Cyphus' head's attacks was exceedingly swift. He possesses not only immense strength but also unparalleled speed, the fastest that Machi has ever encountered. At this moment, Machi acknowledges that his abilities fall short of the formidable 300 million berry threshold. As he faces the onslaught from Cypher's head, he gradually finds himself overwhelmed. The surrounding clamor of pirates resonates in the air, and even Cypher's head senses the dawn of victory, growing bolder as the previously disdainful expression returns to his visage. After all, his opponent is merely an intern, while he is a trusted subordinate of Jack, one of the three calamities. Therefore, Cypher's head cannot be compared to those pirates with bounties of merely 100 million berries. Monchi even experiences an illusion, as if he were contending against 30 pirates, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million berries. However, at this moment, the voice of the system echoes in his ear. Ding! Purple fragments detected around the master. Would you like to acquire them? A glimmer of purple light catches Monchi's eye. These are fragments that have fallen from within Cypher's head. Timing is everything. Monchi smiles and responds, acquire. Success. The purple fragment enhances armament Haki by 4. Would you like to learn it? Learn. A spark of light flickers in Monchi's eyes. At this moment, there is no time to ponder further. At present, a singular thought occupies his mind: how to eliminate Cypher's head. A wave of warmth surged through Monchi's being. He felt the samurai sword in his hand, its aura of armed dominance now more formidable than ever. The level of armed color had ascended to a heightened state. He accessed the attribute panel. Master, Monkey D, Luffy, Strength, 112, Speed, 107, Stamina, 109, Instinctive Reaction, 89. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV14, Swordsmanship, Swallow Return, LV6, Armed Color Dominance, LV62, Conqueror's Haki, LV3, Observation Haki, LV2, Fist Fighting, LV2, Attribute Points, 0. Attack Power, Tremor Wave LV360. With a 4th level armed color, he could enhance it by 2 additional levels. A smile crept across Monkey's face. This enhancement was significant. A 2-level increase in armed color was tantamount to doubling his original capabilities. Thus, the augmentation of Monkey's armed color dominance was no trivial matter. The timely drop of the purple shard could not be overlooked. Moreover, given the current circumstances, the enhancement of his armed color could determine the course of the battle. Now, he possessed the strength equivalent to a bounty of 300 million berries. At this moment, Monkey narrowed his eyes into slits and raised the samurai sword in his hand. Despite being marred with scars, he emanated a powerful aura. This time, it was your turn. Under the sunlight, the blade of the sword shimmered with a faint crimson glow. The killing intent swirled around the blade, more potent than before. The level of armed color appeared to have increased several folds. Chapter 61. Sudden Counterattack, Rapid Growth in Battle. What? Cyphus' head found himself firmly locked in Monkey's gaze, his expression uneasy as he looked at Monkey in confusion, unsure of the reason behind it. He perceived that his adversary seemed to have undergone some transformation. Yet, he remained oblivious to the exact cause. An ominous premonition lingered in the air. Undeterred, Mochi fixed his gaze upon Cyphus' head. In the next instant, he leaped with abandon. Boom. The immense force he unleashed caused the tavern floor to tremble, forming 2 deep craters where his footprints lay. Surrounding these depressions were fissures that spread ominously, creating a truly terrifying sight. Monkey seemed like a blade descending from the heavens, arriving almost instantaneously before Cyphus' head. He grasped his sword, cloaked in Haki, and swung it towards Sypha's head. A sharp blade of air sliced through the atmosphere. Bang! Sypha's head raised his colossal, horned fist, strenuously defending against Monki's onslaught. Yet, he felt his arm go numb from the impact. An expression of disbelief etched across his face. His gaze was fixed intently on Monki, his eyes ablaze with fury. This fellow, you. Sypha's head finally recognized that something was amiss. His Haki, augmented by the powers of his devil fruit, should have rendered him nearly invulnerable. However, during the confrontation with Monki, he still sensed the overwhelming force of the attack. Both internally and externally, Sypha's head struggled to conceal his astonishment. This time, indeed, for the first time in his life, Sypha's head felt a tangible strain. Even though his body had endured numerous shockwaves from Monki's assault, these were merely superficial scars that meant little to him. He hardly cared. Although he still could not comprehend why he was injured, it was not a life-threatening blow, and thus he felt little concern. Yet this time, during his clash with Monki, he found that his horned fists nearly faltered against the might of his adversary's attack. It was then that Sypha's head truly grasped the terrifying power of the sword wielded by Monki. Take a good look. Next, it will be your turn to experience the sensation of being crushed, Monki proclaimed with arrogance. He grasped the katana in his hand, the armed color shimmering at the blade's tip. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck towards Sip's head. Alas! Sip's head's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. In his eyes blazed a fiery light, a manifestation of the armament Haki enveloping his fists, ignited by the friction with Monki's katana. Boom! He felt a chilling tremor coursing through his entire being. Syphis had never experienced such immense pressure. He could no longer maintain his previous composure. His fists trembled incessantly. The two individuals stood in confrontation, yet it was evident that he had clearly fallen into a disadvantageous position. He was compelled to tremble under the threat of Monki's katana. This is utterly impossible, Cyphershed gritted his teeth, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Just moments ago, he has yet to recognize the remarkable prowess of Monki. He does not yet perceive anything astonishing. However, it has only been a matter of mere minutes. From the onset of the battle until now, merely a mere 10 minutes have elapsed. It should have been a complete domination of Monki from beginning to end. Yet, at this very moment, the tide of battle begins to turn. The situation has become increasingly ambiguous, a stark contrast to the anticipated certainty of victory. Sipsed senses the color of the Haki on Monki's katana shift from black to a deep crimson. The ominous feeling that had lingered in his heart has finally come to fruition. He is but an intern, an obscure intern at that. Sipsed is profoundly shaken, his voice rising in a ferocious roar. He found it hard to accept the reality that he, in fact, could not overpower an intern from the red-haired pirate crew. He is indeed a formidable officer under the Beast Pirates, esteemed as the most valued subordinate of the Calamity, Jack. He commands several pirate crews under his authority, ruling over numerous pirates whose bounties exceed 100 million berries. Moreover, the number of interns under his wing is countless. However, he has never encountered an intern with prowess as formidable as that of Monki. Die! Roared CYPS head in furious exasperation. His strength surged instantaneously, his horned fists becoming even more colossal. At the apex of the ram's horns, the armament color coalesced at the tip. Monki observed the transformation of Cypher's head. His face remained inscrutable. From the onset of battle until now, there had been no superfluous expression upon it. Monki once again raised the weapon in his hand. A series of violet beams emanated from the blade. Whoosh! Sips had passively defended himself, using his horned fist to ward off Monki's onslaught. As Sips had lowered his fist once more, he was horrified to realize that, at some unknown moment, Machi had already appeared beside him. The katana struck mercilessly, with a sickening sound. A torrential rain of hot blood cascaded down, tracing an arc through the air. The atmosphere was instantly saturated with the nauseating scent of blood. Cypherhead looked at Monchi in disbelief, then glanced down at his own body. A massive wound had been inflicted on his lower abdomen, blood gushing forth like a spring. His entire form was drenched in crimson. Thunder rumbled. His mind was a blank slate. In that very moment, the impact of the blow forced him into a corner, crashing him against the wall. The wall, unable to withstand the force, crumbled under the impact. Cyphus Hater was engulfed beneath the fallen debris. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. The surrounding pirates stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to utter a single word as they gazed upon the spot where Cyphus Hater had been buried. It was utterly terrifying. Hadn't Lord Hater maintained the upper hand throughout? Yet, how could it be that in such a fleeting instant, this boy had reversed the entire situation? Everything unfolded with astonishing speed. They had barely had time to react. All the shouts and cries they had previously uttered were forcefully swallowed. It felt as though this individual had suddenly experienced a tremendous surge in power. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. A chilling thought crept into my mind. Could it be that he only gains strength through battle, thus the more he is attacked by Lord Hyde, the more formidable he becomes? This would explain the current scene, where he can overpower Lord Hyde. If this is as you suggest, then this fellow is truly a born combat machine, gaining strength amidst the fray. The surrounding pirates exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, completely astounded by the prowess of this young man. If this hypothesis holds true, then this person, Kale, is indeed a monster. Moreover, it does not end there. The duration of his growth seems rather brief. Just a moment ago, he was utterly powerless against his adversaries. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he managed to turn the tide of battle and emerge victorious. This lad is truly remarkable. The pirates trembled in fear, their bodies quaking as they beheld the slight figure not far away, sensing the ominous presence of death. They felt an overwhelming terror. Progressing amidst the fray, they had indeed heard of such matters, acknowledging that for individuals of exceptional talent, such possibilities might exist. However, the notion that one could transition from a position of disadvantage to advantage in under half an hour was utterly unheard of to them. I simply cannot believe it. If one were to suggest that he had initially withheld his true capabilities, there might be some merit to that claim. Yet, I remain unconvinced that anyone could achieve such a remarkable transformation in such a brief span of time. The pirates gazed at Monki, feeling as though they were ensnared in a dream. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated from the distance. They turned to see Cypher standing amidst the rubble, casting aside the debris that clung to him. In no time, he re-emerged into their line of sight. Cypher seized a nearby stone and began to hurl it wildly in all directions. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, and with his incessant movements, the blood flowed more profusely from his abdomen. His body was smeared with crimson stains, and the fur draped upon him was shredded into tatters. In stark contrast, Monki, standing not far away, bore only minor injuries and appeared in a somewhat better condition than Cypher's head. "You little rascal, how has your strength surged so suddenly? Is it due to your Haki?" Cypher's head gazed at Monki with a look of dread. Everything had transcended his comprehension. How could he have experienced such a significant enhancement in such a brief span of time? Cypher's head recognized that during their recent confrontation, his Haki was vastly inferior to Monki's. There existed an insurmountable chasm between their capabilities. Chapter 62. In mere weeks, one could surpass the abilities amassed over a lifetime. Could it be that this fellow had been concealing his true strength all along? A profound sense of bewilderment enveloped Cypher's head. If that were not the case, how could it possibly make sense? His prior Haki had not possessed the potency it exhibited now, from the moment of combat. Cypher's head had sensed a multiplication of strength manifold. Otherwise, he would not have sustained such a grievous wound to his abdomen. In merely a span of 10 minutes of skirmish, how could his prowess have ascended so rapidly? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Cypher's head's heartbeat quickened. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to cast aside this notion. If it were true, it would indeed be terrifying. The rate at which this young man's strength was escalating was nothing short of alarming. It simply could not be real. Cypher had once again harnessed the power of the devil fruit. He cast a cold glare at Monki, but suddenly he couldn't suppress a cough, blood gushing forth. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Yet, his gaze upon Monki grew increasingly weighty. "Isn't it rather disheartening to be overshadowed by an intern?" Monki quipped with a smile. "You little rascal." At Monki's teasing, Sip's head was instantly engulfed by fury, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. He took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within. Around him, silence prevailed. Over 200 pirates looked on in alarm, their expressions a mixture of fear and disbelief as they regarded Monki. They indeed witnessed the immense wound on Lord Hyde's abdomen, still oozing blood. It was astonishing that their esteemed Lord Hyde had sustained such grave injuries. They have never witnessed Sip's head in such a state of disarray during battle. This is certainly not an intern. Could it be that the intern of the red-haired pirates possesses such formidable strength? No one can believe that an intern could wield such extraordinary abilities. They silently pondered within themselves. Monki had indeed shattered their previous perceptions. Not all interns are feeble. Yet, they remain perplexed as to why this intern possesses such remarkable abilities. The tavern is in a state of disarray. The secret technique, the swordsmanship of the swallows, return. Second strike. A glimmer of light flashed in Monki's eyes. He grasped his katana, the Haki coalescing upon the blade. The entire edge was enveloped in a sinister crimson glow, exuding an aura of dread. Without hesitation, he struck down decisively. Whoosh! A violet beam emanated from the katana, encircling Monki in a semicircular arc. Then, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, it surged towards Sip's head. Sips had summoned all his strength, transforming his fist into massive horns. He unleashed the power of the devil fruit, accompanied by the use of armament Haki. At the moment of convergence, his hands once again experienced that formidable force. Cypher's expression appeared exceedingly grim as he fixed his gaze upon Monki, retreating 2 steps back. Cracks began to form in the floor where he had previously stood. Gasp! Cypher suddenly felt a sense of breathlessness. He could no longer maintain the composure he had just exhibited. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. Indeed, Sip's head had never anticipated that such an event would transpire in his lifetime. He was indeed the most valued subordinate of Drought Jack. Who could have imagined that one day he would be bested by an intern from a crew of red-haired pirates? It was utterly inconceivable. Your movements are sluggish. A voice echoed in his ears. Cyphus' head, shaken from his stupor, turned in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Monki had stealthily approached from behind. This was the opportune moment. Without a hint of hesitation, Monki raised his katana and struck down towards Cyphus' head's head. Disaster. Cyphus' head's expression turned to one of shock as he raised his fists, exerting all his strength to fend off Monki's assault. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated through the tavern. Sparks flew from the point of impact, illuminating the clash. Cyphus' head felt an immense pressure, his eyes turning crimson, yet he remained fixated on Monki. At that moment, fury consumed him. Have you lost your mind? Monki smirked, a hint of amusement in his tone. His left hand began to envelop itself in Haki as he aimed to strike at Cyphus' head's chest. A tremendous sound erupted. Cyphus' head lost all balance, propelled into the air by the force of the blow. His chest caved in from the sheer power, and his entire body crashed against the tavern's wall. Boom. The tavern began to tremble violently. Cyphus' head was pinned against the wall, cracks forming around him, spreading in all directions. The wall seemed on the verge of collapse. Continue. Witnessing Cyphus' head's plight, Monki showed no intention of relenting. He intended to strike with unwavering resolve, brandishing the weapon in his hand. With a swift motion, a gust of sword energy surged forth, hurtling towards the direction of Sip's head. At that moment, Sip's head found himself utterly defenseless, compelled to watch helplessly as the merciless blade of energy bore down upon him. The pupils of his eyes began to dilate in terror. No. He was unwilling to accept his fate, roaring in fury. Boom. He was relentlessly assailed by waves of sword energy unleashed by Machi. His body had become completely numb. With the impact of the final surge of sword energy, the tavern's walls collapsed with a thunderous roar, transforming into a heap of ruins. The scattered stones and debris formed a small mound, while dust danced in the sunlight. At this moment, the tavern lay in eerie silence. Machi slowly lowered the katana in his hand, surveying his handiwork with a mixture of satisfaction and surprise. According to his calculations, although acquiring the purple shards had significantly elevated his Haki, it was astonishing that he had so effortlessly crushed Cyphus' head, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Yet, upon reflection, Machi began to perceive Cyphus' head's abilities as rather unimpressive, almost fragile, easily vanquished with a little exertion. Thus, was he contemplating surrender? Machi's eyes narrowed into slits as he pondered quietly. He believes that suppressing Sip's head is not a trivial matter. However, engaging in combat with him is indeed not particularly challenging. He turned around and surveyed the surrounding pirates, who had once been so boastful. A meaningful smile graced his lips. The pirates, upon meeting Monki's gaze, were filled with trepidation. Most of them instinctively stepped back, as if confronted by some fearsome creature. Could it be that Lord Hater has perished? Impossible. At this moment, they have lost their anchor, and a profound fear envelopes their hearts. A deafening roar emanates from the ruins. Cypher's head emerges once more from the debris, yet this time he appears even more disheveled, his injuries more grievous than before. The mark of Monchi's fist still lingered on his chest. Moreover, his abdomen bore a formidable knife wound. Had it been anyone else, such grievous injuries would have led to their demise long ago. Yet, Sip's head stood resolutely, undeterred by his wounds. Not only had he survived, but he also intended to engage Monchi in battle once more. A crack echoed beside his ear. He stood frozen, staring blankly at his arm. His left arm had been brutally severed into 2 segments. Despite the protection of Haki, it could not prevent his injury. Moreover, his severed arm still bore the appearance of Haki, yet it remained as it was. Under the relentless barrage of Monki's swift assaults, it had been directly shattered. Coughing violently, Sip's head collapsed to his knees, unable to support himself. At that moment, he propped himself up with his hands on the ground, gasping for breath, blood trickling from his mouth, his face appearing exceedingly pale. His breath was exceedingly faint. Monki could sense his life slowly ebbing away in the air. At last, he had resolved this vexatious dilemma. Monki exhaled deeply. Although it seemed that the process of vanquishing Syphus' head was deceptively simple, the reality was far more complex. For Monki, the strength within his own body was also dwindling. If he did not hasten to conclude this struggle, failure would inevitably await him. Yet, as Monki beheld the dismal state of Syphus' head, a smile crept across his lips. Is it truly so simple? He spoke of ensnaring me in an intricate web of doom, declaring I was treading a path to my own demise. Indeed, it was a path to ruin. But perhaps it is not I who should be concerned. At this juncture, the outcome of the battle was unmistakable. Monki approached Syphus' head like a reaper, wielding his katana with grim determination. He halted in his tracks, gazing at the disheveled Syphus' head, and let out a deep sigh. Surely, you have spent most of your life contemplating how to enhance your own prowess. However, I regret to inform you that I have achieved such mastery in merely a few weeks. My current strength has already surpassed yours. If Syphus' head were to discern the thoughts lingering in Monki's mind at this moment, it would surely be a cause for trepidation. He might succumb to a direct mental breakdown. Consumed by hatred until his demise, he spent the majority of his life embroiled in warfare, vanquishing countless foes, ultimately earning the prestigious bounty exceeding 300 million berries, which secured his position as the most valued subordinate of Drought Jack. However, Monki managed to attain a level of strength that could easily overshadow his own within mere weeks. This was truly disheartening. Chapter 63, Seeking One's Own Demise? It appears that you are the ones courting disaster. The tavern was in a state of utter disrepair. The floor was littered with debris and crumbling walls. Additionally, the walls and ground bore the marks of deep fissures, reminiscent of parched earth, with cracks radiating in all directions. Surrounding him were over 200 pirates, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Syphus' head weakly kneeling before them. Then, their gaze shifted once more to the figure of Monki, who stood in the shadows wielding a katana. Fear, an overwhelming sense of panic enveloped them. They could never have imagined such an event occurring. Lord Syphus' head, defeated by an intern from the red-haired pirates. This is something beyond the realm of dreams. Lord Hyde. Has he truly lost? Who would have thought that this intern would emerge as the ultimate victor? Goodness. Could it be that Lord Hyde is facing his demise at the hands of this individual? They conversed in a state of utter panic, their expressions reflecting a profound sense of fear and trepidation as their minds became a chaotic blur, rendering them incapable of coherent thought. They have indeed fought alongside the Cypriots for many years, yet they have never encountered such an event. They could never have anticipated that Syphus had. The notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries and a favored subordinate of the drought-ridden Jack would be defeated by an intern of the red-haired pirates. No one could have foreseen such an outcome. The atmosphere became profoundly silent, with dust particles suspended in the air. Monki stood before Syphus' head, gazing down at his disheveled state. He raised his weapon, the armament's color coalescing upon the blade, emanating a deep crimson glow. Coughing, Syphus had lifted his head, blood trickling from his mouth. His eyes were laced with vivid red veins, presenting an image of utter exhaustion. He gazed at Monki and ultimately came to a quiet acceptance within himself. He is lost. Indeed, he had never imagined in his lifetime that there would come a day when he would be bested by an intern. He was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. A seething fury intertwined with a profound sense of resentment. Various sentiments surged within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing relentlessly. Eventually, a stillness descended upon his heart, leaving only despair and sorrow in its wake. He had lost. He had indeed been bested by that young man. Syphus bowed his head in dejection. Though the reality was hard to accept, he could not evade the truth of this outcome. How could he face Lord Jack again? Having failed even to contend with an intern? Syphus felt a deep frustration at his own ineptitude and let out a heavy sigh. It was when the drought struck that Jack had commanded him to locate Monki and eliminate him. He was brimming with confidence, bearing not the slightest burden. It felt merely like a trivial interlude, one that could potentially be resolved without his direct intervention. However, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Ultimately, he had underestimated the situation. Before his arrival, he could never have anticipated that his pride and arrogance would lead to his own demise. Why, with such formidable strength, did he remain merely an intern? This was the question that Syphus yearned to uncover in his final moments. He gazed intently at Monki, yearning for enlightenment. After all, he could never comprehend why the capabilities of an intern would surpass his own. How could someone so formidable merely be an intern? Such a notion was evidently absurd. An intern does not intrinsically equate to a lack of prowess, does it? It is merely a title. Monki smiled gently and replied slowly, "So you are suggesting." Sabaody's expression contorted, his eyes filled with trepidation. The duration of one's time aboard the ship determines whether one is considered an intern. This implies that Monki, since his arrival in the red-haired pirates, has only been present for a relatively brief period. Yet, why was it that prior to encountering Monki, he had never heard any news regarding Monki? It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. Meanwhile, he himself remained utterly oblivious to the situation. Upon closer reflection, it had already been 3 weeks since I had joined the red-haired pirates, Monki remarked. Yet why have I never come across any news about you? Sip's head pressed on, unwilling to accept the situation. Is it not simple? A peculiar expression shadowed Monki's smile. Before I joined the red-haired pirates, I was merely an individual utterly ignorant of the new world, let alone possessing any form of strength. Even the weakest of pirates could easily dispose of me with a mere flick of their finger. I do not believe it. Sip's head rejected Monki's words, asserting that it was simply impossible. His reason told him that if what Monki said was true, it would imply that this young man had transformed from an ordinary human into a formidable pirate in merely 3 weeks. Could he truly have acquired such immense power in such a short span? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sabaody found himself trembling uncontrollably, gasping for breath, and glaring at Monki as he declared, "I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me." Perhaps so, but such matters were of little consequence. Monki observed the irrational Sabaody and refrained from further argument. He merely raised the weapon in his hand, the blade enveloped in a hue of armed intent. He ruthlessly aimed at the head of Sabaody and struck down mercilessly. Boom! Monki suddenly vanished into thin air. Yet, in the spot where he once stood, a massive cleaver hovered ominously, and a terrifying crack marred the ground beneath. A fearsome pirate, brandishing a large blade, menacingly declared, "Lord Hyde, you need not worry. No matter how formidable his abilities, he cannot escape the relentless pursuit of our numbers." Indeed, this was the case. Everyone gathered around the pirate, encircling Sabaody. However, at that moment, Monki remained positioned a few meters behind the crowd. He quietly smiled in the shadows. It seems that to eliminate Sabaody, one must first deal with this band of pirates. Conveniently, I too intend to do just that. Monki grasped the samurai sword in his hand and instantly charged into the throng. Revenge! Revenge! Slay him, avenge Lord Hyde. Among the 200 or so pirates, many bore bounties exceeding 100 million berries. They directly surrounded the Monki group. However, how could the Monki be so easily captured by them? His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear in another corner of the tavern. Whoosh! Waves of sword energy erupted from Monki's katana, striking out in all directions. Thud! One pirate after another fell victim to the onslaught, their bodies cleaved in two by the razor-sharp energy, blood yet to spill before they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The tavern was filled with agonized screams, transforming the space into a veritable battlefield, littered with corpses and blood. Monki's slaughter was swift and ruthless. Before long, the ground was strewn with the bodies of pirates. They lay piled upon one another, blood coalescing into rivulets that flowed at the feet of Monki. Some of the corpses retained wide-open eyes at the moment of their demise, as if struggling to comprehend the horrific events unfolding before them. Now, nearly over 100 pirates remained at the scene, while those who had perished at Monki's hands numbered more than 100. Among them were many whose bounties exceeded 100 million berries. Despite their numerical advantage, they found themselves ensnared and ultimately slain by Monki. One by one, the pirates fell, their numbers dwindling as the ground became increasingly littered with lifeless bodies. Blood splattered through the air, saturating the atmosphere with a nauseating metallic scent. The ground was strewn with the dismembered limbs and severed arms of the pirates. Within this tavern, Monki resembled a grim reaper. Wherever he tread, corpses lay scattered. Hardly a single pirate could withstand his Haki-infused assaults. Eventually, they despaired as they confronted a brutal truth. Despite their multitude, they were utterly incapable of withstanding Monki's onslaught. Thus far, only a brief moment had elapsed. They had already lost more than half of their forces. If they continued to confront Monki in this manner, every individual present would inevitably fall victim to his blade. "Gather!" A voice called out loudly. The remaining pirates hastily assembled. At that moment, Monki stood before them, brandishing a samurai sword, his attire stained with blood. The blade was also smeared with crimson, droplets cascading down its edge. "Am I not the one courting death?" he mused, a smile gracing his lips as he advanced step by step, wielding his sword. Then, he vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed at all. In an instant, His figure surged towards the gathering of pirates with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. No eyes could capture his position, and scarcely anyone could impede his advance. In his wake, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Drought Jack. Blood permeated the air, its pungent aroma overwhelming, enveloping everyone present in a thick, viscous atmosphere. Some could not help but vomit on the spot. Corpses littered every corner of the scene, a testament to Monki's merciless slaughter. They all emitted a mournful wail. "No, you arrogant scoundrel, your end has come today." A robust man brandished a massive wooden club and charged towards Monki. With a swift motion, the katana glided through the air, effortlessly severing the man's club in two. Indeed, without the enhancement of Haki, any weapon proved utterly inadequate against Monki's katana. The man, now visibly alarmed, stood frozen, weaponless, gazing blankly at Monki. He recoiled in terror, taking 2 steps backward. Yet, it was too late. In an instant, the katana in Monki's grasp descended upon him. With a sickening thud, blood gushed forth from his neck, and his head tumbled to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he was slain by Monki. By now, the ground lay littered with corpses, and the number of surviving pirates had dwindled significantly. From over 100, there were now scarcely 50 left. Moreover, among those pirates who fell to Monki's blade, several bore bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Although they claim that their strength within the pirate crew is not insignificant, at this moment, their opponent is Monki. Therefore, they merely postpone the inevitability of death, utterly powerless to alter the ultimate outcome. In the end, they still became the souls claimed by Monki's blade. Gradually, Monki's body also sustained some superficial injuries. However, he remained indifferent to these trifles. His movements continued to be swift and resolute. The places he traversed were strewn with lifeless bodies, drenched in blood. At long last, a few minutes later, he stood before Cypher's head. A macabre tableau of corpses piled high behind him. The remaining pirates, paralyzed with fear, lay prostrate upon the ground, scarcely daring to breathe, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon Monki. Beyond them, over 100 pirates had already succumbed to his wrath. In Monki's hand, a katana glistened, crimson streams of blood cascading down the blade, dripping onto the earth below. His garments were soaked in the lifeblood of those fallen comrades, a grim testament to the carnage that had unfolded. A demon, this boy was nothing short of inhuman. The remaining pirates were engulfed by an overwhelming dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. As they cast their eyes upon Monki and then back at the heaps of lifeless bodies, an icy chill gripped them, robbing them of any courage to stand. All hope was lost. They were accompanied by nearly 200 formidable pirates. Yet this young man managed to vanquish 90% of them. Among them were numerous individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. Yet they appeared so feeble in the presence of Monki. He effortlessly dispatched them, expending little to no effort. Could an intern possess such formidable strength? Despite our overwhelming numbers and the fact that Lord Hyde was also engaged in combat with him, none of us could match his prowess. Is it truly possible that such a monster is merely an intern? It seems inconceivable. An intern could not possibly possess such extraordinary capabilities. The pirates were gripped with profound fear and disbelief regarding this situation. Although they had prepared extensively, believing they were invulnerable, in the end, they were effortlessly outmaneuvered by Monki. Moreover, this was just the beginning. They failed to extinguish Monki's life, yet they themselves suffered a catastrophic blow. It appears that the one walking the path to self-destruction is not Monki, but rather themselves. The atmosphere is profoundly oppressive, enveloped in an eerie silence. Thick blood seeps into the ground, emitting a foul odor. Cypher lies on the ground, barely clinging to life. The imprint of Monki's fist remains etched upon his chest, while the blood from the gash in his lower abdomen has already congealed. His face is ashen, and his breath comes in faint wisps. This is the moment when he witnesses his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered by Monki. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. "I am Jack the Drought's most valued subordinate." He exerted all his strength to bellow loudly at Monki. He was indeed filled with resentment. Could it be that he was destined to perish at the hands of an intern today? Suddenly, he gazed at Monki, a faint and mournful smile gracing his lips. "Even if you were to end my life today, you would inevitably find yourself in a most unfortunate predicament. Perhaps you are curious. This is of great significance to you. No, even if I were to reveal to you the events that are to unfold, you would remain powerless to alter them. Though I may meet my demise today, you shall soon accompany me in death." Monki found himself perplexed by the words of Cyphershed and was taken aback by his current demeanor. How could one facing imminent death maintain such composure? Machi had never anticipated that Cypher Shed would confront mortality with such tranquility. Was he perhaps in a state of delirium? Sensing Machi's astonishment and disbelief, Cypher Shed's laughter grew louder, exuding an air of madness. His laughter echoed through the tavern, contrasting sharply with the surrounding silence, rendering the atmosphere even more eerie. Do you truly believe I have lost my sanity? Sipsed ceased his boisterous laughter and fixed his gaze upon Machi, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. I am utterly certain that the trials you are about to face will be 1,000-fold more harrowing than those I currently endure. Though my demise is inevitable, yours will follow closely behind. As an intern, how dare you provoke the beast pirates? Today, regardless of your formidable abilities, escape is an impossibility. I hope you remember the words I have just spoken. Soon, you shall comprehend their meaning. He finished speaking and lay down, his gaze fixed upon the tavern ceiling, exuding an air of tranquility. Indeed, his injuries were grievous. A significant indentation marred his chest. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would have succumbed long ago. An ordinary individual would surely have perished by now. Yet, even in his precarious state, although Cypher's breath was faint, Monki could discern that his life was not in imminent danger. He would not simply fade away. After all, he was a prominent figure in the New World, a person of considerable renown. At this echelon, one encounters not the commonplace. Each individual possesses exceptional prowess, and it is particularly implausible for them to perish so easily. Each of them possesses an indomitable spirit. Even when severely wounded, they are far from succumbing swiftly to death. It appears you have prepared further tricks to ensnare me. Haven't you? A glimmer of intensity flickered in Machi's eyes. Having dispatched numerous pirates, including those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries, Machi had expended considerable energy. Thus, while he may outwardly appear composed, he is, in fact, quite weakened. Should he confront the unscathed Cyphus Hade in his current state, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate at the latter's hands. Time is of the essence. I must swiftly resolve this predicament. Perhaps Cyphus Hade speaks the truth. I may indeed encounter far greater troubles ahead. Yet, I remain uncertain of the implications behind his words. What concealed secrets lie within? What further means does he possess to contend with me? Monki stood before Cyphus Hade, lost in silent contemplation. He exhaled deeply, calming his body. The armament gradually began to retract, slowly vanishing from the blade's tip, a futile endeavor. Blood trickled from Sipsed's mouth as he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "No matter how formidable your abilities, you are merely a cornered beast fighting in vain. You are only stalling for time. Your end is nigh. You remain oblivious to what lies ahead. When the moment arrives, you will experience a suffering tenfold greater than what I endure now. I eagerly anticipate witnessing the expression that will adorn your face then. Without even considering the toll this battle has taken on your stamina and energy, even in your prime, you would find it arduous to withstand what is about to transpire." Sipshead continued his incessant chatter, but Monki had no desire to listen further. Fixating his gaze upon Sipshead, Monki impatiently remarked, "I believe you are speaking far too much. Come on." Sipshead, undaunted, spread his arms wide, regarding Monki with a chilling stare, akin to one observing a dying man. In his gaze, there resided both pity and a frenzied wrath. Without a hint of hesitation, Monki raised his katana, opting not to summon his armament. After all, at this juncture, Sipshead was exceedingly vulnerable, requiring little exertion on his part. He swung his blade down with precision. In an instant, however, Machi halted his movement. A gentle breeze swept through the tavern, carrying with it an unsettling aroma of fresh blood. At the entrance, the door had been mysteriously flung open. Outside stood a remarkably robust man, towering and imposing. Adorned with ivory carvings upon his head and shoulders, he cast a reflection upon the ground, resembling a small mountain in stature. The atmosphere was thick with dread, and an eerie silence enveloped the tavern. "My Lord Jack, we have awaited your arrival with great anticipation." Cyprian's voice trembled as he struggled to rise and pay his respects to the Drought Jack, his eyes brimming with fervent emotion, fixating on the tavern's entrance. Then, his gaze returned to Machi, and he laughed heartily, declaring, "As I mentioned, you could never have guessed that you would be facing my boss. It's the Drought Jack." The man standing at the tavern's entrance was, in fact, Drought Jack, one of the three calamities under the Beast Pirates. Chapter 65, a higher-ranked boss before the tavern. The imposing figure of Drought Jack blocked the entrance, resembling a stone statue that obscured the sunlight outside. A palpable sense of suffocation enveloped the atmosphere, even as he stood motionless. However, the aura emanating from him spread unabashedly. This was Drought Jack, a renowned figure in the New World. A master so formidable that all who heard his name bowed in submission. Moreover, his bounty had soared to an astonishing 1 billion berries. Wherever Droughtjack passed, the land would transform into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. This is how the powerful pirate was described, allowing one to fathom the extraordinary level of his abilities. Silence reigned within the tavern. Monki held his katana aloft, suspended in the air, still hesitating to strike down Sypha's head. Because he has already sensed an exceedingly oppressive aura enveloping him. He foresees that the moment he makes any move, his life will be extinguished in an instant. Thus, he did not wish to delay in eliminating Sypha's head. However, at this moment, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. Under the watchful gaze of Droughtjack, Monki sensed a palpable tension enveloping him. He struggled to breathe. His limbs felt unresponsive, and he was acutely aware of the formidable presence emanating from Droughtjack. This sensation starkly contrasted with his previous encounters with red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard, as neither had harbored intentions to take his life. Yet, Droughtjack approached him with lethal intent, making it abundantly clear that his arrival was solely to bring about Monki's demise. It was easy to deduce that any movement on Monki's part would result in an instantaneous and merciless end at the hands of Droughtjack. Lord Jack, do not concern yourself with me. Just allow this wretched boy to meet his end. Sypha's head, pale as death, seemed to exhale a heavy sigh of resignation as he fixated on the location where Droughtjack stood at the entrance. As one of Lord Jack's most esteemed subordinates, he found it utterly disgraceful that he could not best this in turn from the red-haired pirates and had nearly perished at his hands. He had never anticipated that he would still be clinging to life. Thus, his sole desire was to witness this loathsome boy perish at Lord Jack's hands before his own demise. That alone would suffice. At that moment, the remaining pirates in the tavern ignited with a flicker of hope, their eyes gleaming with renewed vigor. Their only aspiration and reliance now rested upon the man at the doorway. They understood in their hearts. This time, they would truly be free from the torment of that wretched boy. Lord Jack, we have finally awaited your arrival. This time, no matter how powerful that scoundrel may be, he will undoubtedly have no means of escape. The excitement was palpable in the voices of the pirates. Gradually, their previous panic and fear have dissipated, leaving only an indomitable fighting spirit. After all, the infamous Droughtjack has personally arrived on the scene, instilling them with immense confidence. Consequently, their attitude towards Monki is now characterized by derision and disdain, a stark contrast to the trembling figure that once cowered in the shadows. This is one of the three great disasters, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. They could hardly believe that Monki could miraculously evade capture once more. It was akin to a fever dream. Sypha's head had been bested by this young lad. They have come to terms with this reality. However, they are utterly unconvinced that Droughtjack can tame this in turn. A stifling atmosphere emanates from the entrance, pervading the entire tavern. Monki's mood grows heavy, his grip tightening around the katana as he turns his head. He set aside Sypha's head and turned to face the imposing figure of Droughtjack standing at the doorway. A grave expression adorned his features as he gazed upon the robust silhouette. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped his heart. In comparison to Droughtjack, Sypha's head was merely insignificant. Currently, Monki's strength was only slightly superior to that of Sypha's head. However, when confronted with Droughtjack, such strength was utterly trivial, akin to a novice player encountering a top-tier veteran, regardless of any tactics or tricks he might possess. Monki had no conceivable means to slay Droughtjack. Such a feat was unequivocally impossible. His luck had truly run dry, perhaps having exhausted all his previous good fortune. Yet, why had Droughtjack come to this place? Monki pondered this question, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. Sypha's head must have alerted Droughtjack prior to his arrival. Though Sypha's head believed he could easily vanquish Monki, he nonetheless took precautions, enabling Droughtjack to locate this place. Upon realizing this, even if Sypha's head were to be defeated by Monki, he could not help but admire him sincerely. It was evident that Sypha's head's mind was exceptionally astute, having not only prepared thoroughly for their confrontation but also contemplated even the worst possible outcomes. However, what astonished him further was that Droughtjack himself had come in person for the sake of a mere intern from the notorious red-haired pirates. Monki was indeed taken aback. He mistakenly believed it was merely a struggle among pirate crews. Little did he know that even those of significant stature had been stirred. It was utterly devoid of chivalry. Monki inwardly cursed. He merely sought to enhance his strength by testing his mettle against these opponents. Who could have anticipated that Droughtjack would have the audacity to personally confront him? Monki felt a profound sense of unease within. However, despite the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him, one undeniable truth remained. He was indeed in peril. Since embarking on his voyage, this was the first time he found himself ensnared in such a treacherous and daunting predicament. It could be described as a dire strait. Deep down, Monki harbored no desire to confront Drought Jack directly. He now needs to ascertain how he might extricate himself from his predicament. Although he is acutely aware of his rapid advancements in strength, he fully understands that facing a foe of such high caliber as Drought Jack is beyond his capabilities. Monki possesses a keen awareness of his own limitations. Thus, he now seeks to understand how to escape rather than how to meet his demise. Defeating Drought Jack is a thought that had never crossed his mind, for he is acutely aware that with his current strength, it would be akin to a fool's errand. Nevertheless, he requires more time. Perhaps he could engage in a contest with this monster. Thus, he cannot confront Drought Jack head-on. Otherwise, he would be swiftly vanquished. How can he escape? Monki pondered this dilemma. He glanced around, taking in the disheveled state of the tavern, teetering on the brink of collapse. There was nothing he could leverage, no means of escape. Monki's expression grew grave. Yet, at that moment, a voice rang out from the entrance. Even the interns can overpower you. You truly are worthless. The voice of Drought Jack echoed through the doorway. Concealed in shadow, his expression was obscured, but the tone revealed his immense fury. As he stepped further into the tavern, his footsteps were heavy, the oppressive aura drawing nearer. Both the remaining pirates and Monki himself felt the weight of this pressure. They trembled all over, engulfed in fear, almost finding it difficult to breathe. Lord Jack. His strength exceeds that of a mere intern. He is truly formidable, the frail Cyphus weakly protested. Even so, you are still worthless. Jack now stood merely a few meters away from Monki, the aura around him growing increasingly potent. Monki sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Jack. He now harbored no doubt that Drought Jack could easily crush him. Furthermore, he might not even be able to evade a single strike from him. Indeed, it was a chasm too vast to bridge. If one were to draw a comparison between himself and Jack, it could be said that Monki was merely a humble soldier, while Drought Jack truly belonged to the ranks of the formidable elite. Therefore, the prospect of triumphing over him was utterly impossible. Even the chance of a stalemate was non-existent. Was death imminent? Monki exhaled deeply, attempting to compose his tumultuous thoughts. It appeared that he was indeed destined for demise. Drought Jack loomed right before him. How could Monki possibly escape from this dire predicament? The opportunity seemed exceedingly scant. Chapter 66, A Turning Point in Despair, A Radiant Glimmer. Oppressive. Drought Jack emanated an aura that was utterly suffocating. Monki stood there, motionless, gripping his katana. The tip of the blade began to gather an aura of armament. His gaze fixed intently on Drought Jack. Jack's prowess was evident to all. After all, he was one of the three great disasters in the waters of the New World. He could be considered among the top 10 pirates. Monki had never anticipated that a mere skirmish with his subordinates would attract the attention of such a formidable figure. This was indeed beyond his expectations. He had truly stepped on a treacherous ground. Monki found himself in the most challenging and arduous situation he had faced since arriving in the New World. Throughout this journey, it was only at this moment that he truly felt the weight of inescapability, even amidst the voyage. He encountered numerous colossal sea kings capable of swallowing an entire ship whole. Yet, Monki did not perceive himself as being in a dire predicament. In the presence of the sea kings, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape, as long as he did not provoke them. Certain species would refrain from launching an attack. However, the situation was entirely different when confronted by Drought Jack. Moreover, Drought Jack's objective for this visit was none other than Monki himself. Monki harbored no illusions of hope. Was this not the essence of despair? Perhaps he would indeed meet his demise here today. The oppressive aura emanating from Drought Jack rendered Monki's mind incapable of functioning normally, making it difficult for him to conceive a means of escape. Wait, I shall settle this score with you later, he thought to himself, disdainfully regarding the ineptitude of his subordinates. Drought Jack's gaze was icy, filled with contempt as he glanced at those around him, before shifting his attention to Cyphus' head. Drought Jack was known for his notoriously foul temper. The orders he issued unexpectedly required him to personally intervene to resolve them one day. He could hardly endure such an occurrence. You little rascal, are you afraid? Do you feel as though you are on the brink of death? At this moment, you must comprehend the essence of desperation. Standing here today, is this not a predicament of utmost despair? Cyphers gazed at Monki's rigid form and let out a cold snort. In his view, no matter how exceptional Monki might be, he could not escape his fate. After all, Drought Jack had taken matters into his own hands. There was simply no way he could evade his grasp. Not to mention, he is merely an intern. Therefore, His demise today is inevitable, devoid of any suspense. Indeed, he finds himself in a desperate situation. Monki gazed at Drought Jack. Simultaneously, at that moment, Jack cast a glance at Monki. His expression remarkably indifferent. Are you the intern serving under the red-haired pirates? You have audaciously obliterated several of my subordinate pirate crews without a thought for the consequences. You exhibit quite a bit of courage. Drought Jack's voice bore no hint of emotion. Yet, Monki felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He advanced forward, halting just 5 meters away from Monki. Monki's vision became increasingly clear as he beheld the imposing figure of Drought Jack, whose robust physique was adorned with a metallic mask and ivory carvings embellishing his shoulders and head. This was the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, and, thus far, the most fearsome individual Monki had encountered. His current abilities were woefully inadequate to contend with such a formidable opponent. To his astonishment, he remarked, I never imagined that such trivial matters would compel you to take action personally. I merely eliminated a few worthless foes who were no match for me. His gaze remained fixed on Drought Jack as he spoke slowly. You insolent wretch, I had no intention of confronting you directly, but if I were to refrain, how could Shanks possibly present himself at my doorstep? Jack retorted with a grin, as it happens, I've been rather bored lately. Why not gather a few individuals to hone my skills? Drought Jack was undeniably combative. Is that so? Monki mused inwardly. So, you wish to challenge our red-haired pirates? It was no wonder everything had unfolded this way. He will personally come to the scene to find me. So it is. He harbored a desire to stir things up. Since you've mentioned it, I suppose I shouldn't let your visit be in vain. Monki drew the katana he held, its blade enveloped in a shroud of Haki. Witnessing this spectacle, Jack, the Drought, couldn't help but erupt in laughter. Who would have thought you possessed such audacity? Surely you are aware of my identity. How dare you play such games in my presence? I am Jack, a subordinate of Kaido, the captain of the Beast's pirates, one of the 3 calamities. You dare to challenge me with your weapon while in my domain? This is the first time I've encountered an intern with such boldness, brandishing their weapon before me. I ponder a question. How can I orchestrate your demise to provoke the red-haired pirates into engaging us in battle? Jack murmured, seemingly dismissive of Monki's actions. Yet, Monki held a different perspective. At this moment, he could swiftly flee while Jack was unguarded. However, perhaps such a retreat would merely hasten his end. I have a proposition. Unleash all your techniques. If I step away from this spot, I shall grant you your freedom. What do you think? Is this an opportunity for me to struggle? Monki narrowed his eyes, finding the proposition rather discomforting. A chance to escape? He chuckled softly. You insolent brat. You still find humor in this? Jack's smile faded. I believe that even if I allowed you to move, you would not permit me to leave alive. Thus there is no need for this charade, unless you mistakenly perceive me as a naive novice? Upon finishing his words, Monki burst into laughter. Indeed, escape felt impossible. Yet, an unexpected calmness enveloped him. After all, it was merely a life at stake. What of it? He lamented only that, if given a bit more time, perhaps just 30 days. No, make that 15 days. He possessed the confidence to confront Drought Jack head-on. Yet, it appears that such a confrontation is now impossible. If only I had an additional 15 days, I could effortlessly eliminate you. Monki slowly shook his head, the brilliance in his eyes dimming. It seems you are indeed quite astute. This trick has never failed me. They all wish to survive, brandishing their weapons before me. However, regrettably, none have succeeded in compelling me to budge. Consequently, they have lost the opportunity to witness my deception. As a pirate, one cannot place trust in the words of Drought Jack. Thus, Monki did not take these words seriously. He was no fool. It must be this way then. You insolent wretch, prepare to meet your demise. Drought Jack was engulfed in an aura of murderous intent. He slowly approached Monki, each step deliberate. As the oppressive atmosphere thickened around him, a side-shaped dagger dangled from his belt. However, in the confrontation with Monki, it would serve no purpose. Jack approached Monki step by step, devoid of any weapon. To him, Monki was merely a diminutive ant that could be crushed with a mere gesture. Yet, he resolved to give it a shot. Monki inhaled the air thick with the scent of blood, his grip tightening around the katana. He stood motionless in place until Drought Jack approached him before the monkeys. The disparity in stature between the 2 individuals is remarkably vast. One stands tall and imposing, while Monki appears diminutive in comparison. Furthermore, in terms of strength, Monki currently finds it exceedingly challenging to withstand even a single strike from Jack. Indeed, it is not merely a matter of withstanding an assault. He struggles to endure even one blow. Yet, how can one ascertain their limits without attempting? Monki does not retreat an inch. He confronts the Drought Bringer, Jack, resolutely. He grips his weapon, the Haki enveloping the entirety of the blade. A battle is on the brink of eruption, one characterized by a staggering imbalance in power. Monki finds himself ensnared in an inescapable predicament. Jack, the harbinger of drought, smirks and remarks, "You little rascal, you possess quite the audacity, yet it will not alter your impending demise." With that, he concludes. He raised his fist and struck towards Monki. The katana intercepted the blow. Monki endeavored to defend himself, yet a formidable force surged forth. Before his katana could make contact with the fist, he felt an overwhelming force. "You wretched brat, I speak no falsehood. You shall surely meet your demise here today." Sip's head and the remaining pirates were filled with fervor, convinced that Monki would undoubtedly perish this day. Is the power of the three disasters truly so formidable? Monki narrowed his eyes, recognizing the futility of resistance. He discerned the trajectory of the fist. Should it land upon him, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, a blade of energy flashed through the air, emitting a brilliant light that surged towards Jack's form. Chapter 67. The Celestial Weapon, the Red-Haired Pirates. What? Just as the drought-incarnate Jack prepared to strike Monki, he abruptly halted, that colossal fist ultimately refraining from delivering its blow. He swiftly retreated, his speed astonishing, returning to his previous position. In the next moment, Monki suddenly perceived a blinding radiance, accompanied by an overwhelming force, surging from the distance and striking the tavern's floor. The velocity was so extraordinary that Monki's eyes could barely comprehend what transpired. He could only vaguely discern a fleeting beam of light. Then, with a thunderous roar, the entire tavern trembled as though an earthquake had struck. The establishment shook violently, and the walls, already on the brink of collapse, shattered into countless fragments. With a resounding crash, the wall began to tilt perilously, crashing heavily to the ground. Before Monki, it transformed into a terrifying fissure, while the land beneath was gouged out, creating a vast chasm from the fallen wall. The aftershocks surged forward, and Monki, in close proximity to the collapse, acutely felt the sheer terror of the force that the beam had unleashed. Moreover, what was even more perplexing was, he was utterly bewildered. Why did such a close-range attack generate aftershocks that caused no additional harm? He himself remained unscathed, which was rather unexpected. The precision with which this slash was executed was truly remarkable. In his heart, Monki marveled at this formidable prowess. Observing the scene before him, he came to a profound realization. Only the most elite pirates could achieve such mastery. Although the force of this beam was substantial, its residual waves inflicted no damage upon those nearby. Was this not a testament to an exquisite control over the magnitude of power? Indeed, this was a goal Monki had relentlessly pursued. If he could not master the tremors of his own abilities, activating this skill would inevitably harm the innocent bystanders around him. Thus, he understood that exercising utmost caution and wielding his tremors was essential for maximizing their efficacy. Who could be the origin of such an attack? Monki found himself perplexed. Yet, he was acutely aware of one thing. It was precisely due to this strike that he had narrowly escaped the onslaught of Drought Jack. Otherwise, at the moment Drought Jack had swung his fist, even if he had attempted to counter with his armed sword, it would have been a futile endeavor. He would have certainly met his demise at the hands of Drought Jack's bare fists. However, in that fleeting instant, this attack descended from above, halting Drought Jack's advance. Thus, Monki was fortunate to evade the devastating blow. At that moment, the atmosphere around them grew tense. Drought Jack created distance between himself and Monki, his eyes filled with confusion. He then turned his gaze toward the wall that had crumbled under the force of the strike. Who dared to impede his assault? Moreover, that beam which had just grazed past him evoked a strange sense of familiarity. This power felt reminiscent of something he had encountered before. A look of puzzlement crossed Drought Jack's face, yet upon further reflection, he found himself at a complete loss. He found himself unable to discern the identity of the assailant behind this familiar attack. Yet, one thing he could ascertain, this individual could not possibly be the notorious leader of the red-haired pirates, Shanks. The manner of attack, along with the strength and speed exhibited, was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. The recent assault had emanated an intensely sharp aura, as if it could sever all that exists in the world. Furthermore, there was an unsettling edge to this presence, a sharpness that Shanks had never possessed. If it were not Shanks, then who could it be? Drought Jack pondered. His expression was exceedingly grave, devoid of any hint of negligence. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the colossal fissure in the wall. Who, indeed, would appear at such a critical juncture? He could not fathom the ultimate outcome. Around him, the remaining pirates wore expressions of sheer terror, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They alternated their gaze between Monki and their captain, their faces growing increasingly vacant. What on earth was happening? How could this boy still be alive? What had that beam of light been? Was it truly possible for someone to arrive at such a critical moment? These questions swirled chaotically in their minds, rendering them incapable of coherent thought. Even Sipshead, weakly sprawled amidst the rubble, gazed at the unfolding scene with a sense of dazed disbelief. He never anticipated that Monki would still be alive at this juncture. Silence reigned. The tavern was enveloped in a suffocating stillness. For reasons unknown, a foreboding thought lingered in Sipshead's mind. This was dire. Extremely dire. Even with Drought Jack standing before him. An indescribable panic gripped his heart. Though his body was immobile, his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance. The sound was resolute and resounding, clear to every person in the tavern. In an instant, Jack, Sipshead, and the remaining pirates fixed their gaze unwaveringly upon the tavern door. Ultimately, they beheld the tavern's grand entrance gradually swinging open. As the door to the tavern creaked ajar, a figure emerged into view. This individual was tall and slender. He donned an ensemble of black attire, complemented by a black top hat atop his head, while a tuft of whiskers adorned his chin. Beneath the brim of the hat, a pair of remarkably keen eyes lay concealed. In his right hand, he wielded a large blade. The design of this knife was quite peculiar. The hilt was shaped like a cross and was notably longer and wider than that of a typical knife. The blade was adorned with intricate engravings. He stood there silently, yet exuded a suffocating aura. The weapon he wielded accentuated his fierce demeanor even further. He was a swordmaster. Only a swordmaster could possess such qualities. Moreover, judging by the attack he had just unleashed, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Jack narrowed his eyes into a slit, poised to speak, but suddenly halted. At that moment, he finally comprehended who this individual was. The recent attack, a strike more formidable than that of the red-haired man, was executed by none other than this person. Judging solely by the recent technique, this individual's strength was not inferior to that of the red-haired man. Only one person could possess such prowess, the foremost swordsman in the New World, Dracul Mihawk. Mihawk. Jack coldly regarded him and remarked, "I never anticipated that someone of your reclusive stature would deign to descend upon the New World, and to personally attend to such a trivial matter? Why do you seek to impede me? It is not you I intend to stop, but rather others," Mihawk replied nonchalantly. The surrounding pirates gazed at Mihawk with expressions of sheer panic. They could never have imagined that it was this individual who obstructed their leader at this very moment. They have yet to recover from their shock. A sudden sound of footsteps resonated at the entrance. Everyone turned their gaze towards the door. A man stepped into the tavern. This man was exceedingly familiar to both Monki and Drought Jack, as well as to their subordinates. He sported a striking mane of vibrant red hair. Red hair? Jack's face turned pale, his eyes widening in disbelief. The red-haired one has actually arrived? Sipshead was equally taken aback. It was astonishing that the renowned red-haired captain had come to the tavern in person. Yet, that was not all. Closely following the red-haired one was another individual. He is Ben Beckman. He followed the red-haired crew into the tavern, surveying the circle of patrons before his gaze eventually settled on Monki. Upon confirming that Monki was unharmed, he nodded subtly. He then turned his attention to Drought Jack, his eyes betraying a raw and unbridled intent to kill. Shortly thereafter, members of the red-haired pirates, individuals with whom Monki was well acquainted, entered the tavern. Jesus Burgess, LaCrue, and the bald man accompanied by a monkey, among others. Soon, the tavern was abuzz with activity. The remaining pirates were struck with sheer terror at this sight, trembling uncontrollably. The unfolding events had utterly surpassed their expectations. Even in their wildest dreams, they could not have envisioned such a scenario. Sipshead lay there helplessly, his body cold, his expression one of utter despair. Fear mingled with physical pain consumed him, leaving him gasping for breath. Was it truly necessary to summon so many formidable pirates over an intern? Sipshead pondered silently, utterly astonished by the scene before him. His long-held apprehensions had materialized into reality. Members of the red-haired pirates had indeed arrived at this very place. Chapter 68, Seeking Self-Destruction? It seems to pertain to you. The tavern lay in disarray from the previous battle, but the arrival of the red-haired pirates shattered the somber silence. With each new member that entered, Red-haired himself led the way, followed by over 100 of his most elite crew. They stood within the tavern, exuding an air of calm confidence as they regarded Drought Jack, Sipshead, and the remaining pirates. At that moment, no one could ascertain the outcome of the impending conflict. Sipshead was utterly bewildered, and even Drought Jack found himself at a loss, unable to grasp the unfolding situation. Why was it so? How could there be more members of the red-haired pirates than on our side? Jack was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. He was indeed exceptionally combative and relished instigating conflict. However, in the present circumstances, he suddenly felt he had ventured into the wrong locale, devoid of any inclination for battle. Deep down, he understood that engaging in a confrontation with the red-haired pirates at this moment would be tantamount to inviting a thorough thrashing. Among them, not only had the captain, Shanks, personally arrived, but also Ben Beckman, their first mate, Yassop, their sharpshooter, and their formidable combat leader, Lucky Roo. Moreover, several other powerful individuals, frequently roaming the New World, were present, each a vital asset to the red-haired pirates. To add to the tension, over 100 members of the red-haired pirates loitered at the tavern's entrance, their predatory gazes fixed ominously upon the patrons within. The atmosphere in the tavern plummeted to a chilling silence, as Cypherhead acutely felt the oppressive weight of the situation. He began to perspire coldly, not solely due to the agony of his injuries, but also because the atmosphere surrounding him was profoundly unsettling. Suddenly, the tide of battle experienced a dramatic reversal. This time, it was the beast pirates who felt the weight of pressure. The remaining pirates stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear of being annihilated by a single misstep. They could sense it. The atmosphere at the scene was decidedly ominous for them. An intangible pressure enveloped them, rendering their bodies stiff and immobile. I remarked that I merely happened to pass by, and it was certainly not my intention to cause you any discomfort. Rather, it is these individuals behind me who seek to engage with you, Hawkeye said, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he addressed Jack. He returned the knife in his hand to behind his back, its hilt protruding outward, resembling the burden of a colossal cross. In the shadow of the sunlight, it exuded an imposing aura. He gradually retreated back into the crowd, manifesting his intention to refrain from involving himself in the matter. Just moments ago, he merely launched an attack to deter Drought Jack. However, this does not imply that he intends to partake in the conflict between the two Yonko pirate crews. Thank you. Mihawk, red-haired Shanks expressed his gratitude with a smile. It was a trivial matter, Mihawk replied with an impassive demeanor. Indeed, it was merely a coincidence. Prior to this, he had been wandering in the New World and fortuitously encountered the red-haired pirates en route, leading him to the Red Force and subsequently to this small island. However, to be candid, Mihawk could not help but feel a sense of curiosity regarding the events that were about to unfold. Otherwise, he would not have drawn his sword. Then, his peripheral vision glanced towards Monki. He felt a profound curiosity about this young man. What kind of person could command the entire red-haired pirates to embark on a rescue mission? It was said that he was merely an intern. Thus, Mihawk harbored a certain anticipation for the events that were about to unfold. He was deeply intrigued by the abilities of this young man, which had compelled the entire red-haired pirates to gather here. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. Clearly, this young man possessed remarkable qualities, Hawkeye mused to himself. At that moment, red-haired Shanks fixed his gaze intently on Drought Jack, finding even Jack's imposing physique to be of little concern. His eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. Drought Jack inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear within him as he met Shanks' unwavering stare. Jack, I had assumed you would at least consider our past encounters and refrain from such blatant disregard for the unwritten rules of combat. I never anticipated that you would personally come here to confront one of our apprentices, red-haired Shanks said slowly. At this juncture, the expression of Ben Beckman, standing beside him, grew even more menacing, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Drought Jack. Jesus Burgess and Lakiri also assumed threatening stances, with so many fierce gazes directed at him, even Drought Jack, one of the three calamities, could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Well, what do you think, young brat? Red-haired Shanks' demeanor softened slightly as he turned his attention to Monkey D. Luffy, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Captain, you arrived just in time. Had you been any later, I truly would have been unable to withstand his strike. Slowly, Monkey D. Luffy made his way towards red-haired Shanks. When he crossed paths with Drought Jack, he was utterly unconcerned that Jack might take any hostile action against him. In his heart, he was completely assured that Jack would not dare to act excessively. After all, if he harbored any murderous intent towards Monki, the members of the red-haired pirates would undoubtedly tear Drought Jack apart in an instant. Thus, everyone present shared the same sentiment, having no fear that Drought Jack would dare to harm Monki. Indeed, Monki's thoughts aligned perfectly with the reality of the situation. He gradually passed by the drought-stricken Jack. Yet Jack dared not utter a single breath. The members of the red-haired pirates surrounded him, their predatory gazes fixated upon him. Should he make a move, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by these formidable foes, with the first to strike being none other than Ben Beckman, who stood beside the red-haired captain. In the presence of so many individuals, Jack could distinctly sense the overwhelming intensity of Beckman's aura, a desire that felt almost capable of tearing him apart. After all, he was the first mate of the red-haired pirates, a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, tensions had previously flared between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates. Consequently, Jack possessed a clear understanding of Beckman's prowess, realizing that he fell significantly short in comparison. Upon entering the ranks of the red-haired pirates, Monki took a deep breath of relief. His previously tense emotions have considerably eased. After all, with so many capable individuals backing him, Monki felt an immense sense of relief. Had it not been for the presence of the red-haired pirates, he had no doubt he would have perished at the hands of Drought Jack. Now, he was no longer in a situation of certain death. However, for the others, it was indeed a truly perilous predicament. Monki mused silently, observing Drought Jack, Cypher, and the crew of pirates from a distance. The dynamics had completely shifted. The beast pirates now faced the dire pressure of life and death. I warned you long ago not to engage with the crews of the other emperors, he thought. I never expected that just a few days out would lead to such significant trouble. Red-haired, both exasperated and amused, gazed at Monki, his expression somewhat peculiar. Regardless, it was the captain who had tasked him with delivering a message to Whitebeard, without even providing the specific location of the Whitebeard pirates, nor allowing him to take any berries. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to confront the beast pirates. Monki retorted defiantly, I refuse to be daunted. Coughing twice to mask the awkwardness, Red-haired candidly acknowledged, to be fair, this lad has a point. You didn't leave any berries for Monki? Ben Beckman looked at Red-haired with surprise. I recall reminding you not to overlook this matter. It seems your memory isn't what it used to be. Indeed. It's a minor oversight, Red-haired chuckled awkwardly, attempting to shift the topic. Monki, you have now witnessed the formidable strength of the high-ranking pirates under the four emperors. Haven't you? Though your abilities have indeed progressed rapidly, one must not be overly impulsive nor underestimate one's foes. This statement held truth. Had it not been for this encounter, Monki would not have grasped this reality. It was only when he faced Drought Jack that he truly comprehended the terrifying strength embodied by one of the three calamities. Remarkably, Drought Jack was considered the weakest among them. Thus, one could only imagine the immense power possessed by the pirates of the Emperor's caliber. Consequently, Monki's perception of Red-haired evolved. He had never regarded his captain as particularly formidable. He couldn't help but stare at the red-haired individual, lost in thought. This time, one might attribute it to sheer fortune. However, should a similar incident occur again, no one could guarantee your safety. You are still quite youthful, lacking the prudence and judgment that such matters demand. Otherwise, Drought Jack would not have so easily discerned your whereabouts. The red-haired one continued, I believe that next time, caution may not be as imperative. Monki chuckled softly. What he said is quite clear. In due time, Monchi's abilities will allow him to slay gods with ease, rendering caution meaningless for him. He can roam freely across the vast seas of the New World. The red-haired individual detected the underlying implication in his words, and his expression shifted slightly. He cast a glance at Monchi and chose not to utter another word, for reasons unknown. It is neither surprising nor does he perceive Monchi's words as mere bravado. Should Monchi have another opportunity to confront Drought Jack, given the current pace of his strength enhancement, it is quite possible that he could indeed overpower Drought in their next encounter, reminiscent of prior events. Red-haired has never contemplated that an intern under his command could vanquish the notorious Sipshead, whose bounty exceeds 300 million berries, in such a brief span. This individual's power has surged significantly, a fact that is truly hard to fathom, leaving Red-haired somewhat astonished. As Ben Beckman once remarked to him, it has only been a few days, yet Monchi's abilities have escalated dramatically. This indeed evokes a sense of excessive awe. He is a veritable combat prodigy. Red-haired felt a profound weariness settle within him, grappling with the bittersweet sentiment of having a subordinate whose talent and potential surpass his own, a feeling he has long since experienced. Chapter 69. Let me show you what true Conqueror's Haki is. Red-haired had long grown accustomed to Monchi's astonishing gifts, or rather, he had become desensitized to such shocks. Thus, his emotions were suppressed. The tavern was enveloped in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Sipshead's face was a portrait of terror, surrounded by the formidable crew of the red-haired pirates. Not only was Captain Red-haired present, but also Ben Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and LaCrue. Essentially, the most powerful members of the red-haired pirates had gathered here. They find themselves unable to escape, and it is no wonder that Sipsilis feels a profound sense of despair. He trembled as he gazed at Monki beside the red-haired man. glancing at Drought Jack, yet ultimately remained silent. Even as the embodiment of drought, no, even if all three calamities were present today, it would be exceedingly difficult to reverse the situation. Although it was not a life-or-death scenario for them, it was undeniably precarious. The red-haired man had come personally, accompanied by a formidable array of his elite subordinates. All for the sake of an intern. Cypress had found it utterly incomprehensible. He found it incredibly hard to believe that an intern was worth the entire pirate crew coming here to rescue him. The remaining pirates were expressions of sheer terror, with some even collapsing to the ground. There was no way out this time. In their eyes, it was a certain death. They appeared to have caught a glimpse of the specter of death, their complexions as pale as a ghost. This time, even their Lord Jack would be unable to rescue them, as he too was battling for his own survival. After all, they were now confronted by one of the four emperors, along with his throng of formidable pirates. They found themselves utterly at a loss in the face of this predicament. After much contemplation, they could not conceive of any means to extricate themselves from their plight. Enclosed within this tavern by the red-haired pirates, escape seemed utterly impossible, leaving not even a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, there was the formidable presence of Mihawk, renowned across the seas, wielding his colossal sword. He stood as the mightiest swordsman in the New World, a fact universally acknowledged. In terms of swordsmanship alone, one could argue that Mihawk and Shanks were evenly matched, clearly demonstrating Mihawk's extraordinary prowess. At that moment, Monkey's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the black blade, Euro, that lay behind Mihawk. Then he glanced at the katana he bore, letting out a sigh after enduring a fierce battle. Even with the enhancement of armament Haki, his katana was riddled with wounds and seemed utterly beyond use. Weapons hold great significance in battle, Machi mused. Losing one's weapon in the midst of a struggle is akin to facing certain death for a swordsman. It is only with the weapon itself, complemented by armament Haki, that a swordsman can truly unleash their fullest potential. It appears that I am in need of a superior weapon, while the caliber of weaponry wielded by Mihawk may be unattainable for me. I am certain there are still better options to be found. Machi resolved within himself. Lakiru and Jessup looked at Machi and chuckled. Kid, how does it feel to face off against a calamity? A battle? He understood in his heart that had it not been for the timely arrival of the red-haired pirates, he would have certainly not lasted a single round. This was indeed the extent of Machi's current abilities, and he felt no shame in admitting it. After all, it had only been 3 weeks since he joined the red-haired pirates. No one could expect a novice to defeat a calamity in just 3 weeks. No one in the New World would dare to claim such a feat. If I had 15 days to train, I wouldn't be so passive, he remarked. I think that's quite possible, Jessup concurred. For anyone else, such a notion would seem like folly. Half a month to contend with a calamity was utterly implausible. Yet in Machi's case, what seemed impossible was rendered possible. After all, he was not merely an intern. Red-haired, Calamity Jack broke the silence. I admit, I was indeed careless this time. However, it was this kid who provoked our beast pirates. May I return to explain this to our captain? At that moment, he mentioned Kaido, for only Kaido could rival the red-haired Shanks. However, as the Drought Jack, it was evident that he could not stand on the same level as Shanks. It was only under such circumstances that Shanks might grant him a reprieve. Explanation? Shanks chuckled and remarked, What explanation? Can you persuade me? If you truly wish to resolve this matter, have your Captain Kaido meet me in person. However, you are unworthy to stand on equal footing with me. As soon as Shanks uttered these words, Drought Jack's expression darkened considerably. He was seething with anger, staring intently at Shanks. In front of his subordinates, he was afforded no respect whatsoever. Despite having lowered himself, he was mercilessly humiliated by Shanks. Had it been anyone other than Shanks himself standing before him, he would have already struck. Yet, the disparity in strength compelled Drought Jack to retain the last vestiges of his sanity. He longs to live well. If he were to take action here, he does not believe he could withstand the onslaught of so many underlings from the red-haired pirates. The ultimate outcome could very well be his demise. Red-haired, you are truly audacious, cried the furious Jack the Drought. First and foremost, I must say, if your Captain Kaido were to learn of this, even one of my interns could obliterate several of your pirate crews. Shouldn't you reflect more on your own shortcomings? Is there any need to retain such ineptitude within your ranks? Moreover, if a mere intern can annihilate an entire pirate crew, what purpose do you serve within the beast pirates? Have you not always proclaimed that the strong shall prevail? Red-haired calmly retorted. Damn it. Jack the Drought could not help but clench his fists, his face contorted with rage, his inner fury surging to the surface. His eyes turned crimson. Indeed, it was difficult to swallow the fact that 4 of his pirate crews had been successively vanquished by an intern. Such a situation is hard to articulate. If he could simply eliminate the opponent in an instant, it would at least provide some satisfaction. However, the reality is that the red-haired pirates had personally arrived at the scene, preventing him from venting his frustration. He was unable to eliminate Monki. Furthermore, the scene is now teeming with members of the red-haired pirate crew. He has lost all opportunity to kill Monki. What a useless fool. Drought Jack seethed with rage internally. However, he maintained a facade of calmness. Jack silently cursed to himself. In light of this, I shall return and relay these matters truthfully to our leader, Jack murmured sullenly. He turned around and cast a glance at the nearly lifeless body of Cyprian laid upon the ground. Addressing the pirates beside him, he commanded, "Take him aboard." "As you wish, Lord Jack," they replied. They were just about to depart when unexpectedly, the red-haired individual raised a hand to halt their movements. "What?" The pirates turned around, gazing at the red-haired figure with expressions of sheer terror, too frightened to make a single move. Jack glanced back at the red-haired man and inquired, "Well then, red-haired, do you not intend to allow me to leave this place? He is indeed a formidable officer of the beast pirates. Should he perish here today, it would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar. Jack is certain that red-haired Shanks would not resort to such actions. Are you truly planning to evade responsibility for the harm inflicted upon my apprentice by the calamity? It appears you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation." Red-haired glanced at Monki and remarked, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you the essence of true Conqueror's Haki." Boom. A powerful aura emanated from red-haired, spreading in all directions. This was a sustained release of Conqueror's Haki, a stark contrast to the fleeting manifestation witnessed earlier by Monki. In an instant, it enveloped everyone within the tavern, rendering them paralyzed with fear. The intensity of this presence even altered Jack the Drought's demeanor, which grew grave. Crack. Surrounding objects trembled under the strain, fracturing as they succumbed to the pressure. Observing red-haired, he advanced steadily towards Jack, cloaked in this suffocating aura. Chapter 70. The Drought now faces unspeakable woes and overwhelmingly potent Conqueror's Haki surged forth, swiftly enveloping the entire tavern in its embrace. Every corner resonated with the formidable presence of red-haired's Haki, its intensity almost palpable. Even the items within the tavern succumbed to the tumult, shattering under the onslaught. Barrels and the structural supports of the establishment bore the brunt of the Haki's force, yielding to a series of deep fissures. It was evident that this aura was terrifyingly powerful, capable of impacting even inanimate objects, such as the might of Captain Red-Haired. He possesses the most formidable Conqueror's Haki in the entire New World. Only he has the capacity to inflict such immense damage with this power. Others who wield Conqueror's Haki can only unleash it instantaneously. However, for the red-haired Shanks, he can continuously emanate this overwhelming force. The pressure he exudes leaves everyone present in a state of astonishment. Drought Jack stands frozen in his place, his gaze fixed intently on Shanks. Beneath such an imposing aura, he lacks the courage to act recklessly. For him, while this Conqueror's Haki does not render him unconscious, its sheer strength is enough to instill a sense of trepidation. His palms began to perspire. Even as one of the three great calamities, Drought Jack felt an immense pressure under the dominance of the red-haired figure. His body became rigid, responding less and less to his commands. The overwhelming presence of the captain's Conqueror's Haki remained as fearsome as ever. Jesus Burgess nearby marveled, "Machi, this is what true Conqueror's Haki looks like. Take a good look." At that moment, Lakiru also turned his gaze towards Monki. Although they both wielded Conqueror's Haki, the magnitude of their power differed significantly. Monki's Haki could only erupt in a fleeting moment, whereas the red-haired Shanks could unleash it continuously and inexhaustibly. Monki nodded thoughtfully. Having long heard of the captain's formidable Haki, witnessing the terrifying force of red-haired Shanks was indeed more enlightening than mere hearsay. The relentless pressure he exerted could gradually erode his opponent's confidence during a confrontation. Such a level of Conqueror's Haki was not merely meant to subdue ordinary pirates. It was designed to instill a sense of oppression even against equals, as not everyone in the New World possessed such strength. It was akin to the barrels in the tavern, which shattered into splinters under the impact of the Conqueror's Haki. Having experienced and recognized this evolution of Haki, Monki silently resolved to strive towards this development. The ability to release Conqueror's Haki continuously sounded exhilarating. In contrast, the instantaneous release of Haki undeniably posed a greater deterrent to adversaries. After witnessing the performance of Drought Jack, Monki couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder he is one of the four emperors." Red-haired Shanks indeed overwhelmed Drought Jack. who, despite being the strongest among the three calamities, must have felt considerable pressure before Shanks. Furthermore, Drought Jack was the weakest among the calamities, thus naturally hesitant to act recklessly in the presence of red-haired Shanks. In a corner, Cypher Pole was trembling in fear at the sight before him. He was enveloped entirely by the overwhelming aura of the Conqueror's Haki, and the fear within him continued to amplify relentlessly. He would not be rendered unconscious by the Conqueror's Haki. However, the scene before him profoundly stimulated his nerves. Red-haired Shanks was indeed formidable, and Lord Jack found himself utterly defenseless. As this thought crossed Cypher's mind, his panic intensified. Thud! Other pirates were directly struck and fell unconscious to the ground. Their strength is insufficient to withstand the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki emanating from the red-haired. The sheer magnitude of this aura is utterly terrifying. Only 5 pitiful pirates remain conscious, yet at this moment, they are paralyzed with fear. They looked at red-haired with a sense of alarm. Although in terms of stature, red-haired appeared diminutive before Drought Jack, his strength vastly surpassed that of the latter. At this very moment, red-haired stood before Drought Jack, and an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. His expression was grave as he spoke. Red-haired, do you intend to declare war on our beast pirates in the name of the red-haired pirates? Declare war? Red-haired scoffed. Is a struggle against a mere disaster worthy of being termed a declaration of war? Moreover, I have no intention of killing Disaster Jack. I merely wish to teach him a lesson, to ensure he no longer bullies the weak with his strength. Perhaps that could be considered a declaration of war. With you? Do you believe your captain would declare war on us for this? Red-haired unsheathed his sword, Griffin, the Haki swirling at its tip. This Haki was overwhelmingly powerful compared to that of Monki. A sense of panic surged within Disaster Jack, prompting him to also utilize Haki on his hands. At that moment, Ben Beckman and the others witnessing the scene could not help but laugh. It seemed he had no intention of unleashing his devil fruit form just yet. Indeed, even if he did, he would still be no match for red-haired. It appeared that Disaster Jack had long prepared himself psychologically for the impending defeat at the hands of red-haired, realizing that even in his devil fruit form, he would ultimately succumb. The onlookers engaged in careless discussions, their words reaching the ears of the remaining pirates, including Cypher's head in the corner. They gazed at Drought Jack's position with a mixture of emotions, utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that their own Lord Jack would refrain from utilizing his devil fruit form? Are you not planning to unleash your devil fruit abilities? Red-haired inquired, his tone calm and unhurried. He drew the dagger in his hand and leaped forward. With a thunderous sound, in an instant, the crimson figure appeared before Drought Jack with astonishing speed. Before Jack could comprehend what had transpired, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the scarlet silhouette darting past him. Startled, he turned to search for the source, but just as he began to look, there was a resounding crash. The red-haired assailant struck down with a swiftness that was almost deafening. His cutlass swiftly sliced through the abdomen of Drought Jack. With a sharp gasp, blood gushed forth as the blade tore through flesh. The impact was thunderous. Drought Jack could not withstand the force and was instantly propelled backward, crashing against the wall. The structure, unable to bear such a blow, collapsed under the pressure, burying him beneath a cascade of rubble. It took but a single strike for the red-haired pirate to send Drought Jack flying several meters away. This exemplified the true prowess of one of the 4 emperors. To the red-haired pirate, Drought Jack's strength was utterly inconsequential. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered completely astounded. They never anticipated that their leader could not withstand even a single blow. Sip's head was also taken aback, a notion he had never conceived. However, it was not long before a thunderous sound erupted. Drought Jack emerged once more from the ruins. He appeared quite disheveled, with blood still seeping from his abdomen. Yet, what was truly unexpected was, the wound on his body astonishingly healed at an alarming rate. Such a remarkable ability to recover is truly terrifying. As Drought Jack approached, he coughed incessantly. He came to realize that, in his own regard, he was utterly no match for the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Moreover, Shanks possessed the most formidable Conqueror's Haki. In contrast, Jack was merely one of Kaido's 3 calamities, and notably, he ranked the lowest among them. Therefore, when confronted by Shanks, he found himself utterly powerless. It was entirely reasonable that he could not withstand even a single strike. Red-haired, the calamity Jack seethed, glaring at Shanks. The wound on his abdomen is astonishingly healing gradually. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone felt a profound shock within. Such a remarkable capacity for recovery, merely moments ago. The gash inflicted by red-haired Shanks on the Drought Jack had transformed into nothing more than a scar. It was truly hard to believe. Has he truly recovered? Then let us proceed. Red-haired Shanks raised the sword in his hand, reigniting his Haki. In response, Drought Jack activated his Haki once more, this time enveloping his entire being in its protective aura. He bore the weight of pressure from the red-haired figure, and at this moment, he felt an intense tension coursing through him. His expression became grave. This time, he could not afford to be careless. In the next instant, the red-haired individual was at his side, striking down without hesitation. Oh no! Jack attempted to retreat, but the speed of the red-haired figure was simply too swift. He was still unable to evade in time and was struck once more. This time, the crimson-haired swordsman's blade pierced his arm directly. With a thunderous crash, the notorious Drought Jack was once again hurled against the wall. The wall crumbled, burying Drought Jack beneath the debris. The entire tavern shook violently as if it were on the verge of collapse. The red-haired warrior retracted his weapon and glanced back at Monki. You little rascal. This is how one ought to wield a sword. Do you understand? Monki nodded. However, he found it quite challenging to replicate the red-haired warrior's techniques at present. Nonetheless, it indeed offered a promising avenue for future development. Moreover, his current objective was not his own captain. The individual he aspires to surpass is Drought Jack. After all, there exists a profound enmity between them. Should Machi's prowess exceed that of Drought Jack, he would undoubtedly eliminate him without a moment's hesitation. He yearned to avenge this grudge with his own hands. Thus, Machi, with his arms crossed, leisurely observed how his captain ruthlessly dispatched the drought-stricken Jack. After all, with Shanks' formidable prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish the drought-stricken Jack. This was not due to Jack's weakness, but rather the sheer might of red-haired Shanks. As Monki watched, he came to a clear realization that Shanks, as one of the four emperors, was not as he had previously imagined. Perhaps Shanks had yet to unleash his true potential. Monki contemplated that even without exerting his full strength, Shanks could easily triumph over Jack. The capabilities of the four emperors were indeed not to be underestimated. Witnessing this scene provided Monki with a profound understanding of their power. If red-haired Shanks was so formidable, then the other four emperors could hardly be lacking, likely belonging to the same echelon. Suddenly, a resounding noise erupted. Jack felt a deep sense of grievance within. He helplessly endured one blow after another. And now his response time had fallen behind the pace of his injuries. His body was drenched in blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Red-haired, aren't you being a bit excessive? Remarked Drought Jack. What of it? Red-haired retorted. Even when subjected to such brutal treatment by himself, he could not muster any resistance. It was better to endure it all. After all, Red-haired had resolved to teach Drought Jack a lesson. Boom. Another slash descended. Despite Drought Jack employing his Busashoka Haki, he still found it difficult to withstand the attack and was sent crashing into the wall. The entire wall crumbled under the force. Boom. The tavern's walls finally collapsed, and tiles from the roof fell around them. The tavern was nearing its end. A glimmer of determination flashed in Monki's eyes. A sharp gleam flickered in his eyes as it ascended. Whoosh. In an instant, sunlight poured down from the heavens. The tavern's roof had been entirely removed, revealing the cerulean sky above, adorned with drifting white clouds, as sunlight cascaded down. This radiant beam emanated from the Eye of the Hawk. The Eye of the Hawk slowly retracted the black blade of night and turned his gaze back to the red-haired. The atmosphere was palpably tense. The remaining pirates were so terrified that they dared not utter a sound. Witnessing their captain being tormented by red-haired, they hardly dared to raise their eyes to behold the scene before them, fearing they might be the next target. Even the formidable Drought Jack could not withstand such an onslaught. These individuals, are even less likely to withstand it. Boom. Drought Jack was utterly propelled away, tumbling upon his descent. In this very moment, he was battered and bruised, yet the red-haired man maintained an air of nonchalance. There was no doubt about the outcome of this contest. Jack stood no chance against the red-haired individual. He had never even attempted to launch an offensive, lacking even the right to defend himself. It was truly a pitiful sight, Sidesip said. He had never witnessed anyone treat Lord Jack in such a manner. Cough, cough. Jack emerged from the rubble, coughing as he did so. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his breath had grown faint. It was evident that he was in a dire condition. He bore the scars inflicted by the red-haired pirate, his body drenched in blood. The weight of the red-haired's pressure was unbearable. Yet, aside from glaring furiously at him, Drought Jack found himself with no avenue for retaliation. Inform your captain that if he seeks vengeance, he may come for me at any time. The red-haired finally sheathed his cutlass. Humph. Drought Jack wiped the blood from his lips, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze upon the red-haired. After surveying the surroundings, his eyes ultimately landed on the fallen Syphus head. After a prolonged silence, he addressed him disdainfully. Waste. Lord Jack, Scythes had pleaded pitifully. Take this useless fool away. Jack commanded the remaining pirates. The pirates, trembling with trepidation, approached Scythes' head. I shall never forget this day, red-haired. Jack's icy stare was fixed on him. The rivalry between the red-haired pirates and the beast pirates was deeply entrenched, rendering the red-haired indifferent to the matter at hand. Let us go. Jack turned to leave. Several pirates lifted Scythes' head and followed behind Drought Jack, hastily making their way out of the tavern, eager to escape this den of troubles. They dared not lift their heads, especially in the presence of the members of the red-haired pirates, each one casting a predatory gaze upon them. At this moment, Sip said, being carried by the crowd, fixated intently on Monki. However, Monki merely smiled and remarked, the next time I see you, killing you will be as effortless as crushing an ant. And as for Drought Jack, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Sip said, filled with both anger and humiliation. Felt his face flush a deep crimson. In a fit of rage, he spewed forth a copious amount of fresh blood, then turned to glare furiously at Machi. He had never imagined, throughout his life, that he would endure such humiliation, being disregarded even by an intern. Moreover, he had boldly declared that he would surpass the infamous Jack the Drought in the future. In Chapter 72, he had achieved this remarkable strength in merely 3 weeks. Shortly thereafter, Sip's head and the remaining pirates, including Jack, hastily departed from the tavern, vanishing from the sight of Monki and the red-haired pirates in the blink of an eye. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Inside the tavern, corpses lay scattered, limbs severed everywhere. In addition to the pirates slaughtered by Monki, several patrons who had been in the tavern were also victims of Sip's head's wrath. Yet, none could have foreseen that one day, Sip's head would be vanquished by Monki alone. Even more astonishing was the fact that just as Jack the Drought was preparing to confront Monki, the entire red-haired pirate's crew descended from the heavens, disrupting his meticulously laid plans. Jack the Drought himself could not escape the onslaught, being ruthlessly overwhelmed during this skirmish. In this battle, Monki suffered only superficial injuries, nothing grave. However, the beast pirates were not only defeated by Monki, losing 4 pirate crews, but also suffered catastrophic losses amongst several prominent pirates. It was glaringly evident that the beast pirates faced a calamitous defeat in this encounter, which proved to be a Pyrrhic victory. Not only had they failed to eliminate Monki, but they had also incurred significant losses of formidable pirates. What? As Monki beheld the location from which Jack and the others had exited, he noticed a radiant light emanating from the crack in the crumbling wall, distinctly different from what he had seen before. It was red. This crimson glow captivated Monki, stirring within him feelings of exhilaration and disbelief. Was this a red fragment? Monki was taken aback. It truly was a stroke of fortune descending from the heavens. If he was not mistaken, this red fragment must have originated from Jack the Drought. This was something Monki had never anticipated. After all, it was his first experience with a red fragment. The dazzling hue consumed his vision. Although the red fragment was not on par with the golden ones, it was certainly superior to the purple fragments. Consequently, the abilities it possessed were likely to surpass those of the purple fragments. What abilities awaited him upon encountering a red fragment for the first time? Jack the Drought had undoubtedly never anticipated that not only would he fail to eliminate Monki, but he would also inadvertently grant him a great boon by providing a fragment of attributes. Monki secretly reveled in this revelation. At that moment, a voice echoed in his ears. Ding! A red fragment has fallen near the master. Would you like to acquire it? Without a moment's hesitation, he affirmed, yes. Acquisition successful. The red fragment is half Fishman's physique. Would you like to learn it? What on earth is half Fishman's physique? Monki paused, puzzled. What kind of ability is this? Is it related to fishmen? Indeed, Jack the Drought possessed fishman blood, allowing him to breathe freely underwater and survive in the depths of the sea as though on land. Without a second thought, Monki opted to learn it. Thus far, he had chosen to learn every attribute fragment that had fallen, and given the rarity of the red fragment, there was no reason to decline. Moreover, acquiring additional abilities would expedite his journey toward the strength he desired. The attribute panel imposed no limits on the number of abilities one could possess, so there was no reason for Monki to forego this opportunity. As he absorbed the red fragment, a wave of comforting warmth enveloped him, and an unusual sensation coursed through his body, as if he had suddenly acquired some innate abilities. Half-Fishman's physique. Did this mean that the attributes of the half-Fishman had been conferred upon him? Monki pondered silently. If that were the case, could it signify that he would be able to breathe freely in the sea? This seemed entirely plausible. Yet, he quickly considered that the red fragment could not possess only this single skill. Was there something he had overlooked? Monki firmly believed there was more to it. He meticulously experienced the changes in his body, yet he could not discern any useful information. However, deep within, Monki was convinced that this transformation was undoubtedly unlike any previous ones. Could it be a restorative ability? The thought brought him great joy. If that were indeed the case, it would be a significant windfall. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying vitality of Jack the Drought and was quite envious of such a power. Although Jack had been severely wounded by red-haired Shanks, he had never suffered any fatal blows. Despite his dire straits, he was still facing one of the four emperors. The fact that he had endured this long was an impressive feat. Jack the Drought's ability to hold on until his departure was a testament to his strength, largely attributed to his formidable regenerative capabilities. While certainly not on par with Kaido, Jack's resilience was nonetheless evident. This level of recovery ability was rare in the New World, leading many to regard him as virtually immortal. Thus, it seemed this skill was likely a passive ability. If attribute points could be allocated to enhance this ability, perhaps his own recovery capabilities could be improved. As these thoughts crossed Monki's mind, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. This indeed appeared promising. Although there was no enhancement in offensive power, defensive capability was equally vital to Monki. After all, no matter how powerful one might be, failure to recover swiftly in battle could easily lead to defeat. Thus, this red fragment truly compensated for Monki's shortcomings. After all, Jack's recovery prowess must be formidable. He opened his attribute panel. Owner, Monki strength, 112 speed, 107 stamina, 109 instinctive reaction, 89 skills, basic swordsmanship LV14, swordsmanship, swallow return LV6, armament Haki LV4, observation Haki LV21, martial arts LV2, half-fishman physique LV1 attribute points, 0 attack capability, tremor wave LV360. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with Monki's conjectures. The half-fishman physique was an upgradable ability, and as the level increased, Monki's recovery power would grow stronger, potentially surpassing Jack in the future. Not only would his recovery abilities improve, but he would also gain the freedom to breathe underwater. The red fragment appeared to be quite potent. Monki beamed with satisfaction. At that moment, the swordsman Dracul Mihawk, bearing the black blade Yoru, addressed red-haired Shanks. Unless there are other matters, I shall return to the Grand Line. It seems the Navy intends to summon the 7 warlords of the sea. I wish to ascertain the situation. What a coincidence. I happen to have a task I would like to entrust to you. Red-haired Shanks replied with a jovial smile. What is it? Mihawk inquired. He has always maintained a serious demeanor, accompanied by a hint of sharpness. Just look at this individual. What do you think? His abilities are commendable. Hawkeye cast a fleeting glance at Monki and remarked, the bounty is likely around 300 million berries. However, for Hawkeye, such a level can only be deemed satisfactory. At this age, he had encountered others who had achieved similar prowess. Yet, this individual reached such a level in merely 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago, he was a novice. But now his skills have ascended to this height. The red-haired pirate spoke softly, directing his gaze towards Hawkeye. Chapter 73. Hawkeye was astonished. This is a genius. Just as the red-haired pirate finished his statement, he was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Monki D. Luffy, then shifting his gaze to Shanks, scrutinizing them from head to toe. His previously unflappable demeanor finally underwent a transformation. His gaze became acutely piercing. However, when it came to Monki, he found himself at a loss for words. I speak the truth. You must be astonished, red-haired remarked, a hint of pride evident in his tone. When I first learned of this, my reaction mirrored yours. Yet, over time, I have grown accustomed to it. This young man is truly a genius, a prodigy of monstrous proportions. Eagle Eye nodded in agreement with Red-Haired's assertion. Indeed, if what Red-Haired claimed was accurate, then Monki was undeniably a rare talent, a genius seldom seen in a millennium. Yet, Eagle Eye shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. To achieve such growth in merely 3 weeks was utterly implausible. No one could accomplish such a feat. But why would Red-Haired fabricate such a tale? Was it too incredible to believe? Red-Haired, sensing Eagle Eye's skepticism, continued, 3 weeks ago, Monki joined my pirate crew. And at that time, he possessed no strength whatsoever. However, just a week ago, his abilities surged tremendously. He could effortlessly slay sea kings and even overpower notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. You must be aware of the events that transpired a few days ago. The 4 pirate crews under the Beast Pirates were all annihilated by him. At that moment, his strength must have reached the level of a bounty of 200 million berries. Yet here we are today. Red-Haired took a deep breath. Suppressing his astonishment, No matter how accustomed I become to the fact of his rapid advancement, I never imagined he would be capable of defeating the formidable Cypher's head, whose bounty exceeds 300 million berries. It is indeed astonishing. Before this, Red-Haired could hardly fathom that Monki could triumph over Cypher's head. He believed that once Monki confronted Cypher's head directly, he would undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant. However, to his astonishment, the final outcome was Monki's victory. Now, his strength has ascended to a bounty of 300 million berries. The rapidity of this growth and power instilled a trace of fear in Shanks' heart. For many years, he had never encountered a creature like Monki. Perhaps this is what genius truly embodies. The red-haired man gazed at Monki with a sense of reassurance. Genius? The expression on Hawkeye's face was complex as he too observed Monki. If what the red-haired man said were indeed true, then Hawkeye could not help but concede. One could assert that Monki's strength was undeniably formidable. There was scarcely anyone who could rival him, especially with such rapid progress in just 3 weeks. This was the first time in Hawkeye's life that he had witnessed such a phenomenon. It was utterly terrifying. What I have told you is the truth. I assure you by my very character, the red-haired man remarked with a profound look aimed at Hawkeye. To reach this level in merely 3 weeks? For some inexplicable reason, Hawkeye felt his heart race. Were it not for the red-haired man's personal affirmation, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. This young man possessed an extraordinary talent. It was not merely genius, but rather sheer brilliance. Although the red-haired man expressed it thus, Hawkeye still found the matter too astonishing to fathom. However, he inquired of the red-haired man, "Why are you sharing this with me?" He harbored an unsettling premonition. No matter how formidable Monki D. Luffy might be, what relevance did it hold for him? If everything red-haired Shanks had asserted were indeed true, then Mihawk would have to concede that Luffy was, without a doubt, an exceptionally rare genius in the annals of the New World's history. No, it would be more fitting to label him a prodigy. At this moment, language seemed utterly inadequate to encapsulate the truth, for Mihawk understood that thus far, no one had ever reached the level of talent that Luffy possessed. And let us not even mention those of lesser stature. Even a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries achieving a strength of 300 million berries would be an arduous task indeed. For such prowess cannot merely be attained through the passage of time. Were it possible for anyone to reach such heights, the entire New World would erupt in fervor. Yet, Mihawk had never heard of such a feat, as no individual had ever accomplished it. At this moment, Mihawk felt an unwavering certainty. However, as Red-Haired concluded his remarks, a part of his heart began to stir. Could it be that he had truly encountered such a rarity? A once-in-a-thousand-years genius was standing right beside him? Mihawk appeared profoundly perplexed. Unable to restrain himself, Red-Haired chuckled, "After all I've said, do you still not comprehend? I hope you will escort Monki D. Luffy to the Grand Line." "Why?" Mihawk inquired coldly. He truly could not comprehend. Meanwhile, Monchi was equally astonished by Shanks' unexpected declaration. What could possibly be the reason? Why had Shanks never broached this topic with him before? The Grand Line was not inhabited by particularly formidable individuals. Why then was he being dispatched there? Was there a hidden agenda? Monchi, do not take pride in your current abilities. This time, you have instigated a conflict with the Beast Pirates. I am utterly convinced that as soon as you leave the red-haired pirates, the adversaries you encounter will be at least of the calamity level or higher. I fear that this will not only fail to enhance your skills, but may very well put your life in jeopardy. Shanks stated earnestly, gazing intently at Monchi. These words indeed held substantial merit. Monchi's current prowess was hardly formidable. Furthermore, he has now found himself in conflict with Jack the Drought. If the latter were to discern his movements, it would undoubtedly lead to perilous consequences. As long as he operates alone, there will inevitably be those lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. However, Red-Haired cannot permit Monki to remain perpetually hidden behind them. Such a course would confine Monki's abilities to their current state. Therefore, Red-Haired aspires for Monki to embark on a journey to the Grand Line alongside Mihawk. In this manner, even if Jack the Drought were to become aware, he would be rendered powerless, as the 4 emperors hold supremacy in the Grand Line, leaving Jack with little recourse. Even should he insist on venturing into those treacherous waters, he must first contend with the Navy headquarters. After all, the presence of the Yonko in the Grand Line would not go unnoticed by the Navy. Thus, it seems that allowing Monki to accompany Mihawk to the Grand Line is indeed the wisest choice. This arrangement not only ensures his safety, but also promises to enhance Monki's abilities. Given Shanks' past observations of Monki, he is quite certain that when Monki returns to the New World, his strength will have become even more formidable. Stay close to Mihawk and do not disappoint our captain's intentions. Jessup and Lakira chuckled. The Grand Line is a relatively safe place. Moreover, Monkey's bounty is merely 10,000 berries. It appears I have no other options. Monkey shrugged, then smiled. When I return, you will find it quite challenging to best me. In truth, Monkey is eager to venture into the Grand Line. Although he cannot yet establish a foothold there, he is undoubtedly destined for the upper echelons. Furthermore, the drought disaster known as Jack will surely keep a close watch on Monkey's movements. Hence, Shanks' decision is indeed a balanced approach, as the new world is perilous for Monkey at this juncture. Chapter 74, Journey to the Grand Line with Mihawk. Impudent brat, still so arrogant. Ben Beckman approached Monkey and patted his arm. I am about to depart. Do you have a gift for me? Monkey teased. I actually prepared something, Ben Beckman nodded earnestly, which surprised Monkey, as he had merely been jesting. A punch infused with Haki. Do you want it? Ben Beckman laughed. I think I will pass. Monkey quickly waved his hand. If he were to receive a punch from Ben Beckman, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shanks turned to Mihawk and inquired, Are you willing to grant my request? Not an issue, Mihawk replied after a moment of contemplation. Accompanying Monkey to the Grand Line is a minor matter for Mihawk. However, he must remain vigilant against the threat of drought disaster during their journey. Nevertheless, having committed to Shanks, he will make every effort to protect Monkey along the way. If permissible, Shanks continued, could you teach Monkey some swordsmanship? This way, he can defend himself in the Grand Line. I trust you would not decline this request. Given Monkey's remarkable talent, Mihawk should indeed ponder this carefully. I am 100% certain that this impudent lad has the potential to become the greatest swordsman in the New World. Even if I lose my arm and relinquish our rivalry, cultivating a swordsman of such caliber would be an intriguing endeavor, would it not? This way, your time in the Grand Line will not be monotonous. I assure you, you will derive your own enjoyment from it. Upon finishing, Shanks displayed a peculiar smile. Ben Beckman comprehended Shanks' insinuation and could not help but chuckle. Indeed, the process of teaching Monkey would be quite entertaining. However, whether this experience would be one of delight or dread remains to be seen, especially considering the previous occasions when Ben Beckman had taught Monkey swordsmanship, which had left both him and Shanks thoroughly astonished due to Monkey's rapid progress. They were all particularly curious about the surprises, or rather, the shocks that would accompany Professor Hawkeye's teaching of swordsmanship. When we meet again, I shall bring my cherished wine, Red-Haired chuckled, patting Hawkeye's arm. It is settled then. Hawkeye maintained his serious demeanor. In his world, aside from the black blade Yoru in his hand, there existed only fine wine. These two elements held an unparalleled significance in his life. You little rascal, the rest depends on your own fortune. I have faith in you, Ben Beckman whispered to Machi. Learning swordsmanship under Hawkeye was a coveted opportunity that all swordsmen around the globe would vie for. Machi felt incredibly fortunate. Understood, Machi squinted his eyes. However, he desired more than merely acquiring sword skills from Hawkeye. He contemplated whether he might also obtain some attribute fragments during his training. If that were the case, it would be immensely advantageous. Yet, Ben Beckman remained oblivious to Machi's inner thoughts. Observing Machi's understanding expression, he felt reassured that his advice had been comprehended. My current abilities still have many shortcomings. Once I venture into the Grand Line and return to the New World, drought, you may not find it so easy to overwhelm me, Machi silently mused. His heart brimmed with confidence, for he firmly believed that upon his return to the New World, he would undoubtedly engage in a formidable battle against the drought. Return to the ref force, commanded the red-haired captain. Everyone departed from that place. The tavern was still strewn with numerous corpses, untouched and uncleaned. The aftermath of the battle had left the establishment in ruins, a sight too grim to behold. Eagle Eye and the crew of the red-haired pirates arrived at the Red Force. On the deck, the captain handed Monkey a letter. Monkey gazed at him in confusion. If you encounter a clown with a red nose along the way, please deliver this letter to him on my behalf. His name is Buggy. Understood, Monkey replied, taking the letter and nodding. It was merely a task of delivering a message, nothing particularly arduous. After all, it was just for the clown Buggy. Monkey could hardly believe that this would prove to be a challenge. The Grand Line is not as tranquil as it appears, Ben Beckman stated earnestly. The strength of the Marine Admirals is indeed formidable, and you are currently ill-equipped to confront them. In comparison, they are likely even more powerful than the drought-stricken Jack. Moreover, the danger does not solely lie with the Admirals. Aside from a few formidable Commodores, the rest should pose no significant threat to you. Additionally, keep your distance from the Revolutionary Army. Ben Beckman offered a plethora of cautionary advice. The red-haired captain listened in surprise. After all, He had never witnessed Ben Beckman showing such concern for anyone before. Typically, Ben Beckman aboard the Red Force displayed an indifferent demeanor, rarely engaging in conversation. "Brat, if you have a moment, could you check on my fellow? How has he been faring? Has he set sail, and what is his current prowess? If the opportunity arises, gauge his capabilities. It has been years, and I wonder if he has grown stronger." Jesus brought a photograph before Monki, stating, "This is my son, Usopp." Upon examining the image, Monki noted the resemblance and the similarity in age. Jesus handed the photograph to Monki, cautioning him to ensure he would investigate Usopp's condition and abilities. Monki accepted the photograph. Additionally, Luffy has also embarked on his journey, and he is currently aboard the same ship as Usopp. Red-haired glanced at Monki with a smile. "Convey my message to Luffy. Aspiring to be the Pirate King requires more than mere words. It demands unwavering dedication." The others chimed in, offering their own words of encouragement to Monki, who accepted their request with sincerity. Red-haired needed to deliver a message to the clown buggy. While Jesus sought to learn about Usopp's current capabilities, he also needed to relay Red-haired's message to Luffy. Monki quietly committed these tasks to memory, recognizing that these three endeavors were not particularly challenging. They merely required a small effort. "Monki, it is time to set sail," Hawkeye remarked. "Farewell, everyone. When we meet again, I shall surely surpass you all," Monki declared as he bid his farewells. "Should you triumph over me, I shall relinquish my position to you," Ben Beckman replied, prompting laughter from the group. Subsequently, Monki followed Hawkeye to the raft prepared for their voyage. This was Hawkeye's raft. He never traveled by ship. Amidst the eager gazes of their companions, Monki and Hawkeye gradually departed from the Red Force. "Captain, what shall we do next?" Monki inquired. "We shall visit the Whitebeard pirates and share a drink with that old man," Red-haired responded. Chapter 75, Boom. Discovering golden fragments falling around. 2 days had passed unnoticed. Sunlight scattered across the ocean's surface as a small raft approached slowly. On the raft, Hawkeye stood with a serious expression, his black sword, Yoru, resting at his back. His gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Beside him, Monki wielded a new katana, practicing his swings with determination. Previously, during his struggle against Cypher Shed, his original katana had long since been rendered unusable. Therefore, upon departing from the Redford, he procured a new katana. Such commonplace weapons were ubiquitous. However, to obtain superior arms, one must rely on one's own endeavors. Swordsmanship serves the purpose of vanquishing adversaries. Hawkeye observed Monchi's techniques and remarked, "Since he set sail, he has occasionally offered guidance on Mihawk's swordsmanship. After all, he had promised Shanks to mentor Mihawk. Simultaneously, he is quite curious about how much Mihawk will progress under his tutelage." Previously, aboard the ship, Shanks and others praised Mihawk profusely. Therefore, Hawkeye eagerly anticipates the extent of Mihawk's growth under his instruction. Meanwhile, under Hawkeye's guidance, Mihawk gradually gains a clearer understanding of the development of swordsmanship in his mind. He has already etched the direction of future development in his heart. He grasped the katana in his hand and forcefully swung it towards the vast ocean before him. Whoosh! A gust of energy erupted from the blade, surging towards the sea. The waves churned violently, splashing up enormous sprays of water that danced in the air. The surface of the ocean rippled, revealing the immense power embedded within your technique. Hawkeye's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity as he, the foremost swordsman, acutely sensed that Monki's moves were not merely swordplay, they contained a vibrational effect as well. Indeed, Hawkeye discerned that within his slash lay residual waves, which were responsible for the tumultuous splashes upon the water's surface. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength of swordsmanship would not yield such a formidable outcome. Is this his true ability? Hawkeye contemplated, gazing at Monki. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Shanks' words. Monki was undeniably a rare and precious talent, endowed with immense potential. This is the effect of the shockwave, Monki candidly explained. Furthermore, this realization should have dawned upon Drought Jack by now, given the sequence of attacks he experienced during his encounter with Seabreeze Tattoo. Although these strikes did not inflict tangible harm, their potential for devastation was indeed formidable, provided the level was attained. Shockwave. Hawkeye's gaze remained fixed upon Monki. He had never heard of anyone being able to imbue their slashing attacks with shockwaves. This was an experience that even the legendary Hawkeye had the opportunity to witness firsthand, although he had spent a considerable amount of time in the New World. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. The ability to incorporate shockwaves into his slashing effect was truly remarkable. "Please, try it once more," Hawkeye requested, eager to observe this effect in greater detail. Monki did not elaborate further and unleashed his attack once more against the vast sea before him. With a resounding splash, the waves surged and scattered into the air before cascading back into the ocean. At that moment, the surface of the sea began to ripple with persistent waves, spreading concentric circles outward. Indeed, Hawkeye was now certain of what he had witnessed. He distinctly sensed the power of the residual waves at the moment Monki swung his blade. The effect of the shock waves was undeniably formidable. The attack was capable of generating accompanying shock waves, leaving Hawkeye in disbelief at the unfolding events. If the potency of these shock waves were to intensify, the ability would indeed be terrifying. Even if the adversary could withstand the initial slash, they would remain vulnerable to the subsequent residual impact. Although it appeared that the residual effect accompanying Monki's attack was relatively weak at present, with sufficient training over time, such residuals could wreak havoc of cataclysmic proportions. For even if one could fend off the slash, they would still suffer the onslaught of the shock waves, making defense exceedingly arduous. A glimmer shone in Hawkeye's eyes. He is now filled with anticipation regarding the terrifying power that the enhanced tremors might unleash. I have come to understand why red-haired Shanks speaks so highly of you. Your abilities indeed surpass my imagination, particularly the formidable potential you possess, which is truly enviable. Hawkeye candidly expressed his thoughts, for Monki's current display has profoundly opened his eyes. Can you control the radius of the residual waves? This would amplify the impact of the resulting attacks. It is precisely because the range of the residual waves is too vast that their potency diminishes, Hawkeye remarked. However, achieving this is quite challenging. Monki has long recognized this, and it serves as his aim for improvement. To attain this goal, it seems that one must strive to elevate the level of the tremors, thereby compressing their range and enhancing the strength of the attacks. It appears that you must not only refine your swordsmanship but also cultivate mastery over your own abilities. Hawkeye solemnly stated. The capabilities Monki is currently demonstrating have left an indelible impression on him. He had never imagined that there existed individuals whose capabilities could reach such heights. Moreover, it took Monki merely 3 weeks to achieve this. Such innate talent is something that some may never attain in their lifetime, leaving them to merely gaze in awe. I am aware that Monki possesses a profound understanding of this fact as well. He indeed needs to master the formidable power of the Tremor fruit. Even if the strength of the Tremor fruit cannot be augmented, it is essential to control its range of attack to prevent collateral damage to innocent bystanders during combat. The remainder must be discerned through personal experience. I possess no superior counsel to offer you, as I lack such innate talent, yet you have the potential. I hope you can grasp this. Perhaps, in this world, you are the sole individual endowed with such abilities, which you must cherish and utilize wisely. I believe that only through self-discovery can one learn to regulate the effects of the Tremor fruit. No one else can assist you in this regard, Hawkeye candidly stated. In the days that followed, the raft continued to drift upon the vast ocean, while Monki diligently practiced his swordplay day by day, hoping to uncover the mastery of the Tremor fruit through his exercises. Hawkeye's guidance often stemmed from the foundational principles of swordsmanship. Under his tutelage, Monki gradually comprehended the essence of the sword arts, finding his own rhythm. However, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Monki's ears. It was the voice of the system, music to his ears, intoxicating and alluring. Ding! Golden fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to acquire them? At the sound of this, his heart raced with anticipation. Finally, it has arrived. Chapter 76. Golden fragments it shone. A radiant beam of light appeared before Monki's eyes, gleaming with golden brilliance. At that moment, he felt no shock, yet his heart brimmed with excitement. These were the golden fragments he had long desired. To his astonishment, they had come to him merely 2 days later. The fragments had fallen from Hawkeye, and not only that, they were of the highest grade. Without hesitation, Monki declared, "Acquire. Acquisition successful. The golden fragment pertains to the overall swordsmanship skill LV5. Would you like to learn it?" Heavens! Monki could hardly believe it. Such attribute fragments were exceedingly rare. This was entirely different from the golden fragments obtained from Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks. Previously, those fragments had granted him new skills, such as Conqueror's Haki and the Tremor fruit. While these new skills were undeniably powerful, they did not enhance Monki's overall capabilities. However, the golden fragment that had fallen from Hawkeye's body was an enhancement to his overall skill level. This would undoubtedly propel his abilities to new heights. Could every swordsmanship-related skill be elevated by 5 levels? Monki pondered, filled with exhilaration. He had never before contemplated that he could acquire such invaluable treasures from the Hawkeyed one. If that were indeed the case, it would be utterly terrifying. How fortunate could he possibly be? Monki exhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement as he declared, learning. No sooner had the words left his lips than a familiar warmth enveloped him. His body was infused with an unprecedented strength. In that moment, Monki also sensed a significant enhancement in his swordsmanship skills. He held the katana in his hand, casting a downward glance at the blade that reflected in his sight. Unlike before, as he grasped the weapon now, he felt an entirely different sensation. Accessing his attributes, he noted, Master, Monki, Strength, 112, Speed, 107, Stamina, 109, Instinctive Reaction, 89. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship LV19, 5, Swordsmanship, Yin Return, LV11, 5, Armament Haki LV4, Observation Haki LV21, Fist Fighting LV2, Fishman Physique LV1, Attribute Points, 0. Attack Power, Tremor Waves LV360. Indeed, Monki's swordsmanship skills had all ascended by 5 levels. In other words, if his previous swordsmanship could be likened to an infant learning to crawl, he had now matured to the point of running across the ground. The disparity was immense. Just one more level up would elevate him to level 20. Monki reflected that not only had his foundational swordsmanship improved, but the skill of Yin Return had also advanced by 5 levels, a remarkable feat he had not anticipated the extraordinary strength of the golden fragment from Mihawk. Yet, a flicker of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Had he possessed more swordsmanship skills prior to acquiring this golden fragment, it would have represented an unprecedented leap forward. Though the current enhancement was already formidable, he could not entirely quell his yearning for further progress. He suppressed these discontented feelings, after all. Having received such a rare golden fragment was indeed fortuitous. He ought not to desire more. You? Mihawk observed Monki's unusual reaction, sensing a change in him. One that he could not quite pinpoint. A sharpness? Indeed, it was so. Mihawk suddenly comprehended that the Monki before him resembled a freshly unsheathed blade, emanating an almost blinding brilliance. A swordsman? Was this not the aura that a true swordsman should possess? How could such a transformation occur in mere seconds? Had Monki truly grasped the essence of swordsmanship? Even his aura had shifted. Standing beside Mihawk, wielding the katana, Monki's profound transformation astonished Mihawk greatly. To this day, he struggled to fathom what precisely had transpired within Monki's being, a change so palpable that even he, standing nearby, could feel it. Have you comprehended? Mihawk inquired hesitantly. The rapidity and magnitude of the change were overwhelming, pushing the boundaries of his imagination. Yes, I have suddenly grasped the essence of swordsmanship, thanks to you. Monki replied with a knowing smile. It is indeed due to your insightful teachings. All of this was indeed a result of Mihawk's influence. Had he not journeyed alongside Mihawk into the Grand Line, he would never have had the opportunity to learn from him and acquire the golden fragment. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Mihawk. I guided you? Mihawk found this difficult to comprehend. After all, he had only imparted fundamental principles to Monki. Principles that would typically take years for other swordsmen to fully understand. Could it be that Monki had profoundly grasped the significant meanings embedded within these teachings? How could this be possible? Mihawk gazed at Monki, astonished. This was truly terrifying. Mihawk had always believed his own prowess among swordsmen to be exceptional, considering himself a genius. Yet, Monki had presented him with an experience of an unparalleled talent that was simply unfathomable. He suddenly recalled the words spoken by the red-haired one before departing, as well as the expressions of Ben Beckman and the others. He stared blankly at Monki, the brilliance still radiating from Monki's form. Could it be said that Monki's swordsmanship had improved significantly compared to before? How was this possible in such a brief span of time? Mihawk continuously reflected on the words spoken to him by Red-Haired, suddenly awakening to the truth. He is convinced that everything the red-haired individual said is indeed true. This is the legendary genius. Have you seen Eagle Eye? A genius, without a doubt, an unequivocal genius. He was ultimately compelled to believe that the legendary genius stood beside him at that very moment. He stared intently at Monki, an inexplicable fear welling up within him. He was eager to inquire of Monki the reason behind it. Was it possible that he possessed an innate talent for swordsmanship from the moment of his birth? Yet, having observed Monki's swordplay previously, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Nevertheless, regardless of his disbelief, the undeniable truth lay before him. Monki's swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level. However, what could have precipitated such a sudden and groundbreaking advancement? Hawkeye racked his brain, yet could not discern any correlating reasons. Thus, he could only trust what the red-haired man had said. Monki was inherently a creature of immense talent and potential. Otherwise, he could not have grasped the essence of swordsmanship in such a brief period. Moreover, he could hardly rationalize all of this. Nevertheless, Mihawk found it difficult to suppress his inner astonishment. Chapter 77. A remarkable advancement on the raft. Monki held a katana, gazing intently at the tranquil sea. The surface of the water was remarkably calm. Standing beside him, the tall figure of Mihawk, with the black blade slung across his back, emanated an air of unwavering confidence. "Show me. Let us see how much your abilities have increased," Mihawk stated coolly, yet he was still profoundly astonished within. Additionally, he felt a strong curiosity about the nature of Monki's advancements. Just how much had he progressed in swordsmanship? Although Monki's aura radiated an unparalleled brilliance, Mihawk's thoughts were merely conjectures. Based on his vast experience, he surmised that Monki's swordsmanship had indeed improved. However, the true measure would manifest during actual combat. In those fleeting seconds, Mihawk found it hard to fathom the extent of the breakthroughs that could have occurred. "Very well," Monki nodded in acknowledgement. He gazed at the katana in his hand, then turned his gaze towards the distant ocean and the far-off horizon. Surrounding him was an utter void. The entire expanse of the sea was occupied solely by the wooden raft upon which they floated. The atmosphere was profoundly desolate. Hawkeye, alone, was the sole support of this raft, drifting amidst the vastness of the New World's ocean, a solitude that weighed heavily upon him. He unsheathed the katana in his hand, facing the vast expanse of the ocean. A layer of Haki enveloped the blade, shrouding the entire sword in a dark armor. The intensity was not particularly formidable to Mihawk, yet the aura emanating from Monki was undeniably that of a powerful swordsman. However, this presence felt markedly different from before. Mihawk pondered silently. Over the past couple of days, he had observed Monki repeatedly honing his skills. Yet he had never witnessed the formidable aura that enveloped him at this moment. Indeed, there had been a significant enhancement in his swordsmanship. As Mihawk scrutinized Monki before him, his mind raced with contemplation. Judging solely by the aura radiating from Monki, Mihawk was utterly convinced that such a formidable presence could only stem from a mastery of swordsmanship at a certain level. Moreover, he now felt an urge to spar with Monki. This young man possessed an extraordinary talent. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had achieved such rapid progress in merely 2 days. To be precise, it was but an instant, for previously, Mihawk had never sensed such a potent sharpness, but within mere seconds, Monki had transformed into someone entirely different. He sensed that Monki had transformed into a formidable swordsman, embodying an impressive aura. The words of the red-haired individual rang true. Monki possessed remarkable talent. Not only was his potential exceedingly high, but his rate of progress was also remarkably swift. Hawkeye contemplated silently. Standing beside Hawkeye, Monki gripped the katana firmly. At that moment, he profoundly felt a difference. This sensation was entirely unlike any he had experienced before. It was as if he and the katana had become one, wielding it with effortless finesse. The previous faint and rigid feeling had completely vanished. Clearly, the enhancement of his swordsmanship had yielded significant results. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Monki's eyes. It appeared that the elevation of his swordsmanship by 5 levels had indeed marked a qualitative breakthrough for him. He mused to himself about testing the foundational techniques and discovering how they differed from before. He brandished his katana. At that moment, the blade of the sword was enveloped by a glimmering aura. Whoosh! He swung his blade, delivering a fierce slash that cleaved through the air and surged towards the ocean, conjuring colossal waves that erupted skyward to heights of 100 meters. The once tranquil sea was rent asunder, revealing a vast chasm. Furthermore, the edges of this fissure generated ripples that cascaded back into the ocean, creating a spray that spread outward. Gradually, the cracks on the surface began to converge, and apart from the rhythmic waves, the sea regained its former serenity. However, the events that had just unfolded were etched deeply in the eyes of Hawkeye. And even Monki felt the impact. That formidable strike had sliced through the ocean's surface, extending its reach to an astonishing 20 meters. Prior to this, Monki's attack range was limited to 10 meters. Not only had the range doubled, but the potency of the assault had multiplied exponentially. This was not merely a twofold enhancement. It was a geometric escalation. Compared to before, his swordsmanship had nearly quintupled. Hawkeye, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Monki's prowess could surge more than 5-fold in the span of just 2 days. Such power was nothing short of terrifying. Hawkeye struggled to comprehend the spectacle before him. Despite his extensive experience in the New World seas, he had never witnessed anything like this. He gazed at the figure of Monki beside him, his heart in turmoil for an extended period. Fivefold. In other words, even though Hawkeye is undoubtedly the foremost swordsman among his peers, the prospect of further enhancing his skills from this foundation seems almost unattainable, not to mention achieving several times the improvement. Hawkeye believed he had encountered numerous exceptionally talented individuals or those endowed with formidable abilities. Yet he had never encountered anyone quite like Monki. He cannot merely be described as a genius. He is, quite frankly, a prodigy. In just 2 days, his swordsmanship has increased fivefold. Eagle Eye stood behind Machi, struggling to contain his astonishment. However, Machi himself did not seem surprised. Yet, at the moment of the strike, he experienced a fleeting sense of astonishment. Then, he gazed distantly at the vast ocean before him, drawing forth the katana that rested in his hand. He unleashed his armament color, preparing for the next strike. The secret technique, swordsmanship, Swallow's Return. A violet glow emanated from the tip of his sword. In an instant, a semicircular radiance enveloped Monki. Then, it swiftly surged toward the vast ocean before him. Whoosh! It instantly impacted the surface of the sea. Crash! The ocean was rent asunder, creating a terrifying fissure, as if the light had cleaved the waters into 2 distinct halves, stretching for hundreds of meters beyond. This strike produced a chasm several hundred meters wide, appearing utterly formidable atop the ocean. Moreover, this slash emitted a wave of kinetic energy, its aftershocks relentlessly battering the sea surface, generating colossal waves. Both Monki and Hawkeye, perched upon the raft, were rocked by the tumultuous surges. The surge of power was extraordinary. Monki marveled. In that moment, he felt an unwavering conviction. Should he encounter Drought Jack here, even if he could not completely overpower him, he would at least impart some valuable lessons. His foundational swordsmanship and techniques had advanced by 5 levels. Yet, in terms of Monki's overall prowess, the enhancement was certainly far beyond a mere 5-fold increase. When facing Syphus Head once more, perhaps he could eliminate him in an instant. Now, Syphus Head was no longer a worthy target for Monki. He now yearns for yet another confrontation with Drought Jack, eager to ascertain whether he can indeed triumph over him. Hawkeye gazes at the silhouette of Monki, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary being." Chapter 78. Finally arriving at the Grand Line, Hawkeye is not merely astounded by the sheer force of the recent strike. Rather, he is profoundly struck by the contrast between Monki's abilities now and just a few days prior. He is acutely aware of how rapidly a person can evolve. After all, he has witnessed Monki's prior capabilities. It is precisely this first-hand observation that allows him to truly appreciate the astonishing nature of such rapid advancement. How can such a prodigy exist? Hawkeye finds it difficult to accept. Could it be that all his painstaking training amounts to so little in comparison? In the presence of this youthful individual, Hawkeye's heart is a tumult of astonishment and defeat. It is utterly terrifying. Within just a few short days, Monki's swordsmanship has escalated to this level. What might he become given more time? He dared not continue his imagination any further. "Are you certain you haven't concealed any hidden capabilities?" Hawkeye inquired, an unwillingness evident in his tone. At that moment, he could no longer maintain his previous impassive demeanor. He found himself slightly uncomposed in the presence of Monki D. Luffy. After all, this entire scenario exceeded his previous understanding. Concealment? How could that be possible? Luffy sheathed his katana, leaving him to ponder the necessity of such an action. Had he possessed this level of prowess earlier, he would undoubtedly have engaged in a fierce contest with the Drought, ensuring that he left his own mark upon his adversary. The power bestowed by the golden fragments was indisputable. Luffy's swordsmanship had evidently undergone a remarkable transformation, leading to a significant enhancement in his overall strength. Could this truly be the case? Achieved in merely 2 days? Mihawk suppressed his astonishment, gazing intently at Luffy. He reminisced about the arduous hours he dedicated to mastering the sword, a painful recollection indeed. It was precisely through his relentless diligence that he achieved his current stature. Hawkeye has never placed great emphasis on innate talent. He believes that hard work holds greater significance. He has always adhered to this belief. However, today, Monki has completely overturned his perception. He was astonished to realize the profound impact that talent can wield. For a swordsman, if endowed with sufficient talent, extraordinary results can be attained. For instance, a person who diligently practices swordsmanship for a decade may finally see progress, while an exceptionally gifted individual might achieve the same in merely a year. No, perhaps even in just 30 days. For Monki, it could be even less. Through Monki, Hawkeye has come to a profound understanding of the significance of talent. He once considered himself a prodigious being within the seas of the New World. But in the presence of Monki, he began to question this notion. Am I truly a genius? Am I deserving of such a title? Compared to Monki's rapid growth, other top talents in the New World now seem insignificant, their abilities pale in comparison to his. This individual could truly be deemed a genius. Hawkeye pondered how Red-Haired had discovered him. Truly, he is a remarkable anomaly. Is his physical constitution truly distinct from that of an ordinary person? Your capabilities, Hawkeye uttered, suppressing his emotions. They have increased, perhaps fivefold, which is quite reasonable. Monki replied nonchalantly. Ahem. Hawkeye was taken aback and coughed. Quite reasonable? Does this imply that he had foreseen his attainment of such a level? At this moment, Hawkeye was at a loss for words. Is it truly possible to anticipate the extent of one's own enhancement and abilities? How did he achieve this? Is there no room left for others to exist? If this continues, it seems that all the swordsmen of the New World may perish with regret. I believe he was inherently destined to undermine others, Hawkeye silently lamented. It is truly infuriating. Among all swordsmen, Monki stands out like a crane among chickens. Moreover, even if other swordsmen harbor dissent, they cannot deny his formidable prowess. Even Hawkeye, the foremost swordsman, finds himself profoundly shaken by Monki, leading him to question his own abilities. I now understand why red-haired Shanks urged you to accompany me, Hawkeye said with a bitter glance at Monki. He comprehended that the red-haired individual was sent by Paimon to undermine his confidence. He has come to understand. Previously, both red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman wore such profound expressions when he agreed. Suddenly, Mihawk comprehended everything. It seems that Monki's presence within the red-haired pirates is rather unwelcome. As Mihawk gazed at Monki, a deeper bitterness welled up within him. Indeed, Monki's existence elicits resentment. He could surmise how red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman perceive Monki with considerable accuracy, just as he now empathizes with their sentiments towards him. Mihawk, I hope you will offer me your guidance, Monki implored, clasping his fist in respect. Ahem. Mihawk cleared his throat, gazing out at the distant sea, and remarked, as a swordsman, only one knows in their heart how to progress. I fear there is little I can teach you. Indeed, Mihawk was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Given the present circumstances, he realized he could no longer serve as Monki's mentor. Is that so? Monki turned his gaze towards the vast ocean. In his mind, he pondered a pressing matter. The aftershocks generated by his strikes extended far beyond his expectations. As the intensity of the tremors escalated, they would undoubtedly unleash even greater devastation. If this continued, what would happen if he inadvertently harmed his allies during battle? He needed to devise a comprehensive strategy to avert such a predicament. If this dilemma remained unresolved, it would hinder his willingness to act decisively in the future. Should a conflict arise on the island, it could potentially reduce the entire landmass to ruins, sinking beneath the waves. Monki acknowledged the remarkable effects of the tremors, which had proven advantageous in previous skirmishes. Yet, both the range and the force remained challenging to control, and this was a source of significant distress for him. Nevertheless, he held a firm belief that, in due course, he would find a resolution to this issue. If all else failed, he would resort to engaging in combat only in open spaces or endeavor to minimize encounters altogether. After all, with such immense power at his disposal, he was unwilling to witness any casualties among innocent bystanders. At this moment, his primary objective was solely focused on Droughtjack. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the sea, creating ripples that danced in the sunlight. Gradually, the raft carrying Monki and Hawkeye drifted away from this stretch of ocean. They drew ever closer to the Grand Line. As Machi gazed out at the vast and boundless sea, a surge of excitement welled up within him. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. The raft, buoyed by the gentle undulations of the water, gradually drifted towards the direction of the Grand Line. The surface of the sea was caressed by a soft breeze, sending ripples cascading outward. Observing this unfamiliar expanse of ocean, Machi silently mused, "At last, we have arrived at the Grand Line." Chapter 79. The privilege of the 7 warlords. Days later, the raft continued its journey towards the Grand Line, floating solitary upon the expansive sea. On the raft, Machi and Hawkeye peered into the distance. After a moment, Hawkeye remarked, "Prepare yourselves, we shall soon arrive." Machi felt a flicker of confusion within him. This perplexity had lingered in his mind for quite some time, though he had refrained from voicing it. Yet, as they approached their destination, the question loomed larger. How would they return to the Grand Line? Through what means? Machi was well aware of the route from the Grand Line to the New World. By submerging through the depths beneath Fishman Island, plunging into the ocean's abyss, and then ascending back to the surface, they would eventually reach the New World. However, he remained uncertain about the reverse journey from the New World to the Grand Line. Was it to be accomplished through a similar method? Monki pondered this as he glanced down at the modest raft beneath his feet. He pondered, if this raft were to sink to the ocean floor. Wait a moment. Did Hawkeye truly traverse from the Grand Line to the New World solely aboard this raft, descending into the depths? Monki gazed at Hawkeye, filled with confusion. How had he originally journeyed from the Grand Line to the New World? It seemed that Monki had never witnessed Hawkeye aboard a sailing vessel, yet, without a ship. How could one possibly sink to the ocean's depths? If one did not sink, how could one ever reach the New World? Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed in Monki's eyes. He contemplated a matter of utmost significance. The journey from the New World to the Grand Line is as arduous as traversing from the Grand Line to the New World. Do you not grasp this? Mihawk regarded Monki with a peculiar expression. He then recalled that Monki had only spent 3 weeks in the New World, and he was merely an intern. Despite his considerable talent and strength, it is entirely understandable that he remains oblivious to the intricacies of this world. However, regarding this raft, Monki hesitated to speak. How could this raft possibly sink to the ocean floor? It would succumb to the depths long before reaching even a few dozen meters, drowning in the process. Although Monki had acquired the skill of a half-fish physique from Jack the Drought, enabling him to navigate the depths of the sea with ease. As long as the Sea Kings did not launch an assault against him, he could naturally dive to great depths. But what of Mihawk? He cannot breathe underwater. I possess the ability of a half-fish physique, allowing me to plunge into the depths of the ocean even without a ship. However, what should we do about Hawkeye? Monki gazed thoughtfully at Hawkeye, suddenly realizing that although he was the foremost swordsman, he was not entirely dependable, much like Captain Shanks. He had asked me to deliver a message to Whitebeard without providing a single berry in return. Thus, a series of subsequent events unfolded for Monki. Furthermore, his journey to the Grand Line was necessitated by the offense he caused to the drought-inducing Jack, compelling him to seek refuge in the Grand Line. Monki has always held faith in himself, believing that upon his return to the New World, a significant transformation awaits him. He is convinced that this day is not far off. If worst comes to worst, he can at least find solace in the Grand Line, which is undeniably more tranquil than the New World. Additionally, he can attend to the tasks entrusted to him. This is also Monki's objective for venturing into the Grand Line. However, the current predicament is, he truly could not fathom how he and Hawkeye could traverse the Grand Line with merely this little raft. Is there a problem with this raft? Hawkeye inquired, perplexed, directing his confusion towards Monki. Well, from which island shall we embark for the coating? Monki decided to cease his overthinking, especially since even Hawkeye himself appeared unconcerned. With half a fish's physique, what was there to be anxious about? Coating? Why? Hawkeye's bewilderment deepened as he regarded Monki with a puzzled expression, utterly confounded by his words. If we do not coat, how shall we plunge into the depths of the sea and return to the Grand Line? Monki felt a wave of confusion wash over him as well. Was it possible that Hawkeye did not grasp this principle? How then had he traversed from the Grand Line to the New World? Just as Monki was poised to elucidate this to Hawkeye, the latter suddenly exclaimed, I understand. Finally, the meaning behind Monki's words dawned upon him. He spoke somewhat bashfully, acknowledging. Indeed, most individuals require a coating before they can venture into the Grand Line. However, you may have overlooked one significant matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Monki eagerly inquired what? Suddenly, Monki contemplated an alternative possibility. He contemplated that there seemed to be another pathway leading to the Grand Line. Surprisingly, everyone was aware of it. Historically, there have always been 3 routes to reach the Grand Line or the New World. The first involves submerging beneath Fishman Island and traversing the ocean floor to the New World. The second method requires flying directly from the Red Line to the New World. However, only a select few possess the ability to fly. Hence, the most common and accessible route remains the descent from Fishman Island to navigate between the New World and the Grand Line. Nevertheless, there exists another possibility, directly journeying from the Red Line to the Grand Line, which neither necessitates submerging nor the ability to fly. However, the Red Line serves as the stronghold of the world government, and the celestial dragons reside there, wielding formidable power that deters nearly all from provoking them. Consequently, no pirate dares to traverse directly across the Red Line. Yet, nothing is absolute. For instance, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, possesses the privilege to cross the Red Line without hesitation. Thus, Mihawk is not required to submerge or possess the ability to fly, allowing him to freely navigate between the New World and the Grand Line. This method is also exceedingly secure, as it avoids the threats of sea kings and the assaults from pirate crews. Comparatively, the inhabitants of the Red Line boast terrifying strength. Shall we proceed directly from the Red Line to the Grand Line? Monkey D. Luffy gazed at Mihawk with astonishment, having never considered this possibility before. This would mark his inaugural journey using such a method to the Grand Line. Indeed, Mihawk nodded. Gradually, their raft drifted upon the ocean's surface, isolated in the vast emptiness, with only their small vessel afloat. In the distance, Luffy stood upon the raft, catching a glimpse of land appearing faintly on the horizon. This expanse seemed vast, obscuring any sight of the distant sea. Indeed, this is the very place they are about to traverse to reach the Grand Line. The Red Line. Chapter 80. Your abilities truly merit the 7 warlords. Have we truly arrived at the Red Line? Luffy gazed at the distant land, awash in hues of crimson, feeling a surge of emotion. This land segregated the initial part of the Grand Line from the New World. Pirates could only submerge to the ocean floor and transfer through Fishman Island to access the Grand Line. After all, the upper reaches of the Red Line are occupied by the world government. Furthermore, a location known as Mariewa exists here. Thus, the Red Line has always been heavily fortified. As Mariewa is home to the world's nobility, the celestial dragons, necessitating extensive protection to ensure their safety. The raft gradually approached the land, and Luffy increasingly sensed the vastness of this territory, which even isolated them from the ocean itself. Before his eyes lay the reddish-brown hills. Even from a distance of several kilometers, he could see the towering walls marking the borders of this land, erected to prevent pirates from encroaching upon the Red Line and disrupting its internal order. Luffy also observed numerous soldiers clad in white naval uniforms, forming ranks around the walls, perpetually patrolling the borders of the Red Line. It was evident that this was indeed a heavily guarded territory, aimed at preventing pirates from infiltrating and threatening the safety of the celestial dragons. Prepare to disembark, Mihawk instructed. The raft continued its gentle drift toward the Red Line, growing ever closer. The soothing sound of the sea was delightful, and as Luffy listened to the enchanting melody of the waves, his spirits lifted. He reminisced about the events that transpired within the span of a few days. They likely spent 5 days journeying before arriving in the New World. Upon traversing the Red Earth continent, they would reach the first half of the Grand Line. For 5 days, they traveled. They encountered no peril and journeyed with remarkable ease. Even Drought Jack did not dispatch anyone to pursue Monki. Perhaps they had learned that Monki was accompanied by the formidable Haki, thus compelling them to abandon that scheme during this interval. They embarked from the New World and arrived at the borders of the Red Earth continent, encountering numerous small islands along the way, such as Dressrosa. However, neither Monki nor Haki set foot on these islands. Instead, they pressed forward at full speed, striving to reach the Grand Line in the shortest possible time. Haki, can I also disembark here? Monki asked, casting a skeptical glance at Haki. Indeed, this was the case. After all, Monki was a pirate, and not only that, he remains a subordinate of the red-haired pirates. Can the station forces on Red Line truly allow him to pass through with ease? If so, considering your bounty is quite substantial, traversing the Red Line to reach the Grand Line would undoubtedly be a challenge. However, your bounty is merely 10,000 berries. This signifies that you have yet to commit any acts detrimental to the Marines. Otherwise, your worth would have soared beyond 300 million berries long ago. It is solely due to your affiliation with the red-haired pirates that your bounty has been assessed at 10,000 berries. The Marines here are unaware of your identity and certainly do not recognize your status as a pirate. Hawkeye articulated this eloquently. Indeed, this holds true. For Monki has only vanquished 4 pirate crews. Yet, this bears little effect on the increase of his bounty. As it stands, aside from pirate factions, only the Beast's pirates have any awareness of Monki. Nevertheless, this knowledge holds no significance for the Marines. What he has done pales in comparison to the actions of the red-haired pirates, rendering it scarcely worthy of mention. Thus, Monki garnered little attention. This bounty of 10,000 berries was solely a consequence of his affiliation with the red-haired pirates. The modesty of this bounty indicates the Navy's lack of regard for Monki. As long as he refrains from exhibiting his prowess on the Red Line and maintains a low profile, it is unlikely that anyone will discover his identity as a pirate. Indeed, this is the case. Monki nodded in agreement. The raft gradually approached the Red Line, and as they drew near, Monki profoundly appreciated the vastness of the land. Not only were there imposing walls erected along the perimeter, but numerous naval personnel were also stationed at the base. The atmosphere here was imbued with an air of authority. Halt! Several naval officers, clad in white uniforms and armed, shouted at Monki and Hawkeye, halting their advance. Pass. Hawkeye produced a permit and presented it to the naval officers. Moments later, astonishment spread across their faces. The warlord of the sea, Dracula Mihawk? May I proceed now? Hawkeye's expression remained unperturbed as he gestured towards Monki. This is my companion. I intend to take him to the Grand Line for a meeting at Navy headquarters. Should there be any delay? The consequences shall be yours to bear. Who might he be? The naval officer inquired, regarding Monki with a puzzled expression, given the unfamiliar visitor. An investigation was warranted to prevent any disruption to the regulations of the Red Line. Although Hawkeye had vouched for him, adherence to investigative protocol remained imperative. A newcomer to the seas, Hawkeye candidly remarked. They engaged in discussion for a while. As Monki observed, Hawkeye approached him and inquired, "How are things? Let us proceed." Hawkeye nodded, refraining from further conversation. Consequently, Monki followed Hawkeye into this enigmatic and unfamiliar land. In truth, the majority of the Red Line was a barren desert, with Mariawa occupying but a minuscule portion of it. Most areas remained desolate and uninhabited, with checkpoints established only near the Grand Line and the New World. This arrangement effectively thwarted pirates from traversing the Red Line unchecked. Only those possessing a permit could navigate this terrain. For instance, Hawkeye, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, held such a privilege. Was it the case that Hawkeye merely obeyed orders from superiors, while the Navy headquarters conferred no advantages upon them? Naturally, that was not the case. It was merely a matter of mutual exploitation for convenience. Otherwise, what would compel individuals to become warlords? After all, each member of the 7 warlords was a formidable figure. Without privileges, no one would aspire to join their ranks. So, must we traverse the entirety of the Red Line? There exists a waterway that can save considerable time. Follow me, Hawkeye stated, leading Monki to the location of the waterway. They boarded a small transport vessel, poised to embark on their journey. It seems that the 7 warlords of the sea indeed enjoy numerous privileges. Perhaps I too shall seek to attain the title of a warlord one day. The surrounding Navy personnel, upon hearing these words, expressed their disdain, erupting in laughter at Monki's expense. Yet, among them, only Dracula Mihawk refrained from laughing after hearing Monki's statement. Indeed, with your abilities, it is plausible for you to become one of the 7 warlords. He spoke with utmost seriousness. The surrounding Navy personnel were left astounded by Hawkeye's words. Was it true that the strength of the 7 warlords no longer needed to be so formidable? Or was it possible that this young man was not as weak as he appeared? Chapter 81. The Grand Line is truly comfortable. At the heart of the Red Land, there exists a waterway approximately 10 meters wide, yet infinitely long, stretching beyond the horizon. This waterway connects both ends of the Red Land, facilitating easy passage between the New World and the Grand Line. Although the channel is narrow, preventing the passage of colossal vessels, it allows for greater movement of personnel. Moreover, the construction of this waterway took the Navy headquarters a full decade, indicating the immense financial resources invested in it, an expenditure one could scarcely fathom given the vastness of the Red Land. At this moment, a sea monster beneath the waves was dragging the sailboat forward at a steady pace. Monki reflected on how remarkably useful this waterway was. Hawkeye stood on the deck of the ship, his expression as tranquil as ever. Monki watched the scenery retreating on both sides, with 3 sea monsters towing the vessel. Their speed was impressive, and even with both Monki and Hawkeye aboard, there was little burden on them. Once we reach the Grand Line, I must head to Mariawa. The Navy headquarters is convening, and I need to attend. What are your plans? Hawkeye inquired, looking at Monki. The red-haired pirate had only entrusted Hawkeye with bringing Monki to the Grand Line, considering the task complete once they arrived. Hawkeye did not expect Monki to remain by his side indefinitely. I intend to find a ship and gather some information, Monki replied. I believe you should first seek a weapon that suits you. This katana is far too ordinary and does not match your strength, Hawkeye suggested. I share that sentiment, Monki acknowledged. Hawkeye's remark had reminded him of thoughts he had entertained several times before. After all, he could not rely on this weapon indefinitely, as it was not befitting his capabilities. A master swordsman, indeed, requires a superior weapon. Even if he could not find the perfect match, a fine cutlass would suffice. Hawkeye advised, a good cutlass requires 50 craftsmanship, while a great cutlass requires 21. Thus, a fine cutlass is quite rare. Regardless, any sword would surely surpass the one Monki currently wielded. I plan to include that in my agenda, Monki nodded, now adding another task to his plans, to procure a suitable weapon. However, he decided that first, he must gather information. After all, only with complete intelligence could he act decisively. Do you have any leads? Hawkeye responded, if you wish to gather information, it would be best to go to the Sabaody archipelago. It is not too far. Once you arrive there, I am certain they will hold you in high regard. You are a subordinate of the red-haired pirates, albeit an intern. The Sabaody archipelago has always maintained good relations with the red-haired pirates. If you seek information, head to No. 13, the Shaki sake bar. They should be able to provide you with suitable responses, though you will need ample berries. Of course, as a member of the red-haired pirates, you can discuss matters regarding your crew, which might exempt you from costs. Hawkeye was well aware of the deep connections between the Shaki sake bar and the red-haired pirates. Moreover, there was a formidable individual there, though he had grown quite old. Shaki sake bar? Monki squinted, fully aware of its significance. He had also heard of the strong individual there. As you mentioned, I might indeed gather information without spinning a single berry. The Grand Line is not as perilous as the New World. Hawkeye contemplated imparting further advice to Monki but reconsidered. Given Monki's current abilities, there was little cause for concern. The Grand Line posed no significant danger for him, especially since he had already encountered much in the New World. The New World is under the dominion of the Four Emperors, while the Grand Line is governed by the Navy headquarters. Though there are many pirates in the Grand Line, they are kept in check by the Navy. The key distinction lies in the strength of the pirates. Those in the New World are generally more formidable, while many pirates in the Grand Line have bounties that do not even reach 100 million berries. For Monki, this posed no threat whatsoever. In fact, he could consider this place quite comfortable. If you require counsel, simply go to Karigan Island. Once I return from Mariewa, I shall visit there, Hawkeye said. Understood. In the brief 5 days spent with Monki, Hawkeye had gained some understanding of him. Although he felt a twinge of envy regarding Monki's progress, he sincerely wished for the young man's safety. He can foresee that Monki will undoubtedly evolve into a top-tier swordsman, growing ever more formidable in the future. However, Mihawk remains uncertain about the extent of his strength. Yet, within his heart, he harbors great anticipation. Thus, I have successfully fulfilled the task entrusted to me by Shanks. Nevertheless, Mihawk's voice took on a somber tone. Monki, although there has been no sign of Drought's activity in the New World, it does not imply that the matter is settled. He may be orchestrating some forces, preparing for an assassination attempt when you venture into the Grand Line. Speaking of Drought, a glimmer of insight flickered in Monchi's eyes. As long as Drought does not intervene personally, it should not pose a significant issue. He still requires some time. Once his abilities reach a certain pinnacle, he will undoubtedly confront the Drought head-on. Hawkeye, I appreciate your guidance. Until I have faced you in battle and emerged victorious, I shall not easily fall to others. Monki jested. A sense of solace unexpectedly washed over Hawkeye, and a trace of a smile graced his usually stoic visage. Then I shall await that moment. The time when you seize the title of the world's foremost swordsman from me, Hawkeye declared earnestly, while he could dismiss others without a second thought. He could not do the same with Monki, for the impact this young man had on him was profoundly intense. The boy's talent and potential were indeed boundless. He cannot underestimate the abilities of Monki. Were it anyone else, Hawkeye might dismiss it as mere folly, an excessive confidence in one's own prowess. However, in the case of Monki, his strength and rate of growth are astonishingly rapid, almost monstrous in nature. Thus, to Hawkeye, no matter how outrageous Monki's claims may sound, he perceives no exaggeration. It is indeed conceivable that Monki could achieve such feats. In merely 5 short days, he has witnessed events beyond the realm of his imagination. Monki has transformed from a novice swordsman into a master swordsman. Chapter 82, Arrival. Encounter with the Sea Kings. The sea monster advances swiftly. Having covered considerable distance in just half a day, they had traversed half the expanse of the Red Land. Upon the vessel, Monki gazed afar and beheld a grand palace rising majestically in the distance, exuding an air of opulence. Though it lay far from his current position, its splendor was unmistakable. Beneath the resplendent palace sprawled an exquisite landscape. Monki squinted, pondering the enigma. Aside from the apparent prosperity of this region, he observed numerous men clad in black suits patrolling vigilantly around the palace, their demeanor exuding an aura of strict vigilance. It seemed that even the slightest intrusion, akin to a fly attempting to enter, would be met with formidable resistance. This is the interior of Mariewa, replied Hawkeye. Indeed, this is the heart of Mariewa. No wonder it appears so breathtakingly beautiful, Monki mused internally. The surrounding red land was desolate, save for this glimmering spectacle of affluence. It could be surmised that this was the stronghold of the world's aristocracy. Yet, beneath its lavish faade, it was already decaying from within. Hawkeye remarked with a hint of indifference. He was not merely referring to the palace, but rather to Mariewa. It appears that Hawkeye possesses considerable knowledge regarding the secrets of Mariewa. However, he chooses not to interfere excessively. Yet, This does not imply that he is entirely ignorant of these matters. Hawkeye must be aware of numerous secrets pertaining to this place, albeit only scratching the surface. Yet it suffices. He refrained from elaborating further. As the sailboat continued its journey, the silhouette of Marioa gradually became blurred in Monki's sight, slowly fading away. The sea monster persisted in pulling the sailboat forward at a swift pace. The surrounding scenery gradually receded. After half a day's passage, Monki beheld the terminus of this waterway, which also marked the conclusion of the Red Line. They are about to arrive in the vicinity of the Grand Line. Soon, I will venture to the outer regions of Mary Geos. You may choose to depart, but do exercise utmost caution. The Red Earth continent is not far from Mariewa. Should the three admirals decide to provide support, they would reach the scene in a mere short span of time. Given your current capabilities, you are not yet equipped to contend with the three admirals. Mihawk cautioned Monki. Understood, Monki nodded. He was well aware of these matters. He is acutely aware that his abilities are insufficient to engage in a direct confrontation with the three great generals, a truth that cannot be denied. Moreover, Monki has never contemplated instigating trouble, for there exists no compelling reason to do so. He was not foolish enough to challenge the three admirals just yet. It seemed prudent to first seek a sailing vessel. Monki stretched lazily. The plan was to find a ship and then head to the Sabaody archipelago. This was his current intention. Before long, the sea monster began to decelerate gradually. They finally arrived at their destination. It appeared no different from the New World, with a contingent of Navy personnel stationed there. Upon spotting Hawkeye, they exhibited signs of unease. At that moment, a figure who seemed to be the leader approached and said, "Mr. Hawkeye, please lead the way. It appears the meeting is about to commence." Hawkeye replied, his expression unyielding, "As you command." The leader nodded. Although he held a significant position within the Navy headquarters, he felt insignificant in the presence of the warlord of the sea. Moreover, Hawkeye exuded an imposing aura that rendered him unable to act presumptuously. After taking a few steps, Hawkeye turned back and remarked, "Your abilities require further refinement." Understood, Monki replied with a smile. He gazed at the receding figure of Hawkeye. Under the watchful eyes of the Navy, Monki departed from the sailing vessel. He tread upon the soil of the Red Earth continent, making his way towards the city walls. The waves crashed incessantly, churning with vigor. At the edge of the Red Earth continent, Monki beheld the distant horizon, the sea breeze caressing his face. This was the fabled Grand Line, and he had finally arrived. A profound sense of tranquility enveloped him here. It seemed that retiring to this place in his later years would indeed be quite delightful. He continued to walk forward, gradually submerged by the encroaching sea. The Navy personnel surrounding him gazed at Monki with a sense of bewilderment. Could it be that he intended to swim to the nearby island? They were astonished. No one could achieve such a feat yet. Monki indeed vanished from their sight. Indeed, Monki initially intended to swim to the island in search of a vessel. However, he has since changed his mind. Now endowed with the physique of a merman, he could breathe freely beneath the waves. Monki opened his eyes and discovered that he could indeed breathe just as he did on land. This realization filled him with joy, just as he had envisioned. At that moment, a massive shadow, dark as night, began to approach Monki. With this development, matters became simpler. Monki smiled. A sea king. This was his thought. Transforming a sea king into his steed would undoubtedly be an intriguing venture. Monki drew his katana, channeling his Haki as he gazed at the approaching sea king. Unbeknownst to the creature, while it focused on Monki had long since set his sights on it. In the Grand Line, the sea breeze gently caressed the air. A pirate ship floated upon the surface of the sea, appearing quite ostentatious. On the deck, several pirates seemed exceedingly excited. Their destination was the Sabaody archipelago. This location held great significance for them, as they planned to coat their ship and then venture towards the coveted realm known as the New World. "Captain, how much longer until we reach the Sabaody archipelago?" The pirates clamored in unison. The captain of this pirate vessel, Arnold, appeared robust and somewhat simple-minded, yet his strength was formidable. Everyone affectionately referred to him as Beast Arnold. His bounty amounts to 96 million berries, a formidable strength in the Grand Line. Arnold could hardly conceal his excitement. In just a couple of days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall soon arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. In merely 2 days, we will step into the New World. After a coating procedure at the Sabaody archipelago, we shall submerge the ship and make a transfer at Fishman Island, swiftly reaching the New World thereafter. The pirates erupted in cheers. Yet, at that moment, one pirate appeared exceptionally agitated. Before long, his expression shifted to one of panic. Good heavens, is this truly happening? It's a sea king. It is approaching us. He reported loudly to the captain. At that moment, the crowd fell silent, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. Given their abilities, it was utterly impossible to triumph over the relentless adversary. Suddenly, Arnold caught sight of the back of the marine creature. Wait, his expression turned to one of horror. Was there a person standing behind that sea creature? Chapter 83. A monster appears on the ship. Shocked, Arnold had never witnessed such a scene. He began to tremble all over, his mind a muddled chaos. He found it difficult to believe the events unfolding before his eyes. Indeed, he had never fathomed that someone would possess the audacity to tread upon the back of a sea creature. The sight profoundly astonished him. Am I merely seeing things? Arnold struggled with disbelief. However, shortly thereafter, the crew member queried him, Captain, is there a person upon the back of that sea creature? At that moment, he could no longer deceive himself. Everything was undeniably true. Indeed, someone was utilizing the Sea King as a steed, drawing closer to them. Oh my, is this truly happening? How audacious of someone to stand upon the back of a Sea King. All aboard the ship were astounded. This revelation shattered their understanding. The Sea King was of colossal proportions, capable of swallowing their pirate vessel in a single gulp. Yet, astonishingly, someone was riding it across the surface of the sea. This was utterly terrifying. As the Sea King gradually approached them, they can discern the shimmering scales on the back of the sea creature, glistening brilliantly under the sunlight. The eyes of this marine being are larger than those of a human. Without a moment's hesitation, they realized that should they encounter such a formidable sea creature upon the ocean, every soul aboard any pirate vessel would undoubtedly meet their demise. Is this truly the case? Yet, the reality of the situation unfolded vividly before their eyes, and with each passing moment, the distance between them and the creature diminished. They discovered that behind the Sea King stood a youthful young man. In that moment, they were even more astonished. A profound sense of shock lingered in their hearts. How could it be possible for someone to tame the Sea King? Even in their wildest dreams, they could never have anticipated the scene unfolding before them. With a thunderous roar, the sea erupted in a colossal wave. The entire pirate ship rocked violently upon the tumultuous waters, causing the crew to struggle to maintain their footing. Arnold and his men stood transfixed, their eyes widening as the silhouette of the sea creature gradually came into focus. Captain, will we perish because of this? The crew inquired with palpable trepidation. In that moment, they were acutely aware of the insignificance of humanity in the presence of the Sea Kings. Among them stood a young man, one I had never encountered before, and whose name was absent from the bounty poster. Yet, given his ability to command the Sea Kings, he must possess formidable strength. The pirates engaged in fervent discussions, uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead. At last, the Sea King ceased its advance, coming to a halt in close proximity to their ship, its colossal eyes fixed upon the pirates aboard, leaving them paralyzed with fear, their scalps prickling and legs trembling uncontrollably. They had never encountered the Sea King's gaze in such a manner, nor had they ever found themselves in this predicament. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, enveloping the entire pirate ship in a palpable sense of dread and tension. Gulp. At that moment, some individuals, overtaken by panic, could not help but swallow their saliva. Even Captain Arnold remained motionless on the deck, paralyzed by fear. They were engulfed in a state of panic, uncertain of their next course of action. At that moment, a voice emanated from the Sea King. Guide me for a while, even if it means you must strike me. Should you refuse, you may continue your assault. But rest assured, the one who shall perish will be you. Monki paced back and forth upon the back of the Sea King, with unwavering resolve. He approached the deck of their ship, meeting the gazes of the pirates aboard. His earlier words were not directed at the crew of the pirate ship but were spoken to the Sea King. Monki stood upon the deck, gazing intently at the Sea King. He captured the Sea King on the Red Soul continent, yet he was utterly incapable of defeating Monki. With remarkable ease, Monki triumphed over the Sea King, even mounting its back and commanding it to transport him here. To his surprise, he stumbled upon this pirate ship. Currently, Monki possesses no map and remains oblivious to the location of the Sabaody archipelago. All he can do is hope for an opportunity to encounter a ship. If someone were willing to take him aboard, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. A mournful howl escaped the Sea King, filled with a sense of grievance. He gazed at Monki, his eyes reflecting an unexpected blend of deference and humility. The pirates on the deck were utterly astonished. It was truly remarkable to see a Sea King subdued to such an extent. How terrifying this was. Very well, I shall not take your life. Considering you have guided me thus far, Monki remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Certain Sea Kings possess the ability to comprehend human speech, which is nothing extraordinary. Thus, the Sea King turned and departed from the scene. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, wishing fervently to vanish from Monki's sight. Gradually, his figure faded into the vastness of the sea. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the ship. The atmosphere was peculiar, as everyone stared blankly at Monki. Monki, too, noticed the expressions on their faces. "Pray tell, where do you intend to go?" Monki inquired of Arnold. Employing his observation Haki, he discerned that this individual was none other than the captain of the pirate ship. "Sabaody Archipelago," Arnold replied in a panicked tone. "What a coincidence. That is simply splendid." Monki's eyes narrowed into slits, and with a smile, he proposed, "Would you be willing to take me to the Sabaody Archipelago? In return, I can ensure your safety throughout the journey. After all, my capabilities, as you have just witnessed, are more than sufficient to deal with a few lowly foes. What do you think?" He had yet to finish his words when Arnold eagerly nodded in agreement. The horrifying scene he had just witnessed had left an indelible impression on his mind. Arnold felt that he would not soon forget the events that had just transpired. Moreover, the strength of this individual left no room for refusal. Should they dare to resist, the collective might of everyone on board would likely be insufficient to oppose him. "Very clever," Monki remarked with a smile, feeling exceptionally fortunate. This way, he could effortlessly journey to the Sabaody Archipelago without the need to search for a ship or map. The timely arrival of this favorable vessel spared him much trouble. "Please tell me your name," Monki inquired, looking at Arnold. "Ah, I am called Arnold," he replied, his head bowed and voice trembling with trepidation, too frightened to meet Monki's gaze. Little did anyone suspect that he was a pirate with a bounty nearing 100 million berries, displaying such humility in the presence of a young man. "Well then, let us prepare to set sail." Monki waved his hand as if he were the true captain of the pirate ship. Arnold, as if awakening from a dream, shivered slightly and quickly nodded, exclaiming, "Set sail." The novel is available for download via the open-source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyu@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https Me FQ Tool Chapter 84, Pirates from the New World. A pirate flag was hoisted high on the ship, fluttering against the endless sea, with their destination set for the Sabaody Archipelago. On the deck, Monki stood behind the railing, gazing into the distance, his heart filled with myriad emotions. This was the legendary Grand Line, appearing exceptionally tranquil in comparison to the New World. The other pirates aboard observed Monki from a distance, hesitant to make any rash movements. They kept their distance, not daring to approach him, leaving a considerable space around his position. The image of Monki commanding the Sea Kings had firmly etched itself in their minds, an astonishing sight that would linger for a long time. In their eyes, Monki was indeed a veritable monster. The presence of such a creature on board evoked profound thoughts among the others, who were now genuinely grasping this feeling. They spoke cautiously, hardly daring to raise their voices. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the entire pirate ship. They are simultaneously intrigued and terrified by Monki. What accounts for his extraordinary strength? I have never witnessed anyone capable of utilizing a Sea King as a steed. This individual must possess formidable power, bordering on the terrifying. The Sea King from earlier was undoubtedly vanquished by him. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for it to exhibit such subservience in his presence. They whispered among themselves, fearful of disturbing the creature. However, they soon realized that Monki was observing them. Yet, his gaze bore no hint of aggression. On the contrary, it was remarkably benevolent. Nevertheless, their hearts were filled with profound fear, leading them to cease communication. Monki observed the scene before him, feeling somewhat taken aback. Did he truly appear so brutal in their eyes? Or was it his countenance that seemed fearsome? Monki found himself utterly perplexed. After all, among the ranks of the red-haired pirates, he considered himself to be of relatively high attractiveness. Stretching lazily, Monki pondered a matter of significance. It was indeed time to diligently contemplate how to enhance the effectiveness of the tremor wave technique. In future battles, he would undoubtedly employ this move frequently. If he could manage the range of the aftershocks while simultaneously augmenting their potency, the results would certainly be magnified. On this upcoming journey to the Sabaody Archipelago, he might even encounter that individual, the Dark King Rayleigh. The red-haired had once been his disciple. Perhaps he possessed invaluable insights that could guide Monki. For him, Rayleigh could be an exceptionally fitting mentor. He might indeed know how to master the effects of the tremor wave. as Monki immersed himself in these thoughts. A sudden sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned his head and discovered that Arnold was approaching him, mirroring his every step. His expression was one of sheer terror, as if he were greatly afraid of Monki. "What is the matter?" Monki inquired nonchalantly. "Lord Monki, do you also intend to venture into the New World?" Arnold asked, mustering all his courage. He pondered whether Monki also intended to venture into the New World. Perhaps they could journey together. Witnessing Monki single-handedly subdue his Sea King filled him with unwavering certainty regarding Monki's formidable strength. With his company, Arnold thought that the perils of traversing the New World might be significantly alleviated. "How do you know I am bound for the New World?" Monki inquired with a smile. "Most pirates journey to Sabaody archipelago primarily for coating, only to sink beneath the waves en route to the New World, which is akin to paradise for pirates. I surmise that with your immense prowess, Lord Monki, you must eagerly anticipate carving out your own domain in the New World," Arnold said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. However, Monki's expression was decidedly complex. Clearly, Arnold remained oblivious to the brutal realities of the New World. After all, the unpredictable weather and the enhanced strength of pirates there posed significant threats. Yet, there was no need to worry about the Navy capturing them. Nevertheless, countless pirates still met their demise beneath the waves daily, as the struggles amongst pirates were exceedingly ruthless. Thus far, only the four emperors could claim an indestructible foothold in the New World. For those of considerable strength, it was indeed a paradise. For the weak, however, it was a veritable hell. The conflicts in the New World were far more savage than those in the Grand Line. "What do you think of my strength?" Monki queried, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Arnold. The surrounding pirates secretly observed the exchange between the captain and Monki. Sensing that Monki was not as fearsome as they had imagined, they mustered their courage and drew closer to hear their conversation more clearly. "Lord Monki, you are the strongest individual I have ever encountered," Arnold said, filled with trepidation. "To be able to ride a Sea King, your strength must be extraordinary." Upon witnessing the Sea King, Arnold had never contemplated resistance. He was overwhelmed by despair. Comparatively, Monki's prowess far surpassed his own. "Where do you believe I rank in terms of ability in the New World?" Monki asked Arnold. After a moment of reflection, Arnold replied, "I believe your abilities rank among the very best in the New World." He spoke with sincerity, having witnessed Monki's capabilities firsthand. Among the elite, Monki chuckled, his amusement evident. "How can these pirates be so naive?" "Did I say something amiss?" Arnold queried. "Though my abilities are not the weakest in the New World, countless individuals surpass me. There are probably tens of thousands who could eliminate me in an instant," Monki replied. "Is that truly the case?" Arnold was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding pirates fell silent, their minds grappling with the realization that the abilities of pirates in the New World reached such staggering heights. If Monki's strength did not rank among the top, what then could the most formidable individuals in the New World possibly be like? They found it difficult to fathom. Suddenly, Arnold realized something. "Lord Monki, have you been there?" A glimmer of light flickered in Arnold's eyes. If he had never set foot in the New World, he could not possibly possess such knowledge. "Indeed. I too returned from the New World to the Grand Line not long ago," Monki candidly confessed, for there was nothing to conceal in such matters. A pirate hailing from the New World. Arnold gazed at Monki in astonishment. No wonder his strength was so formidable. He felt strangely unfamiliar, as if Arnold had never encountered him before. "Lord Monki, in your opinion, do you believe our abilities are sufficient to venture into the New World?" Arnold hesitantly inquired. To be honest, Monki surveyed the group. "If you were to embark on a journey to the New World now, surviving even 5 days would be a cause for gratitude." Truth be told, Monki had never anticipated that he would one day assume the guise of a formidable figure. After all, in Monki's eyes, these pirates seemed akin to novices. Chapter 85, Have You Never Witnessed True Power? Upon hearing Monki's words, Arnold and the other pirates were left utterly astonished, their previous perceptions shattered. They had once believed that venturing into the New World would grant them unfettered freedom. Yet the reality was far from such illusions. They once fervently yearned to venture into the New World, yet the harshness of reality has proven to be utterly unforgiving. Is it truly a matter of gratitude to have lived for merely 5 days? Arnold felt his belief shatter like fragile glass. His gaze became vacant, overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. He had never anticipated such a dire situation, nor did he realize the extent of his own weakness. Initially, he believed he had garnered a modest reputation within the Grand Line, but upon encountering Monki and learning of the news regarding the New World, a sense of inferiority began to creep in. The New World is indeed a realm of brutality, Even someone as formidable as Monki finds himself lacking in prominence. It becomes evident that the powerful pirates within this domain are nothing short of monstrous entities. They cannot fathom it. If they were to venture into the new world, what would their current capabilities lead to as an outcome? Monki's words jolted them from their reverie, causing their convictions to waver. Their anticipation for the new world diminished. Although this is the reality for pirates, the new world is indeed preferable to the Grand Line. After all, in that brutal era, one's strength could be significantly enhanced. Monki remarked that in the new world, there are indeed numerous opportunities for growth and power. The Grand Line resembles a retirement home for those ambitious and driven pirates. The new world is their ultimate destination. However, he surveyed the surrounding pirates and concluded that the new world was perhaps not the most prudent choice for them. Without exceptional capabilities, it would be arduous to compete with others. Grateful for Lord Monki's revelations, Arnold bowed respectfully. Had it not been for Monki, he and his crew would have remained oblivious to the true nature of the new world. At the very least, they now comprehended that it was not a paradise. For the exceptionally powerful pirates, it served as their haven. However, their skills fell woefully short, rendering it a battlefield for them. Monki observed as Arnold departed with his crew, clearly moved by his words. Yet, Monki did not dwell on the matter. Without unwavering conviction, how could one venture out to sea? A pirate must possess this awareness. Either grow stronger and conquer others, or await their own demise. Every pirate ought to grasp this fundamental truth. Who would have thought that one day, I too would impart wisdom to others? Monki chuckled softly, reflecting on the pirates before him. As memories from 3 weeks prior resurfaced, when he too was much like them, the only distinction being the passage of time. He is unable to defeat the group before him. However, 3 weeks later, he has ascended to a height that this group finds difficult to reach. The rapid growth of Monki's strength is evident for all to see. Alas, Captain, we are surrounded, a pirate exclaimed in a panic. In an instant, Arnold and the surrounding pirates turned their gazes toward the distance. Unbeknownst to them, their ship was encircled by other pirate vessels. It was the Violent Bear pirate crew. Arnold's expression darkened considerably, and he could not help but clench his fists. The Violent Bear pirate crew is their sworn enemy. Their captain is the fearsome Bear Howl, whose bounty has soared to a staggering 100 million berries. His strength surpasses that of Arnold. Unexpectedly, he has found allies this time. The Bear pirate crew exhibits a complete disregard for decorum, enlisting the aid of other pirate crews to battle us. Such shamelessness is astonishing. They even called upon the Plum Blossom pirates for assistance. The pirate crews they summoned are nearly equal in scale to the Whitebeard pirates, indicating their resolute determination to annihilate us. Captain, what shall we do? The pirates were suddenly engulfed in panic, casting desperate glances at Captain Arnold. However, Arnold clenched his fists tightly, his expression grave. For he too was at a loss for what to do. After all, they were confronted by 4 pirate crews of comparable strength. Perhaps this is what true despair feels like. Facing 2 pirate crews might have offered a glimmer of hope, but now they stood against a formidable 4. The prospect of escape seemed nearly impossible. Accelerate and strive to break through the encirclement, Arnold commanded. At once, the crew scrambled to navigate the pirate ship, following Arnold's orders. The ship surged forward with newfound speed. Just then, a cannonball was fired from a distance. Boom! The deafening roar echoed as the projectile struck the sea beside the ship, sending towering waves crashing around them. The vessel began to sway uncontrollably. Steady! Arnold's heart raced with urgency. This setback wasted precious time for their escape. Now, the surrounding pirate ships were closing in. This is dire. Arnold's face reflected sheer despair. They are now utterly cornered. Arnold, filled with despair, realizes that opposing them would be tantamount to courting death. He lacks the courage to issue the command to fight. Beside Arnold, the surrounding pirates begin to succumb to hopelessness. The pirate ships swiftly encircle Arnold's vessel, leaving them with no avenue of escape. The opposing ship flies a flag emblazoned with a bear's paw. And a burly man stands on the deck, exuding arrogance as he proclaims, "Arnold, I offer you a chance. Now, tell me where the treasure map is that Rodney possessed before his demise. You are not worthy of it. Otherwise, prepare to face your obliteration. Not only do I desire this treasure map, but these gentlemen are equally intrigued." At that moment, Arnold comprehends why the Whitebeard pirates were able to summon reinforcements. They covet the treasure map in his possession. Cursed be this predicament. Arnold's heart is heavy with indecision. Should he relinquish it to them or not? If he resolutely refuses, he knows they will surely annihilate him. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaches, and Arnold sees Monki standing before him. He spoke with a slight quiver in his voice. "Lord Monki, as if suddenly releasing a breath of relief. He understood that they might not be in dire straits now. "You little rascal, from where do you emerge? This is not your affair to meddle in." The white bear Hal replied coldly, "If you interfere once more, do not blame me for being ungracious." The pirates behind him chattered eagerly. "Captain, let us not waste time. Let us eliminate them all at once. We're certain to find what we seek in their warehouse. With our numbers, dealing with them will be a mere trifle." Monki smiled faintly, drawing forth his katana. "It appears you have yet to witness true power." Chapter 86. One at a time. "Captain, this insolent brat is far too arrogant. Allow me to dispose of him." A pirate, unable to contain his simmering wrath, brandished a spear from behind the formidable bear Hal, already adopting a stance for attack. "Finish him off," Hal replied coolly, his gaze imbued with icy disdain. "Boss, this is a trivial matter. I can certainly handle him." The pirate exuded confidence. He aimed at Monki, preparing to pull the trigger. Bang! A resounding blast echoed. In an instant, the bullet was expelled, hurtling directly towards Monki's position. In the next moment, Monki calmly swung his katana. Astonishingly, the bullet was cleaved in two by his blade. "What?" Hal gazed at Monki in disbelief. Such a feat was surely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary pirate. Moreover, this young man appeared unfamiliar. Despite Hal's numerous encounters with the ferocious bear and Arnold, he had never laid eyes on Monki before. Was he a new recruit? Hal's eyes narrowed, filled with a murderous intent. On the deck, Monki regarded the opposing pirates with an inscrutable expression, his katana in hand. He turned to Arnold and said, "In accordance with my promise, during our journey to the Sabaody archipelago, I shall assist you in addressing any troubles that may arise, such as this moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Arnold and the surrounding pirates beheld Monki drawing forth his katana. The tip of the blade began to coalesce with armament Haki, enveloping the entire sword in a shroud of black armor. At that moment, without a hint of hesitation, Monki swung the blade, unleashing a razor-sharp wave of sword energy that surged forth at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! It seemed as if even the air itself was cleaved asunder. The onlookers found their eyes unable to open, as the blinding brilliance rendered them nearly incapable of perceiving the strike. Meanwhile, Hal could only watch helplessly as the sword energy barreled toward him, with no time to react. After all, the velocity was simply too swift. Almost simultaneously, it reached his very front. No, Hal held. He yearned to resist, yet the might of this sword's aura was overwhelmingly formidable, leaving only despair in his heart. He utterly lacked the capacity to withstand this assault. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi struck the vessel of the barbaric bear pirates, hitting the ship squarely in its center. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The pirate ship was cleaved in two, severed with precision. The splintering of wood echoed incessantly in the ears of the pirates. They were momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the unfolding events before them. The floor beneath their feet began to fracture, with cracks gradually spreading across the entire deck. What was happening? A palpable sense of panic enveloped everyone. What? Why? It all transpired in the blink of an eye. The pirate ship they inhabited was utterly annihilated. Indeed, the event transpired before their very eyes. The vessel had been cleaved in two, the severance remarkably precise. At this moment, the entire ship began to sway, leaving many on the deck struggling to maintain their footing. Crack! The aftershocks reached the surrounding areas, causing wooden fragments to splinter and fall. Boom! With the slightest tremor, the ship commenced its disintegration. This unforeseen calamity left all present in a state of shock, their bodies drenched in cold sweat from sheer terror. The fact that such a grand pirate ship could be dismantled with but a single strike was unfathomable. Moreover, the residual waves of force continued to propagate, inciting profound panic among the crew. The unfolding events filled them with dread. They could scarcely comprehend that such a formidable vessel had been reduced to ruin by a mere gesture. What manner of monster was this? They gazed in terror at the figure across from them. "Monki, Captain?" someone exclaimed. "I believe I have witnessed the captain struck down by that sword's aura." No sooner had the words escaped their lips than an enveloping silence of despair descended upon the entire bear pirate crew. Fear began to spread inexorably. Their captain had a bounty of 100 million berries, yet he was so effortlessly slain? No, not only was he killed, but their pirate ship also fell into disarray. It can be said that this strike was aimed at the vessel itself, and their captain was merely collateral damage. Thus, there was nothing left but scattered remains. They were incredulous. Gradually, the entire White Bear pirate cruise ship began to sink into the depths of the sea. All the pirates aboard wore expressions of terror as they witnessed this scene. In truth, they had never encountered such a sight in their lives. It was utterly horrifying. On the deck, Monki stood with an indifferent expression, observing the vessel of the Violent Bear pirate crew submerging into the ocean. Indeed, the strength of pirates in the Grand Line paled in comparison to that of the New World. It was astonishing how effortlessly a pirate crew could be dispatched, even their captains so easily slain. Compared to the New World, the pirates of the Grand Line were merely novices. Arnold and the other pirates aboard stood behind Monki, watching in awe as the enemy's ship slowly descended into the sea. They glanced at Monki, a wave of shock surging through their hearts. Paralyzed, they too were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Previously, among them, there remains a faction that questions the capabilities of Munch. While he may be able to subdue the Sea Kings, can he adeptly navigate and resolve the challenges posed by the four formidable pirate crews? However, at this moment, their doubts have vanished into thin air. After all, he employed but a single move. Arnold's hands trembled incessantly, and his eyes widened, fixated intently on Monki. His strength is simply astounding, far exceeding his own comprehension. With just a single move, he annihilated the pirate crew with a bounty of 100 million berries. Arnold could scarcely believe the spectacle before him. While he was aware of Monki's formidable abilities, he never anticipated the extent of his power. Simultaneously, the surrounding pirates shared Arnold's incredulity. To think it took only one strike to obliterate the Violent Bear pirates. Arnold struggled to contain his exhilaration, finding himself in profound admiration of Monki's prowess. It was nothing short of astounding that he could decimate an entire pirate crew with such ease. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have believed it to be mere fantasy. As Arnold gazed at the wreckage of ships scattered across the sea, he remained engulfed in shock. He never imagined that their arch-nemesis, whom they had battled for years, could be so effortlessly vanquished by Monki. From this moment forth, the Violent Bear pirates would cease to exist. Benefactor, you are truly our savior. Lord Monki, your strength is unparalleled. Arnold grasped Monki's hands with trembling fervor, nearly kneeling before him. Indeed, those coming from the New World are extraordinary. This was all simply terrifying. The deck was filled with gasps of admiration. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the three remaining pirate crews was becoming increasingly eerie. Chapter 87. The Might of the New World on the deck of the Plum Blossom Pirates. The atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet. Joria, the captain of the Plum Blossom Pirates, was a woman. In the realm of piracy, female captains are exceedingly rare, and those who attain such a position are even fewer. Thus, it is evident that Joria possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, she would not command the loyalty of her crew. Indeed, she had achieved this, with a bounty of 98 million berries, marking her as a powerful captain within the Grand Line. Yet at this moment, witnessing the events unfold before her, Joria stood frozen on the deck, her face a mask of terror and dread. The pirates behind her mirrored her expression of fear and trepidation. At this juncture, the remnants of the Violent Bear pirates' bodies and debris still floated upon the sea. They were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Indeed, since the rise of the Shanghai pirates, they had never experienced such profound fear. Dead. Gloria's lips quivered slightly as she gazed upon the chaos on the sea. The entire bear pirate crew had been obliterated. Moreover, of the 4 pirate crews that had previously besieged Arnold and his companions, only 3 remained. The instigator of this assault, Bear Hal, had already met his demise at the ocean's depths. The 3 pirate crews shared an unspoken understanding of the situation. Though his body had yet to be discovered, they were acutely aware that, in the face of such razor-sharp sword energy, no one could possibly escape unscathed. The notorious Bear Hal, with a bounty of 100 million berries, had been so easily vanquished. The entire bear pirate crew annihilated. Gloria struggled to comprehend the events unfolding before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon the tumultuous waters. Then, her attention shifted to the figure aboard Arnold's ship. Monki stood resolute on the deck, wielding a katana, exuding an aura of invincibility. Despair filled her heart at that moment. Fear crept into every corner of her being, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She was indeed a notable figure in the Grand Line, boasting a bounty of 98 million berries. Such prowess placed her among the elite of the Grand Line. Yet, witnessing the scene before her, she felt an icy chill akin to winter. Her subordinates, too, mirrored her trepidation. Good heavens, the bear pirate crew had been eradicated, and all it took was a single strike. One blow had obliterated the pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, and the formidable pirate ship had been destroyed as well. The surrounding pirates spoke in hushed tones, their fear palpable. Just moments ago, they continued to audaciously deliberate on how to address the situation with Arnold and his pirate crew. Yet, only a few minutes had elapsed. They have undergone tremendous changes. Their arrogant demeanor was swiftly subdued, leaving only a sense of dread in its wake. How could this be? He was so young. If the Grand Route harbored such formidable pirates, why had we never heard of them before? Julia was engulfed in fear, her mind racing with questions. She contemplated ordering her subordinates to flee this place. Yet, she suddenly realized that the young man was casting a cold, piercing gaze in her direction. Turn back. Hurry and leave, Julia shouted hoarsely. A blinding light gradually materialized in her vision. There was no time left, absolutely none. At that moment, she truly empathized with the plight of the ferocious bear, Hal. All she could do was endure. She instinctively drew her weapon and raised it defensively. In an instant, crack. The strike had yet to reach her, yet her weapon began to splinter, fissures appearing and rapidly spreading, with parts already starting to flake away. What was this? Surprise filled Julia's eyes. The residual force? Was such power truly so overwhelming? What followed was a sharp, slicing blow, crashing toward her chest. Even the sea was rent asunder, a colossal chasm forming in its depths. Suddenly, the ocean erupted into tumultuous waves, the surf churning violently. Crack! The entire pirate ship was cleaved in two. At that same moment, the vessel splintered, cracks fracturing its hull, and pieces began to plummet into the depths below. Gradually, the entire pirate ship began to disintegrate. It was accomplished with but a single strike, leaving the remaining two pirate ships in astonishment. At this moment, their hearts are utterly astonished. Yet, even so, they too could not escape such a fate. Whoosh! Once more, two swift, sharp strikes descended from the sky, directly striking the remaining members of the two pirate crews. No, please, I implore you. The desperate cries of the pirates echoed from afar, pleading for mercy. Gradually, their voices were drowned out. Thunderous. Two colossal pirate ships were instantly obliterated, leaving only fragments of wood adrift upon the sea. Among the pirates aboard, some met their demise immediately, others sustained grave injuries, while a few plummeted into the ocean. On the deck, Monki lowered his katana and surveyed his surroundings. The surface of the water was littered with the bodies of pirates and floating debris. A faint smile crept upon Monki's lips as he marveled at the ease with which the denizens of the Grand Line could eradicate them. It required scarcely any effort to bring about the total annihilation of 4 pirate crews. Arnold and his subordinates were rendered speechless at the sight before them. They have truly never encountered anyone with such formidable strength. With just 4 strikes, he vanquished 4 formidable pirate crews. Lord Monki is indeed extraordinary. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of admiration and trepidation. Prior to this moment, they had never witnessed such events. In less than 10 minutes, 4 pirate crews were eradicated. More chillingly, the leaders of these crews had bounties hovering around 100 million berries. In the Grand Line, such power is already considered elite. Yet, even with such prowess, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of Monkey D. Luffy. It appears that the pirates of the New World indeed possess capabilities far surpassing their own. Arnold trembled in shock. If this is the reality, how could they ever venture into the New World? Would that not be akin to marching towards their own demise? If someone of Monkey's caliber is deemed not exceptionally powerful, what then can be said of the top-tier pirates? Arnold found it utterly unimaginable. Furthermore, after witnessing this series of events, his desire for the New World gradually morphed into a profound fear. He no longer yearned for it with the same fervor as he did at the outset. He believed that, given his and his subordinates' capabilities, they were indeed unworthy of venturing into the New World. Chapter 88. Arrival at the Sabaody Archipelago. He pondered. If the pirates in the New World possessed strength comparable to that of Monkey D. Luffy, then no matter how many allies they gathered, it would ultimately be futile. After all, this was a war that could not be won merely by numbers. Arnold's inner conviction had begun to waver. He is currently in a state of inner turmoil, uncertain whether he should persevere in pursuing the New World. This is the matter that demands his utmost attention at present. He had always regarded the New World as his ultimate goal. However, upon witnessing the capabilities of Monkey and hearing his words, which did not seem to be threats, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. After all, if every individual in the New World possessed such formidable powers, venturing there would merely hasten his own demise. Monkey observed Arnold's contemplative silhouette and gently patted his back. I promised to assist you with the challenges along the way. And now it is your turn to fulfill your vow by taking me to Sabaody Archipelago. Rest assured, Lord Monkey, I will see to it that this task is accomplished. Arnold commanded. The pirate ship began its voyage towards Sabaody Archipelago. The sea breeze caressed gently, while remnants of pirate ships floated on the surface, alongside a handful of resilient pirates clinging to debris, struggling desperately. They watched as the ship gradually receded from their sight. Only about 100 pirates remained, while the others had either met their end at Monkey's hands or succumbed to the depths of the sea. The entire ocean bore an eerie resemblance to a slaughterhouse. For those who had survived, two fates awaited them, exhaustion leading to drowning or being devoured by the sea kings lurking beneath the waves. Unless, by some stroke of fortune, they were rescued by a passing vessel. Yet, such a possibility was exceedingly slim, given the vastness of this maritime expanse, with no ship in sight. How was I unaware of the existence of such terrifying figures in the Grand Line? This individual is truly formidable. Their memories before death are filled with vivid images of Monki D. Luffy's rampage, alongside the perplexities that linger in their minds. They have traversed the Grand Line for many years, yet they have never encountered anyone as formidable as Monki. A few days later, in the waters near the Sabaody archipelago, Monki could faintly discern the outlines of the islands from the deck. The pirate ship gradually drew closer to the Sabaody archipelago, a few hundred meters from the coast. Several vessels could be clearly seen anchored along the shore. Among them were merchant ships transporting goods and some pirate ships. The Sabaody archipelago is an open island. Thus the presence of pirates here has become quite commonplace. Only by coating their ships at the Sabaody archipelago can pirates set sail to the New World. Consequently, nearly all pirates aspiring to reach the New World tend to congregate here. Master Monki, we shall not disembark, Arnold sighed. Are we not going to the New World? Monki chuckled, having anticipated Arnold's decision to relinquish the idea of venturing into the New World. Some individuals dedicate their lives to their ideals without regard for personal safety, while others abandon their aspirations out of fear of death. It is simply a matter of personal choice, and Monki chose to respect Arnold's resolution. We shall not go. Arnold's expression was somewhat complex. After witnessing Monki's extraordinary abilities, it became evident that such prowess would be of little significance in the New World. Their survival there would likely be short-lived. If the New World truly is as perilous as you say, then we need not vie for a place there. Perhaps I am not suited for life in such harsh conditions. My crew and I merely wish to continue our lives in the Grand Line as a pirate crew. The New World is far too brutal. I shall remain here. The Grand Line is my ultimate sanctuary. Monki believed Arnold had made the most prudent decision for himself. After all, their strength would inevitably lead to swift annihilation upon entering the New World. Indeed, this is a commendable choice for you, Monki smiled. He was preparing to disembark from the ship when suddenly, Arnold called out to him. Lord Monki, I still wish to present you with a token of appreciation. For you have rendered us immense assistance. Is that so? Monki paused, intrigued. This is a treasure map given to me by the pirate Rodney. Indicating the location where he stored all his amassed wealth, Arnold declared earnestly, standing upright on the deck. The crew behind him regarded Monki with unwavering determination. Arnold exhaled deeply and handed the treasure map to Monki. It is said that Rodney had a penchant for collecting exquisite weapons. Therefore, I believe that the place marked on this map harbors many precious and rare arms. I hope you may find a weapon worthy of your prowess within. Monki accepted the map, studied it intently, and then confidently pocketed it. Thank you, he said solemnly to Arnold. There is no need for thanks. On the contrary, we owe you our gratitude. Had it not been for your timely intervention, we would have perished at the hands of the ferocious bear pirate crew. Arnold replied with gravity. My lord, I am profoundly grateful. The other pirates expressed with deep reverence. Indeed, were it not for Monki, they would have surely met their demise beneath the waves. Until we meet again. Monki smiled as he departed from the pirate ship. He leapt gracefully and arrived at the edge of the shore. He did not turn back, taking slow, deliberate steps into the depths of the Sabaody archipelago. Gradually, he vanished from the gaze of the crowd. As they watched his retreating figure, they murmured, I have never encountered a pirate with such a gentle temperament, yet possessing formidable strength. He is truly my idol. Indeed, a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries was effortlessly defeated with a single blow. If only I could wield even a fraction of Lord Monki's prowess, I would be overjoyed. You are still far from it. They replied. It was evident that Lord Monki's abilities were extraordinary. He had obliterated 4 pirate crews in mere minutes, suggesting that his bounty must be exorbitantly high. I wager it is around 200 million berries. 200? Impossible. It must be at least 300 million berries. They debated fervently. Arnold, observing their excitement, declared, Brothers, if we cannot venture into the New World, let us remain in the Grand Line and carve out our own domain. Indeed, the captain speaks wisely. This is where we belong. Brothers, set sail for home. Let us prepare for our next journey. The pirate ship began to turn around, gradually distancing itself from the Sabaody archipelago. Under the setting sun, they sailed further away. Thanks to Monki, one could say they had narrowly escaped disaster. Chapter 89. What kind of monster is this? The sea stretched vast and endless before them. With the gentle breeze, ripples danced across the water, and waves continuously crashed against the shore. Above, fluffy white clouds floated by, accompanied by seagulls gliding through the air. On the surface of the water, a multitude of corpses floated, those of sea kings. In an instant, as the sea kings sank to the depths, the bodies vanished from sight, leaving only the remnants of ships drifting on the surface. 2 days had passed, and most of the shipwreck debris had been carried further away by the currents. Yet, some wooden fragments remained in the distance. For enormous pirate ships had been utterly destroyed by Monki. The mere aftershocks of his power were sufficient to rend those vessels asunder. Gradually, a colossal warship appeared on the horizon, making its way towards this spot. The warship anchored on the tranquil sea. On its deck stood a Navy officer clad in a white uniform, armed with a saber. He was a naval brigadier general. He gazed upon the vast expanse of the ocean before him. 2 days prior, a vessel had witnessed a fierce battle among 5 pirate crews, with one crew pitted against the other 4. In the end, the latter 4 were utterly annihilated. The astonishing feat was accomplished by a remarkably young individual, who single-handedly vanquished 4 pirate crews. It was truly remarkable. I must ascertain the true nature of this person. We cannot allow the emergence of unknown pirates in this area. Otherwise, we would find ourselves in a highly disadvantageous position, the commander instructed. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding pirate ships began to converge towards the location where the warship was anchored. Among the information he gathered, the wreckage of these vessels was the pirate ship that had been single-handedly destroyed by that young lad. He single-handedly employed merely 4 techniques to vanquish 4 pirates, each with a bounty of 100 million berries. The combined prowess of these 4 pirates must have been formidable, yet they were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of this young man. In what seemed an almost desperate situation, it was astonishing that it was these 4 pirate crews that met their demise. It is truly unbelievable. One must hasten to uncover the origins of this individual. In the Grand Line, how could there exist such a remarkably powerful entity? Given the current circumstances, his abilities undoubtedly ascend to the level of a bounty of 300 million berries. Yet, why had we never heard of such a pirate before? Within the Grand Line, those with bounties reaching 300 million berries are exceedingly rare. The commander furrowed his brow, feeling a profound sense of unease. He is Maz, a member of the naval headquarters. As a rear admiral, he holds a significant position within the upper echelons of the Navy. However, upon receiving this news, he was struck with profound shock and trepidation. If the information were indeed accurate, it meant that a single individual had annihilated 4 pirate crews. Should they encounter this person, defeat would be inevitable. One person vanquishing 4 pirate crews, each with a bounty of 100 million berries, is an astonishing feat. The combined bounty of these 4 formidable pirate crews nearly surpasses 600 million berries. How could such a powerful coalition be eradicated by a solitary individual? Moreover, this person accomplished this remarkable feat with merely 4 moves. Who could he be, and what ambitions does he harbor in the Grand Line? Moss pondered anxiously, the sense of panic intensifying within him. He naturally comprehended that these 4 pirate crews were considered to be of the highest caliber within the Grand Line. After all, the Grand Line is not akin to the New World. Here, due to the constraints imposed by the Navy, the growth of pirates is relatively sluggish. Nevertheless, even so, they still perished at the hands of an individual. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. Maz turned to a nearby sailor and said, "Retrieve some wreckage from the ships. I need to examine it." "At once," responded the sailor. Before long, he returned, holding a piece of shipwreck. Maz took the fragment into his hands and scrutinized it intently. He gazed for several minutes, ultimately uncovering a truly horrifying sight, the wreckage of a ship. Did each fragment bear such fissures? Indeed, Maz discerned a commonality among these remnants. Almost every piece of wood was densely riddled with minute cracks. With just a gentle application of force, the wood crumbled into dust. Maz was nearly entranced by the spectacle before him. It was evident that this was the aftermath of a violent assault. How could this be? Such power was utterly terrifying. As he surveyed the fragments before him, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. From the remnants in his hands, he could sense the profound despair that enveloped the pirates who faced the onslaught. After all, when confronted with such formidable aggression, the possibility of retaliation was utterly non-existent. Were it a duel with a master swordsman, a single stroke would cleave the pirate ship in 2, leaving no trace of such fissures. This indicated that the man's strike was not merely a sharp blade of energy, it was imbued with additional residual effects that, while slicing through the pirate ship, also reverberated throughout the entire vessel. What kind of power could yield such devastating force? Maz was astounded, unable to fathom the answer. Then he assigned a group of individuals with the intention of organizing several vessels to be coated and submerged into the depths of the ocean, in order to salvage the pirate ships that lie beneath the waves. He believed that as long as the pirate ship remained, it could certainly be salvaged. Maz's men swiftly set about the task. However, after 2 hours, his subordinates hurriedly arrived to report, "Commodore, we have indeed spotted the pirate ship. But it is not at the seabed. Rather, it is merely a few hundred meters away, ensnared by several rocks." Upon observation, we noted that although the ship had been cleaved in two, the entire vessel was riddled with cracks, presenting a truly terrifying sight. The hull was densely covered with fissures. When they beheld this scene, they were instantly rendered speechless. They found it difficult to comprehend what force could inflict such devastation. It was truly the presence of a monstrous entity. Maz, although he had anticipated this revelation, could not suppress the shock that surged within him. Everything was precisely as he had conjectured. It was not the sheer power of the strike that had obliterated the entire pirate ship, but rather the aftershock that followed. Thus, even if the captain of the pirate ship could withstand the initial blow, there was no way to defend against the ensuing wave of force. In other words, their demise was inevitable. One thing was certain: the aftershock of the young man's strike possessed an extraordinary might. Where did this individual originate? Why was such a monstrosity present in the Grand Line? As Maz pondered these questions, a chill suddenly coursed through him. He swiftly retrieved the transponder snail, his eyes betraying an unmistakable panic and dread. This matter must be reported to Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 90. The bounty of the mysterious swordsman. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the sea. Large fragments of shipwrecks floated upon the water, gradually drifting into the distance. The naval fleet anchored in this maritime expanse. On the deck, fueled by previous clues and deductions, Maz was gripped by profound fear. He could scarcely believe that such a formidable monstrosity had emerged in the Grand Line. Maz held firm to his deductions. Firstly, the 4 notorious pirate crews each had captains with bounties hovering around 100 million berries, yet even in their formidable state, they had been utterly decimated. Thus, it could be inferred that the strength of that man must be incredibly formidable. However, there was no information regarding this individual within the Navy. This lack of knowledge filled Maz with trepidation. It was precisely this ignorance that terrified him, as he could not even begin to contemplate how to guard against such a foe. Without hesitation, Maz seized the transponder snail and initiated communication. Bring. The sound of the transponder snail echoed through his office. "This is Sengoku." A man's voice resonated from the transponder snail. Maz listened intently to Admiral Sengoku's words. "He is the highest-ranking officer in the Navy, Admiral Sengoku. Here stands Brigadier General Maz, who informs that we are still some distance from the Sabaody archipelago. However, a few days ago, we received intelligence from a merchant ship passing through this area. They reported witnessing a fierce clash among 5 pirate crews. Ultimately, a member from one of the crews annihilated the 4 opposing pirate ships. Hence, we came here to investigate and discovered some astonishing clues, which I am now reporting to you." Maz relayed these findings to Admiral Sengoku. After a brief moment, Sengoku inquired, "Are you suggesting that a formidable pirate has emerged in the Grand Line capable of single-handedly obliterating 4 pirate crews?" "Indeed," Maz affirmed. "Is there anything else of note?" "I dispatched personnel to survey the waters and uncovered numerous shipwrecks. However, these wrecks are riddled with cracks and crumble to dust with even the slightest pressure." Maz paused before continuing. "Thus, based on these clues, I surmise that the pirate ships belonging to the 4 crews were not destroyed by direct attack from this individual, but rather by the residual force of a slash. Consequently, I sent another team for further reconnaissance and discovered a pirate ship sunken not far from here, its hull already marred with fissures. Therefore, it can be concluded that this vessel, too, succumbed to the effects of a slash, having been cleaved in two and subsequently ravaged by the shock waves, leaving every corner of its structure in tatters. According to these findings, the residual force of this slash is the pivotal factor in the destruction of the pirate vessels. Maz reported all these matters to Admiral Sengoku, who remained silent on the other end of the transponder snail. After a prolonged pause, Sengoku remarked, "I comprehend your intent. The residual force of this individual's attack likely possesses some mysterious effect capable of annihilating entire pirate ships. I shall provisionally designate it as destructive force. Based on this individual's actions, I suspect he is indeed a pirate. Furthermore, his capabilities are formidable, allowing him to single-handedly vanquish 4 pirate crews, each led by captains with bounties reaching as high as 100 million berries. Thus, I speculate that his bounty should be around 300 million berries. However, we still remain unaware of his background. I believe we need to continue our investigations to uncover his origins and identity. Within the Navy, we have yet to discover any information pertaining to this pirate. Therefore, the investigation is both crucial and challenging. Brigadier General Maz, are you willing to undertake this mission? Maz felt as though a weight had been lifted from his chest. Yet he solemnly assented. Moments later, he inquired again, Marshal of the Warring States, should we establish a bounty list for him? A bounty list? The Marshal of the Warring States fell silent. He possesses no knowledge regarding this individual's information. Otherwise, he would have established a bounty. Yet, for now, where does he originate from? What is his name? What does he look like? I am utterly ignorant of these details. How can I establish a bounty notice? Is it truly feasible to rely solely on these scant clues? After a moment of contemplation, he said, let us draft a reward notice for the time being. Should any useful information arise later, we can refine the clues regarding this individual. As members of the Navy, they must exert control over this maritime domain. The emergence of such a formidable individual, unbeknownst to them, is simply unacceptable. At the very least, they ought to ascertain the identity of this person. This sense of being left in the dark has left the officers at the naval headquarters quite displeased. Are you currently near the Sabaody archipelago? Sengoku inquired of MZ. Indeed, MZ affirmed, nodding while holding the Den Mushi. Their current location is merely 2 days away from the Sabaody archipelago. I command you to proceed to the Sabaody archipelago immediately. Perhaps the individual you seek resides in that very place. I surmise that he must have arrived here with a purpose, but what could that purpose be? I hypothesize that he is highly likely to have traversed this maritime expanse en route to the Sabaody archipelago. He may have already reached his destination. Therefore, Brigadier Maz, I implore you to fulfill my request with utmost diligence and caution, for this individual possesses formidable abilities. The warlord of the Warring States terminated the communication device. Maz instructed his subordinates, set course for the Sabaody archipelago at once. Understood. Maz slowly set down the communication device, while on the other end, the warlord of the Warring States remained enveloped in silence. He is pondering when, within the grand maritime routes, there will emerge such a formidable pirate. He found it utterly perplexing. Where did this individual originate? Why was there no trace of him within the entire naval headquarters? Moreover, among the pirates with a bounty of 300 million berries, none matched his description. He decided to draft a bounty notice. Sengoku pondered for a moment. What name should he use? What alias would be appropriate? Furthermore, what tier of bounty would be suitable? Sengoku fell into silence, contemplating for an extended period. Ultimately, a resolution emerged. After a brief interlude, he exhaled deeply and murmured to himself, let us refer to him as the Doomsday Swordsman for now, as we possess no concrete information. Once Maz arrives at Sabaody archipelago, if he encounters this individual or acquires any valuable intelligence, we can amend this bounty notice accordingly. Thus, this nameless bounty notice was finalized in the hands of Admiral Sengoku. Name, Doomsday Swordsman. Alias, Bounty, 300 million berries. Identity, unknown deeds. Single-handedly eliminated the Bear pirate crew along with 3 other pirate crews. Special traits, utilizes slashing attacks with residual wave effects. Additional, a bounty of 50 million berries offered for information regarding this individual. Chapter 91. Is the New World this lame? Sabaody archipelago. This small archipelago boasts a total of 79 trees, each tree representing a town. Thus, the moniker of Sabaody archipelago is derived from this unique characteristic. Within Sabaody archipelago, there exist 79 islands, all interconnected, distinguished by numerical designations. Consequently, they correspond to islands numbered from 1 to 79. Each numbered island is constructed in a distinct manner. Some engage in human trafficking, while others partake in human auctions, representing various illicit territories. In this locale, although human trafficking is not sanctioned, the Navy has not exerted particularly stringent control. The primary reason for this leniency is that the clandestine overseers of Sabaody archipelago are from the celestial dragon lineage. Under their dominion, it has inevitably transformed into a playground for pirates. Yet, simultaneously, the common folk suffer greatly. On the surface, Sabaody archipelago appears exceedingly opulent, but only those entrenched within its confines comprehend its darker aspects. It is precisely for this reason that many pirates congregate here. After all, this is the sole passage to the New World, They must coat their vessels in Sabaody archipelago before they can set sail into the depths of the sea. They all refer to this place as the starting station, where they embark on their journey to a new world. The Shakir lasso bar beckons. I ought to inquire with others, perhaps in any region of the Sabaody Islands. Monki murmured to himself that upon arriving on this island, he sensed an extraordinary atmosphere. The entire island appeared to be thriving, abundant in offerings. Bubbles floated in the air, a unique spectacle of the Sabaody Islands. This phenomenon arises from the roots of the Yarkaman mangrove, where the distinctive resin secreted during respiration expands into bubble-like forms. There are a total of 79 such trees scattered throughout the Sabaody Islands, just like the one Monki currently occupied. Beneath the surface, enormous roots sprawled out. Monki strolled down the street, observing the myriad of transportation peculiar to the Sabaody Islands, all adorned with bubbles. What secrets does Arnold's treasure map hold? Monki retrieved the map from his person. It is the treasure map left by Rodney before his demise. According to his words, this map is the illustrious artifact bequeathed by Rodney, indicating where all his possessions lie buried. This situation bears resemblance to the deeds of a figure etched in Monki's memory, Pirate King Roger. Is he emulating Roger? Monki chuckled softly, realizing that indeed. Many hold admiration for Roger. Yet, Arnold also mentioned that Rodney had a penchant for collecting exquisite blades. The precious weapons he amassed should be marked on this treasure map as well. At this moment, Monki yearned for a reliable weapon. Nevertheless, the priority remains to visit Shakir's lasso bar to gather intelligence on the whereabouts of the clown Buggy and the Straw Hat Pirates. He also wished to meet the Pirate King Rayleigh. If circumstances allowed, Monki looked forward to seeking counsel on the manipulation of tremors. The treasure map before him was filled with symbols difficult to decipher, leaving him momentarily perplexed. A glance at the contents revealed no words, only vague lines and dark dots. Monki felt somewhat at a loss. Even having obtained the treasure map, he had no inkling of the precise location, let alone where to find a weapon. Thus, he resolved to head to Shakir's lasso bar, hopeful that he might glean useful information regarding the treasure map. Monki returned the map to his pocket. He continued onward, intending to casually inquire about the specific location of Shaki's notorious bar in the Sabaody archipelago. After all, this establishment holds a certain renown within the archipelago. Anyone who has lingered there for a time would undoubtedly be aware of its whereabouts. At that moment, a cacophony erupted in the distance, drawing the crowd closer. Their chatter rife with speculation. Monki caught snippets of conversation. What was happening? A brawl? It appeared that members of the Greedy Wolf Pirates were involved, led by their captain, Greedy Wolf Seiko, whose bounty reportedly reached an astonishing 12 million berries. And what of the opposing party? It seemed he was an unfamiliar face. Rumor had it that they were from the Iron Bull Pirates, commanded by Iron Bull Lester, who was said to have been unable to survive in the New World and had returned to the Grand Line. Unable to survive in the New World? How utterly disgraceful. What? From the New World? Monki had initially intended to proceed directly, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. To his surprise, he encountered individuals from the New World in the Sabaody Islands. Monki was exceedingly intrigued by the Iron Bull pirate crew and wondered what they were truly like. Thus, he made his way towards the crowd. He observed two groups of individuals glaring fiercely at one another. The atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive. In the foreground, they squared off against one another, the specter of war looming ominously. However, one pirate crew comprised several hundred members, while their adversaries numbered merely 20 or so. Consequently, they appeared exceedingly disadvantaged. The leader of the weaker faction was a middle-aged man, his pallor strikingly pronounced. It was evident that they were at a distinct disadvantage, both in terms of morale and numbers. Is this the Iron Bull pirate crew? Pathetic indeed. From the ranks of the dominant faction stepped forth a man, who stood before the pale leader with an air of utter disdain, his face a mask of scorn. Cough, cough. Lester, the captain of the Iron Bull pirate crew, appeared frail, as if he had sustained injuries, and he could not suppress a fit of coughing. To retreat to the Grand Line after failing to thrive in the New World is truly a sign of mediocrity, scoffed the predatory wolf, Seiko, his gaze filled with contempt. You are unworthy to linger in the Sabaody archipelago. As pirates, your weakness is disgraceful. Why not vanish from my sight? You. Some of Lester's crew could scarcely bear the affront and prepared to confront him. Yet, Lester restrained them with a shake of his head. The pirates behind him clenched their fists in frustration, bowing their heads. The words from across the way, though intolerable, rang with an undeniable truth. For instance, they are indeed failures. Otherwise, they would not have returned to the Grand Line. Thus, regarding this matter, they find themselves at a loss for words. Who would have anticipated that the newcomers from the New World would be so feeble? It appears that the New World is not all that impressive, lacking any grounds for boasting. If the New World is populated solely by individuals of such incompetence, it seems our greedy wolf pirate crew could easily dominate the region. As greedy wolf Seiko spoke, he could not help but burst into laughter. Chapter 92, allowing this group to witness the true essence of the New World. The boss is certainly correct. If we were to venture into the New World, we could undoubtedly carve out our own territory. The so-called Four Emperors would likely prove no match for us. Just by observing their demeanor, one can infer that the New World is far from as formidable or vicious as rumored. Even these novices could manage to escape with their lives. Doesn't that speak volumes? This is truly embarrassing. The pirates behind greedy wolf Seiko mocked the Iron Bull pirate crew before them. Meanwhile, the onlookers engaged in hushed discussions, some wearing expressions of derision. Let us depart, Lester sighed, casting a glance at Seiko without uttering a word, preparing to lead his crew away from the scene. He offered little explanation, for it held no significance for him. Let them say whatever they wish. It bears no relevance to us. They resembled defeated hounds, indeed deserving to be cast out of the archipelago of Sabaody. Seiko gazed at Lester with a look of disdain. In the future, be mindful as you traverse. Avoid provoking those stronger than yourselves. As failed pirates, one must possess such awareness. The New World is not a realm designed for your feeble kind. Moreover, if even novices like you can salvage a life from the New World and return to the Grand Line, it seems many have overestimated the prowess of the pirates within that domain. Could it be that those under the Four Emperors are deliberately disseminating such rumors, fearing our encroachment upon their territories? I believe my conjecture holds merit. The New World's brutality is likely a ruse, a fabrication from those serving the Four Emperors, aimed at consolidating their own positions. Greedy wolf Seiko grew increasingly animated, brimming with confidence in his own capabilities. Boss, several of Lester's subordinates behind him were poised to interject. No need for explanations. Let them think as they will, Lester interrupted with a cough. He glanced at Seiko, who was poised to question Lester, though the timing remained uncertain. Before him stood a young lad. You little rascal, who are you? Seiko inquired with a disdainful expression. Around them, everyone directed their gaze towards Monki. At that moment, it was none other than Monki who appeared beside Seiko. Initially, he merely intended to join the fray. However, after listening to Seiko's words, he felt it necessary to demonstrate to this arrogant captain the true might of the New World, considering he too was among the subordinates of the Four Emperors. It was only natural to vindicate the Four Emperors. This greedy wolf Seiko audaciously claimed that the brutality of the New World was a deliberate fabrication by the Four Emperors. Monki admired the imagination of this individual. Just where was the New World cruel? It was the capricious and shifting climate, the sea kings that could devour pirate ships whole, and the treacherous waters rife with undercurrents. These were the perilous aspects of the New World. Moreover, there existed formidable pirates. In other words, it was precisely due to the presence of the Four Emperors that the New World did not descend into utter chaos. Were it not for the Four Emperors, the strife among pirates would intensify. Although the Four Emperors did not entirely govern the New World, they maintained a semblance of order, preventing it from spiraling into chaos. Additionally, there was another reason. Monki was currently low on berries. This boastful captain before him could surely yield a substantial sum. If Shaki's bar did not extend him any favors, he could leverage this situation as a bargaining chip, allowing them to witness the true nature of the New World and imparting a valuable lesson. Monki smiled as he regarded Seiko, sensing the hostile gazes of Seiko's crew fixated upon him, while an aura of menace radiated from Seiko himself. Boss, it seems this kid doesn't wish to live, remarked one of Seiko's subordinates. The onlookers, as well as the Iron Bull pirates opposite Seiko, gazed at Monki with a mix of terror and confusion. What was happening? Did this lad seek his own demise? Was he unaware that the greedy wolf pirates were not to be trifled with? This young man boldly approached them. How audacious. The surrounding crowd could not help but murmur. Yet, I believe he is already on the brink of death. This sentiment was shared not only by the onlookers, but also by the Iron Bull pirates, with some even quietly asking their captain if they should intervene. Lester sighed. Since returning from the New World, he had thoroughly come to terms with reality, discarding all unrealistic notions. I am no longer the person I once was. Upon hearing Lester's words, his subordinates fell silent. What do you intend to do? You insolent brat? Seiko glanced at Monki with a disdainful smile. Do you wish to defend these worthless fools? Not at all. Monki gently shook his head and replied. I merely wish to make you aware that your perception of the new world is flawed. Otherwise, a multitude of pirates will venture into the new world only to meet their demise. What perception? Did you not just state that the cruelty of the new world is a lie propagated by the four emperors? Monki asserted, I must clarify this matter and, in the process, show you the true nature of the new world. As soon as he finished speaking, Seiko's eyes brimmed with fury. Meanwhile, Monki, unperturbed, drew forth his katana. The active Haki enveloping the blade. He raised his katana, directing it towards Seiko. Do you wish to engage in combat with me? It seems you are not far from death. Seiko smiled faintly. I also aim to enlighten you on the true essence of the new world. You too shall pay with your life. Without a hint of trepidation, Monki retorted. For him, educating these ignorant individuals was a rather amusing endeavor. Yet, he overlooked one crucial fact. To these pirates, he was still far too young, merely a disparity in age, lacking in both strength and experience. He is undoubtedly deserving of the title of the highest in the arena. After all, Monki has directly confronted the drought. He brandished the katana in his hand. In Seiko's eyes, a swift strike was hurtling towards him. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Just then, Seiko was about to retreat. However, the distance was too short, and the speed too swift. Seiko realized that there was no way to evade this impending attack. At that moment, Seiko finally reacted. He gazed at Monki with trepidation, yet he could not discern his shadow. At that moment, he finally comprehended the magnitude of the calamity he had invoked. This individual was beyond his capacity to provoke. Wait, Seiko exclaimed hurriedly. He aspires to reign supreme in the new world. How could he possibly be vanquished at the very outset? He harbors a multitude of unfinished plans within his heart. Yet, at this moment, the words he had yet to utter have all vanished. He could no longer muster any response. A cold blade pressed menacingly against his throat. He had no doubt that a mere flick of his wrist would sever the head of anyone who dared to challenge him. Chapter 93, Coincidence. I have come from the new world, and it is nothing short of a display of overwhelming power. Indeed, this confrontation had scarcely begun before it was abruptly concluded. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed upon the young man who clutched the katana with unwavering resolve. It was astonishing. The captain of this pirate crew had a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, yet this young man vanquished him with such ease. Moreover, Seiko had not even been afforded the opportunity to retaliate. The infamous greedy wolf Seiko found himself utterly subdued, devoid of any chance to fight back. Despite his bounty of 120 million berries, who could have anticipated that such a formidable pirate would be so effortlessly overwhelmed by this youthful challenger? Subdued in the blink of an eye, fear gripped the hearts of all who witnessed the scene unfold. Among them, the members of Iron Bull pirate crew, including Lester, were equally astonished by the display of strength. It was truly remarkable to see Seiko subdued in mere seconds. They have yet to fully comprehend the situation. When did Monki launch his assault? It is truly unbelievable. Boss, the subordinates of Lester were so astonished that they could scarcely utter a word. The power displayed is simply overwhelming. Lester could not help but exclaim. He suffered a devastating blow in the new world, rendering him incapable of returning to his former self. Otherwise, he would never have endured the taunts of Seiko in silence. However, he has witnessed numerous monumental battles in the new world. After all, he has also navigated through the new world. Even though he escaped from it, that was several years ago. He had witnessed some battles among formidable pirates. It was evident that Monki's strength was monstrous. The Grand Line harbored individuals of such immense power. Lester trembled in fear, questioning whether he had any place in the Grand Line. When did the inhabitants of the Grand Line become so formidable? Suddenly, both Lester and his subordinates felt as though they had been forsaken by this era. Even in the Grand Line, terrifying monsters of such strength had emerged. Was this place no longer safe? The fact that their leader was vanquished in an instant left the members of the Greedy Wolf pirate crew in a state of shock. They gazed upon their leader, held captive by Monki's katana, paralyzed with trepidation. They found it utterly inconceivable to accept this grim reality. In their hearts, Seiko was an invincible entity. Yet today, their perceptions were shattered. In mere seconds, Seiko was overwhelmed by this young man, almost annihilated in an instant. Even before he had the chance to engage, it was all brought to a swift conclusion. His subordinates could not help but begin to question their leader's prowess. Indeed, it was quite clever, just as you mentioned. I hail from that place, which is, in reality, not as brutal as it seems. Monki held a katana in his hand, smiling as he gazed at Seiko. You. Seiko trembled in fear, his entire body quaking. Wait, he could hardly believe it. This person also hailed from the New World and arrived in the Grand Line. Yet, compared to the might of the Iron Bull pirate crew, they were on entirely different tiers. The chasm between them was akin to the vastness of a galaxy. He found himself with virtually no room for counterattack. Seiko began to doubt himself, questioning whether his abilities truly warranted the staggering bounty of 120 million. Before you die, I wish to impart something to you, Monki stated. No, please don't, Seiko exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror, shaking his head vehemently. Yet, the katana remained mercilessly poised against his throat, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Any movement could spell his demise. Not only do I hail from that new world, but I am also, as you mentioned, a member of the crew of the Yonko pirates. With that revelation, Monki, under Seiko's horrified gaze, drew his katana across the air. I have already made it clear once. You will pay with your life. Monki's expression remained inscrutable as he retracted his weapon. He trembled as the blood of Sako dripped from the blade. At that moment, Sako's head also severed from his body, rolling upon the ground until it finally came to rest. His eyes were wide open, fixated on the sky above the Sabaody archipelago, exuding an aura of terror. As a pirate with a bounty of 1.2 billion berries, he was effortlessly dealt with by Monki. For Monki, this task was as simple as eating or drinking. Blood gradually seeped into the earth, while the air was permeated with a nauseating stench, sharp and pungent. The atmosphere at that moment was decidedly eerie. Only the repulsive scent of blood wafted lightly through the air. The onlookers could hardly comprehend the scene unfolding before them. They stared blankly at Monki, their bodies frozen in disbelief. Then, they glanced at the lifeless form of Sako sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, the members of the Iron Bull pirates, including Iron Bull Sako himself, stood at a distance, rendered motionless. They found it hard to believe that what lay before them was indeed real. The members of the Greedy Wolf pirates trembled uncontrollably. Some of the pirates even succumbed to the oppressive atmosphere, collapsing to the ground. The captain? Vanquished so easily? In mere moments. He had been dispatched before he could even mount a defense. Our leader's bounty was a staggering 120 million berries. This young man is truly formidable. A chilling sensation enveloped them, their hearts consumed by an overwhelming fear. They had been pirates for quite some time, yet had never encountered such a terrifying scene. Their captain, the notorious Greedy Wolf Seiko, with a bounty of 120 million berries, had been effortlessly slain before their eyes, without even a semblance of resistance. The remaining members of the crew were engulfed in overwhelming fear and awe, scarcely contemplating avenging their fallen leader. Dead. Murmurs of shock rippled through the crowd. This moment illuminated the extraordinary prowess of the young man before them. In the Grand Line, how could someone possess such formidable strength? It was a conundrum they could scarcely fathom. According to the customs of swordsmen, they rarely sought the limelight. Was this truly the Grand Line? Lester and his subordinates found themselves questioning this reality. After all, their journey from the Grand Line to the New World had been propelled by the relatively tranquil competition of the Grand Line, which had stifled their genuine growth. However, it now appeared that their understanding of the Grand Line had been irrevocably altered. Just moments ago, Seiko, a figure of considerable power, had been dispatched in the blink of an eye by Monki, with no opportunity for retaliation. Had it not been for the conversation that delayed their demise, Lester's subordinates queried, "Shouldn't we have stayed away?" Yet Lester found himself unable to provide an answer. Chapter 94, just a slip of the foot. The atmosphere grew distinctly eerie. Monki stood amidst the crowd, which instinctively retreated, forming a wide circle around him. Though numerous, the throng fell into an unsettling silence. It was astonishing. The Greedy Wolf Seiko, with a bounty of 120 million, had met his end in such a manner? Did you see how he killed Seiko? It happened so swiftly, a flash of light. And then Seiko was seized by this boy, with scarcely a chance to resist. How could such a formidable figure as Seiko be subdued so easily? He must be a swordsman of great renown, yet until now, they had never heard of him. Whispers filled the air as they furtively observed Monki, their hearts a tumult of fear and reverence. In the wake of Greedy Wolf Seiko's demise, the Greedy Wolf pirate crew found themselves leaderless, descending into chaos. At this moment, they are at a loss as to what actions to take, let alone harboring thoughts of avenging their leader. Revenge? That would only suggest a disregard for their own existence. Their leader possesses such formidable strength, yet was vanquished in an instant. They believe that with their own capabilities, it is even less likely to contend with this young man. Resisting stubbornly is merely a path to demise. Their captain has already perished. They harbor no sorrow regarding this matter. At worst, they could simply join another pirate crew in the future. For them, it is not a significant issue. Revenge? They had never contemplated undertaking this endeavor for the insatiable wolf. Seiko. Firstly, Monchi's prowess was so formidable that it instilled a sense of hopelessness within them. Furthermore, their relationship with the infamous Sako, the Wolf of Greed, was rather superficial. When Sako reigned over the pirate crew, they merely feigned obedience to his orders. Now that the captain lay deceased, there was no longer any reason to serve him, especially at the cost of their own lives. This sentiment resonated in the hearts of all present. "My lord, I choose to leave the wolf pirates." A timid voice emerged from the crowd. A pirate stepped forth, uttered those words, and swiftly fled the scene. This spectacle astonished everyone in attendance. One by one, others declared their departure from the wolf pirates and followed suit in retreat. In a short span of time, the entirety of the wolf pirates had disbanded, with not a single soul willing to step forward to inherit Sako's position. The incredulity of the moment was palpable, evoking a profound sense of melancholy. Did this young man single-handedly annihilate the entire wolf pirate crew? They mused, gazing at Monchi. Their decision to abandon the crew stemmed from the shocking reality that Monchi had swiftly dispatched their captain. "Boss, this individual is truly terrifying," remarked a member of the Iron Bull Pirates, standing behind Lester, eyes brimming with fear. To obliterate an entire pirate crew alone was indeed a chilling prospect. Was everyone in the Grand Line now so formidable? Perhaps it would be wiser to remain in the New World, clinging to life, rather than return here. Lester silently contemplated as he bore witness to the downfall of the wolf pirates. All eyes turned to the lifeless form of Sako, lying still on the ground, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over them. After his demise, no one sought vengeance on his behalf. Even the crew he had painstakingly built crumbled instantaneously. This was nothing short of a tragic saga for a pirate. In the crowd, emotions ran high, a mix of grief and exhilaration, with all eyes fixated on Sako's body and his severed head. After all, his head carries a bounty of 1.02 billion berries. However, he recalls that Monki had slain this notorious pirate. The previous actions of Monki continued to replay vividly in their minds. They could only suppress this thought within their hearts. However, there remained a faction of bounty hunters, restless and eager. Indeed, the allure of wealth is immense. Some individuals, in their pursuit of riches, may even overlook the perilous situations in which they find themselves. After all, this amounted to a staggering 120 million berries. For all of them, it represented a substantial fortune. Monki subtly sensed that some avaricious gazes had already fixated upon him. They glanced at themselves and then at the severed head of Sako on the ground. A sudden clarity dawned upon them. Do they intend to usurp my achievements? Do they aspire to seize the triumph of another? Do I appear to be so easily bullied? Monchi let out a derisive snicker. He could hardly believe that someone could be so audacious. Having witnessed how he had slain Sako, they still dared to entertain such nefarious thoughts? I am eager to uncover the identity of this audacious individual who seeks to claim a head from me. Monchi raised the weapon in his hand, envisioning the crowd around him. The aura of Konbunchika Haki began to permeate the air. Subsequently, Monchi noticed that someone was already beginning to approach him from behind. He raised his katana and swung it downwards. In an instant, a head rolled to the ground. A man who intended to ambush Monchi from behind met his demise beneath the blade. Monchi turned to glance at the lifeless body on the ground, his expression remarkably indifferent. Clearly, this man had no inkling of how he had been slain, for his gaze remained fixated on the sky of the Sabaody archipelago. Was this not the notorious bounty hunter, Shoji? He had once taken down a bounty hunter with a reward exceeding 100 million berries. It was truly unexpected that he would attempt to seize Seiko's head from this individual. He had scarcely laid a hand on the young man before being dispatched. What folly possessed him? Did he not realize that this was a person he could not provoke? The notorious greedy wolf Sako had just fallen to his blade, and yet he dared to take such a risk. Indeed, it seemed he was blinded by the allure of the bounty. However, it remained hard to believe. After all, Shoji was a renowned bounty hunter himself, and to be so effortlessly dispatched was a testament to Monchi's terrifying prowess. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Was this truly a bounty hunter? Monchi was not particularly surprised. What need was there to contend for a head if it were not for the bounty? Yet, they still failed to recognize Monchi's true strength, as they were easily resolved by him. Alas, your head cannot be exchanged for money. Monchi cast a side glance at the corpse on the ground, then shifted his gaze to Seiko's head. He remained rooted in place, not immediately claiming Seiko's severed head, but instead stood there, awaiting any foolhardy soul who dared to challenge him. He was indeed quite willing to accompany them. However, it would come at the cost of their lives. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. What? Monki sensed the power of observation Haki. Something was amiss within the crowd. There, a rotund figure clad in blue noticed Monki's gaze fixated upon him, and in an instant, he recoiled his foot. "Sir, I merely slipped by accident. You must believe me." In a state of terror, he explained to Monki. Chapter 95. Entering the Navy base with a severed head. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet. Everyone gazed in horror at the portly figure clad in blue. It appeared that you possessed quite the audacity. Who would have anticipated that? In the face of the deaths of both Seiko and Shochi, you would still dare to continue the challenge? To contemplate an attack on this individual indeed requires remarkable courage. It is truly admirable. The expressions of those present reflected a mix of admiration and astonishment as they turned their eyes toward the blue-clad figure. The two bodies on the ground lay silently, a testament to the gravity of the situation. It was evident that anyone who dared to challenge Monki now would need immense fortitude. Or rather, one could say, anyone foolish enough to contest Monki was simply not in their right mind. In the eyes of the onlookers, this portly figure in blue seemed to be utterly deluded. "I do not wish to engage in a contest. Please refrain from speaking nonsensically," the blue-clad man insisted, gesturing frantically, as if on the verge of tears. He gazed at Monki, his face a portrait of helplessness and imploring, saying, "My lord, I truly do not wish to challenge you. It was merely a slip of the foot. Even if I had the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's courage, I would never dare to act so recklessly. After all, your prowess is truly formidable." As he spoke with increasing urgency, his face flushed crimson. After witnessing all that had just transpired, anyone could discern the extent of Monki's prowess. Even a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries fell effortlessly before him. What is he, after all? I know, Monki said with a blank expression. Huh. The chubby man in blue finally let out a sigh of relief. His legs continued to tremble uncontrollably under Monki's gaze. It was nearly impossible for anyone to remain calm. Monki confirmed that no one present wished to challenge him further. He strode over and seized the head of the Sarko. He turned around and said to the portly man in blue, "Remove your coat." "As you command," the man promptly replied, hastily shedding his outer garment. Then, without a hint of courtesy, Monki wrapped the coat around the head of Sako, lifting it with a katana that he had slung over his shoulder. This was a head worth a staggering 12 million berries. Monki was indeed in a precarious financial situation at the moment. Thus, he would not relinquish this severed head to anyone else. Indeed, the Chambered Archipelago is also home to a naval base. Thus, Monki could conveniently exchange the head for the berry he required. Without hesitation, Monki turned to head towards the naval base. However, as he prepared to depart, he cast one last glance at the gathering crowd. The moment their eyes met his gaze, not a single person dared to keep their head raised. The mere thought of being scrutinized by Monki sent shivers down their spines. After all, the preceding scenes had been the most harrowing nightmares of their lives. How could they possibly have the audacity to provoke him? Monki pointed at the stout man in blue and inquired, "Do you know the location of the naval base in the Sabaody archipelago?" "I do," the stout man replied, his voice tinged with trepidation as he nodded. "Then, would you be willing to guide me there?" Monki smiled at him. The stout man was momentarily taken aback. "To escort you would be a tremendous honor." Yet, his complexion paled significantly. "Let us set forth," Monki affirmed, and together with the stout man, they gradually departed from the scene. Everyone remained fixated on their retreating figures until they vanished completely from sight. They dared to move their bodies slightly. Yet the fear within them had not completely dissipated as they gazed upon the two lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. In a mere span of a few minutes, an astonishing series of events had unfolded. It would not be long before the news would spread throughout the entire Sabaody archipelago, for the crowd gathered here was substantial. And the incident itself was nothing short of extraordinary. The spectators were engulfed in shock and trepidation. Consequently, the inhabitants of the Sabaody archipelago soon became aware of the unfolding tale, and discussions erupted everywhere. "Have you heard? In Area 16, a conflict erupted among pirates. Has it concluded? I was planning to witness it myself. It has ended swiftly, in just a few minutes, I believe. A remarkably young man directly eliminated the captain of the Shichibukai, Seiko, who had a bounty of 120 million berries. The Shichibukai has disbanded now. Is that truly the case? What would I gain from deceiving you? Seiko did not even have the chance to retaliate before he was slain. It was a crushing defeat. I was present to witness it all unfold. Moreover, at that moment, a bounty hunter, coveting Seiko's head, prepared to ambush the young man. Yet, without even turning his head, the young man swiftly dispatched the hunter, Shochi, in an instant. Shochi never even touched him. My goodness, how terrifying. Not only did he slay Seiko, but he also effortlessly eliminated Shochi. He has previously taken down a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Who on earth is this individual? I do not know. I have never seen him before. It seems his name is not even on the bounty list. Approximately 30 minutes later, in Area 66 of the Sabaody archipelago, the naval base could be seen stationed in the distance. The entire facility appeared remarkably fortified, with numerous personnel patrolling the perimeter, while several Navy officers guarded the entrance. They were stationed at the Sabaody archipelago and were well aware of the rampant pirate activities in the area. It was common for pirates to attempt assaults on naval bases. Therefore, the Navy personnel stationed here exhibited an exceptionally high level of vigilance, constantly monitoring the movements of the pirates. Sir, ahead lies the naval base of the Sabaody archipelago. The portly man in blue attire respectfully announced. Please wait for me here. Once I exchange for the berries, I will reward you. Monki shook the severed head of the person he carried on his back. Were outsiders to witness this, they would never suspect that concealed beneath his clothing was the head of a notorious pirate. No, it's unnecessary, sir. This is my duty. How could I dare accept a reward? The blue-clad man hastily declined. Seeing his demeanor, Monki chose not to press the matter further and allowed him to depart. The portly man seemed as if he had been granted a pardon, swiftly making his exit. Monki, holding on to Sack's head, proceeded towards the naval base. The structure appeared quite formidable, indicating a significant number of Navy personnel were stationed here, given the area's frequent pirate activities. Upon arriving at the entrance of the naval base, he was halted by a naval officer who inquired, "What brings you here?" "I've come to exchange for berries," Monki replied candidly. "Are you a bounty hunter?" The officer's expression softened slightly as he gestured for Monki to proceed. "To exchange berries, just walk straight through the main gate and turn left. That is where the exchange is handled." "Thank you," Monki replied, maintaining a composed demeanor as he entered the naval base. Behind him, he could hear the officers whispering amongst themselves. "I wonder how much he intends to exchange. He looks quite young, likely new to bounty hunting." Others chimed in. "It seems about right." A colder voice interjected, "No need for such discussions. Just focus on your own duties." Chapter 96, a bounty of 120 million berries. Upon stepping through the entrance of the naval base, Monki was enveloped by a solemn atmosphere. Even in the Sabaody archipelago, notorious for its pirate activities, the environment here was remarkably serious. "I am indeed a pirate. It feels rather uncomfortable to be here," Monki mused to himself. Little did he expect that one day he would come alone to a naval base to exchange for the bounty on a pirate's head. Surely, even the Navy personnel here would not anticipate that the individual who had just entered their base was, in fact, a pirate. Following the guard's previous directions, Monki walked down a corridor, proceeding to the far end. Indeed, apart from the Navy officers he encountered along the way, he found seated a few strikingly beautiful women in Navy uniforms, who were smiling warmly at him. They were likely the staff responsible for handling the exchanges. "I've come to exchange for berries," Monki stated. He placed the head, wrapped in a coat, upon an exceedingly large table. "Sir, any bounty under 1 million berries can be redeemed at the studio to your right," the courteous female naval officer remarked. Observing the youthfulness of Monki, she presumed that the target he had eliminated must have been an inconsequential pirate. Furthermore, she doubted Monki's ability to confront any truly formidable adversary. 1 million berries. Monki chuckled in disbelief. Certainly not. The naval officer appeared somewhat taken aback and scrutinized Monki once more. Her gaze then shifted to the package on the table, a flicker of curiosity crossing her eyes. Subsequently, she inquired, "Might you kindly disclose the amount you wish to redeem? This way, I can swiftly assist you in coordinating for a greater sum of berries." "I have heard it said that this individual's head should command a bounty of 120 million berries," Monki pondered aloud. As soon as he finished speaking, the female Navy officers present were taken aback. Even those passing by could not help but pause to listen. What was happening? Could it be that they had misheard? A bounty of 120 million berries? Was this not the caliber of the most formidable pirates in the Grand Line? They found it hard to believe. However, it was not long before the female officers composed themselves and said, "Sir, what you just mentioned is quite substantial. May we first verify its worth before proceeding with the exchange?" "Certainly," Monki nodded generously. The female officer donned her gloves and opened the package. Indeed, within the coat lay a severed head. Their expressions remained remarkably calm, after all. They had encountered such occurrences far too frequently to be fazed by the sight of a head. "Go check the bounty notice," the female officer instructed her companion. "No need. If my memory serves me correctly, this individual is Seiko," Monki informed the female officer directly. He does not wish to spend an excessive amount of time here. He was primarily eager to hasten to the Shakareth bar to acquire the information he sought, and if fortune favored him, perhaps even encounter the infamous pirate king, Rayleigh. The female Navy officer was momentarily taken aback, her mind struggling to process the situation. Then, she turned to her companions and inquired, "Do you recall the pirate named Seiko? With a bounty of 120 million berries? Found him." One of her associates handed her the wanted poster, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Upon scrutinizing the bounty notice, all present were rendered speechless. The female officer held the poster tightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she glanced between the notice and the severed head on the table. The atmosphere grew charged with an unsettling tension. In disbelief, she contemplated the extraordinary reality that she stood before the head of a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. This was none other than Seiko, the captain of the Greedy Wolf Pirates. The female officer remained visibly shaken as she gazed at the wanted poster, while those around her succumbed to a wave of shock and terror. Even the passing Navy personnel were left astounded by the scene unfolding before them. Seiko of the Greedy Wolf Pirates? He is indeed a fearsome pirate of the Grand Line. Yet, astonishingly, his head now rests upon the table. Seiko's strength is evident to all, after all. His bounty had reached an astonishing 120 million berries, a title he undeniably deserved. Yet, such a formidable pirate had been decapitated and his severed head placed upon the desk of the naval base. The notorious Seiko had been slain by the very youth before him. My heavens! The infamous Greedy Wolf Seiko had indeed met his demise. Yes, this was unequivocally his head. The gaze of the female naval officer was fixed intently upon Monki. "I have already informed you. If you wish to confirm further, please do so swiftly. As I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger," Monki stated with an unperturbed demeanor. "Please hold on." The female officer compelled herself to remain composed, turning to ascend the stairs, presumably to report the astonishing news. Monki had anticipated this scene. After all, such a substantial bounty necessitated an immediate report to superiors. As the female officer departed, the atmosphere grew increasingly silent. The remaining staff were engulfed in shock and bewilderment, a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. Why had Seiko been murdered, and how could his head be in the possession of this young man? Could it be that Seiko had fallen to the hands of this youth? A group of pirates speculated in disbelief, their astonishment deepening. Here was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries, vanquished by such a young individual? What could his capabilities possibly entail? Surely, he must possess strength far surpassing that of Seiko. My goodness, how terrifying that is. After all, I have been working at the naval base for quite some time. The sight of a pirate's head with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries is indeed a rarity, almost beyond counting. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Moreover, there has never been a bounty hunter so young who has slain a pirate with such a high bounty. If this is true, the abilities of this young individual must be extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the naval base, a female officer knocked on the door of Rear Admiral Hobson's office. Upon hearing the knock, he called out, "Come in." The female officer appeared quite flustered as she approached Hobson and said, "Admiral, someone wishes to exchange berries." "Exchange berries? Is this something that requires my attention?" Hobson raised an eyebrow, feeling perplexed and bewildered. After all, he had previously instructed them that any bounties below 10 million berries need not be reported to him. "Pray tell, how much is the bounty?" Hobson inquired. The female officer, visibly anxious, replied, 120 million berries. Hobson was instantly taken aback. He had never encountered such news before. To slay a pirate with such a high bounty, one can only ponder the immense strength this individual must possess. Chapter 97. Have you truly killed Seiko? Hobson was utterly astounded. He had merely presumed that the bounty was above 10 million berries, never once contemplating that it was. In fact, a staggering bounty of 120 million berries for a pirate. This far exceeded his expectations. Hobson had only been stationed at the Navy base in the Sabaody archipelago for 2 years, and during this time, he had never encountered anyone presenting the head of a pirate with such a lofty bounty in exchange for berries. Not to mention, pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries were exceedingly rare. It was for this reason that when the female Navy officer conveyed this news to him, his astonishment was palpable. For he had never encountered such a situation before. Was the situation genuine? Hobson gazed at the female naval officer, Lattice, and inquired hesitantly. It would be quite embarrassing if he were mistaken. The situation is indeed authentic, Lattice affirmed with a solemn nod. Not only she, but all the sailors who had just witnessed the scene could attest to it. That head belonged unmistakably to the captain of the Wolf Pirates, Seiko. His bounty amounted to a staggering 120 million berries. This was indisputable. Hobson wiped the sweat from his brow, struggling to conceal his astonishment. The notorious Seiko. With a bounty of 120 million berries. Facing such a revelation, he felt an immense weight of pressure. One could only imagine the shock and exhilaration that surged within him upon receiving this news. Do you know the identity of the pirate in question? Hobson asked. The captain of the wolf pirates, Seiko, Lattice confessed candidly. Seiko. Hobson's excitement intensified. He could hardly believe it. The infamous Seiko had indeed been slain. He had long heard tales of this pirate, whose strength was exceedingly formidable. Little did he expect that one day he would be slain by a bounty hunter. Although he had yet to meet the bounty hunter, he could surmise that this individual's capabilities must surpass those of the notorious greedy wolf Seiko. Even he himself might not be able to defeat Seiko. The very fact that this person could achieve such feats indicated that his prowess was indeed remarkable. Prior to their encounter, Hobson felt a burgeoning respect for him. Major General, that individual is quite anxious. Claiming there are pressing matters to attend to and urging us to expedite the exchange, Rithies pressed. First, take me down to see this bounty hunter, Hobson insisted, eager to ascertain the identity of one so formidable. With that, he immediately rose and followed Rithies downstairs. They descended the staircase, merely a matter of minutes. Monki remained quietly at his post, his expression devoid of impatience. However, the surrounding Navy personnel regarded Monki with vigilant eyes, their gazes reflecting both astonishment and apprehension. After all, Monki's prowess was undeniably formidable. He had the capability to eliminate the treacherous Seiko with ease. With such power, it could be said that Monki could effortlessly slay every Navy member present in an instant. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps caught his attention. Monki looked up to see the female officer, Lotties, accompanied by a rear admiral. As Hobson beheld Monki, a deeper layer of astonishment enveloped him. He never anticipated that it was such a young lad who had slain the greedy wolf, Seiko. He had encountered countless bounty hunters, many of whom were formidable in strength. Yet, he had never before seen such a youthful bounty hunter. Moreover, the target he had slain was none other than the notorious greedy wolf Seiko. With a bounty of 120 million berries. Is this the individual? Hobson inquired, turning to Lotties. Indeed, Lotties confirmed with a nod. Hobson approached Monki. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Is the bounty ready? Monki asked boisterously. Please hold on for a moment. I need to verify. Monki nodded. Hobson moved to the table and cast a glance at the head resting upon it, inhaling deeply. Without a doubt, this head belonged to greedy wolf Seiko. As a rear admiral, he was intimately familiar with the notorious pirates listed on the bounty posters. There was absolutely no possibility of error. It was indeed greedy wolf Seiko, the one with a bounty of 120 million berries. Hobson nodded. With Seiko's demise, the greedy wolf pirate crew had also disbanded. Hobson reflected, filled with astonishment. For most pirate crews on the Grand Line, the death of their captain signified the disintegration of the crew. Yet, it felt as though all of this was merely a dream. Who could have imagined that the greedy wolf pirate crew would be eradicated by such a young lad? It was utterly terrifying. The next generation is indeed pushing the previous one forward. Before meeting Monki, he would have never believed that a single young man could dismantle an entire pirate crew. Rear Admiral Hobson, can you confirm this? Lotties inquired. Indeed, it is he. Hobson affirmed with a nod. Now, the bounty on greedy wolf Seiko can be nullified, for he no longer exists. It was this young man who brought about his end. Prepare the berries, Hobson instructed Lotties. For our naval base, this bounty should not pose a problem. It would be quite embarrassing for such a large base to lack even 120 million berries. Understood, Lotties replied, hastening away to procure the bounty for Monki. However, all present remained engulfed in the shock of reality, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time. They gazed at Monki, the bounty hunter who had slain Seiko. So young, yet seemingly a monster. Hobson felt overwhelmed by the aura emanating from Monki. He realized that although he held the rank of rear admiral, this young man's prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. Please wait a moment. I shall soon prepare sufficient berries, Hobson stated. No trouble at all, I can wait. Monki replied, nodding, his gaze seemingly not resting on Hobson. Through mere perception, he discerned that this rear admiral was not particularly formidable, likely on par with the notorious Seiko. Thus, Monki deemed it unnecessary to pay him much heed. After all, if he could effortlessly dispatch the likes of Seiko, why concern himself with this rear admiral? Monki had come solely for the berries. As they waited, those around continued to fixate on Monki, their expressions filled with awe and astonishment. After a prolonged hesitation, Hobson inquired. Though it may be somewhat impolite, I must confirm. Did you truly slay the infamous Seiko all by yourself? He had pondered this matter repeatedly in his mind. Could this young man truly possess such strength? Alternatively, perhaps he was merely a pawn sent by another bounty hunter. This thought compelled Hobson to ask. At that moment, the crowd held their breath, awaiting Monchi's response. After all, at such a tender age, to have vanquished a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries was indeed terrifying. Chapter 98. That person is indeed me. Must I answer this question? Monchi queried, gazing at Hobson. No, I merely lack experience and am genuinely curious. If you prefer not to disclose, you need not do so. Hobson hastily waved his hands. Indeed, Seiko met his end by my hand. I believe that poses no issue, Monchi candidly declared. With his capabilities, he could eliminate countless pirates akin to Seiko. What was there to be astonished about? Furthermore, it would not be long before this news spread throughout the archipelago. Regardless of Monchi's intent to conceal it, as so many had witnessed the event. Indeed, Hobson managed to suppress his astonishment, inhaling deeply. It was as he suspected. Seiko had been slain by Monchi. Those who overheard this revelation displayed expressions of profound admiration, their hearts shaken. A single individual capable of defeating a pirate with a bounty surpassing 100 million berries evoked immense respect. For the Navy and the Grand Line, bounty hunters held a significant status, and now Monchi had solidified his image as an exceptionally powerful bounty hunter in their minds. Truly, his abilities are remarkable. At such a young age, he managed to kill a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. When I was his age, I was but an ignorant youth. In comparison, he has already accomplished what many could only dream of. Perhaps this illustrates the disparity between individuals. The surrounding Navy personnel marveled. After a while, Lottie's arrived breathlessly, clutching a seemingly heavy package, her forehead glistening with sweat. She handed the parcel to Hobson, exclaiming, "Rear Admiral Hobson, I have prepared it. The total amounts to 120 million berries." Hobson accepted the package from Lottie's and turned to present it to Monchi. "Sir, I sincerely thank you and hope for the opportunity to collaborate again in the future, should you be inclined." Monchi smiled, saying nothing in response. He assessed the weight of the package with his hands. It was notably substantial. Then, he unsheathed the katana in his hand, lifted the package, slung it over his shoulder, and turned to depart from the workplace. The deed was accomplished. He finally ceased to worry about the scarcity of berries. Now, he could be considered a modestly wealthy man. Of course, he was merely a minor affluent individual. "Sir, are you interested in our naval base? Have you considered joining us?" Hobson inquired, cautiously directing his words towards the silhouette of Monchi. The prospect of such a powerful creature becoming a member of the Navy was, in Hobson's view, the greatest contribution he could make since assuming his position. "No need," Monchi replied without turning, waving his hand as he exited the naval base. Hobson, Lottie's, and the surrounding Navy personnel felt a sense of regret. It was indeed a pity. Such an impressive young man, if only he could become their ally, would undoubtedly instill a significant deterrent against the pirates in the Sabaody archipelago. After all, pirate activities were rampant in this region, and even as the Navy, they faced considerable personal danger. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Hobson persisted, unwilling to give up. "Monchi," came the response, still without a glance back. As he was about to depart, a familiar system voice resonated in his ears. "Ding. White fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to collect them?" "Ding. Blue fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to collect them?" "Ding. White fragments have fallen around the master. Would you like to collect them?" The voice was as enchanting as ever. Monchi had never anticipated that fragments would drop at such a moment. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to acquire 3 attribute fragments at the naval base. Without hesitation, Monchi replied, "Collect. Collection successful. The white fragment grants 1 to strength. Would you like to learn it?" "Collection successful. The blue fragment grants 1 to speed. Would you like to learn it?" In no time, Monchi had assimilated all the attribute fragments. A familiar warmth coursed through his body. Monchi opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze. Clearly, his strength had once again been augmented. Monchi relished this sensation immensely. He had grown even more formidable. A faint smile graced his lips. Not only had he amassed 20 million berries, but he had also acquired valuable attribute fragments. It was an incredible windfall. He did not spend much time here. Not only did he exchange for berries, but he also enhanced his abilities. For Monchi, the latter held even greater significance. He opened the attributes panel. "Master, Monchi's strength, 116, 4. Speed. 112. 5. Stamina. 112. 3. Instinctive reaction. 93. 3. Skills. Basic swordsmanship LV19. Swordsmanship. Swallow return. LV11. Armament Haki LV6. Observation Haki LV3. Hand-to-hand combat LV2. Fishman body LV1. Attribute points. 1. 1. Attackability. Shockwave LV360. Upon seeing these statistics, Monki felt an immense joy within his heart. This was yet another significant enhancement for him. Monki turned back and smiled at Hobson. Thank you all. The crowd looked on in confusion, not understanding his meaning. They do not comprehend the gift they bestowed upon Monki. Lotties, did you present him with a gift? Not at all. When Monki departed from the naval base, he overheard the guards engaged in fervent discussion. I just heard that half an hour ago, a formidable individual appeared in the Sabaody Islands. A person who has slain the ruthless wolf Seiko. Is the news authentic? Is he not the captain of the wolf pirates? Indeed. As they conversed, they chanced upon Monki emerging from the shadows. They inquired, young man, how much is the bounty this time? Monki chuckled softly and responded, not much. Merely 200 million berries. They were momentarily taken aback. Monki then inquired, by the way, do you know where Shaki's blackmail bar is located? They appeared as though they had just awakened from a dream. 13. One of them replied. Monki nodded and added, by the way, the person you were discussing is me. The guards were taken aback, staring in disbelief as Monki walked past them. Was this reality or merely a jest? One naval officer questioned with uncertainty. It cannot possibly be true. The others shook their heads in unison. At that moment, Hobson emerged, addressing the guards. Did you see the young man who just exited? We ought to learn from him. At such a tender age, he single-handedly vanquished the captain of the greedy wolf pirate crew. The guards were left in astonishment. Indeed. Everything was true. Chapter 99. It seems a remarkable individual has arrived. After Monki departed from the naval base, he wandered through District 66 of the Sabaody archipelago, traversing the bustling streets where the vibrancy of life was palpable. Here, one could observe the brazen presence of pirates, unrestrained in their actions. Despite the proximity of a naval base, the pirates exhibited no sign of trepidation. Their faces betrayed an unwavering confidence. The Sabaody archipelago was steeped in chaos due to the rampant activities of these marauders. As long as their actions did not cross certain egregious boundaries, they roamed freely. With the Navy reluctant to intervene in their affairs, the sheer number of pirates inhabiting this area compelled the Navy to adopt a notably lenient approach to governance. After all, those pirates bound for the New World must first undergo a rite of passage in these waters. Every day, every hour. Brigands from various corners of the Grand Line flocked to this locale. It would be an insurmountable task for the Navy to manage each one, given their limited manpower. Consequently, the military presence in the Sabaody archipelago tacitly accepted the situation. Was Shaki's bar located in District 13? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Monki's eyes. He did not linger here for too long. He lifted the package filled with berries with his katana and made his way towards the connecting passage between the regions. In the Sabaody archipelago, each area is interconnected. However, one must utilize special means of transportation, exclusive to the archipelago itself. The bubble car. Upon arriving at the connecting passage, Monki paid the requisite berries. He was quite intrigued by this mode of transport, as it was unique to Sabaody. Approximately 30 minutes later, the bubble car halted at District 13. Monki alighted from the vehicle. District 13 was well-equipped and teeming with pirates. The streets bustled with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Occasionally, Navy personnel patrolled the area, yet they exhibited no aggression towards the pirates in sight. Monki had never anticipated such a scene. Indeed, the Sabaody archipelago was exceedingly amicable towards pirates. Furthermore, human trafficking here was not regarded as a criminal offense, given that the celestial dragons controlled the entirety of Sabaody. Even if the Navy expressed dissent, they were powerless to intervene. Where is Shaki's ripoff bar? Monki inquired of a passerby. The individual gestured towards the distance, saying, Follow this road until you reach an open space, and you will find Shaki's ripoff bar. However, such a place may not be suitable for you. Why do you say that? Monki pressed for clarification. Everyone around here knows that Shaki's ripoff bar charges exorbitantly for information. After all, that is why it is called a ripoff bar. If you seek information, I suggest you consider another establishment. Coincidentally, I am headed to a place that offers information at much more reasonable rates. Moreover, the bar is filled with notorious pirates, each more villainous than the last. I fear you might become a target for their bullying, the passerby kindly warned Monki. Bullied? Monki's expression became somewhat complicated. One could only wonder what those who witnessed his swift defeat of the infamous pirate, Seiko, might think if they were to overhear this. Monki had no intention of elaborating further to the passerby. He expressed his gratitude to the passerby, then proceeded straight towards the direction indicated. Along the way, he could still hear the surrounding pedestrians incessantly discussing a particular matter. Have you heard? An hour ago, there was a major news break from the uninhabited zone, a brutal brawl. Brutal? In what way? The uninhabited zone often witnesses pirates clashing with one another. It's nothing extraordinary. Ah, but you are unaware. In that skirmish, the notorious pirate, the greedy wolf Seiko, was slain. He had a bounty exceeding 100 million berries. No way, that's horrifying. Indeed, it's true. Just imagine. The one who killed the greedy wolf Seiko dispatched him with a single stroke. Good heavens, that individual must possess terrifying prowess. Word has it that he is a relatively young pirate, unremarkable in appearance, yet undeniably at the pinnacle of strength. The bystanders continued to engage in animated conversation. They have yet to realize. The unparalleled master they spoke of was, at this moment, right beside them. Munch glanced at the group engaged in conversation and couldn't help but chuckle. Following the direction indicated by a passerby, Munch arrived at an expansive grassy field. Here, gnarled tree roots protruded from the earth, and occasionally, bubbles floated upwards from the ground, dancing in the air. A few minutes later, Munch found himself standing before the entrance of the bar. Before he even stepped inside, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of sweet wine. Through the door, he could hear the sounds of laughter and conversation from within. He ascended the staircase step by step until he reached the door. Pushing it open, Machi entered the bar. At the reception sat a woman of graceful stature, with short hair and adorned in a pink attire. Machi could not discern her exact age. Yet it was evident that she was the proprietor of the bar, Shaki. I've only had a sip, and you're demanding 500,000 berries from me? Are you attempting to rob me? No one dares to treat me this way. A pirate was engaged in a heated dispute with Shaki. The atmosphere instantly fell silent as all eyes turned to the audacious pirate. His audacity was remarkable, creating a scene in Shaki's notorious establishment. Indeed, he possesses far greater courage than we do. How foolish, he seems not to understand the rules. I fear he is courting death, murmured others. Previous troublemakers in Shaki's bar had mysteriously met their demise shortly after causing a ruckus. Shaki regarded the unruly pirate with indifference. Today, I shall ensure that your presence renders this bar unviable. This den of iniquity is utterly detestable, the pirate bellowed in anger. The name itself implies extortion. If you are unwilling, you need not enter, Shaki replied coolly. As the pirate readied to strike, Shaki prepared to intervene. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Shaki's movements came to a halt, and the pirate before her was struck by the radiance, instantaneously propelled away, crashing against the bar's wall before collapsing to the ground. Motionless and without the chance to resist, the surrounding pirates were astounded, as was Shaki, momentarily rendered speechless. This technique appeared formidable, likely originating from a powerful swordsman. Crack. Shaki glanced at the reception area, where fissures began to spread ominously. What? She exclaimed, more astonished than before. Was this the residual force of a slash? Yet she had never witnessed such a phenomenon capable of shattering the reception. She turned her gaze toward the source of the attack, where a young man stood at the bar's entrance, wielding a katana, backlit by the light. Seems a formidable individual has arrived, she remarked with an air of detachment. Chapter 100. Even the composed Shaki found herself in a state of bewilderment. The once boisterous crowd had fallen eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. All eyes were now fixed upon Machi. This bar, a gathering place for many powerful pirates, now felt the weight of Machi's formidable presence, which enveloped them in an overwhelming sense of pressure. They had never encountered such a youthful young man possessing such a formidable aura. Surely, his prowess must be extraordinary. This is a youthful yet powerful swordsman. Everyone silently thought this to themselves. Indeed, Monki is quite young, although he had only employed a single move. Those around him were left in awe by the sheer force of his strike. They could only speculate what it would be like to be struck by that radiant light. Surely, they would possess no means of retaliation. It appears that this individual wields considerable influence. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at the unfortunate soul sprawled on the ground. How pitiable! Before he could even make a move, he was felled by a single strike. This unfortunate fellow likely had not even grasped the situation before he was hoisted away and unceremoniously discarded outside the tavern. Kid, Xiachi began, observing Machi as he approached with a katana in hand, stepping closer with each stride. With a smile, he remarked, "No need to thank me." "Thank you." How intriguing. Xiaqi's expression was somewhat conflicted. Could it be that she was unable to handle this mere lackey on her own? She had refrained from taking action earlier to avoid turning her bar into a chaotic mess that she would have to clean up herself. Yet, Monchi's recent assault had rendered the front desk of her tavern utterly unusable. You little rascal, I'd be more than gracious not to demand compensation for my losses. Xiaqi shot a glance at Monchi. Compensation? How disheartening. Regardless, I acted on your behalf. Though it was a trivial task for me, it is certainly not my fault. You little scoundrel, I surmise you're indeed the one who annihilated the greedy wolf Seiko in the uncharted territory today, correct? Xiaqi regarded Monchi with a knowing look. After all, she was well-versed in intelligence. Having heard the rumors, and now seeing Monchi, the connection was all too apparent. However, this news had been circulating widely throughout the Sabaody archipelago, and patrons in the tavern had been discussing it fervently. It was quite the coincidence to encounter this individual here. As they say, he is indeed quite young and possesses remarkable strength, Xiaqi mused inwardly. I merely passed through and took care of him without much thought. Monchi openly acknowledged. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those around him shifted to one of astonishment. They had not anticipated encountering the legendary figure right here. Was it truly he who had vanquished the infamous thief wolf, Seiko? Indeed, he was remarkably accomplished, living up to the tales told. The formidable prowess he displayed in his recent maneuvers left no doubt about his terrifying strength. A hushed murmur of speculation arose among the onlookers, their voices barely above a whisper, lest Monki overhear them. After all, the powerful aura emanating from Monki instilled a profound sense of fear within them. He single-handedly vanquished a pirate with a bounty of 120 million berries. Even when confronted by the formidable thief wolf Seiko, they must lower their heads in submission. Moreover, this individual has vanquished thief wolf Seiko, which understandably instills fear within them. Have you come to seek me out? What is your purpose? Summerchi inquired casually, observing Monchi. She exhibited no signs of trepidation despite Monchi's lethal encounter with thief wolf Seiko. Thus far, what astounded her was merely the residual force generated by a strike. She had never witnessed a swordsman's technique yielding such an effect. Although the power produced was not overwhelmingly strong, should the capability of the strike be enhanced, the lethality of this additional effect would be significantly augmented. Furthermore, this residual force is utterly insurmountable. This lad indeed possesses remarkable prowess, Summerchi mused, fixating her gaze on Monchi. I have come to inquire about certain information, and it would be even better if I could encounter that pirate. These are the two objectives of my visit, Monchi candidly replied. What? How could he possibly know these things? A jolt ran through Shaki's heart. That pirate? Shaki was well aware of whom he spoke. Aside from the former vice-captain of the Pirate King's ship, Rayleigh the Dark King, there was no one else. Could it be her? Shaki recognized that Monki was not referring to her. So, how did he come to know that Rayleigh was here? Furthermore, why was he aware that inquiries about Rayleigh could only be made through her? Shaki's mind raced. The pirate you mentioned, I have no knowledge of him. Perhaps he is somewhere in the Sabaody archipelago. You might want to search for him yourself, Shaki coldly retorted. It seems he is not with you. Monki replied with a smile. Who exactly are you? Shaki demanded, fixating her gaze on Monki. Someone with such knowledge could not simply be an ordinary swordsman. Who had informed him? It appears you still do not know who I am, Monki chuckled. Who provided you with this information? Shaki pressed on, her urgency palpable. After all, she seldom found herself in such a predicament. The young man before her made her feel as though she was losing control. Despite having slain the greedy wolf Seiko, she knew nothing of his name or origin. The surrounding pirates observed the two of them, instantly falling silent. They watched Monchi's retreating figure, fearful of disturbing their conversation. Due to the oppressive aura he exuded, they could only remain quietly observant of the unfolding scene. They would not act impulsively to display their arrogance before Monchi. It was Haki who suggested that I come here. As soon as Monchi finished speaking, Shaki's gaze became unfocused, and she was taken aback. Haki? She could never have anticipated such a connection. Could it be that there is some relationship between him and Haki? It was evident that Haki had entrusted him with such information, implying a profound level of trust. Yet, why had she never been aware of such a mission emerging in the Grand Line? After all, she was specifically responsible for intelligence gathering, and nothing should have escaped her notice. Furthermore, this young man possessed immense power. He had slain the treacherous wolf Seiko and effortlessly dealt with the raucous pirates. Even more peculiar was his swordsmanship, which Shaki had never encountered before. In this moment, the typically composed Shaki found herself somewhat flustered. For the individual Monchi spoke of was Haki. Her mind raced, attempting to piece together the puzzle. yet she remained utterly bewildered. Who was he? What was the nature of the relationship between him and Haki? These questions incessantly replayed in Shaki's mind, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 101. Shaki's utter shock. With a deep exhale, Shaki's gaze remained fixed on Machi, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Was there anyone who could elucidate why Haki, who typically kept his distance from others, would have such a close connection with this individual? Moreover, Haki had even divulged information regarding the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh and the matter of Shaki extorting the bar. It was abundantly clear that Haki placed immense trust in this person. Yet, when had such an individual emerged in the Grand Line? If one were to scrutinize, one could argue that red-haired Shanks might fit that description. However, Shaki had encountered Shanks before, and this young man was decidedly not him. Thus, aside from Shanks, who else could earn Haki's trust? She grappled with her inability to comprehend the situation. At that moment, she felt utterly disoriented. She had believed she had a firm grasp on all the novelties of the Grand Line, yet facing Machi, she felt a sense of disorientation. She did not even know his name, let alone any other details. To her, this man appeared enveloped in a shroud of mystery, eluding her understanding. Was this truly a surprising revelation? Monki gazed at Shaki in confusion. Surprised was an understatement. Shaki silently scoffed. The atmosphere around them was quiet, with the pirates attentively observing their exchange. They had never witnessed such an unrestrained display from Shaki. It appeared that this young man was indeed remarkable. A pirate whispered, "Isn't it obvious? He is the one capable of slaying the notorious Scar the Glutton, not just any ordinary individual." At this point, I found it somewhat hard to believe. After all, Scar the Glutton had a bounty of 120 million berries. The fact that he was so easily dispatched was astonishing. At that moment, Shaki composed herself and inquired, "What intelligence are you seeking, and why do you wish to find the Dark King, Rayleigh?" Shaki resolved that since Mihawk had placed his trust in Monki, there was no need for her to deny the situation any longer. It was evident that he had come prepared. The information he sought was in service of others. She needed to ascertain the whereabouts of certain individuals, and she requested their locations. Additionally, she desired some intelligence regarding Rodney. As for the rest, seeking Rayleigh was a personal matter. There was an issue she had been unable to resolve lately, and she hoped to gain some advice from him. Monki articulated all his requests in one breath. Seeking individuals. Shaki regained her composure. Assisting him in locating someone was a relatively simple task, for there was hardly anything in the Grand Line that she was unaware of. Moreover, she had also gathered some information regarding Rodney. Finally, she asked, "Are you looking to inquire about swordsmanship from the Dark King, Rayleigh?" "Indeed," Monki replied, gesturing towards the bar's front desk. Shaki followed his gaze, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed, I have never encountered such swordplay. No swordsman possesses techniques like these. However, I find myself unable to control these moves." "Unable to control?" Shaki raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this revelation. "Precisely. I have yet to discover a solution for the range of this technique's residual effects and the control of its power. I cannot expand the force through range control," Monki candidly explained. Shaki remained silent for a considerable time. Truly, she had never contemplated that a technique could be so uncontrollable. Yet, it seemed to be an extraordinary talent. Such a gift appeared quite formidable. If a method for control could be discovered and trained with intention, she could hardly fathom how powerful this technique could become. Moreover, this was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Consequently, she felt she had little to offer in terms of guidance to Monki. After a while, she remarked, "Your technique reminds me of someone I once encountered." "Whitebeard?" Monki inquired with a smile. It was quite natural to deduce, for Whitebeard possessed the power of the Tremor fruit. And this technique was learned from fragments of Whitebeard's legacy, merely a difference in presentation. "Indeed? You have met Whitebeard?" Shaki gazed at Monki, utterly astonished. The fact that he had encountered Whitebeard and had close ties with Mihawk left her utterly bewildered. At that moment, she was unable to comprehend the secrets this young man might possess. If what Monki claimed was true, with such immense strength and connections to both Whitebeard and Mihawk, it was implausible that she had never heard of him. Yet now, Shaki found herself completely in the dark about him. Her mind devoid of any memories concerning this individual. The only thing she knew was that he had killed Scar the Glutton. Beyond that, she could be said to know nothing of Monki. He stood before her, like an enigma without an answer. After encountering Whitebeard, he surprisingly managed to survive. Such an extraordinary individual could not possibly be unknown to Shaki, for one capable of such feats must undoubtedly possess a renowned reputation. Given the formidable nature of Shaki's intelligence network, it is inconceivable that she would remain oblivious. I must also extend my gratitude to Whitebeard, Monki remarked with a smile. Our previous brief encounter aboard the Moby Dick was rather enjoyable for me. However, perhaps it was not perceived in the same light by him. He recalled the moment he had used his Conqueror's Haki before Whitebeard, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his face. Monki pondered within. Perhaps Whitebeard still harbored lingering feelings about his refusal to join the Whitebeard pirates. Have you been to the Moby Dick? Have you even met Whitebeard? Who exactly is this remarkable individual? She found the man before her all the more enigmatic. I don't see why this should be so surprising, Monki remarked, looking at Shaki with confusion. He had heard tales of Shaki being a formidable pirate, though now she was retired. Observing her startled demeanor, Monki found himself pondering. Would a seasoned pirate truly be astonished by such trivialities? After all, I merely visited the Moby Dick and exchanged a few words with Whitebeard. There is nothing remarkable about that. If such encounters warrant astonishment, then when I previously met Whitebeard and unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, causing hundreds on board to faint, would you be left agape? Monki said with a hint of exasperation. If I were to divulge such occurrences to Shaki, would she faint on the spot? Nonetheless, he was genuinely curious about her potential reaction if she were to learn these details. Taking a deep breath, Shaki forced herself to regain her composure. Yet the shock lingered within her heart. However, she had more pressing matters to address. She turned to Monki and inquired, with Mihawk placing such trust in you, and having met Whitebeard, returning unscathed from the Moby Dick, what name do you bear to have accomplished such feats? Chapter 102, Intern? Truly? As Shaki articulated, one capable of such remarkable deeds must undoubtedly be a renowned pirate. Moreover, his close relationship with Mihawk, his encounter with Whitebeard, and his presence aboard the Moby Dick implied a person of significant stature. Undoubtedly, in the New World, there existed individuals of similar caliber. Yet, Shaki was intimately familiar with each of them. Even if she had not witnessed them firsthand, she had certainly heard whispers of their exploits. Nevertheless, in her memory, and even among the intelligence her subordinates possessed, there was no mention of the man before her. Let us exchange information, Monki proposed with a smile. I can reveal my identity to you, but you must share what I wish to know in return. How does that sound? It seems quite fair. He no longer needs to expend a considerable amount of berries to acquire information. He certainly has not forgotten. He intends to traverse the Grand Line in its entirety. Without berry, he would undoubtedly find it exceedingly difficult to progress. Monki, keen on economizing, struck a deal with Shaki. The information you seek is not singular. You have just mentioned it. Numerous pirate whereabouts must be uncovered, for they are certainly not congregated in one location now. Your solitary response could exchange for multiple inquiries from me, which I feel is not particularly advantageous for my position. Shaki chuckled softly, casting a glance at Monki. She was indeed eager to ascertain Monki's true identity, yet given the current circumstances, Shaki proved to be astute. However, the knowledge of my identity carries weight equivalent to the trifling pieces of information I possess. I believe, Shaki, you grasp this quite well. Monki continued to engage her in conversation. Upon hearing his words, Shaki let out a bemused laugh. I never anticipated you to be such a shrewd negotiator. In that case, I shall consent to this transaction. Reveal to me who you truly are. Once Shaki agreed, Monki candidly responded, in truth, you should have heard my name long ago. However, you likely perceived me differently then than you do now. Is that so? Shaki's curiosity was piqued. Shaki, do you recall when the red-haired pirates took on an intern? Monki lifted a glass of water from the counter and took a sip. What? Shaki expressed her surprise. That event must have transpired last month. I remember Rayleigh mentioning it to me. Could it be? Indeed, that intern was I, Monki replied with a smile. An intern? Shaki gazed at Monki in astonishment. She had not expected that the person before her was the very intern from before. Moreover, it was hard for her to fathom that Dracul Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the Grand Line and a member of the Warlords of the Sea, had such a close association with him. Furthermore, no intern had ever returned unscathed from the Moby Dick and engaged in direct conversation with Whitebeard. Shaki was utterly astounded by Monki's revelations. She never imagined that an intern could possess such remarkable capabilities. She recalled the radiant aura Monki had exuded at the tavern entrance. His abilities had clearly transcended those of a mere intern. Not only was he exceptionally youthful and possessed extraordinary swordsmanship, but he could also dispatch pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million berries in an instant. No intern had ever accomplished such a feat. You are an intern of the red-haired pirates? Are you trying to deceive me? Shaki regarded Monki with skepticism. She found it difficult to believe that an intern could wield such power. Had the world of pirates undergone such a transformation since her departure? Were interns now endowed with such formidable capabilities? Shaki pondered. It is absolutely true, Monki assured her. Very well, even if what you say is genuine, Shaki replied. Her gaze fixed on Monki, whose sincere demeanor ultimately led her to place her trust in him. She then inquired, You mentioned that Mihawk sent you to Sabaody Archipelago to seek out Rayleigh. How did you encounter Mihawk? From my understanding, he is quite proud and seldom associates with pirates. Shaki scrutinized Monki from head to toe. You are merely an intern. Why would Mihawk place such trust in you? Shaki unleashed her torrent of questions. Monki observed Shaki's bewildered expression before responding. He likely believes my strength to be sufficient. Really? To impress the world's most formidable swordsman? And in turn? Shaki's expression became inscrutable. She not only questioned Monki's identity, but also struggled to comprehend his words. Kid, don't try to bamboozle me, Shaki said sternly, lowering her voice. I know that what I say you won't believe. No one would. Can you fathom my growth in just 1 month? As soon as Monki finished speaking, Shaki was left utterly astonished. 30 days. This matter becomes increasingly peculiar. To progress so rapidly in strength within 30 days? From a novice in the new world to a killer capable of instantly slaying a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries? Who would believe such a story? It is beyond the realm of dreams. Shaki, whose network of information spanned the entirety of the Grand Line, knew every whisper in the wind. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that someone's prowess could escalate so swiftly. If what Monki asserted was indeed true, it was truly terrifying. After a considerable pause, Shaki finally subdued her astonishment. I now understand your situation well enough. Speak. What information do you wish to uncover? She gathered her thoughts and then turned to the surrounding pirates, declaring, Today, we cease operations. You all must vacate immediately. Shaki, how can you do this? We. The pirates were about to protest, but suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon them. Monki was watching intently. They instantly swallowed their words. And before they could finish the wine on the table, they hastily took their leave. Today's expenses are on the house. Thank you, Shachi. They hurriedly departed from Shachi's extortionate bar, their words tumbling out in a frantic rush. This place was utterly terrifying. Moreover, it harbored a monster that had just slain the greedy wolf, Seiko. They escaped from Shaki's extortion tavern, still feeling a tinge of panic. Standing at the entrance, they glanced at the tavern's door. It had closed early, and they were surprised that Shaki held such regard for this young man. It was evident that he was no ordinary individual. His true identity remained a mystery. They had never encountered him before. Nonetheless, that was not a matter for their discussion. The way he dealt with that troublesome pirate was truly impressive. Chapter 103. So you are the monster mentioned by red-haired Shaki's extortion tavern. After driving away the drunken pirates, Shaki turned her attention back to Monki. Kid, had I known you were a member of the red-haired pirates, I would not have charged you so exorbitantly for the information. Moreover, you just dispatched a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million berries and exchanged his head for a reward. You must have quite a sum of berries now. As soon as she finished speaking, Monki chuckled. I still have other uses for it. All right, kid. Tell me what information you seek, Shaki said, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Having agreed to help Monki, she was not one to go back on her word. Red-haired instructed me that if I encountered Buggy, there is a letter that needs to be delivered to him. Therefore, I wish to know Buggy's current whereabouts, Monki stated. He had long contemplated this question. Buggy? Shaki fell silent for a moment. This individual had certainly matured significantly since then. That red-nosed clown. He must have established the Buggy pirates in the East Blue. In recent days, he should have ventured from the East Blue to the Grand Line. It is rumored that according to the intelligence reports, their arrival at the Grand Line is in pursuit of John's treasure, though the exact circumstances remain unclear. She must surely be acquainted with Buggy. He was once an intern aboard the ship of the Pirate King, sharing the same cohort as the red-haired pirate, with whom he enjoyed a close friendship. However, their pursuits, diverge. Consequently, the renown of each individual within the New World also varies. Carnival City, you say? Monki narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, committing this to memory. Should he find himself passing through that region, he might indeed pay a visit. As for whether fortune would favor him with an encounter, that remains to be seen. Monki then inquired further. In addition to the whereabouts of the Buggy pirates, Jesus Burgess wishes for me to comprehend the current situation of his son and desires that I assess his present capabilities. Therefore, I am also keen to learn about the movements of the Straw Hat Pirates at this time. Upon his completion of speech, Shachi's expression shifted to one of surprise. The Straw Hat Pirates have recently established a significant presence here, wielding formidable strength. Not only that, but he also shares profound ties with the red-haired pirates. Monki nodded in acknowledgement. The child of Jesus Burgess, Usopp, is indeed a subordinate of the Straw Hat Pirates. Furthermore, their captain is none other than Luffy, and intriguingly, even the name of their pirate crew was bestowed upon them by the red-haired crew. Thus, it is evident that the relationship between the two pirate factions is remarkably close. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, the current intelligence suggests that they have departed from Long Land, and their next destination, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should be Water 7. Shaki recounted all this to Monki in meticulous detail. A glimmer of insight crossed Monki's eyes. He now had a clearer understanding of the tasks entrusted to him by the captain and Jesus Burgess. Should their journey fortuitously lead them past these two locations, Monki would act in accordance with their directives. However, if fortune did not favor them, there would be little recourse, for the world is vast. At this juncture, Monki sought to inquire about a matter of utmost concern and personal relevance. He produced the treasure map that Arnold had previously gifted him and handed it to Shaki. He posed the question, "I have heard of a pirate named Rodney. This is the treasure map he left behind before his demise, and I wish to glean any information regarding this individual. Additionally, what location does this treasure map signify?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shaki was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "I never imagined you would have obtained this. Do you truly understand its significance?" Monki asked eagerly, a glimmer of excitement in his heart. Previously, many had coveted the precious weapons in his collection. However, after his demise, no one had been able to trace the whereabouts of these treasures. Gradually, people began to forget about him, and it was unexpected to hear his name mentioned today. Shaki picked up the treasure map, examining it meticulously multiple times. Then, she instructed her subordinates to bring a basin of clear water. She scooped a handful and sprinkled it over the map. In no time, certain patterns began to emerge from the treasure map. Indeed, Shaki nodded in satisfaction, returning the map to Monki. "It aligns with my thoughts. Only after being moistened does the ultimate revelation manifest. This technique is quite common among pirates." Monki carefully scrutinized the treasure map. He inquired of Shaki, "Where does this ultimately lead?" Shaki glanced at the treasure map and confidently replied, "It points to the kingdom of Alabasta." Alabasta? Monki pondered, recalling that he had indeed heard of this place. The city of Carnival in Alabasta is quite nearby, separated by merely 2 islands. If you wish to travel to Alabasta, you could certainly visit Carnival City as well, Shaki suggested. This time, Monki had gathered a wealth of information. 3 of his questions had been resolved, leaving only one remaining: how to meet the Dark King, Rayleigh. If this objective could also be achieved, it would be absolutely splendid. Perhaps he would reveal to Monki how to harness the effects of the Trimmer fruit. "Thank you," Monki said sincerely, gazing at Shaki. "No need for gratitude. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs," she replied. "I never anticipated that an intern could be so formidable. And to think that such prowess was attained in merely a month is truly astonishing." Shaki spoke candidly, genuinely impressed. She had never witnessed someone transition from an intern to a pirate capable of vanquishing those with bounties exceeding 100 million berries in such a short span. "If you wish to meet the Dark King, you might consider waiting here for a while," Shaki added. "Very well." Monki settled into a seat at the tavern. "Would you like a drink?" "It's complimentary." Shaki suddenly became generous. The tavern was initially intended merely as a leisure spot, with her primary source of income derived from selling information, which was quite costly. This was her true method of profit. "That sounds wonderful. Please bring me a glass." Monki smiled. Before long, an elderly man, appearing quite aged, ascended the stairs from outside. His hair is long, as is the beard adorning his chin. Both his hair and beard are a silvery white. Perched upon his face is a pair of glasses. Furthermore, a deep scar runs across his right eye. To the casual observer, he appears to be an exceedingly ordinary elderly gentleman, the kind who tends to be overlooked in a crowd. He entered the bar, poised to engage in conversation with Shaki. Suddenly, he spotted Mingchi. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. "You must be the infamous intern spoken of by Red-Haired, am I correct?" Chapter 104. Is the intern's capability truly this exceptional? Indeed. The formidable Rayleigh recognized Monki at first glance. This was due to a letter previously sent to him by Red-Haired, which predominantly detailed the remarkable intern under his command. In the correspondence, Red-Haired remarked that he had never encountered an intern with such extraordinary talent. Moreover, he had included a sketch of Monki within the letter. Thus, upon first laying eyes on Monki, he instantly recognized him as the intern mentioned in the letter from Redhead. He vividly recalled the words penned in the letter. "Rayleigh, you would never believe it, But 2 weeks ago, we took on an intern. Yet, he is nothing short of a monstrosity. It is difficult to articulate just how terrifying he is. You simply cannot fathom it. Unlike the other pirates who require guidance to unlock the Conqueror's Haki, this in turn awakened and mastered it almost instantaneously, grasping its essence without any instruction. I find this phenomenon utterly miraculous. In merely 2 weeks, he transformed from a total novice into someone capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki. I surmise that with his current prowess, he could command a bounty of 100 million berries. Remarkably, this feat was achieved in just a fortnight. However, what astonished me even more was that I initially thought this was frightening enough. Yet, the subsequent events left me in utter shock. After he learned Conqueror's Haki, I assigned Ben Beckman to teach him armament Haki. To everyone's surprise, within a single morning, he mastered both observation and armament Haki. I assure you, I have fought in the New World for many years, yet I have never encountered a creature like him. This is undoubtedly a first in history. I feel fortunate to have him in my crew. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He would surely unleash a terrifying storm upon the New World. Rayleigh took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Monki, his mind replaying the words from Shanks' letter. He could hardly believe that one day, this so-called monster of an intern would arrive at Sabaody archipelago and even find Shaki's bar. Rayleigh had never anticipated such a day. An intern, likened to a monster? Monki's expression turned somewhat complex. He was taken aback to hear his captain refer to someone in such a manner. Did he truly resemble a monster? Monki had always perceived himself as an ordinary person. How could one be addressed in such a way? He pondered silently, aware that if anyone overheard his thoughts, they would surely harbor envy and resentment. The speed at which his abilities had escalated, could it truly be deemed ordinary? Shaki, pour some drinks. Today is a day worth celebrating, Rayleigh remarked, a smile gracing his features. It was evident that he was in high spirits. What do you know besides drinking? What is there to celebrate? I see you simply wish to indulge. Shaki shot him a glare but proceeded to fetch the drinks. Ahem. Rayleigh felt a tad embarrassed, but he brushed it off, scratching his head and chuckling. Well, it seems I can't hide anything. Before long, Shaki returned with a barrel of liquor, placing it on the table before the two. Rayleigh promptly took a small barrel and downed it in one gulp. He then turned to Monki and inquired, So, what brings you to Sabaody archipelago? I came to seek your counsel on a few matters, Monki replied candidly. Is that so? Your strength is already formidable. It's surprising you still have questions. You flatter me. I'm merely an old man of little use now. However, I would be delighted to share my insights. Rayleigh laughed heartily. I've recently learned a new technique, but I still lack control over it. I would like your guidance on how to master it, Monki confessed. The tremors of the shockwave have proven quite useful in battle, inflicting substantial damage to adversaries. Yet, I require better control over this power. If I could compress its range, it would significantly enhance my capabilities, allowing me to deal even greater damage, rather than merely causing superficial harm as I did against Cypher's head. Before you demonstrate, let us discuss an exchange, shall we? Rayleigh proposed. Absolutely, Monki replied without hesitation. I can impart the methods of control, though I cannot guarantee their efficacy, as I have never encountered this technique before. Additionally, I am quite curious about recent developments in the New World. Consider this information as a bargaining chip. Rayleigh smiled. Of course, that sounds fair. First, I am eager to hear how you learned Conqueror's Haki. It is exceedingly rare to witness such an occurrence, and your proficiency in its application is truly astonishing. Rayleigh did not conceal his admiration. Having learned his own Conqueror's Haki through guidance and gradually honing his skills through combat, upon hearing of Monki's mastery, he began to question whether his own methods were flawed. What? Shaki exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Monki. Shaki, haven't you heard? Rayleigh chuckled. Do not be fooled by his status as an intern. He has mastered Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Shaki's jaw dropped in disbelief. She was aware of Monki's strength, but had never imagined he had acquired such a formidable ability. This was something she herself had yet to achieve. The notion that an intern could accomplish it effortlessly filled her with astonishment. Are interns nowadays truly this formidable? It is astonishing, she mused. To learn Conqueror's Haki at such a young age, he is undeniably gifted. Shaki stared intently at Monki, contemplating. What manner of monster was he? I couldn't say. Monki shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation. I simply gained strength through gathering attribute fragments. Did you suddenly comprehend it? Rayleigh, too, was taken aback. It seemed this in turn was indeed a prodigy, a talent that could only be explained by innate genius. Monki possessed a potential and aptitude beyond that of ordinary individuals. Chapter 105, Truly an Unadulterated Monster. Through the direct dialogue between Rayleigh and Monki, they did not notice the presence of Shaki, who sat beside them. Her face a portrait of astonishment and fear, her eyes wide with disbelief. She struggled to calm her racing heart as she gazed at Monki D. Luffy, her expression betraying a hint of admiration. An intern capable of wielding Conqueror's Haki was something she had never encountered before. Indeed, she had never witnessed such a remarkable intern in her life. By the way, how did you return from the New World to the Grand Line? Surely, you did not come back solely to inquire about this matter. Rayleigh finally could not contain his curiosity and directed his question at Monki. Isn't the New World splendid? Why return to the Grand Line? It was evident that Monki's motivations were not simply to understand how to harness his abilities. The situation was far more intricate. It is a complicated matter, Monki replied, and then recounted in detail the events he had experienced, beginning with how Shanks had tasked him with delivering a message to Whitebeard. You provoked the beast pirates? Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at Monki with a hint of astonishment. You are merely an intern. How dare you provoke this pirate crew? Indeed, Monki recounted the entire story to Rayleigh once more. He transitioned from discussing the beast pirates to recounting his experiences aboard the Moby Dick. Rayleigh listened intently, occasionally displaying a hint of surprise. It seemed he was profoundly intrigued by the events surrounding Monki, almost as if he were witnessing a reflection of his younger self. Those days spent battling alongside the captain in the New World. Monki then mentioned the incident of Whitebeard tearing up the letter. It was indeed within Whitebeard's character to perform such an act, prompting Rayleigh to erupt into hearty laughter. He possessed a profound understanding of Whitebeard, hence he was not particularly astonished. Rather, he found the situation quite intriguing. Rayleigh then inquired, so, did you depart from the Moby Dick? Not quite, Monki replied with a smile. I also reciprocated in some manner. What did you repay them with? Rayleigh felt a sense of foreboding. In front of Whitebeard, I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki, causing hundreds of pirates aboard the ship to fall unconscious. This revelation was utterly unexpected for Rayleigh. Shaki gasped in astonishment. The atmosphere grew exceedingly quiet. After a considerable pause, Rayleigh finally spoke. You directly employed Conqueror's Haki on Whitebeard's Moby Dick? And you managed to incapacitate hundreds of pirates? Indeed, Monki nodded. You truly possess remarkable audacity, Shaki said, striving to steady her emotions. Her gaze toward Monki resembled that of someone observing a creature of legend. Simultaneously, she pondered how such a person could survive for so long, attributing it all to sheer luck. To unleash Conqueror's Haki in the presence of Whitebeard, who would dare to do such a thing? Yet, Monki, seated beside her, spoke of this act with casual nonchalance. Moreover, he had returned alive from the Moby Dick. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. Rayleigh took a deep breath and asked, given Whitebeard's temperament, you must realize that he would not let such actions go unpunished. Precisely. Which is why he offered for me to be his adopted son and join the Whitebeard pirates, Monki replied. Instantly, Shaki and Rayleigh were utterly astounded. It was remarkably bizarre. Why would Whitebeard endure such an affront? In the face of his crew being rendered unconscious, he sought to recruit Monki? Monki's words had indeed left a significant impact on them. However, I declined his offer to become his adopted son, Monki continued. What audacity! Rayleigh erupted into hearty laughter. He indeed did not anticipate that Monki would act in such a manner. Not only did Monki not display any humility before Whitebeard, but he also turned the tables, using his Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate Whitebeard's crew. Remarkably, Whitebeard, upon witnessing this, did not exhibit anger. Instead, he lowered his stance, attempting to invite Monki into his pirate crew. Yet, this audacious young man astonishingly declined the offer. Contemplating this, Rayleigh found himself curious about the expression on Whitebeard's face at the moment of rejection. It must have been quite amusing. Indeed, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. For the first time, he observed someone challenge Whitebeard in such a manner and emerge unscathed. Rayleigh erupted into laughter, unable to conceal his admiration for Monki. To wield Conqueror's Haki in the presence of the world's mightiest individual? Such a thought lingered in Shaki's mind, her face reflecting profound shock. It truly felt like an extraordinary feat to survive at this moment. In her eyes, every action Monki took seemed akin to courting death. Yet, despite this, he stood before her, unblemished. Moreover, his strength was disturbingly formidable, his abilities rapidly escalating. Was it possible that only by engaging in reckless endeavors like his could one enhance their prowess? Shaki found herself engulfed in deep skepticism. Were it not for this, She could not fathom why Monki's abilities were advancing at such an astonishing pace. If one were to attribute it to talent, then this talent was indeed extraordinary. Unwilling to deny it, she admitted to herself, "Young man, you truly astonish me. I have now developed a keen interest in you." Rayleigh regarded Monki with admiration. After his retirement, Rayleigh's life had been rather mundane. However, hearing about Monki's exploits made him feel as if he had returned to his youthful days. Had it not been for what Monki had shared, he could hardly fathom that a mere intern would dare to challenge Whitebeard. Moreover, it was astonishing that Whitebeard would stoop so low as to undermine him. At this thought, Rayleigh's mood shifted dramatically. Today, after hearing the experiences recounted by Monki, Rayleigh found himself yearning to witness firsthand the embarrassing scenes involving Whitebeard and the crew of the Moby Dick. It was indeed a pity that he could not be present to observe the situation as it unfolded, which left him feeling quite regretful. Nevertheless, it was evident that Whitebeard, a figure of immense pride, would lower himself to court an intern. One could only surmise that Monki possessed an extraordinary talent, one that transcended common understanding. It was no wonder that Red-Haired had previously written to me, describing a monster aboard his ship. I concur with that sentiment. I remain perplexed as to how Red-Haired came upon such a remarkably gifted intern. In Red-Haired's perception, Monki truly was a monster. Furthermore, having now heard Monki's accounts firsthand, Rayleigh could assert without hesitation that Monki was indeed a formidable force. Chapter 106. Please accept this bounty notice, Monki. To speak candidly, what you have shared has genuinely astonished me. I never anticipated that Whitebeard would act in such a manner. It is undeniably gratifying, Rayleigh remarked with a smile. Gazing at Monki, he then continued, now that you have disclosed everything you needed to, it is time for me to address your concerns. This tavern is rather cramped. Let us find a more spacious area where you can demonstrate your techniques to me. I wish to discern precisely where the issues may lie. Upon his words, Monki swiftly expressed his agreement. Subsequently, Rayleigh led Monki and Shaki out of the bar. They arrived at the vacant lot in front of the bar, a place where foot traffic was sparse, almost devoid of passers-by. Before them lay an expansive stretch of grass, accompanied by a few bubbles floating delicately in the air. Let us commence. Unveil for me the nature of your elusive prowess. Rayleigh paused and addressed Monki. Shaki stood beside Monki, her demeanor radiating enthusiasm. This would mark her second opportunity to witness Monki's formidable abilities. Previously, at the bar, Monki had indeed employed this technique once. Holding a katana, Monki gazed at the roots emerging from the ground ahead, his expression remarkably composed. He activated his armament Haki. In an instant, the entire katana was enveloped in a shroud of black armor. He decisively swung down, and in an instant, a piercing beam of light, imbued with a tremorous force, began to radiate outward. A resounding explosion echoed across the open meadow. His strike severed the tree root completely. However, in the next moment, boom, the residual force accompanying the strike sent reverberations through the entire root, creating fissures that spread like wildfire. In an instant, the cracks proliferated, and the root shattered into countless splinters, scattering across the verdant grass. What? A look of astonishment filled Rayleigh's eyes. He involuntarily turned to glance at Sabaody. At that moment, Sabaody was also looking towards Rayleigh. The two locked eyes, their expressions filled with astonishment and restraint. It was unmistakable. They had never before encountered such a technique. Even the erudite Rayleigh had not witnessed a scene like this. It was truly a rare sight, Rayleigh murmured, gazing at the figure of Monki as he cast a glance at the roots of the trees, now reduced to splinters by his strike. Indeed, this was the power of the aftershock he had spoken of. His initial strike severed the roots of the tree. However, it was the ensuing shockwave that ultimately caused the roots to fracture, even though the destructive force may not appear particularly formidable at first glance. Its influence extends over a considerable distance. Remarkably, Rayleigh had just discerned that fissures were beginning to spread across the grass beneath him. This was evidently a consequence of Monki's recent assault. This technique evokes the image of a pirate, Rayleigh mused, casting a glance at Shaki. He understood she knew precisely whom he referred to. When Shaki first encountered Monki, she had harbored similar thoughts. Clearly, this was another manifestation of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Does this not fall under the category of devil fruit abilities? Rayleigh inquired of Monki. He indeed felt that this bore an uncanny resemblance to the tremor capabilities of Whitebeard's devil fruit. However, deep down, he was acutely aware that this was not the power of the tremor fruit. For in this world, it is impossible for any devil fruit ability to be entirely identical. It simply could not be. Monki shook his head, convinced that this could not possibly be a devil fruit. He understood that it was merely a fragment of attributes that had fallen from Whitebeard's body. This was the effect of the tremor waves. Rayleigh found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend how this could possibly be a technique of swordsmanship or the effect of a katana. Having ruled out these possibilities, what else could it be? Was it perhaps a latent potential inherent to Monki himself? Such a phenomenon was exceedingly rare. Rayleigh remained in contemplative silence for an extended period, struggling to conceive any means to aid Monki in mastering such a formidable ability. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless. Just then, Shaki approached the shattered tree roots, carefully examining the damage inflicted by the additional effects of the slash. It was strikingly identical. This ability truly resembles that of the tremor fruit, Shaki murmured. Were it not for the fact that Whitebeard is still alive, I would genuinely suspect that Monki had secretly consumed a devil fruit. Suddenly, Shaki noticed something. This fissure she couldn't quite place why, but it triggered a recollection of a recent piece of news. She recalled it vividly. Subsequently, she hastily bid farewell to Rayleigh and Monki, rushing back to the tavern. In her room, she retrieved a bounty poster from a box. She scrutinized the information repeatedly. Name: The Obliteration Swordsman. Codename: Bounty: 300 million berries. Identity: None. Achievements: Single-handedly annihilated the bear pirates and 3 other pirate crews. Traits: Utilizes slashes accompanied by residual wave effects. Added: A bounty of 50 million berries is offered for information regarding this individual, capable of generating tremor-like residual attacks. As Shaki gazed at the bounty poster, she drew a connection to Monki's techniques. However, the poster lacked an image of the bountied pirate. Yet, Shaki had an inkling. The individual described was indeed Monki. Furthermore, the timeline aligned perfectly. The site where the war commenced was merely a 2-day journey from Sabaody archipelago, and Monki had arrived at her tavern today. It could not possibly be a coincidence. Her suspicions were undoubtedly correct. No other possibilities existed. Both utilized slashes imbued with tremor effects. Shaki suddenly connected a series of events. All these facts pointed to one conclusion. The person in question was Monki. At that moment, Shaki felt an overwhelming certainty that the bounty poster referred to Monki. It was simply that the Navy was yet unaware of this individual's identity, rendering the information on the bounty poster scant. A single individual extinguished 4 pirate crews with merely 4 strikes. Each of these crews had captains with bounties around 100 million berries. The Obliteration Swordsman commanded a bounty of 300 million berries. The captain of the greedy wolf pirates, Sako, was also slain in a single blow. Shaki's hands trembled slightly as she held the bounty poster. Soon after, she made a decisive choice. Clutching the bounty poster, she exited her room and returned to the clearing where Rayleigh and Monki were situated. At that moment, Rayleigh still had not conceived any viable means to assist Monki in mastering this power. Shaki approached Monki directly. He looked up at her, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Shaki extended the bounty poster to Monki, saying, "This is a bounty issued by the Navy. I believe I have pieced together the events that transpired. I think you should be aware of this matter as well. Please take a close look at the contents of the bounty poster." Chapter 107. Cultivating the mastery of residual wave abilities. At this moment, Rayleigh had yet to utter a single word. He was still deeply pondering how to enable Dream Q to control the extent of the residual waves. His mind was racing with thoughts. Upon receiving the bounty notice, Machi could not help but smile. He never anticipated that there would be 2 different bounty notices out for his head. One was for his status as a trainee of the red-haired pirates, with a meager reward of 10,000 berries. However, the other was a staggering 300 million berries. It seemed the Navy regarded him with considerable importance. Machi chuckled bitterly. "Could it be that my suspicions were correct? Is the person mentioned in this bounty indeed you?" asked Shaki. There was no need for concealment. He had indeed eliminated them. Machi nodded, confirming Shaki's conjecture. What he did not expect was that the Navy had even given him a moniker without knowing his name, the Doomed Swordmaster. It appeared they had observed the aftermath of his assaults on several pirate ships, thus coining this title. Indeed, Shaki nodded. When she first encountered this bounty, she had an inkling that it referred to Machi. Now she had verified her suspicions. 300 million berries, indeed, Shaki smiled. Moreover, if one provided relevant information, there was an additional bounty of 50 million berries, a truly tempting prospect. Upon hearing Shaki's words, Monchi laughed. "I felt an impulse to rush to the Navy headquarters and divulge all my information to them. Wouldn't that earn me a fortune in berries?" Shaki found Monchi's whimsical thoughts rather amusing. Rayleigh approached and inquired, "What are you discussing?" "Look here." Shaki handed the bounty notice to Rayleigh. After reading it, He was equally astonished. One strike to obliterate an entire pirate crew? Yes, I was in a hurry at the time, Monki replied. Your abilities exceed my expectations. My understanding of your prowess was primarily based on the descriptions in Shanks' letter, which was 2 weeks ago, Rayleigh remarked. In such a short span. You have progressed to this extent? Truly astonishing. Shaki marveled at the rapidity of his growth. Although she had heard much from Monki about his abilities, the sheer shock of it continued to resonate within her. If she reflected deeply, Shaki would uncover an even more terrifying truth. 30 days prior, he was merely a novice trainee of the red-haired pirates. Yet, in just 2 weeks, he had ascended to a level warranting a bounty of 100 million berries. Merely days ago, he had single-handedly vanquished 4 pirate crews, facing captains with bounties reaching 100 million berries. The speed of this enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. To date, Shaki harbored no doubt that Monki was the most formidable pirate she had ever encountered, a veritable monster. Mr. Rayleigh, have you devised a solution? Monki appeared unperturbed by the bounty's implications. For him, the paramount concern was mastering the control of the tremor waves, which was his most pressing task. If he could compress the range of these tremors while augmenting their power, it would represent a monumental advancement. If that proved unattainable, he believed that merely gaining proficiency in this ability would also be beneficial. I possess a general understanding of the training methods, but I remain uncertain of their efficacy. I must experiment extensively to determine their value, Rayleigh advised. This technique was indeed one he had never encountered before, leaving him without a corresponding solution. Only through persistent challenges could the most suitable training method be discovered. I suspected as much, Monki nodded. After all, he too had been troubled for some time. The system had not instructed him on how to exert control, so he had no choice but to seek assistance from others. My approach to solving this problem is straightforward. Rayleigh stated, you must practice slashing at least 1,000 times daily, even up to 10,000. Only through relentless repetition can you truly learn to master it. I am confident this method will prove effective. However, its drawback lies in the uncertainty of when you will have genuinely mastered it. It could take 30 days or 300. Ultimately, it depends on your own choice. Indeed, Rayleigh could not ascertain when Monki would acquire this control. I am willing, Monki declared solemnly. If he could genuinely achieve his goal, such efforts were inconsequential. Mastering it would undoubtedly represent a substantial enhancement to his abilities. Very well, Rayleigh replied with satisfaction. This will not only aid you in mastering control, but also enhance your swordsmanship. Where shall I practice? Monki surveyed his surroundings, clearly noting that this was not a suitable location. Let me think. Rayleigh pondered for a moment. There is a coast at Sabaody archipelago that is spacious.